Chapter 125, Present. Anran, can I ask you not to interfere in Xiao and Mo Fear's marriage? Anran looked at Tong Wengai in a daze. It took a while for her to snap back to her senses. She looked at him and asked, "You said that I interfered in Tong Xiaoji's marriage?" Tong Wengai looked at her with a faint smile on his lips and only said, "I don't know what happened between you and Mo Fear in the past, but it's all in the past. You both have your own families now, so there's no need to dwell on the past, isn't there?" His hands were clenched tightly under the table. Anran looked at him and said, a little tense and stiff, "I think you're mistaken, Chief Tong. I've never interfered in Tong Xiaoji and Mo Fear's marriage. Please be clear of the whole story before you criticize others in the future. They won't accept your baseless accusations." No, I don't mean to blame you." Tong Wengai waved his hand and said, "I'm just begging you. No matter who was right or wrong in the past, it's impossible to get back what happened in the past. The most important thing is the present. Anran, don't look at me as Director Tong. I'm just an ordinary elder, a father who loves his daughter dearly. Can you stop contacting Mo Fear in the future?" Anran shook her head in disbelief. She looked at him and asked, "What did I do?" She really didn't know what she had done wrong. Why did he have to come and ask her not to interfere in Tong Xiaoji's marriage? "Because of you, Xiao Nuo and Mo Fear have quarreled more than once. Yesterday, Mo Fear and Xiao Nuo had a big fight. This wasn't the first time they had quarreled. However, things were different now. Xiao Nuo was pregnant. He couldn't bear to see her come to him with grievances last night." He. Anran sneered. She looked at him with an extremely cold gaze and only said, "I didn't do anything. Their argument is their own problem, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Director Tong is also an experienced person. Do you only know how to blindly blame others?" Tong Wengai frowned unhappily and said, "I don't mean to blame you." The voice was even sterner than before, and the way he looked at her was filled with disgust. He. Anran smiled and nodded. "That's right. You're not blaming me. You're asking me for a favor." Then, he changed the topic, and the smile on his face disappeared. He stared at him and said, "But I also ask you, Chief Tong, to not be so full of yourself in the future. There are some things that I didn't provoke them, but they didn't let me off. Whether their marriage is good or bad, whether they quarrel or not, that's their business. It might be related to you and others, but it has nothing to do with me." As she spoke, Anran pulled out her chair and stood up. "If Director Tong is looking for me today to say this, then I won't keep you company." As he said that, he turned around and headed out. Looking at her back as she turned around, Tong Wengai's face darkened even more, and his gaze became even colder. Without any expression or warmth, he said, "Did your mother teach you this? Did Jiu Hengwen teach you to speak to your elders like this? Don't you have any manners?" Hearing this, Anran turned her head to look at him and sneered, "What right do you have to question my upbringing? On the basis that I'm your sister-in-law?" Tong Wengai suddenly stopped and looked at her fixedly, unable to say a word. "What are you to me?" Anran looked at him and asked in a daze. Her hand that was holding onto the strap of her bag was so tightly that even she didn't realize it. Tong Wengai only looked at her and didn't speak again. After staring at him for a long time, Anran sneered and turned around. With her back to him, she said, "You're nothing to me." After saying that, he strode away. Tong Wengai watched as she opened the door, and then the door closed again with bang. Anran's figure completely disappeared from the door. She let out a long sigh and closed her eyes in pain. Anran walked out of River Heart Court. The sound of her shoes hitting the ground was muffled. Every step she took was heavy. Her anger made her lose her mind until she felt a faint pain in her stomach. It was only then that Anran realized the child in her stomach. She quickly protected her stomach and muttered in a low voice, "Baby, I'm sorry, Mommy forgot." The faint pain in her lower body scared her, and she leaned against the telephone pole by the roadside in a panic. She didn't know what to do, and her whole body seemed to be surrounded by fear. She quickly took out her phone from her bag and called Suyu Cheng directly. However, this time was different from the past. The phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. He hung up and called again, but it was the same. Anran didn't know where Suyu Cheng had gone, but the pain in her stomach didn't give her much time to think. She quickly got up, hailed a taxi, and asked him to drive directly to the hospital. The taxi driver was a middle-aged woman. When she saw that Anran's expression wasn't right, she asked about Anran's pregnancy. Without saying anything else, she stepped on the gas and rushed to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, she enthusiastically helped Anran in and comforted her. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't be nervous. The worst thing you can do is to be nervous and afraid. When I was pregnant with our child, there was once when the baby was in danger. My condition was much worse than yours, but I was fine in the end. So, relax, you'll be fine. Thank you, big sister." Anran thanked her weakly. At this moment, her face was pale and bloodless. When they arrived at the emergency room, the doctors and nurses saw the situation and quickly helped Anran up to help her lie flat. When they learned that she was pregnant, they hurriedly called over a gynecologist to do a detailed examination of her. There was some bleeding in her lower body, but it wasn't too serious. She had been sent to the hospital in time, and the heartbeat of the fetus was normal. The doctor gave her a shot of progesterone to stop the bleeding and protect the fetus. Then, she was transferred to another ward. However, for safety reasons, she still had to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. The female driver accompanied her until she entered the ward before leaving. Anran was very grateful to her, and after she left, Anran took her phone again and called Suyu Cheng, but still, no one picked up. Anran frowned worriedly, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. She wanted to call his office, but then she remembered that she didn't even know the number to his office. Just as Anran was sent to the hospital because she was too emotional, Suyu Cheng also had some trouble on his side. He was completely unprepared for this trouble, and he was caught off guard. Suyu Cheng had just arrived at his office in the morning, and just as he was about to have a meeting, a few uninvited guests arrived. They were people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. They looked at him with a serious expression and only said that they wanted him to go over and cooperate with the investigation. Suyu Cheng looked at them steadily, then finally nodded and followed them out. According to the rules, he was not allowed to bring any communication devices with him. Sitting in the slightly closed room, Suyu Cheng's face was calm and a little surprised. He knew that they had taken action, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. However, it didn't matter, as he had a clear conscience. The door was pushed open, and Yang Li, the head of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, came in with some documents. He looked at Suyu Cheng with a serious expression. He recognized Suyu Cheng. He had practically watched this child grow up. When he was still a soldier under the Su family's old master, Suyu Cheng had not been born yet. He had no parents, and the Su family's old master treated him extremely well, treating him like his own son. Su Wenqing also treated him like a brother, and whenever he didn't go home for New Year's or other festivals, he would go straight to the Su family to celebrate. Even now, he had to bring his wife and child back to visit them during New Year's or other festivals. However, he didn't expect that the Su family was so righteous. Old Master Su's temper was even tougher and more upright, so he never expected Suyu Cheng to have such a big problem in his conduct. He was corrupt and had accepted bribes, and the amount of money involved was so large. Sitting down in front of Suyu Cheng, Yang Li looked straight at him and didn't say anything for a long time. Suyu Cheng looked at him calmly and simply called out, "Deputy Director Yang." Yang Li retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. He threw the documents in his hand directly on the square table, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and put one in his mouth. He took a lighter and lit it up for himself, then looked at Suyu Cheng and asked, "Do you want one?" Suyu Cheng shook his head indifferently. "I quit." He didn't smoke much in the first place. He only smoked once in a while when he attended social events. Now that Anran was pregnant, he quit. Yang Li didn't say anything. He just nodded and placed the cigarette back on the table. Then, he frowned and continued smoking without saying a word. He didn't say anything, and Suyu Cheng also didn't say anything. He just looked at him indifferently. After he finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, Yang Li put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray on the table. Then, she looked at Suyu Cheng and slowly opened her mouth, saying, "I didn't expect that we would one day sit face to face like this." "I didn't expect that either." Suyu Cheng responded calmly. Yang Li looked at him and shook his head. "Ah Luo, how can you do this to your grandfather and father? How could he face a family like the Su family?" Suyu Cheng looked at him for a long time before he said, "Uncle Yang, you don't trust me? Yang Li looked at him firmly and said, "Of course I trust you. I've watched you grow up, so I naturally know what kind of person you are." Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile and continued, "It's just that a hero can't stand the charms of a beauty. The one I can't trust is your wife." Hearing this, Su Cheng furrowed his brows and looked at him in confusion. "I don't understand what you mean. What does this have to do with Anran?" Yang Li sighed softly and pushed the documents on the table to him. He said with a heavy tone, "Take a look for yourself. She accepted a gift of nearly 1,000,000 yuan behind your back." Su Cheng looked at him in disbelief and reached out to take the document from the table. Chapter 126, You Are My Girlfriend. Su Cheng's eyes were fixed on the document in his hand. It recorded that on the 2nd of June, Anran tried on a pearl necklace in front of a jewelry counter in Yintai department store on Guilin Road. Under the witness of the jewelry shop staff, Juhan directly passed the pearl necklace, which was worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan, to Anran. Even the surveillance video of them in the store at that time had been edited into a photo, and the two people in the photo could clearly be recognized as Juhan and Anran. Yang Li picked up the cigarette box on the table again, took out another cigarette from it, and lit it up. He took a deep puff and blew out a white smoke ring as he said, "Your wife isn't simple. She spent 5,000 yuan to buy a pearl worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan. She's really amazing." Su Cheng didn't say anything. He was already looking at the information in his hand. He reached out and flipped to the next page, which had detailed information about Anran's and Juhan's accounts. That afternoon, less than an hour after they left the mall, Anran did transfer 5,000 yuan to Juhan. She even indicated the purpose of the transfer this time, which was to buy a pearl necklace. Does she think that she can do it flawlessly? However, she clearly doesn't understand that buying something of a different value at a low price is the same as accepting a bribe if the price is too high. Yang Li said while smoking, "The colleagues from the Commission for Discipline Inspection have already contacted her." Su Cheng frowned unhappily, put down the document in his hand, looked up at her, and said, "Can I give her a call?" Yang Li looked at him and only spoke after a long time, "You know that's impossible." Su Cheng didn't say anything and just stared at him. He knew that his request was a little rude, but he was just worried that everything would happen too suddenly and that Anran wouldn't have enough time to prepare herself. She was still having nightmares last night and was scared. Moreover, she was pregnant. Yang Li returned his gaze and stubbed out the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray. He said, "When she comes over later, I'd like to see what kind of woman she is to have you so smitten that you've even given up on your own principles." Anran wouldn't do such a thing. He remembered that she had said that she had bought that necklace for Lin Li. It was the gift she had bought for Lin Li's wedding. He just didn't expect them to dig up the whole matter. Yang Li looked at him, and only opened his mouth to ask after a long while, "Do you know about this necklace?" Su Cheng looked back at him, nodded, and said frankly, "I know." Yang Li furrowed his brows and continued to ask, "Is it because of the necklace that you decided to ignore the public's opinion and give the Technology City project to the inexperienced and incompetent Vast Ocean Real Estate?" "No, the Technology City project ended up with the inexperienced Immensity C. That's the result of a vote by the people from the Investment Promotion Office. Everything was done according to reasonable procedures and there was no bias." Su Cheng said truthfully with a calm expression. Yang Li looked at him for a long time, then took the documents and stood up again. When he turned to leave, he held the door handle and said, "I'll call your dad." With the Su family's background, even if Su Cheng had really taken a bribe, it wouldn't be a problem for Su Wenqing and Su Hanian to protect him with their connections. Su Cheng didn't say anything. At the moment, he was still most worried about Anran. He didn't know if she would be scared, as she was so timid that even the sound of firecrackers could scare her. Because she couldn't find Su Cheng and didn't want her parents to worry, Anran finally called Lin Li. Perhaps she was really tired, but she felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier. While waiting for Lin Li to come over, she actually fell asleep in a daze. She was so deep asleep that the phone on the table rang several times without waking her. When she woke up again with her eyes half closed, Lin Li had already come over. Seeing that she had woken up, she quickly went up and asked, "Anzi, how are you? How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Will your stomach still hurt from the fall?" The anxiety between her brows revealed her worry and anxiety at the moment. Anran smiled at her comfortingly and shook her head. She reached out and touched her stomach, and as if she could feel the pulse of the baby in her stomach, the uneasiness in her heart slowly eased. She raised her head to look at Linley again and said apologetically, "Did I delay your work?" She felt a little apologetic. She knew that Linley had just returned to the company, and her excessive leave of absence would definitely make their department manager unhappy with her. However, she didn't know who Suyu Cheng was just now, and she didn't want her parents to worry, so she could only look for her in the end. As if she could see through her thoughts, Linley said in a bad mood, "What are you talking about? Work is not as important as you. You called me just now and you looked so weak. You even said that you were in the hospital to take care of your baby. I was almost scared to death." As he said that, he reached out to touch her cheek and said, "Thank God you're all right, thank God you're all right." And Ran nodded with a faint smile on her lips. At this time, the nurse came in with some documents. She raised her head to look at Anran and said with a smile, "You're awake." Anran nodded and smiled at her gently. "It's not a big problem. I've just taken your fetal heart rate. The child's condition is normal, don't worry," the nurse said as she flipped through the documents. She closed the folder and hugged it to her chest. "Now that you're a mother, you have to think more about the baby in your stomach. The baby is still very fragile and completely depends on the mother. Your emotions will directly affect the baby, so don't have too big of an emotional change in the future. It's most important to always be in a good mood. Otherwise, if you're unhappy, the baby will be unhappy as well." Hearing this, Anran nodded. "Okay, I got it." The nurse didn't say anything more. She took the thermometer and checked her temperature. After making sure that everything was normal, she smiled and said, "Okay, you should rest well for the next 2 days. You were a little red when you were sent here, and there were signs of a miscarriage, so you should stay in bed more and walk less. It's best if you can stay in the hospital for a few days for observation." "Okay, thank you, Miss Nurse." And Ran smiled and thanked him. The nurse didn't say anything else, but told her to rest well and relax. After the nurse left, Linley looked at her and asked, "What happened to you today? Why did you suddenly become like this? You encountered it?" Anran shook her head and smiled at her. "It's okay, I was careless." She didn't want to talk too much about what happened today. Just like what the nurse had said, she had to maintain a happy mood and not let anything bad affect her mood. This time, she was really scared to death. She couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Linley didn't force her. She turned her head and asked, "Where's your leader, Sue? Are you in a meeting?" This meeting was too long. It was almost 5 o'clock. Any longer and it would be done. It was almost time to get off work. Anran shook her head. She didn't know, either. She had called him many times before, but no one picked up. She didn't know if he was busy, but she had never seen him not returning her call for so long. No matter how busy he was, whenever he saw her and called him, he would always return her call. However, he didn't do so today. She looked at the phone on the bedside table and reached out to take it. "I'll call him again." When she took her phone, she realized that she had a few missed calls, all from the city landline. "Why are there so many missed calls?" he muttered with a frown. "What phone call?" Linley was curious. "Who called?" Anran shook her head and said, "I don't know. It was a call from a landline. I don't know who it is. Let me see." Linley looked at her suspiciously and reached out to take the phone from her hand. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, there were actually 5 missed calls. Thinking of her usual experience, she said, "It must be those phone promoters. They're the most annoying." Then, he felt that it didn't seem like it and muttered softly, "But it's rare to see someone so persistent, to actually hit so many in a row." And Ran also felt strange. She couldn't think of who would call her so many times. Just as the two of them were confused, the phone in Linley's hand rang again. It was the same landline phone. Linley glanced at Anran and said, "I'll pick him up." And Ran nodded and had no opinion. The phone rang a few times before Linley answered the call with some determination. "Hello, is it you, Anran?" On the other end of the phone was a slightly serious male voice, a little low. "Who are you?" Linley asked, frowning. The person on the other end of the phone didn't answer Linley's question, but asked directly, May I ask where Miss Gu is now? We have something to discuss with Miss Gu. Linley rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, I'm asking you who you are. Also, understand the situation. Understand what situation? As he spoke, he looked at Anran questioningly. Hearing this, Anran also frowned in confusion. The person on the other end of the phone was clearly unhappy with her uncooperative attitude. He said in a low voice, Miss Gu, just tell us where you are now. We're from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. As for what happened, we'll ask you to come back to cooperate with the investigation. I don't care if you want to investigate or find out more about the situation. You're the one who called me, and you're not even sincere about who you are. In that case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Linley hung up the phone. She said indignantly, what kind of person is he? What a joke. He wants me to tell him where you are for no reason. He even said that he wants an investigation for no reason. Does he think I'm stupid? It would be a miracle if I told him. What did that person say? Anran looked at Linley in confusion, feeling a little worried. She had heard about an investigation and an understanding of the situation, but she didn't know if it was what she was thinking, and she didn't know if the reason Suyi Cheng didn't pick up his phone was related to this. Who knows? He said a bunch of inexplicable things that I don't understand, and he didn't even say his name. There are really all kinds of birds in a big forest. Linley mumbled angrily and unhappily. She put her phone back on the bedside table and said to Anran, don't frown, and don't think too much. Did you forget what the nurse just said? She said that you need to rest more. Also, the most important thing is to keep your mood happy. My godson will only be happy if you're happy. Anran gave her a faint smile, looked at the phone on the table, and said, give me the phone. Hey, it's okay. Maybe your leader Su is really busy. Think about it. He's such a high-ranking official. He must be busy every day. Don't worry. Naturally, Linley was smart. From the words of those people just now, she associated it with Suyi Cheng's identity, so she naturally figured out something. However, Anran was still in bed, and the nurse had just told her to rest and pay attention to her emotions before she left. She didn't want Anran to be agitated again after she had just calmed down. Linley, give me your phone. If you don't give it to me, I'll still be worried. I know something might have happened to Suyi Cheng. Anran said calmly, but her heart was in a panic. She remembered what Linglan had said to her when she had come to find her. She wasn't trying to scare her, she was being serious. Anran. Linley looked at her with a worried expression. Anran smiled at her and stroked her stomach. She murmured, I'm prepared, and I believe in Yi Cheng. I won't let anything happen to the baby, don't worry. Linley didn't say anything more. She took the phone on the bedside table and handed it to her. Anran took it and pulled up the call record. She stared at the number on it for a long time before she dialed it. The phone was picked up very quickly. It was picked up almost as soon as it rang. The person who picked up the phone was still the same man who had spoken to Linley on the phone just now, but this time, his voice was less low and serious, and more surprised and startled. Jiu Anran? Anran took a deep breath, nodded, and said, yes, it's me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, before the sharp voice said, why doesn't the voice sound like the one just now? That was my friend, Anran explained. May I ask why you're looking for me? She asked again. Is there anything I can help you with? Where are you now? We are from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. We have some questions about Suyi Cheng that we want to ask you, and we hope you can cooperate with our work. The man said. Anran's heart sank. As expected, it was just as she had guessed. She clenched her hands on the pure white blanket and asked, Yi Cheng, is Yi Cheng with you now? Miss Jiu, there are some things that you shouldn't or can't ask. You only have to tell us your current address, and our colleagues will go over to find you. The person on the other end of the phone said in a serious tone. Anran was silent for a long time before she said, I'm in the inpatient department of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the 5th hospital of the city. You can come over now. After hanging up the phone, Linley, who was at the side, asked curiously, what did he say? Anran shook her head, but her hand clutched her phone tightly. He didn't say anything. Linley looked at her and asked tentatively, your Suyi Cheng is really in bad mood. No, I didn't. Anran interrupted her and said, it's not what you think. Ye Cheng would never do anything against his principles. Linley looked at her and didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded and said, well, don't worry. As long as he didn't do anything he shouldn't, there's nothing to worry about. In fact, from her brief contact with Su Yicheng, she also felt that Su Yicheng wasn't that kind of person. Ayn Rand didn't say anything. She just stared at her phone and slowly placed her hand on her flat stomach. Linley didn't say anything and just looked at her. The atmosphere in the ward was a little heavy and strange. Ayn Rand stared at her phone in a daze. Suddenly, she retracted her hand from Linley's and turned her head to see Linley smiling at her. Don't worry, she comforted her. Ayn Rand looked at her, and the tip of her nose felt a little sour, but she stubbornly raised her head to force her tears back. She nodded at her with force. Yes, yes. Su Yicheng had promised her that he would be fine. Although she was worried, she believed his words. Linley's phone rang at this time. She took it out of her bag and looked at it. It was a string of unfamiliar numbers, but it was also a number from Jian Cheng. She looked up at Ayn Rand and said, I'll take this call first. With that, he stood up and walked out. In the corridor, Linley picked up the phone and asked tentatively, hello, who's this? Ignoring Linley's question, the person on the other end of the phone directly asked, where are you now? Linley frowned. This voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was or where she had heard it before. She frowned and asked, who are you? Juhan. The two words came from the other side of the phone without any warmth, without a trace of emotion. You're not in the office. Linley was stunned for a while. She was too surprised. Oh my God, wasn't she just taking a day off? Did she have to trouble the company's president to call her personally? Due to a certain someone's abuse of power, she didn't expect to be fired less than a week after entering the company. Linley hurriedly explained, well, I've already asked for leave from Manager Shu, and he agreed to it. What she didn't mention was that although the old witch Shu agreed to her leave, she didn't look too good. It seemed that she was quite dissatisfied with her leave since she had just started working for less than a week. Juhan ignored her explanation and asked again, where are you now? Linley was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously, may I ask what's the matter? She was just a small sales employee who had just joined the company and had not even sold a house yet. As the leader of the company, he would not talk about work with an employee like her, right? But if they didn't talk about work, what else could they talk about? Linley seemed to hear Juhan sighing softly on the other end of the phone. Before she could confirm if she had heard wrongly, she heard his deep voice ring in her ear, saying, listen, I don't care where you are right now, but if someone calls you later and says that someone from the Commission for Discipline Inspection wants you to cooperate with the investigation, you must answer as I say. Ah, what did you say? Linley interrupted and asked. I'm not done yet. On the other end of the phone, Juhan's tone was a little heavy, and he continued to ask, didn't Jiu Anran give you a pearl necklace before? Where is that necklace now? A pearl necklace? Linley thought about it for a while and remembered that the day before she was going to marry Chengsheng, Anran had indeed given her a pearl necklace, and that necklace was currently in the apartment Anran had lent her. But the problem was, how did you know? Because I sold that necklace to her. Juhan explained indifferently. Linley was a little surprised. She thought that Anran had gone to the mall to pick it out for her, but she remembered that the color of the necklace was very beautiful. Listen, if someone asks about our relationship, just say that you're my girlfriend, okay? Juhan said on the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Linley's eyes widened. What? Girlfriend? Why? Why did she say that? If you want Jiu Anran and Su Yicheng to be fine, then do as I say, Juhan said in a low voice. Linley's brows were tightly furrowed. The more she listened, the more confused she became. I don't quite understand what you mean. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that you are now my girlfriend, and that pearl necklace was given to you by me from Jiu Anran. The purpose is to please you. It's enough to remember these points, Juhan said quickly. Linley didn't say anything. She still hadn't digested what he had just said. She really didn't understand the situation. What was all this about? Why should I say that I'm your girlfriend? He asked, dumbfounded. On the other end of the phone, Juhan seemed to be really angry with her. She only heard him gritting his teeth and saying, why? Because I'm your boss, and this is the job I'm giving you, so you must complete it. Don't ask why, remember what I just said, and just answer accordingly. Otherwise, don't come to work anymore. Then, without waiting for Linley to speak, he hung up the phone. Linley stared blankly at the black screen in her hand. It took her a long time to react, and she muttered to herself, "Who are they?" However, when she thought back to what he had just said, she seemed to have understood something. She turned around and wanted to go back to the ward to tell Anran, but she saw a few serious-looking men walking in the corridor of the hospital, led by a nurse, towards her. Linley was a little slow to react, and she watched them walk past her and into Anran's ward. When she finally came back to her senses, she wanted to go in again, but she was blocked by the man at the end of the line. He said with a dark expression, "I'm sorry, we're asking questions. You can't go in." Chapter 127, A False Alarm. The one inside is my friend. Linley glared at the man and said, "That won't do either." The man said. He didn't look at her again and directly closed the door, blocking Linley outside. Linley glared at the door for a while, but she was helpless. Sitting on a plastic chair in the corridor, Linley looked at the tightly shut door with some worry. She was a little nervous. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and a man came out. He looked at Linley with a dark expression, and after a long while, he asked, "You're Linley?" Linley nodded in a daze and asked, "Can I go in now?" She was still worried about Anran. The man looked at her coldly and turned to the side, saying, "Come in, we also have something to ask you." Because of Juhan's phone call just now, Linley was somewhat prepared. She entered the ward sideways and saw that since they were standing on both sides of Anran's bed, a man who was slightly older than the others said, "You're Linley." Linley nodded, looked at her, and then turned to look at Anran. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on her phone. She had never seen such a situation before, and she was still a little scared. The man walked over to her and said, "My surname is Yang. I'm the leader of the investigation team sent by the Provincial Party Committee to investigate Su Yicheng's corruption and bribery case. I hope you can answer my questions truthfully." Linley looked at him and nodded. "What do you want to ask?" she asked. "What's your relationship with Jiu Anran?" Yang Li asked, his eyes fixed on her eyes, as if he could see through her, not letting go of any slight changes on her face. "Friend, my best friend." Linley looked back at him and said firmly. Without giving Linley time to react, Yang Li continued to ask, "Then did Jiu Anran give you a pearl necklace worth 1,000,000 yuan on the 2nd of June this year?" He was still looking at her without blinking. "Yes." Linley nodded affirmatively, looked at him, and said, "I did receive a pearl necklace on the 2nd of June, but it was given to me by Anran by our boyfriend." "Who's your boyfriend?" Yang Li asked. "Juhan." Almost without thinking, Linley said it very calmly, as if she was just stating a fact, without a hint of unnaturalness. Yang Li looked at her, and only asked after a while, "Where is that necklace?" "In my house." Linley's face was calm as she looked at him and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my house with me now. I'll show you the necklace to prove that what I said is true." "All right." Yang Li looked at her and nodded. Then, he turned to his colleague and asked him to go back with Linley to confirm whether she was telling the truth. Linley glanced at Anran and nodded at her. Then, she turned around and left with the other staff. After Linley left, Yang Li turned his head and looked at Anran. He stared at her for a while before saying, "If you really just wanted to pass the necklace to Linley for Juhan, why did you transfer 5,000 yuan from your account to his husband?" "I borrowed 5,000 yuan from him before, but I couldn't find the right time to return the money to him. He came to look for me that day, so I asked for his account number and transferred it to him." Anran looked at him as she spoke, but she clenched her hands tightly under the blanket. Yang Li looked at her and asked, "Do you know about the tender for the Technology City project? Did Su Yicheng already decide to give Juhan the demolition project in the north of the city?" "I'm not sure." Anran said truthfully, "Yicheng never says anything about work at home, so he never told me anything about the bidding for Technology City. Also, I believe in Yicheng's character. He definitely won't do anything that goes against his principles. I believe that the final result of the bidding chose Juhan's company because of their own reasons." In fact, she could tell that Su Yicheng and Juhan didn't have a good relationship, and they didn't have any private contact. If Su Yicheng really had selfish motives, Would he still choose Juhan, the man who had betrayed his friendship? Yang Li looked at her for a long time, but he didn't see anything strange on her face. The few of them stood there in a deadlock, their faces still serious. However, they didn't ask Anran anything more, as if they were waiting for news from Lin Li to confirm whether what Lin Li said was true. Under the blanket, Anran's hand was gently placed on her lower abdomen, as if she was trying to feel the existence of the child in her stomach. Just as the atmosphere in the room was so serious that it was a little strange, there was a knock on the door. Yang Li furrowed his brows. He had clearly told the medical staff here that they wanted to ask some questions and that they were not to be disturbed. His eyes indicated for the colleague beside him to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he heard Qin Yun's voice coming from outside. Yang Li, what did you do to my wife and grandson? Upon hearing this, Anran and Yang Li, who were in the room, quickly turned their heads to look outside the ward. They saw Qin Yun standing at the door with an angry face, and Su Wenqing, who looked a little serious, was standing beside her. As Qin Yun spoke, she was about to enter but was stopped by the investigation team at the door. Sorry, we're asking questions. Interrogation. How did you interrogate him? You've already brought him to the hospital. Qin Yun was a little excited. When she received the call that Anran was in the hospital, she was so scared that her legs almost turned to jelly. It didn't matter who was in the hospital, but Anran was pregnant right now. How could she go to the hospital for no reason? Upon seeing this, Yang Li turned around and left. He stood at the door, looked at Su Wenqing and Qin Yun, and forced a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, move aside, let me in. Qin Yun looked at him and spoke in a very harsh tone. She didn't have time to talk to him. She was worried about Anran. Sister-in-law, Yang Li said with a troubled expression, look at me, I'm busy with work. Aren't you making things difficult for me? What's wrong with making things difficult for you? Is this how you guys act? Yang Li, I'm telling you, Anran is pregnant right now. If anything happens to her, I'd like to see how you'll face our old man. Qin Yun said with hatred, get out of my way, I want to go in. Yang Li knew that he wouldn't be able to take it if Qin Yun became rude and unreasonable, and only Su Wenqing could deal with Qin Yun's fiery temper. No matter what, as long as Su Wenqing spoke up, she would definitely not have any objections. As such, Yang Li looked at Su Wenqing, who was standing at the side, with a troubled expression, hoping that he would say something. Su Wenqing glanced at him and nodded. He then said to Qin Yun, all right, Yang Li is also on official business. We can't delay his work, so let him clarify the situation first. But Anran, Qin Yun wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by Anran who was in the ward. She heard Anran's voice from the ward. Mom, I'm fine. Hearing this, Qin Yun finally relaxed. She patted her chest and muttered, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. He then raised his voice and said to the ward, Anran, don't be afraid. It'll be fine. Dad and Mom are both outside. Yes, Anran replied, her hand slowly caressing her stomach. She relaxed and was no longer as nervous and scared as before. Yang Li closed the door and returned to Anran. Looking at her slightly pale face, he couldn't help but ask in concern, is your body really all right? In fact, it was just as Qin Yun had said. No matter what the results of the investigation were, if something really happened to Anran's stomach, he would really be too embarrassed to face the Su family's old master. Anran nodded. Yeah, it's nothing serious. Only then did Yang Li relax. He looked at her and nodded. After Qin Yun's disturbance, he wanted to ask but didn't know what else to ask. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from his colleague who had just gone to the apartment with Lin Li to get the necklace. He answered the call and asked, how is it? That necklace is indeed in Lin Li's house. She's telling the truth. The person on the other end of the phone said. Hearing this, Yang Li seemed to heave a sigh of relief as well. He nodded and said, I know. Then, he hung up the phone. When he looked at Anran again, the seriousness on his face was gone. With a slight smile, he said, I found the necklace in Lin Li's apartment. It was Juhan who asked me to send Lin Li to school. Anran only said lightly, yes. Yang Li nodded and looked at her as he said frankly, I watched Arjun grow up. He's almost like my own child. When I received the report that he was corrupt and bribed, to be honest, I was shocked myself. In my memory, Arjun would never do such a thing. Later, I saw that the information said that you were the one who accepted a gift worth millions. I can trust Arjun's character, but I can't trust you, a stranger. Anran didn't say anything and only looked at him. She could understand. After all, he was someone she had never met before. If it were her, she wouldn't believe him either. Yang Li continued, at his age, it's really not easy for Arjun to get to his current position without relying on his family's connections. Of course, sometimes, the higher you go, the more jealous people will naturally be, especially in a society where power is dominant. There's a saying that goes, if you don't attack others, others will attack you. It doesn't mean that you can live in peace just because you do your part. Those who really want to cause trouble will find a way to take you down because of your part. You're his wife, so your actions may become a tool for others to use against him. I hope that you'll be more considerate of Luo's point of view in the future and consider his position. Although it was a misunderstanding this time, it's enough to prove that someone really wanted to cause trouble for you. Hearing this, Anran stopped the elevator and promised, I will. She had always thought that she was doing a good job. Because she knew the uniqueness of his job, she had never asked him about anything related to his work. She had also never promised anyone anything on his behalf, whether verbally or in writing. However, she didn't expect that even after doing so, it was still impossible to guard against. If someone really had the intention, no matter how small the matter was, it would be used to make a fuss. No matter how simple and ordinary it looked, it would become fatal evidence. If it wasn't for Juhan this time, she didn't know what the outcome would be. Yang Lian didn't say anything more. He nodded at her, turned around, and opened the door. Just as he was about to leave, Anran called out to him from behind, wait a moment. Seeing that he was about to leave, Anran hurriedly called out to him. He had finished asking, but she still had some questions that she hadn't asked clearly. Yang Li turned his head in confusion and looked at her, asking, you still have something to do? Anran nodded, looked at him, and asked, Yu Cheng, is he? Without waiting for Anran to finish, Yang Li directly said, although I know this is a misunderstanding, we still need Su Yu Cheng's cooperation in the investigation. I can't say anything else. I can only say that if he has no problems, we naturally won't make things difficult for him. Anran looked at him and could only nod. She didn't ask any more questions. I understand. Yang Li glanced at her, then turned around to open the door and leave. The colleague from the investigation team who had come with him also followed him out of the ward. Outside the ward, Yang Li smiled and said to Qin Yun, sister-in-law, I've asked. You can go in. Qin Yun glanced at him in annoyance, but because she was worried about Anran's condition, she didn't have time to pay attention to him. She directly pushed his shoulder away and entered the ward. Anran. When Qin Yun came in and saw Anran's pale face, her heart ached. She quickly went up to sit on the stool beside her bed, took her hand, and said, why is your face so pale? Mom, she said. Anran smiled at her faintly, shook her head, and said, I'm fine, she said. This Yang Li is really. To think that the old master would always order me to make soup for him every time he comes. I'm just afraid that he won't have any soup to drink outside. Qin Yun said with some anger. Mom, she said. Anran held her hand and explained, it's not about team leader Yang. I was only admitted to the hospital because I was not careful. Team leader Yang is just here to ask me some questions and understand the situation. Is that so? Qin Yun furrowed her brows and said, that's also his fault. If he wanted to ask, then he should have asked. Doesn't he know how to pick the time? Can't he see that you're not feeling well? He even brought so many people over. He's just disturbing your rest. Qin Yun was really infuriated, and her words became a little unreasonable. Anran chuckled, knowing that Qin Yun's heart ached for her, but she also felt lucky for her. Everyone said that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most difficult to get along with in the world, but ever since she married Su Yu Cheng, Qin Yun had treated her well. She didn't believe in the so-called supernatural. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt that if she really had a past life, then she must have done a lot of good things in her past life, which was why she could meet a good husband like Su Yu Cheng in this life. To have met such a good mother-in-law like Qin Yun. How is it? What did the doctor say? Is there any problem? Chin Yun pulled her hand and pulled the blanket away. She looked at her stomach and asked with concern, "There's some red, but she's been injected with progesterone. The doctor has checked and the child is normal, but she needs to be hospitalized for a few days for observation," Anran said honestly. Hearing this, Chin Yun touched her stomach with heartache. After a long while, she said softly, "You must be very scared just now, right? Alua wasn't by your side." Anran nodded. When she found out that her stomach was in pain, she was really scared to death. She called Siya Cheng, but he couldn't be found no matter what, so she was even more flustered. But fortunately, their baby was very strong. As she thought about it, she reached out and gently stroked her stomach. "Mom, Yi Cheng will be fine, right?" she asked. Anran said softly. She already knew the answer in her heart, but she still couldn't help but want to ask. She wanted someone to tell her that Siya Cheng would be fine and that he would come back later. Chin Yun touched her head lovingly and said, "Yes, Arjun wouldn't do those things. Yang Li will find out. Arjun will be fine." Anran nodded with a faint smile on her face. Chin Yun raised her hand and looked at the time. Only then did she realize that it was almost 6 in the evening. Thinking that she must not have eaten anything at the hospital, she asked, "Are you hungry? Mommy will buy you some porridge, okay?" Anran shook her head. Although she hadn't eaten lunch, she didn't feel hungry, but she was a little tired. Knowing that Siya Cheng was fine, she could really relax. "Mom, I'm a little tired," he said to Chin Yun. "I want to sleep." Chin Yun nodded her head repeatedly and said, Okay. Go to sleep. Mom is here. You can sleep without worry." As he spoke, he helped her lie down. What she had experienced today felt more than what she had experienced in a year. Time felt longer, and she was really tired, both physically and mentally. She lay down and closed her eyes. It didn't take long for Anran to fall asleep. Chin Yun sat beside her for a while, and after making sure that she was sleeping soundly, she got up and left the ward. In her daze, she could smell a familiar scent, a familiar warmth on her face, and a familiar voice calling her name softly by her ear. His large palm was gently placed on her lower abdomen. "What?" Anran mumbled and slowly woke up. The lights in the ward were dimmed, but they weren't glaring. "You're awake?" That warm and pleasant voice sounded in her ear. It was low and a little affectionate. When Anran turned around, her eyes met Siya Cheng's sparkling eyes, and she looked at his handsome face that was so close to hers. They had just kissed each other affectionately when he left for work that morning, and they hadn't seen each other for at most 10 hours. However, at this moment, as she looked at Siya Cheng's familiar face, Anran felt as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The sourness at the tip of her nose stung her eyes, and she couldn't control the temperature in her eyes. The temperature in her eyes suddenly soared, and the moisture in her eyes quickly blurred her eyes. She reached out and touched his face, as if she wanted to feel that his existence was real and that he could be touched. Siya Cheng pulled her hand over and placed it on his face, letting her feel the heat of his body. He smiled at her and gently called her name, Anran. She dragged the last note and it sounded very lingering. The mist in her eyes grew more and more, until her eyes could no longer hold it. Then, pearl-like tears rolled down from her eyes. She was clearly crying, but she couldn't help but smile. She murmured his name, Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng. Siya Cheng pulled her hand down and put it to his mouth to ask, then reached out to wipe away her tears and said in a soft and loving voice, "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Anran pouted and shook her head, but she couldn't stop her tears. She couldn't wipe them all away. She turned her body to the side, leaving half of the bed empty, and patted her head. "Get on." Siya Cheng shook his head, touched her forehead, and said, "I'm covered in the smell of smoke." Those people were like chimneys, smoking one cigarette after another. "Get on." Anran looked at him with determination and patted the bed again. Siya Cheng smiled and shook his head helplessly. He stood up, took off his coat, and put it aside before lying down next to her. He pulled her into his arms and offered his arm for her to rest on. Anran pressed herself against him and hugged him tightly, more tightly than she had ever hugged before. Siya Cheng laughed, touched her head, and said with a smile, "Anran, I'm here. I won't leave." Anran didn't say anything, but she hugged him even more tightly. Siya Cheng sighed softly and lowered his head to kiss the center of her hair. He knew that he had scared her today. She was completely unprepared, so it was normal for her to be afraid. He had been prepared that those people would make a move on him in the near future and take advantage of the Technology City project to find his flaws, but he didn't expect that they would directly target Anran. This was something that he had not expected, so he had let his guard down, and Anran was not prepared at all. As he kissed the center of her hair, Suya Cheng said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have made you worry." Anran hugged him and shook her head, but she didn't speak. Suya Cheng hugged her back and gently patted her glass, and the two of them lay in bed in each other's arms. After a while, Suya Cheng remembered that when he had just returned, his mother had told him at the door that Anran hadn't had dinner yet and asked him to heat up the porridge she had ordered for Anran with hot water for her to eat when she woke up. He whispered into Anran's ear, "Anran, are you hungry? Can we get up and have some porridge?" After waiting for a long time and not hearing her answer, Suya Cheng lowered his head in confusion and saw that she had already fallen asleep in his arms with her eyes closed. He shook his head with a chuckle and gently patted her back. Thinking of everything that had happened today, he didn't want such a thing to happen again. He might still remember some things in the past, but some people didn't think so. Instead of waiting for others to bully him, it seemed that he should strike back. Compared to their despicable act of framing him, at least he had real evidence. Chapter 128, It's Good to Marry You. Anran was woken up by her hunger, and her empty stomach growled uncomfortably. When she woke up in a daze, it was still dark outside. She looked through the open window and saw that it was dark outside, with only a little white light. There was a small light on the other side of the bed, and it illuminated the entire room. When Anran turned her head to look, she saw Suya Cheng lying next to her with his back facing the light. Anran was stunned for a while before she reached out and gently touched his face. The real touch made her certain that she wasn't dreaming when she woke up in a daze last night. This touch and temperature wouldn't lie, and the corners of her mouth curved up beautifully. Suya Cheng had always been a light sleeper, so a light touch woke him up. His eyes were still a little hazy, and it took him a while to see her clearly. He smiled at her, raised his hand, and gently placed it on her hand. He pulled her hand to his lips and kissed it, then slowly said, "You're awake?" His voice was still hoarse and hazy from just waking up, and it was extremely low. Anran nodded. She was about to speak when her stomach beat her to it. Gu Lu. It was as if time had stopped. The two of them just looked at each other, and then there was no movement. Anran clearly felt her face heat up, as if it was on fire. Suya Cheng also realized what was going on, and he reached out to pinch her little nose with a smile, asking, "Are you hungry?" Anran nodded in embarrassment, then shook her head violently and said, I am not hungry. It's your stomach. Your little lover is hungry." With a red face, Anran said it seriously, but the credibility seemed to be a little low. Suya Cheng looked at her in amusement, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he went along with her and said, "Yes, my little lover is hungry." As he spoke, he bent over and kissed her flat stomach through her clothes. Then, he put his ear against her stomach and patted it gently. He even said to Anran's stomach in a serious tone, "Baby, are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" After a long while, he nodded and said, "Oh, okay. I'll ask her." Then, he sat up. Anran laughed at his serious expression, and the heat on her face faded. She looked at him with a smile and asked, "What did your little lover say to you?" Suya Cheng pinched her nose and said with a smile, "She'll eat whatever she says mommy will eat." Anran laughed and said, "It'd be best. .. He said it as if it was true. He reached out and rubbed her face, his fingers running across her delicate skin. He smiled and asked softly, "What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you." Anran turned to look outside and frowned. "It's not even daybreak yet." "It's fine. Breakfast restaurants usually open early," Suya Cheng said. Anran looked at him with her big eyes and said with a smile, "Then I'd like to have some plain porridge and some red bean paste buns." Can I have fried dough sticks?" she asked in a low voice. Suddenly, she really wanted to eat it, but she also knew that fried food was the most unhealthy. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng looked at her and said, "I'll buy you porridge and bean paste buns. As for you Xiao." He then shook his head and said, "You can't." "I knew it," Anran muttered in a low voice. Suya Cheng smiled and rubbed her head, then sat up, lifted the quilt, and got off the bed. As he put on his clothes, he said, I'm going to buy you some porridge and bin paste buns. Be good and wait for me here. Anran looked outside, then raised her hand to look at her watch. It was only 5:30, not even 6. Although she didn't know what time he came back last night, she could see how tired he was from the shadows under his eyes. Her heart ached for him. When he was about to turn around and go to the bathroom to wash his lunchbox, she reached out to hold his hand and said to him, why don't we go later? You can sleep a little longer. Siya Cheng smiled and touched her head, only saying, I don't want my baby to go hungry. She did not know if he was referring to her or the little lover in her stomach. And Ran was still shy, so she looked at him with a blushing face and a happy smile on her lips. When Chin Yoon arrived at the hospital with the pot of chicken soup that she had stewed overnight and the fragrant porridge that she had just made in the morning, she heard soft voices coming from inside before she even pushed the door open. I don't want to eat anymore. I still have porridge here. I really can't eat anymore. It was An Rant's voice. It was soft and sweet. Be good and eat this. You didn't eat much. It was Siya Cheng's voice, warm and doting. Chin Yoon didn't know that her strict son could speak in such a low and gentle tone. Chin Yoon was not in a hurry to go in. She carried her things and quietly eavesdropped on the situation inside. She was an understanding mother and also a mother-in-law who kept up with the times and knew how to be interesting. Naturally, she would not suddenly barge in and disturb them at this time. In the ward, Anran pointed at the table and said, no, I didn't. Look at me. I ate porridge, bin paste buns, and a shao mai. I really ate a lot. She was hungry, but not to the extent of a famine. He had actually bought porridge, bin paste buns, shao mai, and even soy milk, and all of them were for two. She had to eat all of these by herself. How could she finish them all? Siya Cheng looked at the disposable plate on the table and thought that she had indeed eaten a lot, so he nodded. Okay. He reached out his chopsticks and picked up the last shao mai dish on his plate. Then, he swallowed it along with the soybean milk. Anran lowered her head to look at the half-filled bowl of plain porridge in her bowl. Then, she looked at him and called out to him gently, Yi Cheng. What? Siya Cheng responded softly and looked up at her. What's wrong? As he spoke, he took the napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. Anran poked at the porridge in the bowl with a spoon, then looked at him and said, can I just waste my food for once? As she said this, she even made a special promise to him, not much, just a little. Look. As she spoke, she showed him the half-filled bowl of rice, as if to prove that she was telling the truth. You. Siya Cheng shook his head with a chuckle and looked at her affectionately. He reached out to take the bowl from her hand, then finished the remaining congee in a few bites. Anran looked at her with a smile on her face. Yi Cheng, you're the best. After eating, Siya Cheng affectionately tapped her nose, then began to clean up the things on the table. Mom, why are you standing at the door? Why don't you go in? Siya Jiao's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, the two people in the room looked at each other, and then looked straight at the door of the ward. The door opened, and Siya Jiao came in with a big basket of fruit. Anran saw Chin Yoon, who was behind her, looking at Siya Jiao with a hint of resentment in her eyes, as if she was blaming Siya Jiao for ruining her happy occasion. Siya Jiao didn't notice her mother's resentful eyes at all. She came in with a fruit basket and greeted Anran and Siya Cheng with a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, good morning. As he spoke, he walked over to Anran. Looking at her ruddy complexion, he asked, sister-in-law, are you all right? Are you feeling well? Anran nodded at her. Yes, it's good. Siya Jiao nodded, then turned to Siya Cheng and asked, brother, are you okay? She only found out that her brother had been invited to tea by Uncle Yang when she got home yesterday. I'm fine. Siya Cheng only said this lightly, but his hands didn't stop moving. He immediately cleared away the disposable utensils left behind from the breakfast they had just finished. Upon hearing this, Siya Jiao knew that when he said that he was fine, he was definitely fine, so she didn't ask much. However, she was a little worried about those who had offended her brother. She and Siya Cheng had been siblings for 26 years, so she definitely didn't think that her brother, that black-bellied wolf, would let this matter go. Moreover, she heard from her mother that this time, it had even implicated her sister-in-law and almost caused her to have a miscarriage, so the consequences were obviously serious. Chin Yun put away her resentful eyes and walked over to Anran with a smile on her face. She put the chicken soup and congee in her hands on the cabinet next to her and said with a smile, "I wanted to bring you breakfast earlier, but I didn't expect you to have already eaten." After putting the things on the cabinet, he turned around and looked at Anran again. Seeing that her face was ruddy and not as pale as yesterday, he couldn't help but smile and nod. "You look much better than yesterday." Anran smiled faintly and looked at the thermos on the bedside table. She then turned to Chin Yun and said, a little embarrassed, "Mom, it's such a long journey. Don't give us any more in the future. We'll buy it ourselves." It was more than an hour's drive from the military compound to the city. It would be very tiring to come so early in the morning and also to make porridge and soup. Chin Yun furrowed her brows and said disapprovingly, "How can the ones bought outside compare to the ones made at home?" Anran took her hand and said softly, "Mom, we just don't want you to suffer so much." Chin Yun looked at her for a long time before she sniffled and turned to Su Yicheng and Su Yijiao. "See, I told you. A daughter-in-law is better than any son or daughter. She's the best at caring for others." Then, he turned his head and glanced at Su Yijiao, who was standing beside him, and said coldly, "Unlike some people, at this age, don't even talk about feeling sorry for me. It's good if she doesn't get angry at me. It's fine if she doesn't come back for a month, but she doesn't even call me. If something happens to me one day, she'll definitely not know anything." Su Yijiao rolled her eyes. She naturally understood the meaning behind Anran's words. She looked at Anran bitterly and said, "Sister-in-law, can you not be so nice? Look at how much Mom likes you, but I'm being criticized by her every day. I'm about to break down." He even shouted a few times in an exaggerated manner. Anran and Chin Yun couldn't help but laugh. Chin Yun even rewarded her with a chestnut and said, "It's only after comparing that I know there are good and bad. If you're unfilial, then so be it. Why are you pulling other people's strings?" Su Yicheng rubbed his head, which was a little painful, and wrinkled his nose as he said, okay. To show my filial piety, I'll have someone send over the nutritious meals sister-in-law will have at the hospital in the next few days. I guarantee that they'll be fresh and nutritious." As he said that, he went forward and put his arm around Chin Yun's shoulder. He said in a fawning tone, "How about this, my dearest mother?" Chin Yun looked at her, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. "That's more like it." Looking at them, Anran chuckled. She was in a good mood. When Su Yicheng returned from taking out the trash, the phone in his pocket rang. It was Yi Zaiwen. He didn't interrupt the women's conversation inside. He took the phone to the corridor outside the ward and answered the call. "Ah Luo, are you okay? I heard from my old man that you were invited to have tea yesterday." Yesterday, when he went back to the courtyard, his old man had specifically asked him about Arjun, which made him very confused. After listening for a long time, he finally understood that Arjun had been invited to tea by the investigation team of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The matter seemed to have caused quite a big deal, and the provincial office had specially sent people over. "It's fine. Can I still answer your call if there's anything?" Su Yicheng said with a faint smile, then sat down on a plastic chair against the wall, crossing his legs elegantly. "Ha, that's true." Yi Zaiwen laughed and said, "But it seems like you've offended quite a few people. Otherwise, why would you have such a mess?" Upon hearing this, Su Yicheng softly responded, "Well, maybe." His sudden promotion had probably hindered the interests of many people. "I heard that Jiyu Anran was admitted to the hospital. Is she all right?" Yi Zaiwen asked out of concern. "I'm fine." As he spoke, he gently opened the door and looked at the person inside. He thought of something and said into the phone, "Ziwen, help me gather some information." The person on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Yi Zaiwen asked, "You're ready to take action?" As he held the phone, Su Yicheng only said, "I just don't want to be so passive every time." Yi Zaiwen did not say much and only said, "I know. If you want me to investigate anything, send me an email later." "Yes." Su Yicheng nodded in response. Some things and some people didn't seem to be what he thought. Since he had chosen to start like this, there should always be an end. That. On the other end of the phone, Yi Zaiwen suddenly stammered. He wanted to ask something, but he looked a little hesitant. Su Yicheng slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What?" On the other end of the phone, Yi Zaiwen took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. He asked, "Have you seen Lil Jiao recently, Yi Jiao?" Su Cheng frowned, stood up, turned around, and half pushed the door open. He looked at Su Jiao, who was now in the ward with an exaggerated frown, and asked, "What happened between you and Yi Jiao?" "No, nothing," Yi Zaiwen hurriedly explained, "I'm just asking. I just came back from abroad and haven't seen him for a few days, so I'm just asking. It's nothing special." The more he explained, the more Su Cheng felt that he was guilty. He narrowed his eyes and reminded him, I hope you still remember what I said to you at the bar last time." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Yi Zaiwen said, "I still have something to do here, I'll hang up first." Then, without waiting for Su Cheng to say anything, she hung up the phone. Su Cheng looked at his phone and shook his head helplessly. Su Jiao stayed in the hospital for a long time before she received a call from the store. She then got up to leave, but just as she was about to leave, Su Cheng stopped her at the door of the ward and asked, "What's going on between you and Zaiwen recently?" Su Jiao's eyes flickered, and she avoided his eyes, only saying, "No, nothing. Yi Jiao, if Zaiwen is always like this, then let him go." She was his younger sister and he did not want to see her get hurt for her empress, even if the person was Yi Zaiwen. Su Jiao was silent for a while. In the end, she nodded, only leaving "I got it" behind, and then left. Qin Yun stayed in the hospital for a while longer, but knowing that Su Cheng wasn't going to work today, she was not afraid that Anran wouldn't be taken care of. Then, she got up and returned to the military compound. However, before she left, she repeatedly reminded Su Cheng to heat up the chicken soup for Anran, saying that pregnant women should take good care of themselves when they see red. After the two of them left, Su Cheng and Anran were the only ones left in the ward. He closed the door and sat down by her bed. He put his arm around her shoulders and let her rest her head on his body. Anran laid on his head with a peace of mind, her small hand playing with his large palm. The joints of his index and middle fingers had some calluses from holding a pen for years, and they protruded slightly when she touched them. With a smile on her face, she said softly, "Mom, Yi Jiao, and everyone else are so good to me. Silly girl, we're family. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Su Cheng said softly. Anran turned her head and looked at him. She said in a good mood, "It's great to marry you. It's the best decision I've ever made in my life." Not only did he dote on her, but his family also treated her so well. She was really glad that she was so lucky. Su Cheng also laughed and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. "Only you would be so bold as to propose marriage to a stranger." Anran stuck out her tongue at him slyly and said, "Only you would agree to my proposal without even thinking about it." Su Cheng raised his eyebrows. "So," he said, "you're saying that we're made for each other?" Anran thought for a moment and nodded seriously. "Yes, it looks like that." They actually got along so well. They were definitely a destined couple. The two of them laughed and leaned back into his arms. Anran was still holding his big hand and playing with his fingers. Su Cheng was also enjoying this moment. He lowered his head and smelled the fragrance of her hair, a happy and satisfied smile on his lips. The two of them sat in each other's arms for a while, then Su Cheng gently whispered in her ear, "Are you tired? Do you want to sleep for a while?" She raised her hand to look at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. She had woken up very early in the morning. After such a long time, she should be sleepy. Leaning in her arms, Anran shook her head. After a while, she said, "I'm sorry," she said. His voice was low and he didn't sound as happy as before. He seemed to be in low spirits. "What's wrong?" Su Cheng asked with a frown. After a long silence, Anran said, "I didn't know that the necklace was so expensive. I didn't think much about it when Juhan transferred it to me. However, she didn't expect that because of her negligence, he almost had to bear the crime of corruption and bribery." Although she explained it clearly in the end, she still felt sorry in her heart. If it wasn't for Juhan this time, she probably wouldn't be able to explain it clearly even if she had 10 mouths. "Silly girl, it's not your fault." Su Cheng tightened his grip on her and said, "There are some people who want to cause trouble in the dark. Even if you don't have that necklace, there will be other things. It's inevitable." She suddenly thought of something and asked, "What did you say to Uncle Yang?" If he were to tell the truth, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it. Anran shook her head, turned around, and said to him, "Actually, it was Juhan who told me to say that." "Juhan?" Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows, but then he thought of something and nodded. "That's true. Is the other party involved?" "Before team leader Yang and the others came in, I received a text message from him. He said that if he wanted you to be fine, I should do as he said. He wanted me to say that I was the one who gave the necklace to Lin Li on his behalf, because he would say the same thing when the time came. That way, the confession would match." Actually, when she received Juhan's text message, she didn't know if she should listen to him, but at that time, she didn't seem to have any other choice. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng was silent for a while before he faintly replied, "Is that so?" Anran nodded, turned around, and leaned against him. She seemed to be a little emotional as she said, "I seem to have a lot more to learn to be your wife." Suya Cheng hugged her and rested his chin on her shoulder, asking, "Do you feel tired being my wife?" "I won't." Anran shook her head without thinking and said, "I won't feel tired because you've doted on me much more than this. I just don't want to be a burden to you in the future." She didn't want to cause him any unnecessary trouble. If she could avoid some things, then she would be sharing his burden. Suya Cheng kissed her cheek and said gently, "No, you're doing very well." Anran tilted her head slightly and shared a sweet kiss with him. While the two of them were hugging each other sweetly, Anran's phone on the bedside table rang at this time. It flashed with a faint pink light and screamed wildly. Suya Cheng reluctantly let go of her and touched her face. After the two of them had soothed their basic breathing, he turned around and took the phone. It was a call from Lin Xiaofen. Anran didn't tell Lin Xiaofen that she had almost suffered a miscarriage and was hospitalized because she was afraid that Lin Xiaofen would worry. She pressed the answer button and was about to call her when she heard Lin Xiaofen angrily say into the phone, "Jiu Anran, I told you not to come into contact with Tong Wengai. Why didn't you listen?" Chapter 129, Slap. Jiu Anran, I told you not to come into contact with Tong Wengai. Why didn't you listen? Lin Xiaofen's voice was so loud that even when Big Knife Anran was holding the phone, Suya Cheng could hear Lin Xiaofen's angry roar. Anran was stunned and didn't react for a long time. She was really a little frightened by her mother's angry roar and accusation, mainly because she was caught off guard and completely unprepared. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaofen was still a little excited. She shouted at Anran, "Jiu Anran, if you see Tong Wengai again in the future, don't call me your mother." After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, not even giving Anran time to react. Anran stared at her phone in a daze. Even though the call had been hung up, she still couldn't react in time. In her memory, Lin Xiaofen had never yelled at her like this before, and no matter how angry she was, she had never been so hysterical. In her memory, they had quarreled before. That was the last time they had a disagreement about her marriage. However, no matter how angry they had never said such harsh words. Never. Suya Cheng took the phone from her hand and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong?" Anran finally snapped out of her daze and looked at him. She didn't say anything for a long time, but the tip of her nose felt really sour, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Then, she couldn't control her tears and they started to flow. Suya Cheng's heart ached a little as he reached out to wipe the tears on her cheeks and coaxed her, "You went to see Tong Wengai yesterday?" Anran nodded, but she couldn't stop her tears. She just felt wronged, and she felt terrible in her heart. She clearly didn't do anything, but it seemed like everyone was criticizing her. Tong Wengai was like this, and now, even her mother was the same. "What did Tong Wengai say to you yesterday?" Suya Cheng asked. As he looked at her, he began to suspect that Anran's near miscarriage had something to do with Tong Wengai. Anran didn't say anything. She opened her eyes and didn't look at him. He reached out and lifted her face to let her look into his eyes. He looked at her and said, "Anran, can you not tell me?" Anran shook her head and looked at him for a long time before she said, "He came to me and told me not to get involved in Mo Fia and Tong Xiaoji's marriage." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng subconsciously frowned in displeasure. Anran wiped the tears from her face and turned to look out the window. After a while, she said, "Yesterday, Tong Wengai asked me if I had any manners. He asked me how my father taught me." Suya Cheng looked at her and didn't say anything for a moment. "What right do you think he has to lecture me? Just because he's Yingluo?" Ayn Rand suddenly stopped talking. Suya Cheng didn't miss her tightly clenched hands on the blanket. He seemed to be a little agitated, as if he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. As he looked at her, Suya Cheng seemed to think that she already knew something. He looked at her worriedly and called out softly, "Ayn Rand." As if she was afraid he would worry, Ayn Rand turned her head and smiled at him. She only said, "I suddenly feel so tired. I want to sleep for a while." Suya Cheng looked at her without saying anything. He only nodded slightly and helped her lie down. Then, he covered her with the blanket and kissed her forehead. He only said, "Go to sleep." Ayn Rand nodded and closed her eyes. The phone in Suya Cheng's pocket rang. It was a call from Secretary Jen, but he didn't pick it up and directly hung up. He sat next to her for a while to make sure she was asleep before he turned around and left. However, he didn't notice that the moment he closed the door, Ayn Rand opened her eyes and looked ahead with a blank expression. In the corridor, Suya Cheng was returning a call to Secretary Jen, who had just called him. "Okay, I got it. Call me if there's anything. I won't be going to the office today." She didn't know what Secretary Jen said on the other end of the phone, but Suya Cheng said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After hanging up the phone, Suya Cheng was about to put his phone back into his pocket when he heard someone behind him call out to him in surprise and uncertainty, "Deputy City Su." Only then did Suya Cheng turn his head. Like that person, he was also a little surprised to meet Tong Wengai here. Putting the phone back into his pocket, Suya Cheng looked at Tong Wengai with a slight smile and said, "Bureau Chief Tong, what a coincidence." Tong Wengai also laughed. He looked at him and nodded. "I heard about what happened yesterday, but now that I've seen Deputy City Su, I'm relieved. I think there must be some misunderstanding, but it's good that it's resolved. It's good that it's okay." Suya Cheng walked over to him, and although he had a smile on his face, it was obvious that the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Yes, it's indeed a misunderstanding. Someone reported that I accepted a bribe, so I insisted on choosing Hanai Real Estate for the demolition project in the north of the city." Tong Wengai looked at him and revealed a slightly surprised expression. "Is that so? This is too ridiculous." Suya Cheng remained indifferent and didn't respond to his words. Tong Wengai looked at him, and his eyes flickered a little. Seeing that he was no longer asking this question, he changed the topic and said, "Deputy City Master Su, why are you here? Is your friend sick?" Suya Cheng still had a faint smile on his face, but the look in his eyes seemed to have deepened a little. He simply shook his head and said, "No, he's my lover." Ayn Rand, hearing this, Tong Wengai was stunned. He found it hard to believe and said, "How can this be? She looked pretty good when I saw her yesterday." Suya Cheng nodded and simply said, "Yes, she came to the hospital after meeting with Director Tong. The doctor said that she was too emotional. That's why she almost had a miscarriage." Tong Wengai looked at him in a daze. After a while, he asked, "Ayn Rand is pregnant?" Suya Cheng nodded, took a step closer to him, and asked him with a faint smile, "What exactly did Bureau Chief Tong say to her yesterday? How could she be so agitated?" Tong Wengai was stunned. He looked at him, unable to say a word. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, the door behind Tong Wengai suddenly opened. Mo Fear came out of the ward and saw Tong Wengai and Suya Cheng standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment, then slightly furrowed his brows, looked at Suya Cheng, and said, "Deputy Mayor Su, what a coincidence." Suya Cheng turned to look at him and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, President Mo is here too." Mo Fear nodded at him. His face was a little stiff, and he didn't show much expression. "How is Ayn Rand?" Tong Wengai looked at Suya Cheng with a complicated expression and asked after a long time. Before Suya Cheng could speak, Mo Fear, who was standing beside him, asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Ayn Rand?" His originally emotionless face was replaced by worry and anxiety. Suya Cheng looked at them, chuckled, and said, "Bureau Chief Tong and President Mo are both very concerned about my wife." Mo Fear's face stiffened, and his hands that were hanging by his sides clenched tightly, as if he was suppressing some kind of emotion. Tong Wengai's expression was also a little unnatural, and his eyes were wandering, not looking at Suya Cheng. Suya Cheng coldly smirked and said, "Thank you for your love. Ayn Rand is very good." Then, he raised his hand to look at the time. "Sorry, I've been out for too long. I'll go back first." Then, he turned around and walked toward Ayn Rand's room, which was 2 rooms away. When he entered, Anran was still asleep. Her eyes were closed and she was lying on her side. Her position hadn't changed at all, but her brows seemed to be tightly furrowed. Suya Cheng sighed softly and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles between her eyebrows. Then Anran sat down on the chair by her bed. In fact, the last time Anran asked him to investigate Tong Wengai, he had also found someone to investigate Lin Xiaofen's information. There were some things that the clearer you were, the more annoyed you felt. Being unclear and not knowing was actually the happiest, and most relaxing thing. He didn't want Anran to know. Even though she had the right to know all of this, he was selfish and didn't want to tell her, because he knew that the current state of life was the best for her, and once she knew that, she would definitely not be happier than she was now. He didn't want to care about the truth or the reason. He just wanted her to be happy and not have any worries. His brows would never be furrowed like before. He wanted her to be happy, These were all his responsibilities. As she was thinking about this, Anran's phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. The ringtone was a little abrupt. Suya Cheng quickly grabbed the phone and muted it. Then, he glanced at Anran, who was still in bed, and saw that her eyes were still closed and she hadn't been woken up. Only then did he look down at the caller ID displayed on his phone screen. It was Jiyu Hengwen. Suya Cheng then left the ward with his phone. She pressed the answer button, but before she could speak, she heard Jiyu Hengwen say with a slight smile, Ran, are you busy? Come home with Arjun for dinner tonight. Dad, it's Yi Cheng. Suya Cheng said with a faint smile as he held the phone. Jiyu Hengwen was a little surprised, but he was still very happy. He said, Kun, you're not working today. Yes, I didn't go today. Suya Cheng replied, you're right. It's the weekend today. No matter how busy you are with work, you should rest and relax. Jiyu Wengheng said, yes. Suya Cheng nodded. Dad, he said, school is starting soon, right? It was almost September, and the new semester was about to begin. Yeah, I'm going to be busy again. Jiyu Hengwen laughed, then asked tentatively, Luo, what is Ran doing? Suya Cheng knew what he wanted to ask, so he said directly, Dad, Anran is asleep. Sigh, Ran must be blaming her mother. Jiyu Hengwen sighed and said, no, Anran is just a little tired. Suya Cheng explained, no daughter would really be angry with her mother. Xiaofen was a little emotional just now, so she said those harsh words. In fact, she regretted it the moment she hung up the phone, so she couldn't bring herself to do it. She asked me to call you guys and ask you to come home for dinner tonight. Her pot of chicken soup has been stewing in the pot since last night, just waiting for you guys to come back and drink it. Jiyu Hengwen said with a smile, I thought you had work today, so I wanted you to come over at night and have a good family gathering. What a coincidence. If you don't have work today, take Anran home at noon. We can play chess after lunch. Today, I'm going to take revenge and turn the tables. Suya Cheng also laughed, but he turned his head to look at the ward. He had asked the doctor, and the doctor said that Anran needed to rest in a quiet room for the next few days, so she should try not to get tired and walk around. He said apologetically into the phone, Dad, we might not be able to make it. Let's wait a few days. I'll take Anran back in a few days. What's wrong? Jiyu Hengwen was confused. He thought that Anran was still angry about Lin Xiaofen's phone call, so he asked, is Ran really angry? Dad, don't think too much about it. Anran isn't angry. She just had a small accident. She's in the hospital now. The doctor said that she should try to rest in bed for the next few days and not move around too much. Suya Cheng said frankly, is Ran in the hospital? Jiyu Hengwen was obviously very surprised by this news. What's going on? Why is Ran in the hospital? It seemed that Lin Xiaofen was also there. When she heard that Anran was in the hospital, she kept asking questions. Her anxiety and worry didn't need to be expressed. Dad, Mom, she's fine now. She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Don't worry. Suya Cheng tried to comfort her. At this moment, Tong Wengai came out of the ward next door and turned his head, just in time to meet Suya Cheng's eyes. How could we not be worried? Why didn't you inform us that something happened to Anran? We are Anran's parents. The phone was snatched by Lin Xiaofen. She held the phone and said with some urgency, Luo, Where are you now? We'll go over now. Suya Cheng had no choice but to tell her the address. She's at the city's 5th hospital, in the inpatient department of the obstetrics and gynecology department. We'll head over now. After she finished speaking, Lin Xiaofen directly hung up the phone. Suya Cheng shook his head and put away his phone. When he turned around, he saw Tong Wengai walking toward him and then standing in front of him. Suya Cheng looked at him without much expression on his face, and he only asked, "Bureau Chief Tong, what's the matter?" Tong Wengai looked at the ward, then looked at him and asked, "Can I go in and see Anran?" If she wasn't mistaken, Suya Jiao felt that he seemed to see a sense of guilt in his eyes. Suya Cheng coldly said, "I'm sorry, I don't want Anran to lose control of her emotions when she sees you. The doctor specifically said that Anran needs to rest. I'm her darling." Tong Wengai wanted to explain, but he suddenly realized something and stopped. Suya Cheng just looked at him, staring at him with a serious expression, without a trace of warmth in his expression. After a while, he pursed his lips and asked, "What is Bureau Chief Tong to Anran?" Tong Wengai shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's nothing." Suya Cheng didn't ask any more questions. He just glanced at him, turned around, and entered the ward, closing the door behind him. Outside the door, Tong Wengai was standing with a bitter smile. Suddenly, the sound of high heels stepping on the marble floor came from the elevator. He turned around and saw Mrs. Tong dressed like a rich lady, holding Chanel's latest handbag and walking over to him. She anxiously grabbed Tong Wengai's hand and asked, "Wenhai, how is Xiao Nuo? Why did he suddenly fall? Is this the ward?" As he spoke, he was about to push open the door to the ward behind Tong Wengai, but he was pulled back by Tong Wengai. Mrs. Tong turned her head and looked at him with a strange expression. She asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Tong Wengai looked at her for a long time before he said, "It's not this one." Then, he let go of her hand and walked directly to Tong Xiaoji's ward. Mrs. Tong looked at the tightly shut door of the ward with some doubt, then quickly caught up with Tong Wengai in front. When Jiyu Hengwen and Lin Xiaofen arrived at the hospital, Anran was still unconscious. Suya Cheng briefly told them about what had happened in a low voice. Of course, he didn't want them to worry about him while worrying about Anran, so he didn't mention anything about himself to them. After hearing this, Lin Xiaofen looked at Anran, who was lying on the bed, in a daze. She saw that Anran's small face was slightly pale, and she remorsefully scolded herself hundreds of times. Jiyu Wengheng could see that she was upset. He reached out to hold her shoulders and comforted her softly. "All right, don't feel bad. Anran is fine. Don't blame yourself." Perhaps the noise in the room had woken and ran up. She moved her long eyelashes and slowly woke up. Seeing Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen in the room, he was slightly stunned. He looked at them with some uncertainty and called out, "Dad, Mom, what are you guys doing here?" As she spoke, she cast a puzzled look at Suya Cheng, who was standing to the side. It was only then that they noticed that she had already woken up. Lin Xiaofen strode forward and looked at her. She touched her face with heartache and said, "I'm sorry, it's Mom's fault. It took Anran a while to react." "Mom," she looked at her and slowly raised her hand to hold hers. Looking at her, Lin Xiaofen's nose started to sting, and her eyes were also very red. She said, "Mom shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. You'll always be my daughter, forever." "Yes, yes." Anran nodded firmly. Suya Cheng and Jiyu Hengwen looked on, shook their heads, and laughed. Lin Xiaofen stayed in the hospital to accompany Anran for the entire afternoon. It was only in the evening that she and Jiyu Hengwen prepared to go back. Suya Cheng sent them out, and as Lin Xiaofen walked, she muttered, "When I go back, I'll buy a pigeon from the market and make some soup. Ranran should be tired of eating chicken soup all day." "Oh, yes, yes, yes. Also, we need to buy some pig trotters. Pregnant women need calcium." Upon hearing this, Jiyu Hengwen and Suya Cheng looked at each other and smiled. Suya Cheng even thanked her and said, "Thank you, Mom. I've troubled you." Lin Xiaofen gave him a strange look and said, "Ranran is my daughter. If I don't trouble her, who will?" Suya Cheng nodded repeatedly and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes, Mom is right." The elevator was coming up from the bottom, and the red number kept changing. The three of them stood at the elevator door and waited. The floor wasn't that high, so the elevator arrived very quickly. Within a few seconds, they heard a ding and the elevator door opened. However, when they saw Tong Wengai and Mo Fei coming out, they were all stunned and didn't know how to react. Tong Wengai and Mo Fei, who were in the elevator, were also stunned. They stared at them and almost forgot to come out. The first to react was Su Yicheng. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lin Xiaofen suddenly move slowly. She glared at Tong Wengai in front of her, then stepped forward. Su Yicheng didn't know what she wanted to do and instinctively thought that she was going to question Tong Wengai. However, he was wrong. It wasn't an interrogation, but a slap. Pa, pa, pa. Lin Xiaofen raised her hand, and that slap directly landed on the left side of Tong Wengai's face ruthlessly and accurately. The force was so strong that Tong Wengai's face was directly slanted to the side. Then, a bright red palm print immediately appeared on Tong Wengai's face. For a moment, everything seemed to have stopped. No one said a word. Even the nurse who was passing by stopped in her tracks when she saw this scene. It could be said that Lin Xiaofen had used up all her strength in that slap just now. Even after the slap, her hand was still a little numb and trembling from the force. Because she was angry, her chest heaved up and down a little. Looking at him, Lin Xiaofen asked with hatred, "Tong Wengai, who do you think you are? What right do you have to question and criticize my daughter?" Tong Wengai turned his head and looked at her. His lips were tightly pursed, and his hands that hung by his sides were tightly clenched. Jiyu Hengwen, who was at the side, also reacted at this time. He called out to her in a slightly worried voice, "Xiaofen." Tong Wengai reached out, wanting to pull her back to his side, but Lin Xiaofen directly brushed his hand away. He turned to look at Mo Fei, who was holding a thermal flask, and pointed at him. With a sharp gaze, he said, "And you, why are you still pestering my daughter? Didn't you leave in a cool manner? Why are you turning back now? Why do you want Anran to be accused of breaking up your marriage? What right do you have to treat her like this?" As she spoke, Lin Xiaofen was on the verge of breaking down. She roared at them, "What do we, mother and daughter, owe you? What right do you have to defile us like this?" As she spoke, her tears flowed uncontrollably. "You have a better choice. You can use marriage to get everything you want, so just get lost. Do we want a man like this? We don't want him at all. I just want you to get lost. Get lost far away. Don't come in front of us and dirty our eyes." Tong Wengai tightly pursed his lips and avoided her gaze, not in a hurry to meet her eyes. The handprint on his face was getting more and more obvious and red, and it looked a little scary. Mo Fei couldn't say a word. The hand that was holding the thermal flask was so tight that the veins were about to pop out. Lin Xiaofen was on the verge of breaking down as she cried. Her entire body suddenly felt weak. Fortunately, Jiyu Hengwen, who had reached behind her, was quick to react and directly pulled her into his arms. Then, he raised his head to look at Tong Wengai and Mo Fei and said softly, "Let's go," he said. Su Yicheng indifferently asked Tong Wengai and Mo Fei to make way, then sent Jiyu Hengwen and Lin Xiaofen off. Chapter 130 An Uninvited Guest. After sending Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen off, Lin Xiaofen cried in Jiyu Hengwen's arms. Su Yicheng looked at her, a little worried. Jiyu Hengwen kept patting Lin Xiaofen's back and whispered in her ear, "Okay, okay. It's okay now. It's okay now." After sending them to the hospital lobby downstairs, Jiyu Hengwen turned around with Lin Xiaofen in his arms and said, "All right, Arjun, you don't have to send them off. Go upstairs and accompany Ran Ran." Su Yicheng looked at Lin Xiaofen in his arms, and his brows furrowed slightly. He looked a little worried. "Mother, it's okay. Don't worry, go up." He hugged Lin Xiaofen and said. Su Yicheng didn't insist. He nodded and watched him walk out of the hospital building with Lin Xiaofen in his arms. Then, Su Yicheng reincarnated and entered the elevator again to go upstairs. When he returned to the ward, Anran was on the phone. It was a call from Lin Li. She had a smile on her face as she spoke, and she looked like she was in a good mood. The gloominess she had in the morning after she had answered the phone was gone. Seeing him come back, she smiled at him and then said to Lin Li on the other side of the phone, "All right, you don't have to come if you're busy. Besides, I'm fine now, so don't worry." "Okay, I know. You can go back to work. Don't work too late and take care of your health." Lin Li seemed to have said something on the phone again, which made Anran laugh out loud. She reached out to stroke her stomach, looked down, and then looked up at Su Cheng, who was standing in front of her bed. She said with a smile, "I know. Your godson is very good. I won't mistreat him." Godson? A certain someone seemed to have heard the main point. He raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly, seemingly a little unhappy. Ayn Rand spoke to Lin Li on her phone for a while before hanging up. After she hung up the phone, Su Cheng walked over to her and stared at her. Ayn Rand looked at him and reached out to him in a coquettish manner. Su Cheng stepped forward, took her hand, and bit it. "Ah!" Ayn Rand called out softly, pouted, and looked at him. She said, a little aggrieved, "You're bullying me." It didn't actually hurt, but sometimes it seemed that husband and wife also needed this kind of fun. Su Cheng gently bit her finger again, looked at her, and said seriously, "What godson?" With that, he bit her lightly again. He controlled his strength very well and would never hurt her or bite her. Ayn Rand laughed out loud, looked at him, and pretended to be ignorant. "What godson? I don't understand what you're saying. You're still playing dumb." Su Cheng pinched her nose, then reached out to pull her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "It's a daughter. It must be a daughter. You said you would give me a daughter." Ayn Rand didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was almost defeated by his stubbornness, so she had no choice but to go along with her. Okay. It's a daughter. It's a daughter, okay." Only then was Su Cheng satisfied. He nodded and said, "Yes, sure." The two of them hugged each other for a while before letting go of each other. She withdrew from his arms and looked at him with a smile. She asked softly, "Did Mom and Dad go back?" The smile on the beam was very beautiful, completely different from the gloomy and unhappy look he had in the morning. From her smile, one could tell that she was in a good mood, and that smile was from the bottom of her heart. He liked it when she smiled like this, but he didn't like the way she frowned in the morning, especially when she was frowning even when she was sleeping. "Yes, I'm going back," he said with a chuckle. "I'm going to buy some pigeons and pig trotters. I'll use them to make soup for you so you won't get sick of it easily." Ayn Rand's eyes curved in happiness, and the expression on her face was one of satisfaction. If he could, he wanted her to smile like this forever, to be happy and satisfied like this. Su Cheng secretly made such a promise in his heart. Seeing that he was looking at her in a daze, Ayn Rand looked at him strangely and asked, "What's wrong?" Only then did Su Cheng come back to his senses. He smiled at her and shook his head. No. Ayn Rand didn't think much of it. She hummed a song and was in a good mood. Su Cheng was still busy, and because he was worried about Ayn Rand, he stayed with her in the hospital for the whole day, so he rushed to the office the next morning. As for Ayn Rand, Su Cheng was worried about leaving her alone in the hospital, so he directly arranged for Auntie Jiang to come over and take care of her. In fact, Ayn Rand wasn't too bored. Although Chin Yun didn't come to the hospital so early to deliver scalpels, she would still come to the hospital every day to sit with Ayn Rand for an hour or two. Lin Xiaofen also came every day, sometimes at noon, sometimes in the evening. Every time she came, she would bring soup, chicken soup, pigeon soup, pig's feet soup, and so on. Sometimes, Lin Xiaofen and Chin Yun would bump into each other. When the two of them saw each other, they would chat for a while. Lin Xiaofen was in the middle of a handover of work. There were still 2 months before she would officially leave her job, so she was preparing to stop working. Now that Ayn Rand was pregnant, and the child would be born in a few months, she would be able to take better care of Ayn Rand after she retired. Su Cheng didn't go home after work every day. Instead, he went straight to the hospital, and then went back to shower and change his clothes every morning before going to work. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was pregnant. After a few days, he looked a lot more tired. Although Ayn Rand's heart ached, she couldn't go against his insistence. She turned over lazily, but she did not fall into that familiar and warm embrace. She woke up in a daze. The entire room was so dark that only the little night lamp at the head of the bed was left. The dim light illuminated the entire room. Ayn Rand yawned elegantly and sat up. She saw that the bathroom door was ajar, and the light spilled out from the gap. She listened carefully and heard Su Cheng's voice on the phone. He deliberately lowered his voice, so Ayn Rand couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. She was really sleepy, and her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't lift them. She was a little sleepy with her head on the pillow. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Suya Cheng hung up the phone and came out of the bathroom. He tiptoed as quietly as he could, trying not to make a sound. Only then did he lift the thin blanket and get on the bed. Anran turned over and directly reached out to hug his thin waist. Suya Cheng was stunned. He looked down at the person in his arms and saw her rubbing her head against his chest, then mumbled, "Why are you calling so late at night?" Suya Cheng raised his hand and gently stroked her head, then gently patted her back. With a slight smile on his lips, he asked, "Did I wake you up?" Anran shook her head. She hummed and said, "I'm not used to not being hugged by you. What a terrible habit." Even if she was really sleepy, she couldn't fall asleep without his arms. Suya Cheng laughed in a muffled voice and pulled her up slightly. Their foreheads were pressed against each other, and his arms wrapped around her neck and waist. He then kissed her and gently said, "Sleep, I'll hold you." Anran rubbed against him and said in a daze, "It's hard. It's not as soft as a pillow." As she spoke, she fell asleep. Her coquettish appearance made people want to love her. When she woke up again, it was already morning. The sun shone through the window. It was rare for the person beside her to still be sleeping soundly next to her. Anran turned to look at the man beside her with a faint smile on her face. He looked very pretty. Even his sleeping posture was very good-looking. His eyebrows were furrowed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. He was not like other men who snored when they slept. His breathing was very calm and light. Recently, he was really tired and exhausted. The shadows under his eyes were getting darker and darker. His work pressure was already much greater than the average person, and these days, he had to run between the hospital office and the office because of his own affairs. She felt a little guilty. She had clearly told herself to share his worries, but it seemed that she was always causing him trouble. Her hand touched him gently and brushed across his face. Her movements seemed to wake Suya Cheng, who was in a light sleep. She saw him frowning slightly, then his eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. He didn't have his usual shrewdness. He had just woken up, and his sleepy eyes were still hazy, but his eyes were as pure as a child's, clean and pure. When he was fully awake and saw her clearly, Suya Cheng smiled at her. "Morning." His voice was still hoarse from just waking up. "Did I wake you up?" Anran looked at him apologetically. Suya Cheng shook his head and gently stroked her face. Looking at her bright red lips, he said in a low and hoarse voice that had yet to fully return to normal, "I want to kiss you." Hearing this, Anran instinctively covered her mouth with her hand and said in a muffled voice, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." After a night's sleep, her mouth felt so uncomfortable that even she herself felt that there was a strange smell. Suya Cheng smiled and reached out to pull her hand down. He stared at her red lips and looked at her seriously for a long time before he asked, "I don't have it either, do you mind?" Anran stared at him in a daze for a while, then shook her head in amusement. She said with curved eyebrows, "I don't mind," because she was sure that it was him. She knew that he was the one who would accompany her for the rest of her life. She knew that he was the one who would tolerate and accept everything about her. She was his, and he was hers. So, who would despise themselves for being too dirty and not clean enough? Suya Cheng leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers, first gently and quietly. She didn't know how long they kissed, but when Suya Cheng let go of her, both of them were panting heavily, and Suya Cheng held her tightly. "Don't move." That deep and hoarse voice sounded by her ear. The voice revealed a suppressed desire, and the strength of his embrace tightened. "You." Anran's eyes widened. She could clearly feel the changes in his body, and his entire body was burning up. Suya Cheng was naturally aware of the changes in himself. Now that he was holding her in his arms, it would be strange if he didn't change. He said in a somewhat suppressed voice, "Don't move. Let me hold you like this for a while. If you move again, you'll only stimulate it more." Anran really didn't dare to move. She knew that he was telling the truth. She was in a daze as he held her tightly in his arms. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that she would agitate it and make the situation worse. Suya Cheng held back the desire in his heart until a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He held Anran in his arms for a long time before he let go of her. Anran looked at him and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. In fact, her heart ached for him, but she had no choice. She could only make him suffer. Who asked their baby to still be so fragile and delicate? Suya Cheng's face was a little red, and he didn't know if it was because he had just held it in or because he was a little embarrassed. He looked at Anran with a strange expression and said, "Well, men tend to be more impulsive in the morning." Anran looked at him for a while to make sure that the slight blush on his face wasn't because he was holding it in, but because he was embarrassed. She couldn't help but chuckle and scold him, "Silly." Suya Cheng also smiled. He didn't have the kind of politeness and alienation that he had when facing others. His smile was warm and could warm other people's hearts. He glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 7:15. Mrs. Zhang would be here at 8:30. Suya Cheng reluctantly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out again, he had already combed his hair, which had become a little messy because of his sleep. He looked at Anran on the bed and asked with a smile, "What do you want to eat? I'll go down and buy it for you." Anran could be discharged today and go home, so he had asked Jijiao not to send any more nutritious meals to her. Then, she rolled her big eyes and thought seriously for a while before saying, "Yes, I want to eat xiaomai and soybean milk." He suddenly thought of something and added, "But don't buy too much. I can't finish it." He always bought a lot of food for her, as if he was afraid that she would be hungry and not have enough to eat. She always felt full and would not feel hungry even at noon. Then, when the mothers sent soup over, he would always ask her to drink it while it was hot because he cherished their kindness and could not bear to go against their wishes. Even if she did not feel hungry and was still full, she would always give face and drink a big bowl. If this continued, she believed that her stomach would definitely be bloated, just like Lin Li. Suya Cheng smiled and touched her head. He didn't say yes or no, but turned around and left the ward. After Anran finished washing up in the bathroom, she packed up the clothes that she was going to take with her after she was discharged today. Not long after, Suya Cheng came in with breakfast. As usual, he bought a lot, far more than enough for 2 people. Anran looked at him disappointedly as he placed the breakfast on the short table. She mumbled childishly, "HMPH, I told you to buy less." Suya Cheng only smiled. He opened the plastic bag and placed the steamed buns, soup dumplings, and bean paste into the bowl. He then took the mug Anran usually used to drink water and poured the soy milk into it. "Oh, I forgot," he replied softly. "Are you a fish?" Anran rolled her eyes at him. He'd better forget. She only told him right after she left, but she couldn't remember when she bought it. He was lying to a child. Suya Cheng smiled and pulled her over. "Let me tell you a secret." Anran raised her eyebrows. "What?" Suya Cheng looked at her, then suddenly reached out and placed his hand on her stomach, saying seriously, "When I touched your belly last night, baby told me that she wanted to eat bean paste buns and soup dumplings today." Anran was stunned for a long time, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at him. She thought that he was going to tell her some secret, but she didn't expect it to be this. She was angry and amused at the same time, and she patted his chest rudely. "Suya Cheng, it's best if she can tell it, and it's best if you can really hear it, you childish ghost." Suya Cheng laughed out loud, put his arm around her waist, and brought the barbecue to her mouth, saying, "Eat more, you're too thin." "But you've bought too much." And Ran was crying. "Who would buy so much? And they only bought enough for 2. Try to eat more. If you can't finish, I'll do it." Suya Cheng gently coaxed her. Since he said this, Anran had nothing else to say. She could only nod, reach out, take the barbecue, and eat it gracefully. As they ate, Suya Cheng said to her apologetically, "I might not be able to pick you up from the hospital in the afternoon. I have to make a trip to the province at noon today. I have meetings in the afternoon and tomorrow, and I'll only be back tomorrow evening." Upon hearing this, Anran was a little disappointed that he couldn't accompany her to sleep at night, but she understood that it was a work requirement. She nodded and said, "Ian, okay. Be careful on the road." He suddenly thought of something and reminded him, "I know that there will definitely be social events, but try to drink less, understand?" Suya Cheng nodded with a smile. He felt a warm current flowing through his heart at her concern. Suya Cheng had waited for Auntie Jan to come over before leaving, and almost as soon as Suya Cheng left, Qin Yun arrived. Because she knew that Anran would be discharged today, she came over earlier to accompany her to finish her checkup and pick her up. Lin Xiaofen had originally wanted to come over as well, but she received a last-minute notice yesterday saying that there was a sum of money coming in from the factory today. All kinds of trivial matters made her want to leave, but she couldn't. In the doctor's office, the doctor looked at the ultrasound and the fetal heart rate test that had just been delivered. He nodded, closed the documents, and said to Chin-yoon and Anran with a gentle smile, "Yes, don't worry. The fetus is fine. However, the body of a pregnant woman may be a little weak, so you can take proper nutrition during normal times." "What else should I pay attention to?" Chin-yoon asked with concern. "If you're careful, you can exercise regularly, but you can't be too intense. It's necessary to take a half-hour walk after meals. Also, you should drink 2 glasses of milk every morning and evening to supplement your calcium. You should also remember to take folic acid every day. You should try to avoid eating cold and raw things like seafood," the attending doctor said. Chin-yoon and Anran listened carefully and kept nodding in their hearts, thinking that she had already said everything she wanted to say. When Anran and Chin-yoon were about to get up and leave, the doctor suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out, "By the way, don't have sex for the next 3 months. After 3 months, you have to be more careful." Upon hearing this, Anran recalled the time she had hugged Prime Minister Soo-yi in the morning, and her face burned. Chin-yoon looked at her blushing face and thought that she was just shy. She smiled and shook her head. When they returned to the ward, Mrs. Jung had already packed everything that needed to be packed. Chin-yoon asked Anran to sit in the ward for a while longer, while she went to help with the discharge procedures. Anran stood by the window, bored, and looked at the scenery outside. Looking down from the balcony, she could see the hospital's entrance. There were many people coming in and out. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of the ward. Mrs. Jung went to open the door and saw the person outside. She had not seen him in the past few days and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Anran turned her head and saw Tong Xiaoji standing at the door in a patient's gown. Her face was a little pale, and even her lips were pale. Anran frowned and didn't say anything. Tong Xiaoji walked past Mrs. Jung and entered. Seeing that Anran didn't say anything, she naturally didn't say anything either. Anran looked at her. At this moment, Tong Xiaoji looked a little sick. After all, she was a beauty. Looking at her in this state, she looked so pale that it made Anran feel pity and reluctant to part with her. He looked around the entire ward and then fixed his eyes on Anran. He said with a faint smile, "What a coincidence to see you in the hospital. You're pregnant too." Anran's face didn't show much expression, and she only asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Their relationship couldn't be considered the kind of relationship where they would visit and chat whenever they had nothing to do. Moreover, someone had specially asked her out and begged her not to get involved in the originally beautiful marriage between the two. Tong Xiaoji looked at her for a long time before she sneered and shook her head. "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm wearing this in the hospital?" As he said that, he pointed at the hospital gown he was wearing. Anran looked at her with the same expression on her face. She only said indifferently, "That's your problem. We don't seem to be close enough to care about each other." Tong Xiaoji laughed and nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. I don't like you and you hate me. Of course, we're not close enough to have a relationship with each other. I don't hate you. You're just a stranger to me." If she really wanted to hate their previous relationship, she would only hate Mo Fear because he was the one who betrayed their relationship. Whether there was a third party or not, if his feelings for her were strong, then there was nothing to worry about. Is that so? Tong Xiaoji obviously didn't believe her. Anran looked at her and didn't plan on explaining anything. It was up to her whether she believed it or not. She couldn't control it. "But I really don't like you, from 6 years ago to now." Tong Xiaoji paused for a moment, looked at her, and said through gritted teeth, "I hate you." Upon hearing this, Anran only felt that it was ridiculous. She hadn't done anything, and if she remembered correctly, he was the one who had his boyfriend stolen, who had been abandoned and betrayed. "Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Tong Xiaoji looked at her with an amused expression. Her expression suddenly became a little twisted as she said, "If I say that my child is gone because of you, will you still think that I hate you for no reason?" Chapter 131, Strong Mother-in-Law. If I say that my child is gone because of you, will you still think that I hate you for no reason? Tong Xiaoji questioned her like this, and her expression became twisted and ferocious. And Ran was a little surprised, and only then did she realize that her sickly face was because of a miscarriage. It was just that she said that the child's disappearance had something to do with her. Did she look like she was particularly easy to bully, so everyone pushed the responsibility to her? Do you know how you feel when your husband is hugging you and calling out another woman's name? Tong Xiaoji looked at her and asked, do you know how much you've done and how much effort you've put in? You've spent 6 years and still can't get into a man's heart. Do you know how much despair you've felt? Did you know? Auntie Zhang, who was standing on the side, looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. She couldn't react to what was going on. Anran looked at her indifferently without any expression and said coldly, I don't know. I thought that my husband would never hug me and call other people's names, and he would never reject me out of his heart. Tong Xiaoji looked at him with some resentment and almost gritted her teeth as she said, are you trying to show off your happiness to me? I'm not showing off. It's the truth. Ye Cheng treats me very well. Not all men could do this. Even when he was at his sweetest with Mo Fei could not do even 1/3 of what he could. Then, she looked at Tong Xiaoji, who was so angry that she could almost eat her up. She said expressionlessly, since you knew all this, but still chose him, then you should have expected this outcome. You should be responsible for your decision back then and not blame others. Tong Xiaoji sneered, yes, you're right. I deserve this. I asked for it. And Ran didn't say anything and only looked at her. If what she said just now was true, then she did ask for it. She couldn't blame anyone at all, could she? Aren't you going to ask me how I lost the baby? Tong Xiaoji looked at her and sneered. Anran shook her head. I don't want to know. But I just want to tell you. Tong Xiaoji looked at her and said, what did you say to Mo Fei? That's why he had a big fight with me. If we didn't fight, I wouldn't have fallen. Anran frowned and tried hard to recall, but she couldn't remember when she had looked for Mo Fei or what she had said. Wait a minute, she seemed to have recalled something. That day at the restaurant, she had indeed met Mo Fei and questioned him about the blueprint. What, you remember now? Tong Xiaoji looked at her coldly. Anran raised her head. She really thought it was ridiculous. Were all the Tong family members so self-righteous? Tong Wengai had implored her not to interfere in his daughter's marriage without distinguishing right from wrong. And now Tong Xiaoji was even worse. She had directly pushed all her mistakes and carelessness onto her. Anran took a deep breath, feeling a little angry. She looked at her and was about to speak, but someone beat her to it. What's wrong with you, woman? You're the one who's not careful, yet you're pushing the blame and faults onto someone else. Are you out of your mind? No one knew when Qin Yun came back, but it was obvious that she had heard their conversation. She came in from the door and looked at Tong Xiaoji with a face full of disdain. Mom, she said, and Ran looked at Qin Yun in surprise. Qin Yun looked at her and smiled, waving her hand. Tong Xiaoji was a little surprised by Qin Yun's appearance. She looked at her and asked in a harsh tone, who are you? He turned to Tong Xiaoji and said, how do you know who I am? Are you really okay? You came to my house to make a scene. Is my Su family's daughter-in-law someone you can bully as you please? You, Tong Xiaoji glared at her. Facing Qin Yun, she seemed to be unable to resist. What about me? I've never seen such a stupid person like you. You clearly know that you've chosen a man you don't love, but you're still willing to marry him. Are you a fool or an idiot? Happiness is your own. If you don't know how to cherish it, who would care about you? Qin Yun said disdainfully, you have a problem with your own marriage, yet you're trying to find fault with someone else. I don't think it's a problem with your stupidity. You don't have a brain at all, or is it that your brain has been kicked by a donkey? It's fine if you don't have a brain, but don't get water in your brain. If you have the time to throw a tantrum at others, why don't you divorce that man? Using you to get to the top, and then hugging another woman at night, how can you expect a man like this to give you happiness? Tong Xiaoji was at a loss for words. She looked at Qin Yun and bit her lip. Her hands were clenched tightly and she glared at Qin Yun with hatred. Even her pale and sickly face had turned red from anger. After waiting for Qin Yun for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence, you don't need to care about my business. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to point fingers at me? TSK, Qin Yun was disdainful. I don't have the time to point fingers at you. Who do you think you are to me? I have a lot of things to do. I have to take good care of my wife and the grandson in her stomach. If it wasn't for you being so insensible and coming here to cause trouble for no reason, do you think I would have the time to look at you? I can't be bothered with you. Those words just now were good for you if you could listen to them. If you can't, I can't do anything about it. I just want to trouble you not to come looking for trouble in the future. I really don't like to hear those words of yours. I don't like you even more. Chin Yun looked at her with a dark expression. She didn't care if her expression was ugly or interesting. She turned her head and smiled gently at Anran. Ran, let's go. The procedures are all done. Anran nodded. Thinking about what she had just said, she couldn't help but laugh. Chin Yun looked at Auntie Zhang, who was standing at the side, and said, Mrs. Zhang, let's go after we've taken our things. Little Zhang is probably getting anxious from waiting downstairs. Auntie Zhang quickly came back to her senses and replied, oh, okay. Chin Yun took Anran's hand and walked to the door of the ward. There, they met Mrs. Tong, who had come to look for Tong Xiaoxiao. When Mrs. Tong saw her daughter standing in the ward, she bit her lip tightly and glared at Anran and Chin Yun with hatred. She didn't even ask what was going on and directly shouted at Anran and the others, stop right there. Then, he strode over to Anran and the others and said in a harsh tone, what did you do to Xiao Nuo? He pointed at her, and his action almost hit Anran. Chin Yun frowned unhappily and pulled Anran to stand behind her, blocking her from the front. She looked at Mrs. Tong with some contempt and said, do you have any manners? Can't you speak properly? Why are you touching me like this? What are you trying to do? What do I want to do? I want to ask you what you did. What did you do to my daughter? Mrs. Tong pointed at Tong Xiaoji and said fiercely. Chin Yun turned to look at Tong Xiaoji and pretended to be surprised as she said, so she's your daughter. As the old saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Only a mother like you could raise a daughter like that. You, what do you mean by this? Mrs. Tong looked at her. Her eyes were so angry that they almost burst into flames. Chin Yun looked at her with some disdain and said with some sarcasm, what do you mean? You'll know what I mean when you see your own faces. You. Mrs. Tong was angry, but she couldn't argue with her, so she could only stare at her. What about me? I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you. It's a waste of energy. What kind of family are you? Without even looking at them, Chin Yun turned her head in disdain and took Anran's hand again. Let's go. He walked out of the ward. There are really all kinds of people here. Even a random cat or dog has to come here and cause trouble. HMPH, do you really think there's no one in our Su family? Even after they left the hospital, Chin Yun still spoke with a hint of resentment. She had just gone to complete her discharge procedures, but she wasn't sure if it was because of the time. But there weren't many people lining up to go through the procedures, so it didn't take long for her to recover. When she returned to the ward, she didn't expect there to be someone inside. She thought that it was Anran's friend. Just as she was about to go in, she heard that woman angrily questioning Anran and saying that she hated Anran. When she heard that, she didn't rush in. She wanted to hear what they had to say. So, she stood outside for a while. However, he didn't expect that the more he listened, the more upset he felt. What kind of people were they? They robbed someone and still had the face to question him. Did they still have the face to establish their chastity memorial archway even though they were prostitutes? Anran had a smile on her face. Her mood didn't change at all because of Tong Xiaoji's trouble. On the contrary, she was secretly happy and delighted. He held Chin Yun's hand tightly and slowly stopped in his tracks. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, Chin Yun turned around in confusion and asked, what's wrong? Anran shook her head, looked at her seriously, and said, Mom, thank you. Chin Yun was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She looked at her and said in an unpleasant tone, I thought you were going to say something. He pulled her along and continued to walk forward. Is our Su family's daughter-in-law someone that outsiders can bully as they please? They are really tired of living. Anran couldn't help but laugh at her words, and even Mrs. Zhang, who was sitting beside her, laughed along. Knowing that Su Yucheng would only be back the next day, Chin Yun had wanted Anran to go back to the courtyard with her so that it would be more convenient for her to take care of him. However, Anran rejected her offer. She knew that Su Yucheng would come to find him as soon as he returned, and she didn't want him to work so hard because she wanted to share his burden. Since she couldn't help him, she didn't want to cause him any trouble. She wanted to stay at a place where he could easily find her. Once he came back, he would be able to see her. At least, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Chin-yoon was also an experienced person, so how could she not understand what she was thinking? Besides, her son was also hers. As a mother, it was natural for her to be reluctant to part with him. As for Anran, with Aunt Jang around, it wasn't like she didn't have someone to take care of her. After a few days of interaction, she could tell that Aunt Jang was a good person. She didn't feel worried about leaving Anran in her care, so she didn't insist. He only gave Mrs. Jang a few instructions and asked her to take good care of Anran. He didn't stay in the apartment for long before returning to the courtyard. Unlike other people, Anran was now more than 2 months pregnant. Ever since she found out about it, her pregnancy reactions hadn't been serious. She only felt a little nauseous when she brushed her teeth in the morning and in the evening, but everything else was fine. However, recently, she had clearly felt that she was sleepy. She went to bed early at night and woke up late in the morning, but she always slept for 2.5 hours a day. After Chin-yoon went back, Anran went back to her room and lay down for a while. She fell asleep in a daze, and when she woke up, it was almost 5 o'clock. She came out of her room in an annoying manner. In order to match her daily routine, Mrs. Jang was preparing dinner in the kitchen. When she saw Anran come out, she slowly asked, "Madam, you're awake? Are you hungry? I have some chicken soup that your mother-in-law brought this morning. Do you want me to heat it up for you?" Anran shook her head. If she continued to eat and sleep like this, she would probably become a pig soon. She remembered that the doctor had told her in the morning to take more walks as exercise when she was free, so she wanted to go down for a walk. He had to do this, so he turned to Mrs. Jang and said, "I'll go down for a walk." "Ah, why don't I accompany you then?" Chin-yoon had told her and Soo Cheng had also told her to take good care of Anran. It could be seen that the Soo family treasured this daughter-in-law so much, so she didn't dare to let anything happen to her. "No need, Mrs. Jang. I'm just going to walk around the neighborhood. Besides, I'm not in labor yet, so there's no need to be so nervous." Soo Cheng was nervous, Lin Xiaofen was nervous, and Chin-yoon was also nervous. Right now, she was also so nervous that she was almost a little neurotic. It was clearly not a big deal, but they had made it too exaggerated. Aunt Jang thought about it and agreed. In the past, the women in the countryside were not so pampered. They still worked in the fields when they were 7 or 8 months pregnant. The children were born healthy. Now, people were living a good life and were spoiled. As he thought about this, he nodded and said to her, "Then you can go down and walk around first. I'll prepare the meal first. We can start eating when you come back later." Anran nodded, put on her coat, and went downstairs. The apartment was located in the city, surrounded by commercial office buildings. Although Anran's apartment was in a good location, in reality, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it didn't take up much green space. So, Anran walked out of the neighborhood. Anran had originally just wanted to walk around for about half an hour, which was considered some exercise, before heading home directly. However, she hadn't expected to run into Xiao Xiao nearby, and in such a situation at that. After running into her, she remembered that, yes, this place was only 5 minutes away from Jingcheng. As she walked along the street, she would reach Jingcheng's office building at the next corner. In reality, Anran wasn't someone who liked to gossip. She saw a group of people gathered in front of her, looking at something. In the midst of the chaos, she also heard a woman's voice. She was pregnant, and Anran subconsciously knew that she had to avoid the crowd, so she turned around and walked across the street. However, as soon as she walked across the street, she saw a black Audi suddenly turn and stop in front of the crowd. Then, Anran saw Huan Dexing get out of the car with a dark expression on his face. He angrily pushed the crowd aside and was about to enter. When the crowd turned around and saw that he was one of the people involved, they all made way for him. Only then did Anran see the 2 women fighting in the crowd. One of them was slightly chubby in her 40s, while the other had a pretty figure in her 20s. The woman in her 20s was none other than Xiao Xiao. Anran also recognized the slightly chubby woman in her 40s. She was Huan Dexing's wife. Back then, Huan Dexing had brought her to the company's annual meeting, and Anran had even offered her a toast. However, from Anran's point of view, No matter how strong Xiao Xiao was, she couldn't be stronger than Huang Dexing's real wife in terms of action. Mrs. Huang was scolding Xiao Xiao for being a mistress who stole her husband, but she grabbed Xiao Xiao's hair with one hand and smashed Xiao Xiao's head and body with her bag with her other hand. She didn't vent her anger, and she even kicked Xiao Xiao's thigh from time to time. Xiao Xiao held her head tightly with her hands, unable to fight back at all. Her clothes were also torn apart, revealing the sexy black underwear inside. She could only scream and call her a crazy woman. The crowd just looked on, but no one came forward to pull the two apart. Huang Dexing stepped forward with a dark expression and pulled Mrs. Huang toward the car. Mrs. Huang refused. She reached out to shake him off and was about to turn around and beat Xiao Xiao up again. She cursed, "HMPH, I'm going to beat this B*TCH to death today. How dare she seduce my husband, vixen? Enough, are you done yet? How am I supposed to face others when you're making such a ruckus in front of my office building?" Huang Dexing shouted at her. "HMPH, you're afraid of being embarrassed too. You're playing with women in your own company," Mrs. Huang retorted. As the two of them argued, Xiao Xiao, who had been beaten up badly, got up from the ground and was about to hit Mrs. Huang back with vicious look in her eyes. However, Huang Dexing, who was standing to the side, saw it and pulled his wife away. He strode forward angrily and raised his hand. Slap! Bang bang! He slapped Xiao Xiao's face so hard that Xiao Xiao fell to the ground again. He glared at her and said sternly, "Don't come to work tomorrow." Without even looking at Xiao Xiao, he turned around and pulled Mrs. Huang's hand into the car. This time, Mrs. Huang didn't resist and let him hold her hand. However, the moment she turned around and was about to leave, she didn't forget to kick Xiao Xiao on the ground and curse, "B*TCH, let me see you again next time." The onlookers looked as if they were watching a farce. After watching, they sighed a few times and then turned to leave. No one went up to help Xiao Xiao up. Xiao Xiao was lying on the ground, half of her face red and swollen. Her clothes were torn, and even the sexy black bra strap inside had slipped off. There were still tears on his face as he looked forward in a daze. His eyes were unfocused, and his face was expressionless. The onlookers gradually dispersed. No one would pity the mistress that everyone was scolding, and no one would help a bad woman who destroyed the happiness of someone else's family. Even if she looked pitiful now, no one felt that she was worthy of sympathy. Anran slowly stepped forward. She didn't know how to describe her feelings when she saw Xiao Xiao like that. She felt that she was a little pitiful. He took off his thin coat and covered her with it, then went forward to help her up. After Anran helped her up, Xiao Xiao slowly came back to her senses. She looked at Anran, who was next to her, and stared at her in a daze for a long time. Then, she suddenly broke down and burst into tears. Seeing her like this, Anran sighed and shook her head. She couldn't go anywhere like this, so Anran couldn't bear to leave her like this. She wasn't a saint, but Anran also hated her for setting her up, especially when the design was torn. She really hated her to death, but seeing her like this now, Anran still had compassion. He helped her back to his apartment. When Mrs. Zhang saw Anran helping a woman, who was covered in injuries and in a disheveled state, back home, she cried out in surprise, "Oh my God, what's going on?" As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward and helped and ran into the room. After settling her down on the sofa in the living room, Mrs. Zhang turned around to pour her some tea. Anran went back to her room to get her clothes and was ready to let her change. When he came out again, Xiao Xiao was still sitting on the sofa in the same position as before, her expression numb and unconscious. He sighed and handed her the clothes in his hands. "Change your clothes first," he said softly. After a long time, Xiao Xiao finally reacted. She raised her head and looked at her, asking, "Why? Why did you help me?" She had always thought that she hated her, but she was a little surprised that she was the one who was willing to help her in today's situation. Anran handed the clothes directly to her and said, "No matter what, we're still acquaintances." She couldn't completely ignore her. Of course, that was all she could do. She helped her up and let her change into a clean set of clothes. At least, she wouldn't look so disheveled. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything else and looked at her with her hands on her clothes. Anran pointed in a direction and said, "The bathroom is over there." And NBSB. Xiao Xiao got up and went to the bathroom. When Xiao Xiao went into the bathroom to change her clothes, Mrs. John came out of the kitchen with a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea. She looked at Anran and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Madam, what's going on? Why is that child covered in wounds like he's been beaten up?" Anran glanced at her, shook her head, and said, "Don't ask any more." Since she said so, Mrs. John didn't ask any more questions. She only said that she was still making dinner in the kitchen and then went straight back to the kitchen. When Xiao Xiao came out of the bathroom, she had already changed her clothes and freshened up a little. The palm print on her face was red and swollen, and the corner of her mouth was bruised. Even her arms were covered in blood. Her leg seemed to have been kicked by Mrs. Huang, and she limped as she walked. Anran looked at her and asked her to come over. She pointed to the ointment she had just found on the low table in front of the sofa and said, "Wipe it." Xiao Xiao nodded and sat down on the sofa without saying anything. Then, she took the ointment and applied it on her wound. Anran didn't ask or say anything. She just sat on the sofa and looked at her quietly. After a while, Xiao Xiao applied a layer of ointment on her hand and looked at her with a serious expression. "Thank you," he said. Anran nodded. Looking at her, she finally asked, "Do you want to stay for dinner?" Xiao Xiao looked at her, her face moved. She bit her lip and asked, "Don't you hate me?" Chapter 132, The Demolition Accident. Xiao Xiao looked at her, her face moved. She bit her lip and asked, "Don't you hate me?" Looking at her, Anran nodded honestly. "If you say you don't hate me, then you're being pretentious." No one would not have any negative feelings towards the person who framed them after being framed like that. Xiao Xiao nodded and looked at her without saying anything. "Madam, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now?" Aunt Zhang asked through the bar. She seemed to have heard Anran say that she wanted to ask the woman to stay for dinner. Anran nodded. "Okay, let's eat now." He then turned his head and looked at Xiao Xiao, saying, "Let's stay here and go together." Xiao Xiao looked at her and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, she shook her head and said softly, "No, I won't." He stood up and looked at her with a strange expression, but he still thanked her. "Thank you for today." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, dragging his injured leg. His walking posture was a little ugly. Anran didn't ask her to stay, but she still politely sent her off. When she reached the door, Xiao Xiao turned around to look at her, then looked down at the clothes she was wearing. "These clothes, I'll return it when I'm free," Anran said. Xiao Xiao nodded and turned to leave without saying anything more. Su Cheng came back the next evening. When he came back, Anran was still taking an afternoon nap, and she was woken up by a certain someone's kiss. When she woke up in a daze, she saw his magnified handsome face in front of her. However, that handsome face had a visible fatigue and his eyes were dark. It was obvious that he did not sleep well. Anran looked at him, reached out, and touched his face with a pained expression. "You're back," she said softly. "Yes." Su Cheng nodded, then pulled her hand to his lips and kissed it. She moved sideways, making half of the bed open, and asked him, "Do you want to come up and take a nap?" Su Cheng shook his head. "I still have to go to the office, and I have a dinner party tonight. I'll probably be busy until very late." And Ran frowned subconsciously. "That's hard work." Su Cheng smiled and simply reached out to touch her face. His large palm brushed across her delicate skin, and he said lightly, "Don't wait for me at night. If you're tired, go to bed early." Because she knew that this was his job, Anran was helpless. She sat up from the bed, looked at him, and could only nod. She told him, "Don't drink so much and come back early." Su Cheng patted her head, took his clothes from the closet, and went straight into the bathroom to change. When he came out, Anran had already gotten out of bed. When she saw him coming out, she took her tie and went straight up to him. She stood on her tiptoes slightly to tie the tie for him, then reached out to adjust his position and tidied his clothes. After seeing him out, Su Cheng planted a kiss on her face before turning around to leave. Aunt Zhang, who was cleaning behind her, saw this and looked at Anran in a daze. She smiled and said, "Sir and Madam's relationship is really good." Anran's face was still red, and she made an excuse to go into the study. That day, Su Cheng really came back very late. Anran was waiting in the living room, watching TV while waiting for him at the door, but she fell asleep while watching. When she woke up, he still hadn't returned, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Even many TV programs had ended. Then, he waited in the living room for more than half an hour, but she still didn't appear. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore and went straight back to his room. Lying on the bed, he tried hard to open his eyes at first, but later, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know when he came back, but when she woke up the next morning, she was still sleeping in his arms like before. However, he was really tired, so he didn't wake her up. It was rare for her to have the chance to cook breakfast for him when he was asleep. Before the breakfast was ready, he had already changed and washed up and came out of the room with a briefcase in his hand. Anran quickly put down the half-fried egg and ran out of the kitchen around the bar counter. She stopped in front of him and asked, "You're leaving already? Let's have breakfast before we leave." Suya Cheng raised his hand to look at the time, then shook his head apologetically. "I still have a meeting in the morning. I'm afraid I won't make it if I don't leave now." Anran was a little worried that his body would be able to eat well after such a high-intensity work, so she asked, "Why have you been so busy recently?" Suya Cheng smiled and reached out to stroke her shoulder-length hair, saying, "I'm sorry, I don't have time to spend with you recently." Anran lowered her head, holding her right hand with her left hand, and muttered, "I'm not a child, I don't need you to accompany me every day." She was just worried about him. When she was hospitalized, he reported to the hospital every day, from the office, to the hospital, and at home. Now, he had to go on business trips, attend dinner parties, and attend meetings for the past few days. She was really worried that his body could not take it. She could see how tired and exhausted he was, so how could she not be heartbroken? Suya Cheng reached out to hug her, gently patted her back, and whispered in her ear, "I'm almost done. After this, I'll spend more time with you and the baby, okay? I don't want your company." Anran reached out and hugged him back. "If you're busy during this time, you'll have to stay at home and rest. Don't go." They didn't need him to accompany them. She and the baby would accompany him. Suya Cheng chuckled and kissed her on the forehead, then raised his hand to look at the time and let go of her. "I'm really going over. If he didn't leave now, he would really be late." Anran nodded and walked him out of the door. "Drive slowly," she said. "Yes." He touched her head affectionately and said, "Remember to have breakfast." Anran said yes with a faint smile and then watched him enter the elevator. After sending Suya Cheng off, Anran returned to the kitchen and fried the half-cooked poached egg in the pot until it was 70–80% done before she took it out of the pot and placed it on a plate that she had prepared in advance. She took out the freshly baked bread from the toaster, poured herself a glass of milk, and spun it in the microwave for a minute. Anyway, she brought her breakfast to the bar counter and ate it. In fact, it tasted pretty good. Over the past 2 days, she had been learning how to cook from Aunt Zhang. It was much better to be taught by people than by teachers. Back then, no matter how she looked at the recipes, she couldn't make something that didn't feel right. With Aunt Zhang's guidance, the steps were the same, but the taste was much worse. However, there was no one to eat breakfast with. No matter how delicious the food was, it didn't taste right in her mouth. Looking at the food beside her, Anran lost her appetite. Suya Cheng had been really busy these past few days. Not only was the bidding for the Technology City project still going on, but he had also submitted the materials to the Provincial Party Committee, and people had been coming to talk to him for the past 2 days. In the morning, when the bidding office was discussing the new round of bidding, there was a call from outside, saying that there was a problem with the demolition and construction of the old district in the north of the city. The accident was quite serious. Some of the elderly and 2 children were sent to the hospital, while some villagers and workers were directly brought to the police station. This incident quickly alerted the media in Jiang City. Regarding the demolition and construction of the old district, there were always some households that refused to move. Some were unwilling to part with the land, and some were dissatisfied with the demolition money. The cause of the incident was actually very simple. Today, the demolition workers came to carry out the forced demolition, but there were still a few households that had not moved out. The demolition workers first came to negotiate with them, but the verbal disagreement soon spread to physical conflict. After a few words, the workers and residents started fighting, and in the middle of the fight, they innocently injured the elderly who tried to stop the fight and the children who were watching. When the old man fell to the ground, blood flowed out from under his head, and the child's cries followed. This angered the angry villagers, and the conflict between the two sides intensified. The scene was even out of control. In the end, some people were still afraid and called the police. They took away several of the troublemakers on the spot and hurriedly sent the injured elderly and children to the nearby hospital. The reporters and media quickly found out about this incident, and they rushed to the scene of the accident and the hospital in batches before Su Yicheng and the others. After Su Yicheng and the staff member in charge of the construction of Technology City received a call, they immediately rushed to the hospital where the injured elderly and child were still in. So, when Su Yicheng arrived at the hospital, he was already surrounded by reporters before he even entered the emergency room. Deputy Mayor Su, you're the mayor of Technology City. What do you have to say about this? A female reporter rushed to Su Yicheng and asked as she walked. Su Yicheng glanced at her, frowned, and simply said, I want to see the injured elderly and children first. The reporters still wanted to say something, but Secretary Zheng stopped them. Everyone, let's interview them later. Hearing this, the reporter didn't say anything more and followed Su Yicheng into the emergency room. The old man's head had more than 10 stitches. He was lying on the bed in the emergency room alone. Only his wife, who was over 60 years old, stayed by his side to take care of him. He did not see his children or other relatives. 2 children were lying on the bed beside him. They were both very young. The boy was at most 8 or 9 years old, and the girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. She looked around with her eyes wide open. There was no one around to take care of her. She did not see the child's parents. Su Yicheng sat in front of the bed, reached out to hold the old man's hand, and asked about his condition. He felt a little guilty and looked at him with a sad heart as he said, Old man, I've made you suffer. They shouldn't have suffered such a punishment at their age. That house is our root. It's where we're going to return to. How could you tear it down? The old man was lying on the bed, looking at Su Yicheng with red eyes and tears in his eyes. Old man, the demolition is for better development, to give our next generation a better living environment, to build more convenient living conditions for them. I know you have feelings for that place, and in fact, we do, but feelings can't conquer everything. The country needs development, the city needs construction, and only with development and construction can our lives get better and better, don't you think so? Su Yicheng held his hand and spoke very sincerely. The old man looked at him and said after a long time, But if you tear down our house, where do you want us to live? We've already given out the demolition money. It's fine if you don't accept the money. When the residential houses here are built in the future, the government will allocate the houses to each family according to their situation. By then, the place will still be the same as before, but we've changed your old house to a new one. If you can't find a suitable place to live now, we can help you find a suitable place. Try not to be too far away from here. Su Yicheng promised. Really? The old man looked at him in disbelief. I promise you, Su Yicheng said solemnly. His expression was serious and solemn. The old man looked at him for a while, then said seriously, All right, I'll believe you. Su Yicheng nodded and told him to rest well. He also told the old man's wife to take good care of the old man. Then, he turned around and walked to the other bed. The 2 children were lying on the same bed with their big eyes wide open. The black and white of their eyes were clearly distinguished, and they looked especially clean. The skin on his face and forehead was disinfected with red medicine, and his hands and feet were wrapped in gauze. It made people feel a little sorry for them. Su Yicheng reached out and touched their heads, then asked softly, Little friend, tell uncle, what are your names? The 2 children stared at Su Yicheng, then looked at each other again. After a long time, the boy slowly opened his mouth and whispered, I'm Blockhead, brother. The girl beside him also replied in a soft voice, I'm called Stool. I'm your younger sister. Su Yicheng smiled at them and asked in a gentle voice, Why didn't you go to school today? Dad said that someone came to destroy our house today. The older brother said, Mom told us to stay at home and protect our house. Mom said that those people won't hit children. The younger sister said, If someone does, we have to hold onto their legs and not let them in. Hearing this, Su Yicheng frowned. He couldn't understand why, as the parents of their child, they would let their child participate in such a matter. Children should be happy and carefree, shouldn't they? He reached out and touched their heads affectionately, then stood up silently. He turned around and said to Secretary Zheng, "Let's go out and buy some nutritional supplements for the elderly and children. Put the money on my tab." Secretary Zheng nodded and left the emergency room first. Su Cheng then instructed the doctors and nurses to take good care of the injured elderly and children. He especially instructed the nurses to feed the children and help them wipe their faces. Just as he was about to leave the emergency room, the group of media reporters surrounded him again. Su Cheng frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let's go out and talk. Don't disturb the patient's rest." Everyone left without saying anything, but they were also moved by the attentiveness of the young deputy mayor. Su Cheng only accepted their interview when they arrived at the hospital's lobby. "Deputy Mayor Su, what are your thoughts on this incident?" "I feel very sad, especially when I know that it's the elderly and children who are injured. We expected that there would be obstacles and hardships in the process of demolition and construction. In construction and development, we have to put the overall situation first, so it is inevitable that some people will not be completely satisfied. However, in such a situation, I personally feel that it is very wrong to push the elderly and children to the front." Su Cheng said, "About this accident, how does Deputy Mayor Su plan to deal with it? Do you still want to continue the demolition project? If the villagers continue to resist the demolition, are you going to use force?" Another reporter asked sharply. Su Cheng turned his head to look at him and said, "The demolition of the Laocheng district is for the better development of Jiang City in the future. This is beneficial to the people, so the demolition will continue. As for whether the government will use coercive means, I want to make it clear that our government is not a violent organization. In fact, there are some things that we lack communication and understanding with the villagers. I believe that after we communicate with the people and they realize that we are demolishing for the better development in the future, this problem will be solved very well." After he finished speaking, he directly lifted his foot to leave and said, "That's all I want to say now. I welcome everyone to follow up on the follow-up report of this matter. Deputy Mayor Su, I heard that you were called over by the Commission for Discipline Inspection some time ago. According to the news, you received a gift of nearly $1 million from the CEO of a certain company. Is this true?" Seeing that he was about to leave, one of the reporters rushed to him and asked. Su Cheng stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the wall. After a long while, he said with a faint smile, "You're very well informed." The reporter's heart trembled under his gaze. He tightened his grip on the microphone and said again, "Deputy Mayor Su, please answer my question." Su Cheng nodded and said, "I was indeed invited by the Commission for Discipline Inspection to cooperate with the investigation. But if what you just said is true, do you think I will still stand here and accept your interview?" The man was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "That means you didn't accept a certain CEO's gift, right?" Su Cheng glanced at him and simply said, "I've never accepted gifts from anyone." After that, he didn't say anything more to them. He turned around and walked towards the hospital's gate. He still had to go to the police station to meet the villagers and the demolition staff who had caused trouble this time. When Su Cheng arrived at the police station, Tong Wengai had already arrived one step ahead of him and was talking to the police about something. To his surprise, Juhan was also talking to the group of demolition workers about the situation at the same time. However, when he remembered that Juhan's company was the developer of this project, it was reasonable to see him here, so it was not strange. In the interrogation office, several villagers were making a ruckus, and the policewoman almost couldn't control the situation. Su Cheng asked the policewoman to leave, and he stood in the middle of the group of agitated villagers. He didn't rush to talk about the problem of demolition, but first asked, "Are there Uncle Lu's children and Wood and Stool's parents here?" A middle-aged woman was the first to speak. I'm the mother of Wood and Chair." Another middle-aged man also stood up. "I'm Lu Dacheng's son." Su Cheng frowned and looked at them for a while before saying, "You guys go to the hospital first. The elderly and the child need someone to take care of them. We won't go anywhere until we solve the demolition and construction problem," the man insisted. The woman seemed to hesitate for a moment before finally agreeing. "That's right. You have to give us an explanation today. What right do you have to destroy our house?" Siya Cheng's brows furrowed even more, and he said sternly, "Your parents and children are in the hospital. Is the house more important than them?" The man and woman were both stunned and speechless. Siya Cheng glanced at everyone, and this time, he softened his voice and said, "You guys go to the hospital first. I'll talk to them here, and they'll talk to you when they get back." "What's the difference?" The old man's son and the child's mother nodded and left for the hospital. Siya Cheng looked at the group of angry villagers and said, "City construction and demolition are all for the better development of the city in the future. It's a good thing. Why do you insist on not demolishing and moving? Don't you want to live in a better and more comfortable environment in the future? Besides, only when a city is developed well will the bosses in the city have a better life. Isn't that the case? We don't understand what development and construction are. These are all decided by you, a group of officials. You don't care about the interests of us common people. Now, you want to demolish the house and build it, and you're only giving us that little money. The price of the house now is higher than the sky. Where do you want us to live with that little money? Without a house, we're going to have to sleep on the streets and starve." One of them said, that's right. You're all building for yourself. You've never thought about us common people." Someone echoed, "That's right. It's just a small amount of money. We definitely won't tear down our house. If you really want to tear it down, then you can just step over us." Yes, I definitely won't tear it down." Everyone's emotions were a little agitated, and their gazes seemed to be able to eat people. Siya Cheng furrowed his brows. As far as he knew, the demolition money this time was not small, so he asked, "How much money did you guys get in total?" 700,000 per household. One of them replied, "The house prices are so high now. What kind of house can you buy with 700,000 yuan? You're forcing us to leave." That's right. Everyone agreed. Siya Cheng's heart sank. As far as he knew, the demolition fee was definitely not less than 1,000,000 yuan, but they said it was only 700,000 yuan, so it was obvious that this money had long been coveted by others. Siya Cheng raised his hand to signal for them to quiet down, and then he said, "Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. I'll definitely give everyone an explanation." "Do you mean what you say?" someone asked doubtfully. "Yes, I'm the person in charge of the construction of Technology City. If I say I'll give everyone an explanation, I'll give everyone an explanation," Siya Cheng promised. The villagers looked at each other, and after a long while, a representative said, "All of us just want a place where we can shelter ourselves from the wind and rain and live. If the construction really benefits us, how can we not cooperate? It's just that we've been forced into a dead end, and we have no other choice. We can trust you this once, but if the situation is still the same, we will definitely not move." Siya Cheng nodded and promised, "I will be responsible for everyone." Chapter 133, Meeting Yang Li again. With Siya Cheng's guarantee, the villagers promised that if the compensation was reasonable, they would cooperate with the demolition work and wouldn't cause them any trouble. After sending off the villagers, Siya Cheng walked over to the demolition workers. When Juhan saw him coming over, he took the lead and said, "I will be fully responsible for the losses caused by this accident." Siya Cheng looked at him, nodded, and only said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, General Manager Ju." He looked at the demolition staff behind him and said, "There are some things you should emphasize to them again. I don't want something like this to happen again." "Yes." Juhan nodded. He looked at the time and said, "I'm sorry, I still have something to do at the company. I'll be leaving first." Siya Cheng nodded and didn't say anything. On the other side, Tong Wengai had already understood the situation and was walking over to him. He looked at Siya Cheng and said, "Deputy Mayor Su." Siya Cheng turned his head to look at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said with interest, "Bureau Chief Tong." Tong Wengai felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He turned his head to look at the noisy police station and said, "There's always this kind of thing happening every time there's a demolition." Siya Cheng nodded and stood side by side with him, looking in the same direction. With his hands behind his back, he gently flicked his fingers and then said indifferently, "I asked the villagers just now. They seem to be dissatisfied with the relocation funds." Tong Wengai was startled, and his hands clenched a little. A trace of uneasiness flashed across his face, and he only said, "All this while, the demolition funds have never been satisfactory. Everyone wants more. Is that so? Siya Cheng turned his head and looked at him. I remember that Bureau Chief Tong is in charge of the demolition funds this time, right? Tong Wengai's body trembled slightly, but it didn't escape Siya Cheng's eyes. She turned to look at Siya Cheng and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that I took the demolition money?" She clenched her hands tightly, her face was filled with anger, and her tone was filled with dissatisfaction. She was very unhappy with his questioning. Siya Cheng chuckled, "I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous, Chief Tong?" Tong Wengai turned his head stiffly and did not look at him. He only said coldly, "I'm not nervous." Siya Cheng glanced at him, then turned around with a faint smile and was about to leave. Just as Siya Cheng was about to leave, Secretary Zheng happened to come in from outside and asked, "Has everything been arranged?" "Yes," Secretary Zheng nodded and replied, "It's all settled." Siya Cheng nodded and was about to leave with Secretary Zheng. However, just as Siya Cheng was about to leave, Tong Wengai, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him, "Wait a minute." Turning around to look at him, Siya Cheng asked with some doubt, "Is there anything else, Bureau Chief Tong?" Tong Wengai stared at him for a while and asked somewhat unnaturally, "Anran, is Anran okay?" Siya Cheng's face turned cold, and his slightly distant smile was replaced by indifference. He only said coldly, "I don't think it has anything to do with Director Tong." Then, without even looking at him, she turned around and left. Secretary Zheng, who was standing on the side, didn't quite understand what was going on. He gave Tong Wengai a strange look, nodded at him, turned around, and followed Siya Cheng out. Siya Cheng didn't look too good, and his expression was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze everything within a meter of him. When they reached the entrance of the police station, Secretary Zheng couldn't hold back his anger and asked, "Susiti, you were having a chat with Bureau Chief Tong just now." Before Secretary Zheng could finish his question, he saw Siya Cheng stop in his tracks and turn around to look at him. His eyes were definitely not kind, but rather sharp and somewhat intimidating. Secretary Zheng felt uncomfortable and said with a dry smile, "No, nothing." Only then did Siya Cheng look away. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Secretary Zheng was a little confused. After a moment of silence, Siya Cheng said, "Go and check the amount of money allocated for this demolition. Also, find out who Tong Wengai has been in contact with recently." Although Secretary Zheng didn't quite understand his intention, he still nodded and agreed. "Okay, I understand." When Siya Cheng's phone call came in, Anran was learning how to make small cakes from Aunt Zhang. She asked her to accompany him to a dinner party that night. It was Secretary Zhang's birthday, so there would be a dinner party that night. There weren't many people who would attend, and only a few leaders from the municipal party committee were invited to have a meal at his house. There was no need to dress up or give red packets. Secretary Zhang's wife had specifically instructed Siya Cheng to bring Anran along. In fact, the Zhang family and the Su family had been friends for generations, and the two families had known each other for more than 30 years. Back then, Secretary Zhang and Su Wenqing were comrades in arms, but Secretary Zhang later graduated from the army professionally, and then he slowly climbed to where he was today. However, the contact between the two families had never been broken. Qin Yun and Mrs. Zhang were also best friends, and they would often visit each other. As for Siya Cheng, the Zhang couple didn't have any children, so they treated him like their own son. This time, Siya Cheng suddenly got married. There was no wedding or banquet, and Siya Cheng was busy with his work, so she had always felt like Anran was hidden away. She had always wanted to see her, but she never had the chance to. So, this time, she made use of Secretary Zhang's birthday to specifically ask Siya Cheng to bring Anran along. Although she didn't need to dress up, Anran had already changed her clothes when Siya Cheng returned. She was wearing a light pink dress. In fact, the dress didn't have any special design, but it perfectly complemented Anran's gentle temperament. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and there was no decoration on her head. Siya Cheng smiled and walked over to her, kissing her on the cheek. Then, he whispered into her ear, "You look really pretty." Anran was a little shy and lowered her head. When she raised her head again, she looked at him with a hint of blame. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have prepared a gift or something. Time is so tight now, and I don't have time to buy a gift." Suya Cheng only chuckled as he took her hand and walked out of the door, saying, "It's okay. Secretary Zhang and Mrs. Zhang won't mind. We'll still feel embarrassed. She's treating us to a meal on her birthday, but we don't even have a present. We'll just go and freeload off her." Anran muttered in a low voice, "It's fine. Mrs. Zhang said that she'll just take you there." Suya Cheng held her hand tightly in his and stood at the elevator door waiting for the elevator. Anran frowned and turned to ask him, am I a gift? Why did it sound so strange? Ha ha ha. Suya Cheng laughed out loud and pulled her directly into the elevator. The banquet was held at Secretary Zhang's house. When Suya Cheng arrived with Anran, there were already many people sitting in the living room, most of whom were the leaders of the municipal party committee. When they saw Suya Cheng coming over, they stood up to greet him. When they saw Anran standing next to him, they all laughed and said that Suya Cheng had hidden a mistress in his golden house, quietly got married, and secretly hid such a beautiful wife. He even treasured her so much that he didn't even bring her out for any dinner. Today, thanks to Secretary Zhang, they finally got to see her. Mrs. Zhang came out of the room with a plate of fruit. When she saw Suya Cheng and his wife, the smile on her face bloomed like a flower. She put down the fruit in her hand, pulled Anran to look left and right, and kept nodding. Anran felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She looked over at Suya Cheng and saw him nod at her with a smile. Then, she suddenly felt at ease, knowing that he was here, not far from her. Then, she was pulled aside by Mrs. Zhang obediently and the two of them chatted for a long time. In fact, there were not many people present tonight. Even if all of them were gathered together, there was only one table of people. Ling Chuanjiang was the last to arrive, and he arrived just in time for the start of the banquet. She turned her head and gave Suya Cheng a meaningful look, then turned her head away. Tonight's dishes were all home-cooked dishes, but they were all very thoughtful. Every dish was personally cooked by Madame Zhang with the help of the nanny. Although there was a banquet tonight, there was no alcohol at the table. The main reason was that Secretary Zhang had just been discharged from the hospital after an operation. Now that the doctor had instructed him to quit smoking and drinking, Mrs. Zhang directly ordered that no smoking and alcohol were allowed in the house. Anran sat next to Mrs. Zhang, and Suya Cheng sat on her left. Because she knew that Anran was pregnant, Mrs. Zhang had specially made chicken soup for Anran and gave her a special treatment. Just as everyone was enjoying their drinks, the housekeeper ran over and whispered something in Secretary Zhang's ear. Secretary Zhang frowned, nodded, and said to the housekeeper, "Let him in." Everyone seemed to have noticed something, and the atmosphere quieted down. "Secretary, what happened?" someone asked. Secretary Zhang shook his head and didn't speak. Anran turned her head to look at Suya Cheng and saw him smile at her. Under the table, he reached out and held her hand. In less than a minute, Yang Li came in, smiled at Secretary Zhang, and said, "Old Zhang, how could you miss me out on your birthday today?" Secretary Zhang looked at him and said, "I'm not going to treat you. If I treat you, who knows who's going to be in trouble here? You can just keep an eye on me every day." Yang Li laughed out loud and said, "That's true. Other than casually drinking a glass of your wine, I'm really here to cause trouble." As he said that, he turned his gaze to the members of the leadership team. Anran was still a little shocked by what had happened last time, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Suya Cheng's hand. Suya Cheng turned to look at her, patted her hand, and smiled at her comfortingly. Yang Li's gaze finally stopped on Ling Chuanjiang. Looking at him, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Mayor Ling, what do you think? Please come with me." Ling Chuanjiang stared at him and didn't get up. After a while, he said, "I don't understand why team leader Yang is looking for me. I can't tell you the details here. Come with me first. My people are waiting outside." Yang Li said coldly. Ling Chuanjiang watched him sit in his seat in silence for a long time before he slowly stood up and followed him out. When he passed by Suya Cheng, he stopped for a moment and said, "You're ruthless." Chapter 134, Pregnancy Reaction. The dinner party that day came to an abrupt end because of Yang Li's appearance and Ling Chuanjiang's disappearance. In the end, everyone said a few words of blessing to Secretary Zhang before leaving hastily. Suya Cheng was called directly into the study by Secretary Zhang, while Anran was dragged to the living room by Madame Zhang for a chat. In the study, Secretary Zhang stood with his hands behind his back and looked out of the window, while Su Cheng stood a few steps behind him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The moon tonight was very beautiful and bright. The crescent moon was dotted with some starlight, making it a little cold and beautiful. After standing there for a long time, Secretary Zhang sighed and said slowly, "In a few years, he will retire. Why bother?" His tone was heavy, and there was an indescribable kind of annoyance. "He doesn't think so." Su Cheng only replied indifferently. Secretary Zhang turned around and looked at him. "I know you're angry at him for setting you up last time. The materials I handed over are all real, there's nothing fake." Su Cheng explained, "Uncle Zhang, it doesn't mean that if I don't provoke others, they won't provoke me. Sometimes, power is such a tempting thing. He's afraid that I'll hinder his interests, so he's trying to get rid of me. I can't just stand there and wait for others to kill me." Secretary Zhang looked at him and finally shook his head. Forget it. He had worked with Ling Chuanjiang for so long. It could be said that Ling Chuanjiang had been brought up by him. He naturally knew some of Ling Chuanjiang's ways of dealing with people. In fact, he also knew some of Ling Chuanjiang's mistakes. He had even looked for Ling Chuanjiang to talk about ideological work before. After all, it had not been easy for anyone for so many years. Ling 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 ling. The phone in Secretary Zhang's study rang at this time. He looked at the caller ID, then at Su Cheng, who was standing there, and sighed before picking up the phone. It was a call from Madam Ling. Su Cheng glanced at him, nodded at him, and simply said, "Uncle Zhang, I'll go back first." Secretary Zhang only nodded and waved at him. When she came out again, Anran and Mrs. Zhang were having a good time in the living room. Mrs. Zhang was holding Anran's hand and patting it gently. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and it was obvious that they were very happy. Seeing Su Cheng come out, Mrs. Zhang looked at Su Cheng and laughed. "You, Aluo, only know how to hide your wife. If I didn't insist that you bring Anran here today, would you still be hiding her for me?" "No, Anran is shy and shy." Su Cheng walked over to them with a smile. "Damn, Anran and I had a good chat. We hit it off at first sight." Mrs. Zhang even turned her head to look at Anran and asked, "Anran, don't you agree?" "Yes," Anran said, nodding with a smile. "I feel like we're old friends at first sight." Su Cheng touched his nose uninterestedly and muttered in his heart, "I wonder who was the one who pulled me aside on the way here and asked me about Auntie Zhang's personality, whether she's easy to talk to, whether she's kind, and so on." After seeing Su Cheng and Anran out of the courtyard, Mrs. Zhang was still a little reluctant to part with them. Perhaps it was because she didn't have a child, but the house was cold and quiet all day long, and there wasn't any real excitement. He took Anran's hand, unwilling to let her go, and said, "Anran, why don't you two stay for the night? There are many rooms in the house anyway." Anran looked at her with a smile and said, "Auntie, I'll come and visit you again in the future." Mrs. Zhang was a little disappointed, but she could only nod. He also repeatedly reminded them to drive carefully and slowly. Sitting in the car, Anran looked at him and couldn't help but ask, "What does Mei Ling have to do with you?" She had clearly heard Ling Chuanjiang say "you win" just now. At that time, there was no one else around, so he was obviously saying this to Su Cheng. Su Cheng turned his head and glanced at her, then turned back to continue looking at the road ahead. He only nodded slightly and said, "I handed over the materials." Anran nodded. She was silent for a moment before she turned her head to look out of the car window. She muttered to herself, "Is this how politics work? If he wants to frame someone, you can expose the past. In any case, no one can live in peace." Su Cheng chuckled and shook his head. He knew that she was overthinking things again. He reached out a hand to hold her hand in pain. Without turning his head, he asked, "Are you thinking nonsense again?" Anran turned her head to look at him and held his hand tightly. "You exposed him today. Will someone expose you tomorrow? Will it be like the last time?" She realized that she had become more emotional after she got pregnant. She would worry about anything at any time. Su Cheng was a little defeated by her. He glanced at her and knew that if he didn't answer her now, she would continue to let her imagination run wild the entire way. He simply parked the car to the side, took her hand to carefully examine it, and gently kissed it. Then, he looked up at her and asked, "Anran, Am I such an unprincipled person in your eyes? Anran shook her head and looked at him in confusion. She knew from the beginning that he was excellent, and she had never doubted it. Then why do you still think that someone will expose me or frame me? As he said this, Suya Chen pinched her nose affectionately. I'm just afraid it'll be the same as last time. Looking at him, Anran muttered in a low voice. Silly girl. His big palm ruffled her hair. They were the ones who deliberately found trouble and framed me the last time. There was no such thing. I have never let go of any mistakes in my principles. We don't have to be afraid at all. The investigation team would also have to investigate based on the clues provided. No one would rashly make a judgment based on materials alone. Investigations and other things are still necessary. Really? Anran wasn't sure, and she looked at him, half awake and half suspicious. Of course it's true. Suya Chen gave her an affirmative answer, then reached out to touch her face and said, Anran, trust me. What happened last time was an accident. After that lesson, I won't make the same mistake again and let others take advantage of it. Anran looked at him seriously. After a while, she finally nodded and muttered in a low voice, Actually, I know and believe everything, but I still can't help but let my thoughts run wild. Suya Chen reached out and pulled her into his arms. He patted her gently and whispered in her ear, I know everything. Yes. Anran hugged him back with a little more strength. Sometimes, the news media was such a powerful group. Even if the news was blocked in many ways, they always had the ability to dig out the news. A few days later, the Jiang City Metropolis Daily fully exposed the matter of Ling Chuanjiang being investigated by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Even the progress of the investigation, where Ling Chuanjiang used his official position to accept bribes of nearly 5 million yuan, which also involved many capable enterprises, was exposed to the entire city. Suya Chen was still busy with Technology City, and the bidding for the various projects in Technology City was gradually on the right track, so he wasn't always so busy that he couldn't see anyone. However, Suya Chen gradually relaxed. Anran's pregnancy reaction, which had not been very obvious, suddenly became more intense. She had no appetite, and she vomited badly when she smelled something. Originally, Aunt John came once every 3 days, but because of Anran's serious pregnancy reaction and Suya Chen's work, Aunt John had to come over every day to take care of her. Qin Yun and Lin Xiaofen would still send her some chicken soup the next day. Previously, it was quite good to drink chicken soup, but now, as soon as she smelled the smell, she couldn't stand it anymore. She directly ran to the bathroom and vomited again. This scared Qin Yun and Lin Xiaofen so much that they didn't dare to send her more soup. Qin Yun had heard from somewhere that pigeon eggs were good for pregnant women, so after she stopped sending soup, she would always send a bag of pigeon eggs over every few days. Then, she would chat with Anran for a long time. Because Suya Chen was busy with work, and Anran was worried about letting her go out alone, Lin Xiaofen would cook Anran's favorite food from time to time and bring it to her. Pregnancy could really change a person's taste. She couldn't stand the taste of the food she used to like. She always wanted to eat the food she didn't like in the past. However, it was still not as much as his appetite. His mouth was light, and no matter what he ate, it was tasteless. She ate less and vomited more. In this way, Anran didn't gain any weight in a week. Instead, she lost a few pounds. Suya Chen frowned as he looked at her, and his heart ached for her. That night, when Suya Chen came back from a dinner party, Anran was already asleep. She was lying on her side on the bed with her eyes closed and her hand on his pillow. He looked at her face that had obviously become thinner in the past few years. Her chin had become sharp. He reached out and touched her face with a little heartache. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Then, he gently lifted the thin blanket covering her body and placed his large palm on her lower abdomen. He gently stroked it back and forth and said in a low voice, "Baby, don't torture mommy. Daddy's heart will ache." As he spoke, he bent down and put his ear on her lower abdomen. He continued softly, "You have to eat properly now. You can't be picky. When you come out in the future, I'll buy you a lot of delicious food." Hee. Laughter came from above Suya Cheng's head. It was a little crisp and pleasant to the ear. Suya Cheng raised his head and saw that Anran had already woken up. She was looking at him with her eyes wide open and a smile on her face. He got up and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. After a while, he let go of her and reached out to comb her slightly messy hair. "Did I wake you up?" he said apologetically in a soft voice. Anran chuckled and shook her head. She turned to look at the time, then looked at him again and said with a little heartache, "It's so late again." He didn't reply to her, nor did he take a shower and change his clothes. He took off his shoes, socks, and suit jacket, went straight to the bed, and pulled her into his arms, letting her rest on his chest. He lowered his head and kissed the center of her hair. "Did you vomit badly today?" Leaning in his arms, Anran nodded and slowly closed her eyes. She felt an indescribable sense of peace in her heart. She suddenly thought of something and chuckled. She reached out and patted his chest in a bad mood, saying, "HMPH, it's all your fault. I'm in this state because of your little lover." She was afraid of hurting him, so she didn't hit him too hard. Suya Cheng chuckled and hugged her even tighter. He took the initiative to admit his mistake and said, Yes, it's my fault. Forget it, I forgive you. It seems that your attitude in admitting your mistakes is not bad." With a half yawn, a certain someone deliberately said it very generously. In fact, other than his little lover, what else was not her treasure? Suya Cheng didn't refute her and just went along with her, as long as she was happy. However, when he hugged her, he realized how much she had lost weight recently. He could not help but frown. She was clearly pregnant, but when he hugged her, she was even skinnier than before. She was only missing her bones. His heart ached as he whispered in her ear, "Honey, let's find a time to go out and play." She was probably bored out of her mind staying in one place all day. Going out for a walk might not only stimulate her mood, but it might also stimulate her appetite. And Ran, who was in his arms, was a little sleepy. She hadn't slept much today, so she vomited almost every time she ate something. She also felt nauseated for a long time when she smelled something. However, she was very hungry if she didn't eat, and she didn't have an appetite if she ate. However, for the sake of herself and the baby in her stomach, she tried very hard to eat a lot. Of course, she vomited more. Therefore, she had been wavering between eating and vomiting today. She didn't even have time to sleep. Now, she was really a little tired. And Ran asked, "Do you have time?" He had been very busy recently. Although it was not as busy as before, he did not have time to rest. He went to the office early every day. Of course, he did not come back early either, but it was much better than before. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry, I didn't have time to accompany you." Recently, he had indeed not had the time to be by her side. It was said that pregnant women were the most sensitive and fragile. They would often feel lonely, and they needed someone to be by her side more than usual. However, in this regard, he seemed to be really bad and could not be considered a qualified husband. "Silly girl, you're fighting for us." Anran chuckled as she spoke. She reached out and took his hand to place it on her lower abdomen. She rubbed her head against his chest and then closed her eyes slightly. Although she really wanted to chat with him for a while longer, her eyelids were really sharp. The baby in her stomach was calling her to sleep. Suya Cheng chuckled and gently stroked her belly with his large palm, making the most intimate contact with the baby in her belly. After a long while, he hugged her and said gently, "Anran, let's go out this weekend. Let's look at the mountains, the sea, and go anywhere we want, okay?" Accompanying her to relax was a way for her colleagues to ease their own nervous actions. Suya Cheng held her in his arms, but he didn't hear a reply for a long time. He tried to call her softly, "Anran." The person in his arms seemed to have heard him. She rubbed against his chest and murmured, "Yu Cheng." The voice was not clear. It was simply sleep-talking. Only then did Suya Cheng lower his head and see that the person in his arms had already closed her eyes. Her small mouth was slightly open, and if he listened carefully, he could still hear her slightly coquettish snoring. It was very soft, very soft. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he lowered his head and kissed her slightly opened little mouth. She closed her lips and pouted, looking really cute. His movements were as gentle as possible. Then, he slowly pulled his hand away from her neck and gently placed her head on the soft pillow. Only then did she gently lift the blanket and get off the bed. She took out a change of pajamas from the closet and went directly into the bathroom. The next day, when Anran woke up, Suya Cheng had already gone to work. When she came out of the room in a daze, rubbing her eyes, Aunt Jan had already come over. When she saw her dazed look, she smiled and said, "Madam, do you want to heat up your breakfast for you? Sir made it for you when I came over." Hearing this, Anran seemed to have sobered up a lot. She looked at her and asked, "Yichen did it?" Recently, because Mrs. Jan came every day, and Su Yicheng was really busy with work, Anran basically slept until 9 or 10 o'clock, so after Mrs. Jan came, she would wait for Anran to wake up and make her breakfast on the spot. "Yes," Mrs. Jan said with a smile. "Sir said that he hasn't made breakfast for you for a long time. He's afraid that you'll forget the taste of his breakfast." He wasn't afraid that she would forget the taste. He simply couldn't bear to see her continue to lose weight, and his heart ached for his wife. Anran had a pretty smile on her face. She nodded and said, "I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face now." As she said that, she turned around and went back to the master bedroom. Her mood was better now, and her voice was full of joy. Even her footsteps were cheerful. Mrs. Jan looked at her and smiled. She had been working as a nanny for many years and had changed several employers, but it was rare to see a couple with such a good relationship. It really made people envious. He shook his head with a smile, turned around, and heated the cold breakfast in the microwave. Then, he poured her a large glass of fresh milk. Anran didn't know if it was because Su Yicheng's cooking skills were really good or not, but as she ate the breakfast he made, Anran actually had a good appetite. The breakfast that wasn't a small portion, along with a large glass of fresh milk, all went into her stomach. The most amazing thing was that she didn't feel nauseated at all, and she didn't feel like puking at all. Mrs. Jan was a little dumbfounded. She couldn't help but mutter while clearing the table, "So the baby can recognize his own cooking. He knows that Dad woke up early to make it, so he can't bear to waste any of it." Anran laughed as she listened. She looked down at her stomach and reached out to touch it. It wasn't a matter of skill, but of his intentions. She and her baby cherished the breakfast he made for them, so they were especially happy to eat it. Lin Li's phone call came when Anran woke up from her afternoon nap. She said that she hadn't seen her for a long time, so they should come out for dinner at night and have a good time together. Anran thought that it was nothing. Su Yicheng was always busy until very late at night, and at night, Aunt Jan would cook dinner for her before going home. After eating dinner, she would stay at home alone, bored. Besides, she and Lin Li hadn't seen each other for a long time. Since the last time they met at the hospital, almost a month had passed in a flash. Therefore, he readily agreed. Considering that Anran was pregnant, Lin Li deliberately found a place near Anran's house, and the environment was relatively quiet. When Anran arrived, Lin Li hadn't come over yet. She still liked to sit by the window, so she found a seat and sat down. She drank the water that the waiter had served and turned her head from time to time to look at the people coming and going outside. The waiter brought her the menu. Anran looked at it first, but just looking at the dishes on the colored page, Anran had no appetite at all. She instinctively resisted and rejected it. Lin Li rushed over. It seemed like she had run over. Her hair was a little messy from the wind, and when she sat down, she was still a little out of breath. Seeing her like this, Anran couldn't help but complain, "Why are you in such a hurry? I won't run away if I make myself breathless." Taking the water from the waiter, he gulped down more than half of the glass in one go and said, "I was afraid that you'd get impatient from waiting. The cars outside blocked the road from Scholar Road all the way to Huewan Street. I almost died from the running. You could have given me a call." Anran said. If she called her and told her that she would be late, she wouldn't mind waiting for her. Speaking of this, Lin Li rolled her eyes at her. "You'd better be sure that you have your phone with you." She thought that she wanted to run away, but she didn't bring her phone with her. She called a few times, but no one picked up. She was afraid of making her wait for a long time, so she got out of the car halfway and ran over. Hearing this, Anran looked down at her bag. Indeed, she couldn't find her phone. It was only then that she remembered that she had been afraid that the wind would blow at night, so she had gone to her room to get a thin coat. She casually placed her phone on the counter at the entrance and, without paying attention, closed the door and left. He looked at Lin Li apologetically and said, "I forgot about my home." Lin Li looked at her unhappily and waved her hand, saying, "Forget it. Running is considered training my body." As he said that, He looked at the menu on the table and asked, "How is it? Did you choose anything good to eat?" Anran shook her head, pushed the menu to the side, and said, "You order it. I really don't know what to eat." Linley glanced at her and didn't say much. She took the menu and was about to see what to eat tonight. After all, she was pregnant before, so she naturally knew that when the pregnancy reaction was serious, one would have no appetite. They casually ordered a few dishes and 2 bowls of white rice. The two of them chatted while eating. Today was a good day. Although she didn't look like she had much appetite or taste, she didn't feel nauseated, so Anran told herself to try to eat more when she could, even if she didn't like it. Halfway through her meal, Linley suddenly thought of something and quickly took out something from her bag. She handed it to Anran and said, "Here's the key. I've already found a house. The company arranged a dormitory for me. I submitted the materials last week and it was approved the day before yesterday. I just happened to be on leave yesterday, so I packed my things and went to the company dormitory." "Is there really a dormitory?" Anran looked at her and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Linley rolled her eyes at her and said, "Of course it's true. Look at what our company does. We're in the real estate business and we sell our houses. We can't possibly let our employees sleep on the streets." Anran looked at her angrily and didn't say anything more. She reached out and took the keys from her hand. "Jiu Anran." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. If one listened carefully, one could hear the anger and unhappiness in the person's voice. Anran and Linley turned their heads at the same time and saw that not far from them, Ling Lin was looking at them with an angry face. Chapter 135, A Candlelight Dinner. Anran and Linley turned their heads at the same time and saw that not far from them, Ling Lin was looking at them with an angry face. Linley turned to look at Anran and asked, "Who is she? Do you know her?" Anran nodded. "My former colleagues." Looking at Ling Lin, his brows were slightly furrowed. Ling Lin walked over to them, looking angry. She stood in front of Anran and said in a harsh tone, "Jiu Anran, it was you, wasn't it? You made Brother Yu Cheng do that, right?" Anran instinctively wanted to lean back, but Ling Lin's body was covered in perfume, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. He furrowed his brows even more and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you playing dumb with me?" Ling Lin took a step forward and glared at her. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to swallow her alive as she criticized, "Aren't you the one who caused the Ling family to be in this state? Her father said that it was Brother Yu Cheng who framed her and exposed her. She knew that it must be this woman. If it weren't for this woman who incited Brother Yu Cheng wouldn't have disregarded the friendship between the two families and deliberately exposed her father. Then, the Ling family wouldn't be like this, and her friends wouldn't have deliberately avoided her as if they were afraid that she would ask them for help." Anran covered her mouth with her hand and said in a muffled voice, "I didn't." Her stomach churned, and she felt like it was about to come up. Anran got up and wanted to go to the bathroom, but Ling Lin stopped her. "Where do you want to go?" Ling Lin blocked her and didn't let her go. She said fiercely, "Let's make things clear today. What do you mean? How did our Ling family let you down? What right do you have to harm our Ling family?" Anran was really in pain. She could feel the food that she had just eaten rolling from her stomach to her throat. If she didn't leave now, she really couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't be able to hold it in. On the side, Linley could see Anran's discomfort, and then she looked at Ling Lin's face, which looked like she wouldn't give up until she explained it clearly. She quickly stood up and walked around the square table, saying, "Hey, what's wrong with you, woman? How can you scold people like this? Who are you? Do you have the right to meddle in my business?" Ling Lin glared at Linley, her face full of disdain. Anran covered her mouth and tried to push Ling Lin away, but she couldn't. Instead, one of them couldn't hold it in, and the other couldn't hold it in. They vomited on Ling Lin's body. *T. Anran vomited all the food she had for dinner and lunch at Ling Lin. Ling Lin was wearing a chiffon dress today. The chiffon was very flowy, and the skirt wasn't too long, not even reaching her knees. At this moment, some of her tragic clothes, skirts, and even her fair thighs were covered with the filth that Anran had vomited. Some of them hadn't even been digested yet, so they were still in their primitive state. It was a nauseating sight. It was as if time had stopped. The three of them didn't speak, and the noisy restaurant quieted down. Only the sound system was playing, slowly playing light music. The first to react was Lin Li. Looking at Ling Lin's body that was covered in vomit and her face that had become a little hideous and terrifying because of her anger, she suddenly had the urge to laugh. Anran was still feeling a little uncomfortable, but she was much better than before. However, looking at Ling Lin in front of her, and then looking at the filth on her body, she really didn't know what to say. Ling Lin's entire body trembled in anger, her hands tightly clenched. The sour and stinky smell made her want to vomit. Right now, she was so angry that she really wanted to hit someone. Lin Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Ling Lin turned her head and glared at her. Her teeth were so angry that they were almost fighting, making clattering sounds. Lin Li coughed lightly and stopped laughing. She looked at her, but she was still trying to hold back her laughter. However, all of this made Ling Lan even angrier. She pushed all the blame on Anran. She turned her head and glared at Anran. She said through gritted teeth, "Do you, Anran?" Anran looked at her. At this moment, she had forgotten the pain of having a pregnancy reaction. She looked at her clothes and exposed thighs, and she really didn't know what to say. He could only watch her raise her hand and make some gestures unnaturally. He laughed dryly and said, I'm sorry. You've sprayed too much perfume on yourself. It's too pungent. I wanted to go to the bathroom, but you had to block me, so, it's still mine, no." Ling Lin enunciated every word with great emphasis. Anran smiled apologetically and subconsciously stepped back. Lin Li looked at Ling Lin's disheveled face and couldn't help but ask, are you really not going to the washroom?" The voice became a little strange as he tried to hold back his laughter. Ling Lin turned her head and glared at her. She looked at the mess she was in and bit her lip in anger. Finally, before she turned around and left, she glared at Anran. "Just you wait." The sound was almost coming out from the gaps between his teeth. He turned around to leave, but his eyes were on fire when he saw the restaurant's waiters surrounding him. He roared, "What are you looking at?" She ran into the bathroom, cursing and swearing. After she left, Lin Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. "Nz, this move of yours is too ruthless. Look at her, I'm really going to die of laughter." Anran was both angry and amused. She looked at her helplessly. "You're still laughing." His mouth felt a little uncomfortable from the vomiting, so he took the water on the table and rinsed his mouth. Looking at the almost finished food on the table, he took the bag on the chair, looked at Lin Li, and asked, "Are you leaving or not?" She didn't want to really wait here for Ling Lin to return. "Let's go. Otherwise, you're going to vomit all over that crazy woman when she comes back. I'll laugh until my stomach hurts and I'll have stomach cramps," Lin Li said as she took her bag and went out with Anran. "Let's go to the mall later." "Yes." Anran nodded. She also wanted to go to the mall to buy a few shirts for Suya Cheng, as his clothes were a little wrinkled. The two of them held hands as they shopped in the mall. When they passed by the mother and infant department, Lin Li insisted on dragging Anran into the department to buy mother and infant products, saying that she wanted to give her godson a meeting gift. In the end, the two of them bought 2 sets of maternity clothes and a big gift bag for newborns before leaving. And this mother and baby shop happened to be next to a children's clothing shop. Lin Li, on a whim, dragged Anran in directly, saying that she wanted to buy clothes. Anran thought that she was talking about buying clothes for the baby in her stomach, so she pulled her aside and said, "These are all clothes for children above the age of 4 or 5. Why did you come here to buy clothes? If your godson wants to wear them, it will be a few years later. What are you so anxious about?" Lin Li rolled her eyes at her and said, "Who said I only have one godson in your stomach?" After he finished speaking, he pulled her in without giving her a chance to explain. Anran looked at her strangely, as if she had sensed something unusual, or perhaps she had missed something in the past month. Standing at the door of the store, Anran suddenly stopped. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, Lin Li looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you going in?" Anran stared at her strangely and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Li was a little scared by her staring. "What's wrong?" She unconsciously pulled at her clothes and touched her face to see if there was anything on her face. "Tell me, what have you been up to recently?" Anran questioned. From the way she looked, there was definitely something she didn't know. An unnatural look flashed in Lin Li's eyes. She didn't look at her and only said, "What do you mean what's up? Let's go in and take a look. Children's clothes are all very nice." As he spoke, he dragged and ran into the store. She picked out a few sets of clothes for boys around the age of 6 or 7. She mumbled, "I'll just buy a bigger one. Children grow up quickly. I hope there won't be enough for them to wear in a short time." Anran snatched the clothes from her hands and said, "What do you mean by children grow up fast? Where did you get a child from?" "Yeah, my maternal love is overflowing, okay. She's someone else's child. I think she's quite pitiful. Her father doesn't dote on her, and her mother doesn't love her." As Linley spoke, she snatched the clothes from her hands again and was about to go to the counter to pay. As if she had thought of something, Anran pulled her back, looked at her, and asked, "Linley, are you hiding something from me?" Linley glanced at her and said, "I'm not hiding anything from you." And NBSB, looking at the clothes in her hands, Anran slowly said, "Linley, I know that what happened to Chengsheng hurt you deeply, but I don't want you to be irresponsible because of this." It had been almost 4 months since she had been separated from Chengsheng, and she seemed to be in a good mood recently. If there was a suitable man, she also hoped that she could properly grasp her own happiness. However, if she was just trying to avoid something and not rush to face it, she would have to suffer. This was not what she wanted to see. Previously, she had already suffered in love for 10 years. If she continued to suffer in the future, she would not feel sorry for herself. Linley was silent. She turned to look at her and said with a bitter smile, "Do you think I still have the ability to love others?" As he spoke, he clutched his clothes tightly. "Linley." Anran looked at her worriedly, but she didn't know what to say to comfort her. She had been involved in her entire experience, so she understood the pain in her heart. She also knew that the pain needed time and couldn't be cured in just a few months. After a long while, Linley looked at her and shook her head. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine," she said. Anran nodded. She didn't know what to say, what she could say, so she could only respond with a faint smile. Because she was worried about her going home alone, Linley sent Anran home. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, Suya Cheng came out of the security room next to them. He was wearing casual home clothes, and his hair seemed to have just been washed, so it was loose. Seeing Anran and Linley come over, she smiled and walked over to them. Anran was a little surprised and happy. She quickly let go of Linley's hand and walked over to him. "Why are you so early today?" she asked. It was only 9 o'clock, but not only had he returned, but he had also changed his clothes and taken a shower. "I was busy earlier today," Suya Cheng said gently as he reached out to touch her head and brushed away the wind-blown hair on her forehead. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Linley smacked her lips and walked over to the couple. Seeing that Anran had forgotten her friend after seeing her lover, she said in a bad mood, "You don't want your sister anymore when you have a man." As soon as he saw Suya Cheng, he directly threw her off and ran over. He was too inhumane. Anran stuck her tongue out at her, a little embarrassed. In fact, she and Suya Cheng were husband and wife, and they had to sleep in the same bed every night. However, Suya Cheng had been so busy recently that the two of them almost didn't see each other. In the morning, before she woke up, he had already left, and before he came back at night, she had already fallen asleep. It felt like they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was rare for him to come back early at night, so when they got home later, the two of them could still talk. Suya Cheng also looked at Linley with a smile and said, "Do you want to come up and sit for a while?" Linley waved her hand, her face full of disdain, and said, "I'm not interested in being your third wheel. I'm just a dazzling light bulb. Do you need us to send you back?" Suya Cheng said politely and courteously. He just felt that it was a little inappropriate to let her go home alone at night. "No need, no need. I'm not that delicate. You guys just go back and make out on your own," Linley said loudly. "I'm leaving." As she turned around and was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Suya Cheng, saying, "By the way, even if you're busy, you have to take good care of your wife." "Why do I feel like Anran is even skinnier than before she was pregnant?" Suya Cheng nodded, a little ashamed, and said, "Yes, I didn't take good care of Anran. I'll be more careful in the future." Linley nodded, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten, "If you dare to bully Anran, I, Linley, will not let you off. I don't care if you're the deputy mayor or the mayor." "All right," he said. Suya Cheng laughed dryly and felt a little ashamed. He had been let off countless times by bad people, but this was the first time a woman had said that she wouldn't let him off. All right, Ye Cheng won't bully me, so don't worry. And Ran was a little defeated by Lin Li, but she was also very happy with everything she had done for her. And Ran, you're helping an outsider. I'm helping you. Lin Li yelled at Anran in dissatisfaction. This girl didn't know what was good for her. Anran was angry and amused at the same time. I know. If Ye Cheng dares to bully me, I won't look for my father or my mother. I'll go straight to you, Lin Li. Let's come over and beat him up together, okay? Lin Li nodded and said with certainty, yes, of course. Anyone who dares to bully my sisters will not be spared. Ye Cheng, who was standing on the side, could only stand there and rub his nose in boredom. After sending Lin Li off and watching her get into the car, Anran was led by Ye Cheng to the apartment. Ye Cheng considerately took the bag from her hand, then held it in one hand and held her hand in the other. While waiting for the elevator, Anran was a little bored and played with his large palm. Then, she suddenly thought of something, looked up at him, and said, do you think you'll still hold my hand like this in 2 years? Ye Cheng glanced at her, smiled, nodded, and said with certainty, yes, they will. It would be the same even after 10 or 20 years, let alone 2 years. He wasn't a fickle person, and once he decided to hold hands, it would be a lifetime thing. Anran looked at him, wrinkled her nose at him, and said, you're lying. When the time comes, you must not hold my hand again. His tone was so certain as if it had happened before. Why? Ye Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, could she have foreseen the future? Even if she could, she should have seen him holding her hand. How could it not be? Anran looked at him, then lowered her head to look at her stomach. She pointed at her stomach and said, well, in 2 years' time, I think the baby in her belly will be able to walk. By then, she will be squeezed between us, holding our left and right hands. Upon hearing this, Ye Cheng laughed out loud and slightly tightened his grip on her hand, saying, no, she won't be standing in the middle. I'll still hold your hand and she'll stand on the side. Raw, then she will think that I, her mother, don't love her anymore. And Ran protested. The elevator arrived at this time. Ye Cheng smiled, held her hand, and led her in, saying, it's okay. I'll tell her that you love her too. It's just that if mommy is jealous of her, daddy has to hold her hand too. I'm not jealous. And Ran pouted and tried to explain herself. How could she be jealous of her own daughter? Ye Cheng laughed out loud, and when he saw how adorable she was with her pouting lips, he directly pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and pecked her on the lips. Anran was shocked by his actions. She quickly pushed him away and stood up straight. Her cheeks immediately turned red. They were still in the elevator, and there were surveillance cameras. Perhaps the security guards on duty were watching them. If that really happened, she would die of embarrassment. Ye Cheng knew that she was shy, so he only chuckled in a low voice. However, he didn't tease her anymore. He also didn't want others to see her shy and charming appearance. When the two of them opened the door and entered the house, Anran was so tired that she changed her shoes and fell on the sofa. Ye Cheng shook his head and put the food next to the sofa, then went over to hold Anran's hand. Come and eat with me. Hearing this, Anran was shocked. She looked at him, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and asked, you haven't had dinner yet? She raised her hand to look at the time again. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. He had taken a shower, washed his hair, changed his clothes, and even waited for her at the entrance of the community, but he had not eaten. Ye Cheng laughed and didn't explain anything. He simply took her hand and walked toward the bar counter. When Anran got closer, she realized that the countertop had already been set up with cutlery, plates, toasts, goblets, milk, and red wine. There was even a candle stand with red candles on it. Anran was a little dumbfounded. She stared at him for a while, then turned her head and looked at him in confusion. This is. Ye Cheng smiled and helped her sit down on the red high stool. I wanted to go out for dinner with you tonight, but when I came back from work, I happened to see Auntie John going out, so I found out that you had already asked Lin Li out for dinner tonight. I even carelessly left my phone on the counter at the entrance. He walked into the kitchen as he spoke. He turned on the stove again and continued to fry the half-cooked steak in the pan as he continued, since we didn't get to meet, I went to the supermarket to prepare these. I thought we could have a candlelight dinner when you came back tonight. Anran listened and looked at his back as he busied himself in the kitchen. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She wanted to laugh because she felt happy to have a man like him dote on and pamper her. She wanted to cry because she was touched. This man was clearly busy as hell, but he was still willing to take time out to do all this for her. Sometimes, she couldn't help but ask herself what she had done to deserve such a man to do all this for her. Considering that Anran was pregnant, she couldn't eat anything too raw, so she fried the steak until it was well cooked before she took it out of the pot and placed it on a plate. She drizzled it with the tomato sauce she had prepared beforehand, then brought the steak to Anran before turning around to take her own. He poured himself some red wine and gave Anran some fresh milk. After he finished, he looked at Anran, smiled, and said, "Wait, there's still one more step." He turned around and took out the lighter on the counter and lit the red candles on the candle stand one by one. After he was done, he took the remote control in the room and dimmed the lights in the room. The light from the candle stand on the bar side was just like that in a restaurant. The music started playing, and the atmosphere was just like the restaurant outside. Anran smiled, but she couldn't speak. Suya Cheng also laughed and asked, "Do I look like her?" Yes. Anran nodded very hard. She nodded so hard that she almost shed tears. She was touched and happy. Suya Cheng shook his head with a chuckle and said in a pampering tone, "Silly girl." Then, he reached out to wipe her tears and took out a rose from under the bar counter. He handed it to her and said, "I was too embarrassed to buy such a big bouquet, so I only bought one. We're just enjoying the atmosphere, okay?" Anran nodded and took it, crying and laughing at the same time. She lowered her head to smell the fragrance of the flowers, pouted, and said in a low voice, "Suya Cheng, why are you so good to me?" She would be spoiled. Suya Cheng reached out and took her hand, then gently placed it on his lips and kissed it. He then said softly, "You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat?" Anran chuckled, and the expression on her face was one of indescribable happiness and joy. Suya Cheng let go of her hand, touched her face, wiped the tears off her face, and said, "All right, can you eat with me while it's hot?" It was originally made for her. Every day, he watched her eat and vomit, but she didn't gain any weight. Although he was busy, he couldn't help but worry, and Ran nodded. Okay. She was cutting her steak with a knife and fork and happily eating the candlelight dinner he had specially prepared for her. The two of them chatted and laughed as they ate. It was very pleasant. The two of them would joke around and clink glasses with milk and red wine. They would also feed each other intimately like other couples. Just as the two of them were eating happily, the phone in the living room rang at this time, which was a little abrupt. Anran turned around and was about to take it, but Suya Cheng stopped her. "I'll go." He put down the knife and fork in his hand and walked out of the kitchen to pick up the phone. "Hello." Anran didn't know who was calling her, nor did she know what was being said on the phone. She only saw Suya Cheng's face slightly wrinkled without any displeasure. Chapter 136, Blood and Kinship. After hanging up the phone, when Suya Cheng turned around again, he saw Anran looking at him. She asked in confusion, "What happened?" Not wanting her to worry, Suya Cheng shook his head at her with a faint smile and only said, "It's nothing." He didn't want to say more, so Anran didn't ask. She just thought it was about work. Anran felt that Suya Cheng had become a little strange in the past week. He always came home early, but he still had a lot of work to do. Basically, he would go to the study room every time he came home and even rush to eat. Anran's morning sickness was still the same, but it seemed to have slowly subsided in the past 2 days, and the number of times she vomited had obviously decreased. Aunt Jan laughed at her and said that it was because of Suya Cheng, because Suya Cheng had been eating at home every day recently, and she had vomited less when she saw him. Sometimes, Anran would lie in his arms at night and say that the little lover in her stomach must have loved her to death in her previous life. Every time she had a meal with him, she would have a great time eating. Not only would she vomit, but her appetite would also improve, and she would eat a lot more than usual. Every time he heard her say that, Suya Cheng would always laugh and reach out to touch her stomach. Sometimes, he would even put his ear on her stomach and whisper to the baby inside. However, Anran would also hear all of his whispers. He said that he wanted to make his little lover be obedient inside, and when she came out and they met, he would take her to many fun places and eat a lot of delicious food. Anran asked him mockingly if he had time. He turned to look at her with a serious face and said that he would accompany his daughter no matter how busy he was. On the weekend, Suyu Cheng didn't go to the office but took his work directly home. He used his study as his office the whole day, and the phone calls were so dense that they almost never stopped. Anran was a little bored as she watched the travel channel in the living room. The exterior scenery was very beautiful, and the city that was introduced was Lyon, France. That was the place where Anran had been going on blind dates. Lyon was a famous historical city with many medieval buildings. Anran was very tempted by those buildings. In fact, she had wanted to go there when she was a student. She liked the buildings of that period, but she had never had the chance to go there and take a look. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Anran was so attracted by the Neon Cathedral on the TV that she couldn't turn her eyes away. She stared at the TV and didn't even look back. It was Auntie Zhang, who was cleaning the kitchen, who opened the door. "Who are you looking for?" Mrs. Zhang asked the man standing at the door. "Is Anran here?" The man looked at Mrs. Zhang with a nervous expression. He raised his head to look inside and saw Anran sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV with a pillow in her arms. He shouted, "Anran, Anran!" Anran snapped out of her daze and turned around, but she was blocked by Auntie Zhang and didn't see the person standing outside the door. However, the voice sounded familiar. Anran put down the pillow, got up, and walked toward the door. She asked, "Mrs. Zhang, who's that?" Aunt Zhang turned around and turned to look at Anran. "Madam, he's looking for you." Aunt Zhang turned around and Anran saw the man standing at the door. She stopped in her tracks and was a little surprised. The person standing at the door was none other than Tong Wengai. When Tong Wengai saw Anran, he was a little happy and delighted. He directly pushed Auntie Zhang away and walked in. He didn't even change his shoes and strode in front of Anran. He looked at Anran with a smile on his face. Ran. He reached out to take Anran's hand. Anran subconsciously avoided him and looked at him with a cold expression. After a while, she said indifferently, "Excuse me, what's the matter?" Tong Wengai saw Anran's indifference, and he could only sheepishly retract his hand that he had stretched out to hold her. He looked at her, and at this moment, his gaze was filled with guilt. He said somewhat embarrassedly, Ran, actually I. He wanted to say something, but he didn't seem to have thought of what to say. Anran frowned. "Director Tong," she said, "please leave. My house doesn't welcome you." She still remembered what he had said to her in the restaurant that day. She didn't want to hear him point fingers at her and gossip about her again. Tong Wengai knew that she still had a problem with him because of what happened last time, so he quickly explained, Ran, it was my fault last time. I didn't know you were pregnant. If I had known, I wouldn't have said those words." "Really?" Ran sneered and turned to look at her. "Whether I'm pregnant or not, what right do you have to say anything about me?" Yes, it's my fault. I didn't figure out the situation. It's all Mo Fier's fault. He married Zioxiao, but is still in a daze." Before Tong Wengai could finish, Anran interrupted him coldly, "Enough. I don't want to hear you talk about your family. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to hear about it, which means I don't want to know." Okay, I won't talk about them." Tong Wengai tried his best to go along with her request and didn't dare to make her unhappy. He really had no other way out now. He thought that no one would know about the demolition money, and even if they wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find out that he was involved. Back then, this matter was originally instructed by Ling Chuanjiang, and most of the demolition money was taken away by Ling Chuanjiang. However, who knew that the villagers in the north of the city would make such a big fuss because of the lack of money, and even alarm Suyu Cheng to go to the scene. What was even more unexpected was that something would happen to Ling Chuanjiang at this time. Recently, the anti-corruption activities of the Commission for Discipline Inspection had been very tight. This time, the Ling Chuanjiang incident had involved quite a number of people. Recently, Yang Li had also been slowly investigating his side. From the clues of the demolition money, it was estimated that it would be his turn soon. It was said that a few business CEOs had been invited to cooperate with the investigation, and Huan Dexing was one of them. I have nothing to say to Director Tong, Anran said. Without looking at him, she turned to Mrs. Zhang and said, Mrs. Zhang, please help to send them off. As she spoke, she walked towards her room. She did not want to see this person, so she instinctively rejected him. Auntie Zhang nodded in a daze. She looked at Tong Wengai and only said, please leave. Tong Wengai didn't look at her and only stared at Anran. When he saw that she was about to leave, he quickly stepped forward and took Anran's hand. Ran, please help me beg Su Yicheng to stop investigating, okay? Ran, you don't want to see me go to jail either, right? After all, I'm Han. Dong Wengai. Without waiting for Tong Wengai to finish speaking, a shrill voice came from behind him, and it was filled with anger. Behind her, Lin Xiaofen had arrived at some point in time. The door was not closed, and she ran in directly from outside. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her hair was a little messy. Jiyu Hengwen followed behind her. Because they had been running, the two of them now looked a little disheveled. Anran looked at her parents in a daze, then at Tong Wengai. She didn't know what was going on. Su Yicheng, who was in the study, was alarmed by the commotion outside. He didn't even have time to take off the gold-rimmed glasses on his face before he came out. When he saw Tong Wengai, his brows instinctively furrowed. He stepped forward to support Anran from behind. Seeing that Anran's hand had turned red from Tong Wengai's grip, his displeasure became even more obvious. He reached out to grab Tong Wengai's hand and used force to force Tong Wengai to let go of Anran. Tong Wengai let go of Anran's hand in pain, then turned his head to see that Su Yicheng had already come out. He ignored Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen behind him and only looked at Su Yicheng and said, Deputy Mayor Su Yicheng, you're home too. That's great. Su Yicheng held Anran in his arms and stared straight at him. He asked expressionlessly, Bureau Chief Tong, what are you trying to do? Yicheng, I'll take out all the demolition money and we'll stop investigating this matter. What do you think? Tong Wengai looked at him expectantly. Now, there was nothing to hide. In fact, at this point, everyone already knew that if he continued to hide it, he would probably die an ugly death. He might as well expose it and beg him to spare his life. After all, with Anran's relationship with him, Su Yicheng had to give him some face even if he was unwilling. Su Yicheng snorted coldly and said, Bureau Chief Tong, you must be joking. It's not up to me to decide whether to investigate or not. I've never been a member of the Commission for Discipline Inspection or the Inspection Bureau. You should have known this long ago, right? He. Tong Wengai laughed dryly and looked at him. He said in a flattering manner, you must have a way. Why should I help you? Su Yicheng asked in return. Why did she help him? He didn't have the obligation or responsibility to do so. When he asked why, Tong Wengai seemed to be a lot more confident. He looked at him and was about to say, how can you not help me? You still don't know me. I'm Ran and she Ran. Tong Wengai, you're not allowed to say it. You're not allowed to say it. Lin Xiaofen went forward as if she had gone mad. She grabbed Tong Wengai and hit him hard, saying while hitting his mouth, you bastard, you're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to say anything. As she said that, her tears fell uncontrollably. Jiyu Hengwen didn't move from the side. He only looked at her. His hands that were hanging by his sides were tightly clenched, as if he was suppressing the surging emotions in his body. Anran leaned into Su Yicheng's arms and didn't say a word, but her body couldn't help but tremble. She bit her lip tightly, and her grip on Su Yicheng's hand was so strong that it hurt him, but she didn't notice it at all. Su Yicheng looked at Anran worriedly and reached out to pat her hand. And the one who didn't know the truth was Mrs. Zhang. She had no idea what was going on. It was a little dizzying. Enough! Tong Wengai was a little annoyed from being hit, and he pushed Lin Xiaofen away. Lin Xiaofen couldn't stand still and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jiyu Hengwen was quick-witted and went up to hold her in his arms. He glared fiercely at Tong Wengai and roared at him, Tong Wengai, what do you want to do? Tong Wengai knew that he was in the wrong, so he glanced away from them. After a while, he said, I know I've let you and your mother down, but no matter what, I'm still Anran's Qianqian. You close it. This time, it wasn't Lin Xiaofen who spoke. It was Anran. Everyone turned to look at Anran, only to see her push Su Yicheng away, clench her teeth, and walk toward Tong Wengai with clenched fists. You shut up, she said, staring at him. Tong Wengai looked at her and was a little frightened by Anran's current state. He said in a daze, Ran. Don't call me that, it only makes me feel disgusted. How dare you call me by my name like this? Anran asked through gritted teeth, clenching her fists to control her emotions. I'm your darling. Tong Wengai opened his mouth, trying to explain. Shut up! Anran shouted at him, almost crazily. Ran. Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen looked at her with some worry. Suya Cheng was also a little worried, so he stepped forward to hug Anran, but she pushed him away. Anran glared at Tong Wengai and said through gritted teeth, You're not allowed to say it. Suya Cheng looked at her, and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that Anran had already known something. Anran closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes again and looked at him. Get out. Our family doesn't welcome you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with us. Even if Yu Cheng could help you, I wouldn't let him. If you didn't want to be investigated, you shouldn't have done so many immoral things. Hearing this, Tong Wengai looked at her and shook his head with a self-deceiving smile. He only said, No, that's because you don't know who I am. If you knew about our relationship, you wouldn't be like this. You're a stranger to me. You're nothing. Anran said firmly and turned her head away from him. Tong Wengai shook his head and said, No, Ran. In fact, your mother and I were in a relationship before. You're Zhenjun. At the same time. Shut up. Tong Wengai, shut up. Lin Xiaofen called out and rushed over, wanting to cover his mouth. Shut up, you're not allowed to say it out loud. Anran also roared at him, her emotions a little out of control. But, I dated your mother before. You're my daughter. You're my biological daughter. Tong Wengai spoke out as they called out. He revealed his relationship with Anran, and at the same time, he revealed the secret that Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen had kept to themselves for 29 years. Then, everything quieted down. No one spoke. Anran stared at Tong Wengai in a daze. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. Lin Xiaofen's entire body sprawled on the ground. She didn't have any strength at all. She sat on the ground in a daze. Behind her, Jiu Hengwen hurriedly supported her and held her tightly in his arms. Suya Cheng glared at Tong Wengai fiercely, his eyes burning with the flames of anger. Mrs. Zhang was a little dumbfounded. She looked at everything in a daze and couldn't believe it. The first to react was Tong Wengai, who didn't realize anything at all. He walked over to Anran with a guilty half-smile, reached out to take her hand, and confessed, Ran, I'm sorry. I didn't know you existed. It was my fault back then. I didn't know your mother was pregnant. When we separated, I didn't know I had such a beautiful and smart daughter. It wasn't until we met a few months ago that I realized I had such an excellent daughter. Tong Wengai muttered to himself, his expression very moved. He looked at her and continued, I know that you hate and blame Dad. I also know that this is all my fault. I don't blame you for hating me, but Ran, we're blood relatives after all, and blood is thicker than water, right? Actually, I wanted to come and acknowledge you when I found out a few months ago, but I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it and that you would hate me, so I didn't rush to tell you. I didn't dare to tell you that I'm actually your biological father. After a long while, Anran finally reacted. She didn't look at him, and her eyes were looking elsewhere. Her eyes were unfocused and a little empty. Then why are you saying it now? Tong Wengai sighed and said, which father wouldn't want his daughter to call him father? Which father would be able to endure for a long time knowing that the other party is his daughter, but still treat her coldly and politely like a stranger? This feeling is really unpleasant. Ha ha, Anran just sneered. Ha ha. Tong Wengai looked at her carefully and said, Ran, you'll help Dad, right? You won't just watch Dad go to jail, right? He could only rely on her now. He had investigated a lot, and Yang Li had a good relationship with the Su family. If the Su family asked him not to investigate, then it would definitely be useful. It was impossible to call Suya Cheng directly, but it was a different story if she called Anran. Anran moved her shoulders coldly and pursed her lips, but she couldn't say a word. Seeing that she was silent, Tong Wengai coaxed her, Anran, call me Dad, okay? Even in my dreams, I want to hear you call me Dad. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofen, who was at the side, said somewhat madly, Tong Wengai, you're not worthy at all. On the side, Jiu Hengwen's eyes were fixed on Anran. His hand was tightly holding Lin Xiaofen's hand, so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. Su Cheng stepped forward and hugged Anran, only to feel that her entire body was stiff and tense. He looked at Tong Wengai angrily and said coldly, "Director Tong, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for hiring security." Tong Wengai turned his head to look at him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He raised his voice and said, "Didn't you hear me just now? I'm Ran Ran's father, so I'm your father-in-law." Su Cheng glanced at him coldly and firmly said, "I only have one father-in-law, and that is Ji Hengwen. It can only be him forever." He felt embarrassed for this man. How could he still have the face to say this? Upon hearing this, Anran finally came back to her senses. She stared at Su Cheng and tightly grabbed his hand. Tong Wengai turned his head and didn't look at him. He looked at Anran and said, Ran, you're so silly." Anran raised her head to look at him and interrupted him. She only said, "I only have one father, and that's Ji Hengwen." Every word and sentence was said clearly. "He's not your father. I am. You and I are the biological father and daughter." Tong Wengai said, as if he was in a hurry to explain, "How about this? Let's go to the hospital. Let's go to the hospital to do a DNA test. This way, you'll know that you and I are father and daughter, and that Ji Hengwen is an outsider." Tong Wengai knew that if he didn't hold on tightly to Anran, this last life-saving straw, then his 30 years of hard work, the status and wealth he had obtained by giving up so many things back then, would really be for naught. Then, wouldn't his 30 years of hard work all be in vain? "I don't need to." Anran refused, and her tone was firm. She questioned him and said, "So what if you are related to me by blood? What have you done for me? Where were you when my dad carried me to the hospital with a 39-degree fever? Where were you when he accompanied me to teach me word by word? Where were you when I fell and he held me to comfort me? When he finally finished the student exam after a few sleepless nights, he gave up his rest to talk to me all night because he knew that my work was not going well. Where were you then? What were you doing when he was doing all this for me? Why should I acknowledge you as my father just because you're related to me by blood? You're so unfamiliar to me that I can't let a stranger be my father." At that time, I didn't know you existed," Tong Wengai explained. "If I had known about this earlier, I would definitely have been stunned." "What can you do?" Anran sneered. "You know that I'm your daughter, but you only come to blame me for ruining Tong Xiaoji and Mo Fear's marriage. Because Tong Xiaoji and Mo Fear quarreled, you come to blame me for not having any manners. Other than blaming me, what have you done for me?" In response to her question, Tong Wengai was at a loss for words. Anran looked at him and said with determination, "He doted on me, loved me, and tolerated everything about me since I was young. When I didn't do well, he would criticize me and ask me to change and grow up from my mistakes. When I did well, he would encourage me and ask me to work harder so that I could do better. From when I was young until now, he never made me lack fatherly love. He never distanced himself from me just because I wasn't related to him by blood. He never rejected me or didn't care about me. A man like this is a father. You are nothing. You're not worthy." On the side, Lin Xiaofen couldn't help but cry because of Anran's words. Ji Hengwen, who was holding her, also had red eyes. This was a secret that the two of them had kept hidden for nearly 30 years. They had always been afraid that Anran would find out, and they had always been worried about what would happen if Anran found out. Sometimes, they would even be woken up by nightmares, saying that Anran knew, and then she wouldn't acknowledge them anymore. There were countless days where they had to worry and be afraid like this. However, it turned out that it wouldn't be a big deal even if they said it. Yes, Anran had always been good. How could she not recognize them because of this? They were not confident, and they were too nervous, so they were worried and scared. "Anran, look at me. I'm the one who's connected to you by blood. Although I haven't done anything for you, we're still father and daughter. This is a fact that no one can change." Tong Wengai was making his final struggle. Anran shook her head and looked at him with a cold expression. "You're nothing to me. If people only acknowledge blood relations and the test report, and not family ties or gratitude, that would be too sad." Chapter 137, Daughter. Anran shook her head and looked at him with a cold expression. "You're nothing to me. If people only acknowledge blood relations and the test report, and not family ties or gratitude, that would be too sad." Hearing this, Tong Wengai was a little anxious. He quickly took Anran's hand and said with some urgency, Ran, it's not like that. I'm your biological father after all. You won't disown me, right? Anran shook off his hand, looked at him, and said word by word, don't call me that. It only makes me feel disgusted. You. Pushing away Suya Cheng's arms, Anran interrogated him step by step, staring straight at him and saying, you acknowledge me. You just want me to plead with Yu Cheng on your behalf so that he will help you get through this difficult time on my account. If not for this, you would not have told anyone about my background for the rest of your life because you are afraid. You are afraid that I will ruin everything you have now. Tong Wengai could only retreat step by step. He had no way of refuting her question. Yes, Anran was right. If it weren't for this incident, he would never have revealed that Anran was his biological daughter. It wasn't that he didn't want to destroy Lin Xiaofen's current family or anything, but he didn't want to destroy his current family because of Anran. If Chen Hui found out that he had a daughter this old, it would be strange if his family wasn't torn apart. However, he couldn't care so much now. Someone from the top had already come to find him in the morning, but he had managed to fool them. They would probably come again tomorrow or the day after. If he didn't think of a way, he would really be dead, and the only person who could help him was Suya Cheng. In fact, he didn't want things to end up like this, so he went to Lin Xiaofen, hoping that she could come forward and persuade Anran to let Anran speak to him in front of Suya Cheng, so that he could find a way to help him. However, Lin Xiaofen refused without any room for negotiation, and even asked him not to go to Anran again. That was why he had no choice but to come to Anran directly. After all, they were blood-related, and after a few interactions, he could tell that Anran had a gentle personality. If she knew that he was her biological father, she would definitely help him. He just didn't expect things to turn out like this. Do you really think I don't feel anything? Every time Mom sees you like this, and the last time you came to teach me a lesson, do you really think I don't feel anything strange? As she spoke, Anran's emotions were a little agitated. I'm not as stupid as you think. I just don't want to say it. I don't want to admit it. I just don't want to admit that I'm not Dad's biological daughter. I don't care who my biological father is. Whether it's you, Tong Wengai, Zhang Wengai, or Li Wengai, it's all good. I don't care about that at all. I only regret that I'm not Jiyu Hengwen's biological daughter. I only want to be Jiyu Hengwen's daughter in this lifetime. Ran. Jiyu Hengwen, who was holding Lin Xiaofen on the side, was a little touched. His originally red eyes finally couldn't help but shed tears. However, there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked straight at Anran and said in an extremely firm tone, Ran, you will always be my daughter. From the moment he had reached out to take the little doll into his arms, he had told himself that regardless of whether this child would find out about his identity in the future or whether this child would acknowledge him in the future, he would always treat her as his own daughter. He would give her the fatherly love that she was supposed to have, love her, and protect her for the rest of her life. Anran looked at him and could no longer control her tears. Dad! She reached out to cover her mouth and sobbed. Jiyu Hengwen let go of Lin Xiaofen and walked over to Anran. He reached out and pulled Anran into his arms, hugging her tightly. Lin Xiaofen sat on the ground and looked at her parents who were hugging each other in front of her. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. However, the tears at this moment were different from the ones just now. They were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Looking at this scene, Tong Wengai became a little anxious. He didn't care about his attitude and tone anymore. He angrily shouted at Anran, Jiyu Anran, I'm your father. If you don't acknowledge me, that's treasonous. As he said that, he turned to Lin Xiaofen and roared, Lin Xiaofen, is this how you teach your daughter? I've taught her to be so unfilial that she doesn't even recognize me as her father. Lin Xiaofen wiped her tears and turned to look at him. Then, she slowly stood up from the ground and asked in a soft and indifferent voice, who do you think you are? Why would my daughter want to acknowledge you? As she said that, she looked into his eyes and suddenly became stern again. She said sternly, I'm telling you, Tong Wengai, and Rant's surname will always be Jiyu. She has nothing to do with your Tong family. Don't even think about using her to achieve your dirty thoughts. You're all crazy. Tong Wengai couldn't understand. He thought that blood ties were more important than anything else. Why didn't she acknowledge him or help him when he was Anran's biological father? Siya Cheng looked at him coldly, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed the security room's number. He only said that there was an unknown person in the house and asked them to take the person out. Tong Wengai still wanted to put up a final struggle, but no one was willing to listen to a single word he said. He was like a clown, gesturing excitedly. In the end, the security guards in the security room carried him out. As he was brought out, he kept shouting, "I'm Anran's father, I'm Anran's father." Anran was a little tired from crying. In the end, she cried and fell asleep on Jiyu Hengwen's body. Seeing this, Siya Cheng stepped forward and wanted to carry Anran back to her room, but he was blocked by Jiyu Hengwen. Jiyu Wengheng strenuously picked up the unconscious Anran by her waist. Then, although he walked unsteadily, he did his best to carry Anran to the master bedroom and lay her down on the bed. He sat by the bed and looked at her tightly closed eyes. There were still traces of tears on her cheeks. He reached out and gently wiped them away for her. He sat by the bed and looked at her for a long time before leaving the room. Looking at Lin Xiaofen, he couldn't help but be excited. Anran is my daughter, my biological daughter. Regardless of whether they were blood-related or not, he and Anran were father and daughter for life. Yes. Lin Xiaofen looked at him as he nodded his head heavily. She was smiling with tears flowing down her face. Anran was too hungry and excited today. Siya Cheng and Lin Xiaofen were still a little worried, so they directly called the doctor to come to their house and give Anran a simple examination. Only after making sure that Anran and the baby in her stomach were fine did they feel relieved. Anran was really tired today. She slept for several hours and didn't wake up. Siya Cheng asked Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen to stay, but Jiyu Hengwen refused. He said that he would take Anran home tomorrow, and then he and Lin Xiaofen would talk about this matter clearly, about what happened that year, and about Anran's past. Siya Cheng nodded and didn't force them to stay. He knew that they needed time to digest everything that had happened today and think about how to tell Anran about what happened in the past tomorrow. He didn't ask them to stay, but Siya Cheng insisted on driving them home. When they arrived at the door, Siya Cheng sincerely said to Jiyu Hengwen, "Dad, thank you. Thank you for his selfless fatherly love. It was because of him that Anran could be who she was today, and that there was someone he could cherish for the rest of his life." Jiyu Hengwen looked at him for a while and said, "Don't you dare bully my daughter in the future." The word daughter was especially emphasized, as if it was a declaration. Siya Cheng nodded heavily. "I'll love her for the rest of my life." Jiyu Wengheng looked at him, smiled, and nodded. He didn't say anything more and turned to enter the house. When Siya Cheng returned, Anran was still asleep. Due to today's special circumstances, Siya Cheng had asked Auntie John to stay behind to take care of her. When Siya Cheng pushed open the door and entered, Aunt John was wiping the sweat off Anran's forehead with a towel. "Still not awake?" Siya Cheng asked as he looked at Anran on the bed. She was frowning deeply, as if she was dreaming. "He's not awake yet." Mrs. John shook her head and said, "He seemed to be having a nightmare and talking in his sleep. I saw a lot of cold sweat on her forehead, and I was afraid that she would catch a cold tomorrow, so I got some water for her to wipe it off." Upon hearing this, Siya Cheng frowned a little worriedly and reached out to take the towel from Aunt John's hand. He only said, "I'll do it." Mrs. John didn't say much and stood up to give him her seat. Siya Cheng sat down on the edge of the bed, wrung the towel in the basin, and then carefully wiped Anran. "Mrs. John, please make some porridge," he said to Mrs. John, who was standing behind him. "Anran can have it when she wakes up. After sleeping for such a long time, he would definitely be hungry when he woke up." All right." Aunt John quickly nodded and then quietly left the room. Just as Mrs. John said, Anran seemed to have slept very uncomfortably. Her brows were furrowed deeply, and her head trembled slightly, as if she was dreaming of something. She muttered softly, "Dad, you, go away. You're not my dad. Jiyu Hengwen is my dad. I only have one dad, and he will always be my dad." As she spoke, she waved her hands as if she was chasing something away. He reached out to grab her hand so that she wouldn't accidentally hit him. Siya Cheng sighed softly with a little heartache, then pulled her hand to his mouth and kissed it. It's okay," she said softly. "You'll always be Jiyu Hengwen's daughter. You'll always be." Don't be afraid, don't worry. Anran seemed to be able to hear him in her sleep, and she slowly calmed down. After she had calmed down, Su Cheng gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, then sat next to her and looked at her for a long time before he slowly put her hand down, covered her with the blanket, and left the room. When he returned to the study room and saw the unfinished work on the desk, Su Cheng reached out and pinched his sore eyebrows. Instead of returning to the desk and sitting down, he stood in front of the window of the study room with his phone in hand. He looked at the dark night sky, where there were no stars or cold moon, and stared at his phone for a long time before he directly called Yang Li. Anran slept for a very long time, nearly 10 hours. She didn't open her eyes until 2 in the morning. As soon as she moved, the man next to her woke up and turned on the light at the head of the bed. Because he was afraid that it would be too bright, he had carefully dimmed the light so that she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Anran frowned and massaged her throbbing temples, her eyes still half open. Anran. Su Cheng gently called her name in her ear. He spoke in a low voice, afraid that he would scare her if he spoke too loudly. After a long while, Anran finally opened her eyes and turned to look at him. Perhaps it was because she had cried too hard today, but her temples were still aching. Su Cheng seemed to have noticed her discomfort, so he sat up, pulled down her hand, and used his own hand to replace hers. He gently placed his hand on her temple and slowly massaged it, then asked softly, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes." Anran nodded and closed her eyes again. Su Cheng massaged her for a long time before Anran reached out to pull his hand down. She only said, "All right, it doesn't hurt that much anymore." As she said that, she tried to sit up. Su Cheng helped her sit up, his hand around her neck, letting her rest on his chest. His hand patted her gently, occasionally, without any pattern. Then, he whispered in her ear, "Are you hungry? I asked Auntie John to cook some porridge and keep it warm. It's still hot. Why don't I order some for you?" In his arms, Anran shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng didn't say anything or force her to do anything, but he still patted her gently. She didn't know how long she sat like this, but Anran finally opened her mouth and asked, "Where's Mom and Dad?" She was referring to Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen. "He's already gone back," Su Cheng said softly as he lowered his head and kissed the center of her hair. After a long while, he said, "Dad wants us to go home tomorrow night." Anran didn't say anything for a while and let him hold her. After a long time, she gently nodded in his arms and said, "Yes." The arms around his body tightened. The two of them hugged each other in silence, and neither of them spoke. They sat there for a long time, so long that Su Cheng thought she was sleeping in his arms again. He looked down at her and saw that her eyes were still open, and she was staring straight at the curtains in the room, but her eyes were not focused. He reached out and touched her head, asking softly, "Anran, do you want to sleep for a while?" There was no response. Su Cheng thought she didn't hear him, so he whispered in her ear again, "Anran." The person in his arms seemed to have finally reacted. She shook her head but did not speak. She didn't want to sleep with Su Cheng, but he didn't force her either. They just sat there silently, holding her in their arms. Su Cheng didn't know how much time had passed, but just when he thought they were going to sit there and wait for dawn, Anran, who was in his arms, finally opened her mouth and said, "One day, when I came home, I saw my mother staring at an old photo in a daze. I didn't even notice when I went back. I saw the man in the photo. He was very young and wore a white shirt. That photo should be from more than 30 years ago. I saw that the photo had turned yellow." Su Cheng didn't say anything and just quietly hugged her, but the strength of his hug was a little tighter than before. Anran continued, "There was one time when I was walking on the street, and I happened to see her and Tong Wengai pulling and arguing on the street. When she saw me coming over, her expression was very panicked, as if she was afraid of something. She took my hand and got into a taxi, and she repeatedly warned me not to associate with Tong Wengai. At that time, I didn't know what her relationship with Tong Wengai was, but I could vaguely guess that their relationship wasn't that simple. After that, Mom fainted and was hospitalized. One afternoon, I went to see her but I overheard her conversation with Dad at the door of the ward. Only then did I know that I wasn't Dad's biological daughter. It was just that at that time, I didn't know who the person they were talking about was. Until the last time Tong Wengai came to find me and told me not to interfere with Tong Xiaoji and Mo Fear's marriage. I rebutted and criticized him. Later, Mom was very agitated because of my private meeting with Tong Wengai. At that time, I was sure. It's confirmed that Tong Wengai is the person they're talking about. As she said this, her hands around Su Yicheng's waist tightened, and she seemed to be a little agitated. Su Yicheng could feel the excitement of the person in his arms and her slight trembling, so he quickly patted her back and said, all right, let's not talk about it anymore." His hand gently patted her back. In his arms, Anran gradually began to cry and asked, tell me, how can he be so shameless? How could he have the nerve to ask me to acknowledge him? He had not done anything for her, and he had even accused her without distinguishing right from wrong. How could he be so shameless? It's okay. He has nothing to do with us. It's fine as long as we don't miss him. Su Yicheng comforted her and hugged her even tighter. Anran wiped her tears, and her emotions slowly calmed down. She nodded and said, yes, he has nothing to do with me. He is, and he will be in the future. He's not even a stranger to me. Su Yicheng nodded and echoed her, well, not even a stranger. As he spoke, he gently let go of her and wiped the tears on her face with his fingers. However, Anran still couldn't help but want to cry. Her tears couldn't be wiped away, and they fell from her eyes in strings. Seeing this, Su Yicheng could only sigh softly and lean forward to kiss away the tears on her face. It's all right, he muttered. Anran allowed him to kiss her, and she slowly calmed down as he kissed her. She nodded and replied, yes. After kissing her for a while and making sure that her tears had stopped falling, Su Yicheng finally let her go. Looking at her eyes and nose that were slightly red from crying, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her eyes again. He was very loving and tender. After a long time, he let go of her and pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. Anran also hugged him tightly. The two of them held each other in silence for a while before Su Yicheng's hand slowly moved from her back to her front. His hand gently covered her lower abdomen, slowly caressing it back and forth. The doctor said that mothers-to-be should be happy, she said softly. They can't cry all day. It's not good for the baby. Anran nodded heavily. Yes. She withdrew from his arms and lowered her head to look at her belly. Now, her belly was clearly visible and slightly bulging. When she went to the prenatal examination, the doctor had told her that the baby was very healthy and everything was fine. As she lay there and listened to the baby's heartbeat, she felt an indescribable feeling of gratitude. She slowly placed her hand on the baby. Although she could not feel any fetal movement, she seemed to be able to feel that the baby in her stomach was one with her. It felt so close and so intimate. Su Yicheng reached out and covered her hand, then turned her around. He hugged her from behind and gently shook her without saying anything. Because he was worried about Anran being alone at home and having her mind run wild, Su Yicheng didn't go to the office the next day. Instead, he asked Secretary Zheng to drop by and take away some urgent official documents, as well as to have him send today's work to his house. Secretary Zheng could see the fatigue and haggardness on his face, so he couldn't help but ask with concern, Deputy Mayor, did something happen at home? Su Yicheng looked down at the document in his hand, shook his head, and simply said, it's nothing. After skimming through it, she raised her head and asked, how's the progress of the demolition project in the north of the city? There's still a stalemate, but the villagers promised that the demolition money was reasonable, so they will definitely cooperate with us. Secretary Zheng said. Su Yicheng nodded and didn't say anything. Before he left, Secretary Zheng suddenly remembered something. He looked at the empty corridor, then whispered to Su Yicheng, I heard that team leader Yang went to talk to Tong Wengai. Su Yicheng glanced at him, raised his eyebrows, and nodded without saying anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Secretary Zheng didn't say anything more and left with the official documents. In the evening, Su Yicheng drove Anran back to the GU house. In the car, Anran was still a little uneasy, and her hands were tightly intertwined on her legs. Su Yicheng glanced at her with a faint smile, and when they reached a red light, he freed his hand to hold her hand. He only smiled at her lightly and didn't say anything. Perhaps his hand was too warm, but with him holding it, Anran slowly forgot her nervousness and fear. Chapter 138, Lin Xiaofen's Love, 1. When the elevator arrived, Suya Cheng held Anran's hand and walked out of the elevator. When the two of them reached the door of the GU residence, they saw the word fortune pasted on the door. Just as they were about to press the doorbell, Anran suddenly grabbed Suya Cheng's hand. He turned to look at her and saw that she was a little nervous and a little flustered. He reached out and patted her head with a chuckle. "I'm just going home." Anran forced a smile and said, I just don't know how to face them." She didn't know what kind of expression she should use to face them, and she didn't know what the first thing she should say when she entered the house. It was as if everything had changed after yesterday's incident. They were still the same people, but they had no idea that the elevator had arrived and that Suya Cheng was holding Anran's hand as they walked out of the elevator. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of the GU residence, they saw the word fortune pasted on the door. She raised her hand and was about to ring the doorbell when Anran suddenly grabbed Suya Cheng's hand. He turned to look at her and saw that she was a little nervous and a little flustered. He reached out and patted her head with a chuckle. "I'm just going home." Anran forced a smile and said, I just don't know how to face them." She didn't know what kind of expression she should use to face them. She didn't know what the first thing she should say when she entered the room. It was as if everything had changed after yesterday's incident. They were still the same people, but she didn't know what kind of attitude she should use to face them or what she should say. Suya Cheng reached out to pinch her nose, amused, and said, "Silly, this is your home. It's your parents', the place where you've lived and loved for over 20 years. How could you change the things and feelings over the past 20 years just because of one day yesterday?" Anran was stunned by his words. For a moment, she couldn't say anything and could only shake her head in a daze. Seeing her shake her head, Suya Cheng continued, "You also think that it can't be changed, right? Then why are you still bothered about your attitude? Just do what you should do, because nothing has changed. The house is still the same, the decorations are still the same, and the people inside are still the same. After you go in, you still have to call them mom and dad. You're not responsible at all, are you?" Hearing this, Anran was a little surprised. She looked at him, smiled, and nodded vigorously. Yes. Suya Cheng smiled, nodded, and pressed the doorbell next to the door. Across the door, they could hear the sound of the doorbell ringing from inside. Ding dong. It was a melodious echo. Suya Cheng retracted his hand and held Anran's hand again. At this moment, Anran was no longer as nervous and stiff as before, and she only turned her head and smiled at her. The door was opened very quickly. It was Lin Xiaofen and Jiu Hengwen who opened the door together. As soon as the door opened, they saw the two elders standing by the door with a faint smile. Looking at the two people outside the door, they smiled and said, "You're back." His eyes were fixed on Anran, who was next to Suya Cheng, without blinking. As usual, Anran smiled and shouted, "Father, mother." Suya Cheng, who was next to her, also smiled like Anran and called out, "Dad, Mom, we're back." Lin Xiaofen was a little moved. She emotionally covered her mouth with her hand and forcefully held back the tears in her eyes. She couldn't help but nod her head and replied in a muffled voice, "Yes." Jiu Hengwen looked at them and nodded his head heavily, but he didn't say anything. Anran made herself do what she always did. She went up and took Lin Xiaofen's hand and walked into the house. As she walked, she said to Lin Xiaofen in a coquettish manner, "I haven't eaten Mom's cooking for a long time. What should I eat tonight? I must eat until I'm full." Lin Xiaofen laughed and quickly said, "There's drunk shrimp. There's also braised meatballs, steamed osmanthus fish, stir-fried water spinach with garlic, and so on. These are all your favorite dishes." Hearing this, Anran's smile widened even more. She said in a good mood, "I knew that Mom is the best to me." Jiu Hengwen looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other and shook his head with a smile. Suya Cheng said to Jiu Hengwen, "Dad, should we play the next game? I didn't manage to turn the tables last time." Upon hearing this, Jiu Hengwen glanced at him, smiled, and said, "Sure, let's go to the study." As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the study. "Yeah." Suya Cheng agreed with a smile and followed Jiu Hengwen to the study. In fact, before Suya Cheng and Jiu Hengwen could finish playing this game of chess, Lin Xiaofen, who was outside, was already clamoring for them to come out and eat together. Therefore, the two of them had to get up first and come back to finish the game after dinner. Lin Xiaofen had specially taken a day off today to prepare dinner at home. She had gone to the traditional market early in the morning to buy fresh ingredients, and when she came back, she had immediately processed and marinated them to make them more flavorful. After lunch in the afternoon, Lin Xiaofen busied herself in the kitchen. She only finished her work a few minutes before Anran and the others arrived. The Jiyu family's dining table was short and square, so it was just nice for the four of them to each sit on one side. 10 out of 10 dishes on the table tonight were Anran's favorite dishes, and they were all prepared for Anran. Lin Xiaofen picked up a large piece of fish and put it in Anran's bowl. She said, "Pregnant people should eat more fish. Eat good fish. Eat more fish. Only after eating fish can the child grow up to be beautiful." Hearing this, Anran quickly nodded and ate the food that her mother had put in her bowl. Her morning sickness had been getting better recently, and she no longer felt like vomiting whenever she was asked about something or when she ate something. Anran's appetite was much better than before, and she got hungry very quickly. There were always some biscuits and cakes at home, so she could eat them directly when she was hungry. This meal was very relaxed. No one took the initiative to mention yesterday's events, and everything was as normal as ever. After dinner, as the few of them sat in the living room and chatted, they saw the smile on Jiyu Hengwen's face slowly fade away. He then looked at Anran and Suyu Cheng and said, "Last night, I discussed it with Xiaofen. We felt that there are some things that we should let you know." Anran sat next to Suyu Cheng and held his hand. When she heard Jiyu Hengwen's words, her body couldn't help but stiffen a little, but Suyu Cheng held her hand tightly and turned to look at him. He was smiling faintly at her, as if to tell her that everything was fine and that he was by her side. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Jiyu Hengwen continued, "There are some things that your mother might be able to explain clearly." After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaofen, who was sitting on the sofa to his left. He nodded at her. Lin Xiaofen didn't say anything. She just nodded at him and slowly said, "Back then, it turned out that Tong Wengai and Lin Xiaofen were from the same village. It was really quite dramatic. It turned out that the two of them were classmates, just like Anran and Mo Fear before. In fact, the two of them didn't interact much at first, but later, the two of them entered the same university. Because they came from the same place and were both alone outside, the two of them slowly began to get familiar with each other. Then, like other men and women, when they got close, they would naturally become a couple. The two's relationship developed very smoothly, and everything was better than Lin Xiaofen had imagined. Tong Wengai was a man who knew how to be romantic. He was very good at saying some sweet words that made people like him, and he would also bring many surprises to Lin Xiaofen in the boring university life. Because they were from the same village, because they went to the same university, because they were the closest lovers, because their conditions were very ordinary at the time, not rich, and even a little poor, so the two of them soon began to live together outside in order to save money. That era could not be compared to the present. Living together without marriage was considered a very out-of-line behavior back then. Some of her classmates had also advised Lin Xiaofen not to be impulsive. When two people in love lived under the same roof, everyone knew what would happen, and it was always the girls who were at a disadvantage in such situations. Perhaps it was because Tong Wengai's performance at that time was really too good, and he was romantic and considerate, taking care of her in every possible way. After seeing all kinds of considerations, Lin Xiaofen still resolutely decided to move out and live with him. In that era, if a woman could give herself to that man, she must have believed that the man was the man she could rely on for the rest of her life. So, even if she had to bear with the rumors and gossip, Lin Xiaofen still felt more happiness than grievance because she could be with the man she loved. Women were so easily satisfied. When they were deeply in love, they would always think that love was everything, and thus ignore other realistic factors. After they lived together for a year, news of their situation spread back to their hometown. Lin Xiaofen's father fainted on the spot because his daughter was living with a man in private. When Lin Xiaofen rushed back, Father Lin was already dying. It was an acute heart disease. He passed away not long after he was sent to the hospital. Lin Xiaofen's mother was so angry because of Father Lin that she slapped Lin Xiaofen on the spot and questioned her why she had done such a shameless thing. Lin Xiaofen didn't say anything and allowed her mother to hit and scold her. She still hadn't recovered from her father's incident. After dealing with Father Lin's funeral, Mother Lin also knew that since the matter had already happened, there was no point in pursuing it. However, she requested that Lin Xiaofen marry Tong Wengai as soon as possible. They couldn't continue to live together for no reason. This was her only request, and it was also the last thing Father Lin told Mother Lin before he died. Lin Xiaofen nodded in agreement to her father's last wish. When she returned to school, Lin Xiaofen immediately told Tong Wengai about what had happened in her hometown, including her mother's request for them to get married as soon as possible. After hearing Lin Xiaofen's words, Tong Wengai painfully pulled Lin Xiaofen into his arms and promised her that he would take care of her for the rest of her life and let her parents know that their daughter didn't choose the wrong person. However, Tong Wengai didn't give a direct response to the matter of marriage, and Lin Xiaofen thought that this was the answer he gave because of his promise, so she didn't ask any further. After another month, her mother sent a letter to her, asking when she was going to hold her wedding. Only then did Lin Xiaofen realize that Tong Wengai hadn't directly answered her question about marriage. That night, she asked Tong Wengai about it again, but Tong Wengai was silent for a long time. He only replied that they hadn't graduated yet, and he hoped that they could consider marriage after they graduated next year. Lin Xiaofen immediately refused. In reality, whether they got married or not, they were just missing a piece of paper and a wedding ceremony. She could even choose not to have a wedding ceremony, but they still had to get a marriage certificate. After all, this was her father's last wish. She didn't do anything for her father, but she had to do this for him. Moreover, what was the difference between their current situation and their marriage after graduation? All she wanted was a piece of paper that could put her mother's heart at ease and let her father die in peace. Tong Wengai was silent. That day, the two of them had their first Cold War in almost 2 years. Because she didn't want to take a step back and compromise, Lin Xiaofen moved to the dormitory of a girl she was close to on the second day of the Cold War. She hoped that Tong Wengai would take the initiative to admit defeat and agree to marry her first. As for Lin Xiaofen moving to someone else's place, Tong Wengai had asked her to move back in the first few days. However, he still didn't agree to the marriage. Lin Xiaofen was determined to get him to agree to the marriage before she was willing to move back. After running into a wall a few times, Tong Wengai gradually stopped looking for her. At first, Lin Xiaofen didn't pay much attention to it, but when the two of them hadn't seen each other for almost a month, Lin Xiaofen finally noticed something strange after that female classmate reminded her. That night, when she returned to the rental house to look for Tong Wengai, she didn't meet him. It was only when it was close to 11 p.m. that she saw him riding his bicycle back with a smile on his face. He opened the door and came in. When he saw Lin Xiaofen sitting on the bed, he couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't react in time. He only asked her why she was back after a while. After hearing this, Lin Xiaofen's anger rose. She asked him if he wanted her to never come back. Tong Wengai didn't want to argue with her, so he only took off his coat and then fetched water to wash his face. Seeing his cold attitude, Lin Xiaofen became even angrier. She repeated her old words and asked him when he was going to get a marriage certificate. Hearing this, Tong Wengai was obviously a little stunned. After a while, he averted his gaze and didn't look at her. He only said that he would talk about marriage after graduation. After waiting for so long and not seeing the Anran she wanted, Lin Xiaofen was so angry that she went straight back to school. Tong Wengai didn't chase after her or do anything. Her mother sent someone to ask when they were getting married again, but Lin Xiaofen couldn't answer at all. She felt extremely wronged in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. One day, when she was revising in the classroom, a female classmate suddenly ran in and told her that she saw Tong Wengai outside. Moreover, he was walking very intimately with another woman. The two of them talked and laughed, and their relationship seemed to be very unusual. The pen she was holding fell to the ground. Lin Xiaofen shook her head in disbelief. She laughed dryly and asked if she had seen the wrong person. That female student was very excited. She directly pulled Lin Xiaofen and ran out of the school. In the park near the school, she saw Tong Wengai very intimately sitting with another woman. The two of them didn't know what to say, but Tong Wengai made the girl giggle. He even thoughtfully reached out to help the girl remove the fallen leaves from her hair, and the girl shyly lowered her head. Lin Xiaofen felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. She had never thought that the man who had promised her that he would take good care of her for the rest of her life more than a month ago would actually be talking and laughing so intimately with her and another woman. Because she didn't want to embarrass herself, Lin Xiaofen didn't go up and question him on the spot. She went back to the rental house on the same day. However, this time, she waited for an entire night and didn't see Tong Wengai return. Lin Xiaofen didn't leave. It wasn't until noon the next day that Tong Wengai returned with a smile on his face. However, the smile on Tong Wengai's face disappeared the moment he saw Lin Xiaofen. On the contrary, he subconsciously frowned and asked, "Why are you back?" Lin Xiaofen sneered. She had not slept for the entire night and now looked extremely haggard. Because of crying, her eyes were extremely red and swollen. Even her eyes were bloodshot. She looked at him and asked in a neutral tone, "Why can't I come back? Isn't this the house we rented together?" Tong Wengai was stunned. Lin Xiaofen had moved back to school for too long, so long that he had almost forgotten about this matter. He withdrew his gaze and turned his head without looking at her. He changed his clothes and tidied up the slightly messy books on the desk, but he didn't say a word to Lin Xiaofen. "Have we already become speechless?" Lin Xiaofen said lightly, her tone filled with ridicule. His hands instinctively paused for a moment, but he didn't turn around or say anything. He continued to tidy up the books and papers on the table. Lin Xiaofen, who was standing behind him, said in a mocking tone, "I saw you at the park that we often go to yesterday. You were sitting with a very beautiful girl." This time, Tong Wengai turned his head and looked at him fixedly, but he couldn't say a word. He could only watch as the hand holding the book clenched and loosened, then clenched again, as if he was struggling with something. Lin Xiaofen got up and slowly walked towards him. She said, "I saw that you were very gentle and considerate, just like how you treated me back then. Do you think I was wrong? How could you be so gentle and considerate to another girl other than me? You clearly said that you would only love and dote on me for the rest of your life, right?" These were the vows he had made for her, but how long had it been? Why did everything change so much that she couldn't recognize him? Tong Wengai didn't say anything. He just stared at her. His hand that was holding the book was tightly clenched. Lin Xiaofen approached him step by step and asked, "Do you think I've seen the wrong person? How could you do that to me, right?" Tong Wengai closed his eyes in pain, and his hand that was tightly holding onto the book loosened. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiaofen in front of him. He calmly nodded and said, "You didn't see wrong. I was in the park yesterday." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofen's entire body trembled. Her body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Her eyes looked straight at him, and her teeth tightly bit her lip. She originally wanted to deceive herself. As long as he didn't admit it, as long as he personally told her that the man in the park yesterday wasn't him, that the man who was gentle and considerate to other women wasn't him, then she would convince herself that he didn't betray her. He didn't betray their love, and he was still that gentle, considerate, and romantic man. However, his answer was certain. He said that the man in the park yesterday was him. The man with another woman was him. Tong Wengai took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xiaofen. He opened his mouth with some difficulty and said, "Xiaofen, why don't we just break up?" Lin Xiaofen's eyes widened as she looked at the man in front of her. She asked in disbelief, Are you really Tong Wengai? Was he really the man who had doted on her, pampered her, and cared for her? Was he really the man who hugged her and said that he would give her a lifetime of happiness? How long had it been? Just because they had been separated for more than a month, or even less than 2 months. How could a person change so quickly? Tong Wengai lowered his head and didn't look at her. He knew that he felt guilty and only said, "I'm sorry." He didn't want to, but things just happened. He had gone to see Chen Wen's parents the day before and had even stayed over at the Chen family's house the night before. In fact, even if Lin Xiaofen hadn't come to find him today, he would still have gone to find her to make things clear after a period of time. There were some things that he didn't want to miss. Lin Xiaofen shook her head. Suddenly, she sneered and asked, "Why? Just because I forced you to register our marriage? Or did you never want to marry me in the first place?" From the time they fell in love to the time they started living together, they had done everything that they should and shouldn't have. Was this any different from marriage? She had always thought that they were going to get married in the future. She had always thought that he was going to marry her. Even in this Cold War that had lasted for more than a month, she had never thought that he would abandon her. Tong Wengai raised his head and looked at her. In the end, he could only explain, that woman is Chen Wen. She's the only daughter of the deputy director of the planning bureau. Lin Xiaofen didn't understand. She shook her head and asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." "She likes me very much. I met her parents last night, and they don't object to our relationship," Tong Wengai said. Lin Xiaofen's emotions were a little agitated. She stepped forward, grabbed him, and asked, "I'm asking you what you mean. Why are you doing this to me?" Tong Wengai didn't dare to look at her face. In the end, he could only turn his head and say, "I'll be with her. Chen Wen promised me that she'll ask her father to arrange a job for me at the planning bureau after I graduate. It wasn't easy to find a job now, and it would be even more difficult if he didn't have a strong background. He had had enough of living a life where he had to be at the mercy of others, and he didn't want to be at the mercy of others anymore. He wanted to succeed, he wanted to stand out, he wanted money and status. Chen Wen seemed to be the shortcut that allowed him to get these things easily. If he was with her, with the Chen family's power, he could easily enter the planning bureau or some other organization to work. And all of this was something that Lin Xiaofen was unable to give him. After a long silence, Lin Xiaofen suddenly laughed out loud. She let go of him and kept shaking her head. Because she's the daughter of the director of the planning bureau. She thought that he would say that he had fallen in love with that woman or that he was tired of their love. She didn't expect that it was only because that woman was the daughter of the planning director, and that she had lost because she didn't have a comparable family background. Tong Wengai, can you think of a more laughable reason than this? Tong Wengai turned his head and didn't look at her. Now that things had come to this, he had nothing to say. After remaining silent for a while, Lin Xiaofen seemed to have settled her emotions. She finally opened her mouth and slowly asked, "When did that happen?" "We met when you were on your way home." Chapter 139, Lin Xiaofen's Love, 2. "We met when you were on your way home, he." Lin Xiaofen repeated his words and only felt that it was funny. "So you're happy that I'm moving away?" To think that she had been waiting like a fool every day for him to come back to pick her up and agree to marry her. It turned out that he had never planned to do so. Tong Wengai didn't say anything. In fact, he had been pricked by needles before, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Chen Wen wasn't as pretty as Lin Xiaofen, but she had a good personality. Most importantly, her family background was strong, and she could help him in his career in the future. You could call him selfish or heartless, but he had to admit that he just didn't want to give up his future. His silence explained everything. Lin Xiaofen's heart was cold to the extreme, and she couldn't say anything more. She glanced at him, shook her head, and walked past him in self-mockery. She was too stupid to think that this man would be her support in the future. She gave him everything she had without caring about her own safety. She even made her parents become the joke of the village's after-meal conversations. She even angered her father to death because of this. As she walked, Lin Xiaofen forcefully slapped her own mouth. Even when her face was red and swollen, she didn't stop. She was angry with herself and blamed herself. When he returned to the school dormitory, he didn't say anything. He just fell asleep on his bed and slept for 2 whole days. Her roommates also knew about Tong Wengai's matter. Seeing her like this, they didn't know what to say and could only comfort her to take it easy. They would always bring food back for her to eat at mealtime, but every time Lin Xiaofen smelled the food, she would feel nauseated and want to throw up. No one paid it any mind and thought that she was just too sad. Lin Xiaofen had lost a lot of weight in the past 2 days. 2 days later, someone suddenly came to tell her that a middle-aged woman who claimed to be her mother had come to look for her and was now at the school gate. Lin Xiaofen was shocked. She didn't care that her body was so weak that she couldn't take it anymore. She immediately got up from the bed and ran towards the school gate. It was indeed Mother Lin. She was carrying a bag and looked travel-worn. Mother Lin thought that she was worried after not getting a reply from her daughter, so she packed her things and went to her daughter's school. After arranging for Mother Lin to stay in the guest house outside the school, Mother Lin asked her when she was planning to hold her wedding with Tong Wengai. Lin Xiaofen's hands paused in the middle of packing her things. She didn't dare to turn around and look at her mother. She didn't dare to tell her mother that she had been abandoned by Tong Wen'ai. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Mother Lin guessed what was going on. She quickly pulled her over and asked, "What's going on? He doesn't want to get married." Lin Xiaofen bit her lip, and her eyes were filled with tears. In the end, she could only turn around and kneel in front of her mother. "Mom, I'm sorry. I've let you and Dad down." As he spoke, he slapped his own palm. Mother Lin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She grabbed her daughter and asked, "Tong Wen'ai doesn't want you anymore." Lin Xiaofen turned her head, unable to speak. Seeing her like this, Mrs. Lin got even angrier. She grabbed her shoulder and shook her. "Say something. Say something. Is it because Tong Wen'ai doesn't want you anymore? Is it because he played with you?" Lin Xiaofen felt uncomfortable being shaken by her mother like this. She could only cry and nod, but she couldn't say a word. Mother Lin felt as if the sky was about to fall. She had just lost her husband, and now her daughter was abandoned. In this era, who would want a woman without a complete body? The more he thought about it, the angrier and sadder he felt. He grabbed Lin Xiaofen and kept hitting her. He said, "What sin have I committed? Why did I give birth to such a shameless daughter like you? You even caused your father's death. Why? Why?" Lin Xiaofen could only cry and let her mother hit and scold her. She was so remorseful, but she couldn't go back to how things had been. After all, she was her daughter. It was her heart that hurt when she hit her. Mother Lin slapped her own face as she said that it was her fault for not teaching her daughter well and causing her husband to die of anger. She continued to slap her so hard that each slap left a deep, blood-red handprint. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaofen could only hurriedly pull her mother away and tell her that if her mother was angry, she could just hit her and not hurt herself. That afternoon, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried in the guest house. After crying, Mother Lin said she was going to find Tong Wen'ai to demand an explanation, but Lin Xiaofen stopped her. She didn't want to bring shame upon herself again. She wanted to keep the only dignity she had. Her daughter insisted on not letting her go, so Mother Lin had no choice. Mother Lin stayed in the guest house for 2 days, then got up and prepared to return to the village. However, no one expected that on the way back, the car that Mother Lin was in had an accident. It made a turn while crossing the mountain and did not control it. More than 20 people in the car, including the driver and passengers, fell to the foot of the mountain with the car. The car was destroyed and no one was spared. Lin Xiaofen couldn't take the continuous blows, and her entire body collapsed. Finally, at the peak of her collapse, she thought of the light body and the way to end her own fate. She stood by the river and looked for a long time. She also thought for a long time. Finally, she took off her shoes and walked step by step towards the center of the river. When the river water slowly submerged her body and finally submerged her head, she gave up struggling and wanted to die. However, when she woke up from her coma, she found herself in the hospital. A big boy who was not much older than her was sitting by her bed, his body wet. Seeing that she had woken up, he smiled at her and asked if she was feeling unwell. He quickly called for the doctor. That big boy was Jiyu Hengwen from back then. The doctor came over and did a simple examination of her. After confirming that she was fine, he turned to look at Jiyu Hengwen, who was standing at the side, and reprimanded him. "You young people are quarreling and bickering. As a man, you should give in to your wife. How could you make her so angry that she wanted to jump into the river? Don't you know that if you didn't save her in time, it would be 1 life and 2 lives? You'll regret it then." Jiyu Hengwen was a little confused and didn't understand what she was saying. He asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean by 2 lives?" He was clearly only saving 1 person. The doctor looked at him and sighed. "Don't you know that she's pregnant?" Lin Xiaofen, who was on the bed, widened her eyes in disbelief. The doctor had just told her that she was pregnant. After the doctor left, Jiyu Hengwen looked at Lin Xiaofen, who was lying on the bed, and asked, "Where do you live? Do you want me to get your family over?" Lin Xiaofen didn't react to this shocking news at all. She didn't look at Jiyu Hengwen and stared at the ceiling in a daze. After a while, she reached out and touched her stomach. Suddenly, she raised her hand in anger and wanted to lower it. Fortunately, Jiyu Hengwen was quick to react and quickly grabbed her hand. He looked at her angrily and asked, What are you doing? Didn't you hear the doctor say you were pregnant? Lin Xiaofen laughed bitterly. As she laughed, the corners of her eyes showed signs of tiredness. I don't even want my own life. Why would I want this child's life? This child shouldn't have come to this world. His existence was a mistake. The child is innocent. You gave him life, so you should give him the right to see the world, Jiyu Hengwen said with a serious expression. Lin Xiaofen glared at him. This is my business, she said. You don't need to care about it. I saved your life, so I have to be responsible for you, Jiyu Hengwen insisted. Lin Xiaofen stayed in the hospital for 3 days. During this time, Jiyu Hengwen took care of her. After Jiyu Hengwen asked her, Lin Xiaofen briefly told him what had happened to her in the past few months. Jiyu Hengwen was silent and asked her to look for Tong Wengai again to see if she could salvage the situation. After all, they still had a child in between them. Under Jiyu Hengwen's persuasion, Lin Xiaofen finally decided to look for Tong Wengai again. However, Lin Xiaofen waited for an entire day in the rented house, and Tong Wengai didn't return. Instead, she received news of Tong Wengai and Chen Wen's marriage. Lin Xiaofen really felt that she was a big joke. Jiyu Hengwen was worried about her and came to look for her. When he found her, she was walking on the street. Her eyes were listless, and her entire person was in a daze. She called out to her a few times before she reacted. Seeing Jiyu Hengwen standing in front of her, Lin Xiaofen's emotions broke down. She hugged him and cried for a long time in his arms. Jiyu Hengwen didn't ask any more questions. He already knew what the result would be. After Lin Xiaofen had finished crying, she told Jiyu Hengwen that she didn't want this child, but she was severely reprimanded by Jiyu Hengwen. Jiyu Hengwen had always believed that no matter what grudges the parents had with the previous generation, the child was ultimately innocent. Since they had given the child life, how could they take away the child's right to come to this world? However, Lin Xiaofen insisted. She didn't want to keep this child and didn't want to keep anything related to Tong Wengai. In the end, Jiyu Hengwen couldn't persuade her. He accompanied Lin Xiaofen to the hospital. A minute before they entered the hospital, Jiyu Hengwen was still trying to persuade Lin Xiaofen to keep the child. However, Lin Xiaofen's attitude was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. However, sometimes, it was really heaven's will that made fun of people. When Lin Xiaofen went to the hospital and said that she wanted to abort the child, the doctor told her that she couldn't. The child was almost 4 months old and had already formed in the womb. If she insisted on not having the child, it would be very harmful to the mother's body. Moreover, Lin Xiaofen's body was relatively special. She was the type that was difficult to conceive. If she insisted on not having the child, she might lose the right to be a mother for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Jiyu Hengwen insisted on taking Lin Xiaofen out of the hospital, insistent on not letting her abort the child. Lin Xiaofen didn't care at all. She didn't want to live anymore, so she didn't care about whether it was good for her body or whether she could get pregnant. No one would want a woman like her in the future. In a moment of desperation, Jiyu Hengwen told her that the child would stay, and he would be the child's father. Lin Xiaofen was stunned. She saw that he was unable to react. After a while, she asked, what did you just say? I said to leave the child here. I'll be the child's father. Jiyu Hengwen looked into her eyes and said firmly. Lin Xiaofen looked at him. She didn't quite understand why he was doing this. Why did you? Jiyu Hengwen smiled at her and only said, just take it as fate between you and me. In the end, under Jiyu Hengwen's insistence, Lin Xiaofen finally agreed to keep the child. At that time, Jiyu Hengwen had already graduated and was working as a language teacher in a high school. The two of them only simply got their marriage certificate and didn't hold a banquet. Jiyu Hengwen didn't say anything to his family, only saying that the child was his own. The Jiyu family's parents were very kind farmers. When they heard that they were going to have a grandson, they rushed to their hometown in the countryside and rushed to the city. The whole family lived in Jiyu Hengwen's simple dormitory. Life was hard but happy. The Jiyu family's parents doted on Lin Xiaofen and took care of her. Lin Xiaofen had also dropped out of school at Jiyu Hengwen's insistence because of her pregnancy. After the child was born, she didn't return to school. When Lin Xiaofen gave birth to Anran, she had a difficult labor. The child was stuck in the womb and couldn't come out. After 2 days and 2 nights, when she finally gave birth to the child, Lin Xiaofen's blood spurted out again, and she almost couldn't be saved. When she finally managed to save her life, the doctor announced that she would no longer be able to give birth. Hearing this news, Lin Xiaofen cried for 3 whole days. Even when little Anran cried because she was hungry, she ignored her. She was sad that she couldn't give birth to Jiyu Hengwen's own child in the future. She felt guilty. He blamed himself. The Jiyu family's parents didn't know about this. They only knew that their daughter-in-law almost lost her life in order to give birth to a child for their family. So, even if she only gave birth to a daughter, even if she couldn't have any more children in the future, they didn't complain at all. Instead, they persuaded Jiyu Hengwen to comfort and take care of Lin Xiaofen. Jiyu Hengwen knew what Lin Xiaofen was thinking. Actually, it wasn't. He wasn't sad or regretful, but he also knew that some things couldn't be forced. He only hugged Lin Xiaofen as he said this. In this life, he was satisfied with having a daughter and had no regrets. Lin Xiaofen was crying in his arms. Jiyu Hengwen had also shed tears that night. Later, when Lin Xiaofen was discharged from the hospital, she didn't look at little Anran. In the end, it was because she resented her. Jiyu Hengwen's heart ached for the child. He would take care of everything, whether she was crying or hungry. Every day, he would talk to Lin Xiaofen about how cute the child was, how much she looked like her, and how beautiful she was. After all, she was his biological daughter. No matter how much resentment he had, how could he really hate her and not care about her? One day, Jiyu Hengwen went to school for class, and his parents also had something to do. Little Anran woke up from hunger and cried pitifully. In the end, Lin Xiaofen couldn't bring herself to do it. She got up from the bed and looked at the child in the cradle. Her tears flowed down just like that. She instinctively picked up the child and kissed it. She was in pain, so she hurriedly pulled up her clothes and fed her. When Jiyu Hengwen came back and saw Lin Xiaofen sitting at the head of the bed feeding the child, he smiled and went forward to pull the mother and daughter into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed the center of their hair. After Lin Xiaofen finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at Jiyu Hengwen, who was sitting to the side. The two of them seemed to have a telepathic connection. Jiyu Hengwen also turned to look at her and smiled encouragingly at her. He reached out and held her hand. Lin Xiaofen held his hand tightly, then turned her head to look at Anran and Suyu Cheng and said, "We've kept this a secret for 30 years. We've been worried about what you'd do if you found out. We didn't want to lose you, so we were always nervous and afraid. Your father and I didn't plan to tell you all this, but now that things have come to this, we feel that we need to make it clear to you." That's right, Anran's biological father is Tong Wengai. Anran looked at them and held Suyu Cheng's hand tightly, unable to speak for a long time. Suyu Cheng turned to look at her and patted her hand gently, as if to encourage her. Anran turned her head to glance at him, then turned her head back to look at her parents. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and she said with certainty, "I only have one father. He was in the past, he is now, and he will be in the future, and that is Jiyu Hengwen." Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen both turned their heads and smiled at each other. Anran let go of Suyu Cheng's hand, stepped forward, and directly hugged her parents. "Dad, Mom, I'll always be your daughter." Lin Xiaofen and Jiyu Hengwen didn't say anything. They hugged her back tightly and nodded their heads vigorously. That night, Anran childishly insisted on staying at home, and Lin Xiaofen wouldn't be able to chase her away. When it was time to sleep, she even acted coquettishly and insisted on sleeping with Lin Xiaofen. In the end, she had no choice but to force Jiyu Hengwen into the guest room, while Suyu Cheng slept in Anran's old room. That night, as she lay next to her mother, Anran asked in a low voice, "Mom, what do you think is the luckiest thing in your life?" Without thinking, Lin Xiaofen laid her head on the pillow and said with a smile, "The happiest and luckiest thing in my life was to meet your father, a man who loves and cherishes me so much." Anran also laughed. While she was lying on the bed, she said softly but proudly, "I have the greatest father in the world." In the dark, Lin Xiaofen sighed softly and said, "Back then, when you were abandoned by Mofir, I sometimes really thought that the heavens really didn't treat us well. We're going through the same fate, and we're going through the same experience. Only then did Anran understand why Lin Xiaofen was even angrier than her after she and Mo Fear had separated. In less than a week, she had lost a few pounds. Now that she thought about it, it turned out that she had also experienced the same fate back then. Even the reason for the mother and daughter being abandoned was the same. It had to be said that it was very dramatic. What was even more ridiculous and interesting was that it was also a mother and daughter who had stolen their man and mother. Some things were really predestined, and everything was fate. Anran turned her head, held Lin Xiaofen's hand under the blanket, and said, "But the people outside all met very good men. Her mother met her father, and she met Su Yicheng. The two men were equally gentle and doted on them." Lin Xiaofen chuckled and nodded. "Yes, the heavens have been kind to us, giving us two such good men." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Anran, reached out, and touched her face. "You never let go of Mo Fear. When I saw how you refused to start a new relationship, I was worried sometimes. I was worried that you weren't as lucky as me to be able to meet your father. However, after you married Yicheng, although the progress was a little too fast, we could all see that Yicheng really loved you. When I saw her, I was just as gentle and considerate as when I saw your father." Anran nodded. "Yes, Yicheng is really good to me. That's good, that's good." Lin Xiaofen smiled and nodded. She patted Anran's back and said softly, "Go to sleep." Anran didn't say anything more. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep in her mother's arms, just like when she was a child. The next day, Su Yicheng thought that he hadn't gone to the office for 2 days in a row, so he went home early in the morning, changed his clothes, and rushed to work, while Anran stayed at the GU residence. Lin Xiaofen specially asked for another day's leave to accompany Anran to the streets to buy some pregnancy and infant supplies. Ling Chuanjiang's case involved many people and matters, and Tong Wengai was one of them. On the morning of the third day after he went to Su Yicheng's house to make a scene, he was directly invited by Yang Li's investigation team to cooperate with the investigation. This time, it wasn't as simple as just cooperating. Yang Li already had substantial evidence of some of the crimes he had broken during his service. Of course, apart from some municipal party committee staff, many enterprises in the city were also involved. While Su Yicheng was in his office dealing with the urgent documents that Secretary Zheng had sent over this morning, Secretary Zheng knocked on the door and came in, saying that there was someone outside who wanted to see him and claimed to be Anran's colleague. Su Yicheng frowned slightly, but in the end, he still nodded and let her in. Xiao's big, wavy hair had been straightened, and the length had been cut shorter. She came in wearing sunglasses, and Su Yicheng didn't recognize her for a long time. It wasn't until she took off her sunglasses that she saw the face clearly and confirmed that she had really seen it before. He looked at her with a faint smile and said, "Miss Xiao, is there anything I can help you with? I thought you didn't recognize me." Xiao said this in a self-deprecating manner. After several meetings, Su Yicheng seemed to only have eyes for Anran and no one else. Su Yicheng only smiled and didn't explain further. He wouldn't deliberately remember anyone, but he had a good memory, so he could always remember them after seeing them, even if it was just a chance encounter. Xiao took out a dark yellow document bag from her bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. She said, "This is the evidence and information of some projects obtained through illegal means through Sinsrighty bribery." Su Yicheng looked at the file on the table, then at her. He raised his eyebrows, but he didn't reach out to take it. "You must be wondering why I'm giving this to you, right?" Xiao said. Su Yicheng shrugged his shoulders and did not comment. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao's eyes. She slowly opened her mouth and said with some viciousness, "They won't let me have a good life, so I naturally won't let them be free." As he said that, the hand on his leg was tightly clenched into a fist. She had been with Huan Dexing for 6 years. She didn't care about her clandestine identity, but what did he give her in those 6 years? Watching her get beaten up by his wife, then stepping forward to give her another slap, and even firing her, so ruthless that he even suspended all her cards. If he didn't care about their old relationship, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Xiao stood up and said, "I'll have to trouble you with these documents." He was about to leave when he remembered the paper bag he was carrying. He turned back and put the paper bag on her desk. "These are Anran's clothes. help me say thank you on her behalf. After that, he turned around and left the office without a moment's delay. Suya Cheng took the document bag from the table and looked at it. Inside it was evidence of Huang Dexing's gifts to Tong Wen'ai, Ling Chuanjiang, and the others. Chapter 140 The Twins. Anran turned off the TV with the remote control and saw the latest newspaper that had been sent this morning on the table. The Ling Chuanjiang incident seemed to be the hot topic of Jiangcheng in recent days. Almost all the pages were occupied, and this incident had become the talk of the entire Jiangcheng city. Anran didn't really care about these things. She just felt that Suya Cheng's work seemed to have become busier recently, and he had to attend countless social events and dinner parties, as well as return home late countless times. He got up and felt a little uncomfortable. His stomach seemed to have suddenly grown in the past half a month. It swelled up all of a sudden. It was less than 4 months old, but it looked like it was about 5 months old. Mrs. Zhang, who was wiping the tables and chairs, saw her and quickly went up to help her. Slow down, be careful. Anran smiled helplessly. Mrs. Zhang, I'm fine. Don't be so nervous. Mrs. Zhang insisted on helping her stand up before letting her go. Looking at her slightly big belly, she couldn't help but mutter, "How did your belly get so big? My wife was only this big when she was 6 months pregnant." And Ran only smiled. She didn't understand at all. Previously, Lin Li had laughed at her, saying that Suya Cheng had given her too much food and too much nutrition, so that her 3-month stomach was like that of others who were 5 or 6 months old. Anran's face reddened at her words. In fact, she also felt that she was being too nutritious. Her 2 mothers were too good to her. Today, Qin Yun would send her chicken soup, and tomorrow, it would be Lin Xiaofen's turn to send pigeon soup. In any case, the 2 of them were very different, and they never stopped. Although Anran was very tired of drinking it, she couldn't take care of their feelings, so every time, even if she didn't want to drink it, she would try her best to finish it. I'll go for a prenatal examination in the afternoon. I'll ask the doctor then, Anran said to her with a smile. She yawned as she spoke. Mrs. Zhang, I'm a little sleepy. I'll go in and lie down first. Okay. I'll cook later so you can eat when you wake up. Anran nodded and went into the master bedroom. Her stomach had grown too quickly. Less than a month ago, it was still flat and nothing could be seen. It was as if she wasn't pregnant. But now, it was. Anran chuckled and shook her head. She stroked her belly, and the baby in her belly seemed to feel it. It bumped against the place she stroked, and the frequency was very high. It seemed to have a very good rhythm, but it was only for a while, so it wasn't very obvious. She had checked the information before. Generally, the fetus would only move around 4 months. She was less than 4 months old, so she was considered to have early fetal movement. Anran chuckled and touched her stomach. She said in a soft and loving voice, "Little Pixie." The corners of her mouth carried a happy smile that could not be hidden. She still remembered the first fetal movement in the afternoon. She was so excited that she directly called Suya Cheng, but she couldn't explain it clearly over the phone, so she was so excited that she didn't know how to express it. At that time, she almost threw Suya Cheng off the bed and left a group of people behind to rush home in the middle of the meeting. When she saw her sitting on the sofa, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time, she thought something had happened, so she asked her what exactly happened. At that time, Anran thought that the fetal movement was the only thing that made her realize that she was a mother. She was so touched that she couldn't help but feel tired. She looked at Suya Cheng and cried, unable to say a word. At that time, Suya Cheng became more and more worried when he saw her cry. The man, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a little anxious that day. He examined Anran from head to toe, but he didn't see anything wrong with her. In the end, it was Aunt Zhang, who had finished cooking in the kitchen, who came out to help him. She happily told him that Anran's baby had just moved, and she was crying because she was excited and touched. She was touched as a first-time mother. Upon hearing this, Suyichin heaved a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Then, he looked at Anran, who was laughing and crying at the same time, and pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, "Anran, you scared me to death." It was only then that Anran reacted. She slowly calmed down and reached out to hug him tightly. She said in his ear with some self-blame, "I'm sorry, I was just too excited. The two of them hugged for a long time that day before Su Cheng slowly let go of her. He stared at her stomach, then looked at her again, and asked, "Is she still moving?" Anran knew that he was asking about their baby in her stomach. Anran shook her head. In fact, when she moved just now, it was very weak, but she could clearly feel that the baby was in her stomach, and it was obvious and strong. Su Cheng was a little disappointed. He also wanted to be a part of everything about the child, including the first fetal movement. Suddenly, as if she could feel Su Cheng's strong desire outside, Anran's stomach moved slightly again, but this time, it was much stronger than before. Yi. Afraid that he would miss it, Anran hit Su Cheng's hand excitedly. Because of her excitement, she became a little speechless. Quick. Su Cheng quickly reached out to feel her belly, which was obviously bulging, and then put his hand on it. As expected, he could feel the slight movement with his hand. Looking at Anran, the man, who was always calm and slightly serious, looked like a child at this moment. His expression was one of surprise, disbelief, and even more excitement than Anran's. I felt it. She's kicking me, and she's using a lot of force. Anran laughed at him. She didn't use much force. It was clearly a very small and light movement. Su Cheng's hand kept touching his stomach, and the smile on his face was unbelievably clean. Suddenly, the smile on his face was replaced by a frown. He looked at Anran with a wronged and innocent expression and said, "There's nothing else." Anran smiled and nodded. "Yes," she said, "there's nothing else." It was originally the first fetal movement, so it was impossible for it to last for too long and for the movements to be too obvious or large. Su Cheng was a little disappointed, and he muttered, "Just a while. I haven't even greeted her and told her that I'm her father." Anran suddenly felt that the IQ of a man who had become a father was much lower than that of a man and a woman in love. If the IQ of a man and a woman in love was 0, then Su Cheng's IQ was in the negative right now. "Silly girl," she said, "she's still so young. She doesn't even know you're greeting her." "Is that so?" Su Cheng frowned in distress. "Didn't you say you could feel it?" Anran looked at him with a faint smile. At that moment, she really felt like she was the happiest woman in the world. In the next few days, the child also moved a few times, and it was always when they were together. However, whether it was a coincidence or something else, every time Anran asked Su Cheng to reach out his hand, the movement stopped. Once was a coincidence, but twice or 3 times. Anran laughed at him and said that he must have let his little lover down in his previous life, and now his little lover was still angry with him. Su Cheng refused to believe it. That night, he placed his hand on Anran's stomach for the entire night and didn't sleep. He was afraid that he would miss something if he slept. However, Anran's stomach didn't move that night, not even once. The next day, when Su Cheng went to work with dark circles under his eyes, the little thing in her stomach immediately started to move, and its movements were even more intense than before. Therefore, a week after the first fetal movement, Su Cheng had not felt any movement from the baby in Anran's stomach, which made him very depressed. Every night, he would talk to Anran's stomach for a long time, but it seemed to have no effect. Anran felt helpless about this. With a happy and satisfied smile, Anran lay on the bed with her hands on her waist. She yawned and closed her eyes. When Su Cheng opened the door and came in, Mrs. Zhang was preparing lunch in the kitchen. When she saw Su Cheng return, she was a little surprised. "Sir, why are you back at noon?" Su Cheng placed his briefcase on the counter at the entrance, took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, and said as he changed his shoes, "I'll go with Anran for her prenatal examination in the afternoon." Only then did Mrs. Zhang realize that he had come back for Anran's checkup. She thought that he had been so busy recently that he probably didn't have time to accompany her. She smiled and said, "Sir is so good to Madam. I'm so envious." After Su Cheng finished writing, he took his briefcase and said with a smile, "Isn't that what a married couple should be like? If they didn't get along well with the person who was going to be with them for the rest of their lives, there would be a long time ahead. If they argued every day and didn't like each other, how tired would they be?" Mrs. Zhang smiled and nodded. Yes. Sir is right. A married couple should be like this. Only by loving each other can they live a lifetime." Su Cheng smiled and only asked, "Where's Anran?" Madam said she's a little tired, so she's going back to her room to lie down and sleep for a while. Mrs. Zhang said honestly. Okay, I'll go in and see her. Suya Cheng nodded and walked into the room. When he opened the door and went in, he saw Anran lying on her side on the bed with one hand on her stomach. There was a faint smile on her face, and her sleeping face was full of satisfaction. Suya Cheng quietly placed his briefcase on the cabinet in the room, and Anran quietly walked toward him. She bent down and half-squatted on the ground, then bent over to kiss the corner of her lips. Anran moaned, but she didn't wake up. Looking at her, Suya Cheng smiled in satisfaction. He reached out and placed his hand on her bulging belly, then kissed it and whispered, "Baby, I'm daddy." In fact, he had been busy until late at night recently. Last night, in order to free up his afternoon, he had worked in the study until the wee hours of the morning. Now, looking at Anran, he really felt sleepy. He gently let her go, took off his coat, and went to the other side of the bed. He lifted her head slightly, then wrapped his arms around her neck so that her head rested on his arm. Then, he leaned sideways and held her back tightly. The two of them were like a pair of curved spoons, pressed tightly against each other. He reached out his other hand and held her hand that was on his stomach. Then, he put his hand on his stomach. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Mrs. Zhang looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the lunch was going to get cold again. She seemed to have slept too long today. It was almost an hour later than usual, but no one had woken up. Maybe someone's with me today, that's why I slept especially well, Mrs. Zhang mumbled softly, an ambiguous smile on her lips. After another half an hour, the door of the master bedroom was still tightly shut. No one came out. This time, Mrs. Zhang didn't want to wait any longer. She got up and went to wake the person up. Although she was a little embarrassed to disturb the two people in the room, she was aware that a certain someone had overstepped the doctor at 2:30 p.m. for the prenatal examination. If she didn't wake the person up now, she would probably be late. Knock, knock, knock. There was the sound of someone knocking on the door, and Suya Cheng, who was in a light sleep, immediately woke up and said in a low voice, "What is it?" "Sir, the meal is ready. It's almost 1 o'clock now. I'll make an appointment with the doctor at 2:30 for a checkup," Mrs. Zhang quickly reminded him. At this time, Anran, who was still sleeping in Suya Cheng's arms, slowly woke up. When she saw Suya Cheng with her misty eyes, she was slightly stunned and couldn't react to why he was in the room. Seeing that Anran had woken up, Suya Cheng no longer had any scruples and simply said, "Okay, I got it. Anran and I will go out immediately." When Aunt Zhang heard him say this outside the door, she agreed and reincarnated to heat up the food that had just been prepared but was now a little cold on Weibo. Anran blinked a few times to make sure that the person in front of her was Suya Cheng. She was a little happy, but also a little confused as she asked, "Why did you come back?" Suya Cheng smiled, then pinched her nose and said, "You have a prenatal examination today." He had said that he would accompany her to welcome the arrival of this new life. He did not want to miss out on the child's memories of every step of her growth. Anran looked at him, smiled, and touched his face. "I thought you had forgotten about it." He had been busy recently, and she really thought that he had forgotten. She did not remind him, thinking that she did not want to disturb him. "Silly girl, you and the child are more important." Suya Cheng pulled her hand to his mouth and kissed it gently, and Ran smiled happily at his words. Looking at her smiling face, Suya Cheng's heart was a little moved. However, his actions were faster than his heart, and he made the most primitive reaction. He leaned forward and kissed her charming red lips. His tongue swept through her mouth and plundered all of her beauty. Following her own instinctive reaction, Anran slowly raised her hands and hugged his head. Her slender fingers ran through his soft hair, and she responded to his enthusiasm little by little. It had been almost 2 months since he found out that she was pregnant. Because of the baby, Suya Cheng didn't dare to do anything reckless, for fear of hurting her and the baby in her stomach. Sometimes, when he really couldn't bear it, he could only hold her tightly and bury his head deep in her shoulder. Sometimes, when he really couldn't bear it, he could only rush into the bathroom and pour a cold shower on himself to cool down the fiery passion that he had. The process was painful, but it was also sweet for him because it was his duty and responsibility to bear all the pain for his wife and child. His wife and child would be his sweet burden in the future, and he was willing to bear it. The kiss between two people was always easy to change. Before things got out of hand, although Su Yucheng was reluctant to part with her, he still rationally chose to push her away, let go of her lips, and once again buried his head in her shoulder like he had done countless times before. Anran naturally knew the subtle changes in his body. She also knew that he was enduring silently, but there was nothing she could do. She could only reach out and hold him tightly, her small hands gently patting his back. After a while, his instinctive physiological changes completely subsided, and she only heard Su Yucheng's hoarse voice in her ear, saying, "Anran, let's go down and ask later." He said it very implicitly, but Anran understood that he wanted to ask about sex. This realization made Anran's face suddenly turn red. After a while, she whispered in his ear, "Yes." Actually, he was not the only one who had desires. After such a long time, she also missed the feeling of the two of them hugging each other in the past. Su Yucheng chuckled in a muffled voice and hugged her even more tightly. Anran was even more embarrassed by his laughter. She reached out and slapped him in a bad mood, then said coyly, "You're annoying." Su Yucheng let go of her and saw that her face was as red as an apple, which looked very beautiful. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on the lips, but he didn't dare to do anything more. After the kiss, he immediately let go of her. He didn't want to have to hold her in his arms to cool down later, which was not a pleasant process. "Let's go and eat first. After dinner, we'll go to the hospital for a prenatal examination." Su Yucheng got out of bed first, walked around her, and helped her up. When they were about to leave the room, Anran took his hand, looked at his face, and asked, "Is my face still very red?" She could feel that her face was still very hot. She didn't want to go out and be laughed at by Mrs. Zhang. That would be too embarrassing. Su Yucheng laughed and tapped her nose, but he didn't answer her question directly. He only smiled and shook his head, saying, "Silly girl." Then, he pulled her hand and walked out without saying a word. Aunt Zhang had already reheated the food. Looking at Su Yucheng's radiant face and Anran's flushed face, she only glanced at them and smiled ambiguously. Anran, of course, noticed the change in Mrs. Zhang's expression, and she knew that her face must have been very red. This had caused another misunderstanding, and she was really angry and annoyed. She glared at Su Yucheng fiercely, then reached out and pinched his waist. Su Yucheng cried out in pain, "Ah!" Mrs. Zhang, who was beside them, raised her head reflexively and looked at them. The ambiguous smile on his face widened. Anran was stunned. She didn't expect him to cry out. In fact, he didn't use too much force, and the force wasn't enough to make him cry out in pain. Taking advantage of the fact that Mrs. Zhang wasn't looking at him, Su Yucheng raised his eyebrows at him as if he had succeeded. Only then did Anran realize that she had fallen into his trap. She was both angry and amused. After dinner, Su Yucheng drove her to the hospital. They arrived a few minutes late, so they had to miss their prior appointment. Su Yucheng accompanied her to sit at the door and wait. There were several pregnant women sitting in the corridor, most of whom were married couples. Only one of them was accompanied by a mother or mother-in-law because her husband had something to do. Anran sat on the plastic chair and leaned against Su Yucheng's body in boredom. She grabbed Su Yucheng's hand and played with it. Su Yucheng placed his hand on her back and protected her in front of him. Suddenly, Anran's foot began to cramp, and it hurt so much that Anran's entire face scrunched up into a ball. Su Yucheng was a little frightened by this sudden situation, and because of his excessive concern and nervousness, Su Yucheng lost his cool and didn't know what to do at all. "Anran, how are you?" Su Yucheng was a little confused, so confused that he would only repeat the same words in her ear. Anran was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She wanted to reach out her hand, but it was very inconvenient because of her slightly large stomach. The elderly woman sitting next to them quickly gave them some advice and said to Su Yucheng, "Don't just look at her. Go and massage your wife's leg. It's probably cramping. Massage it more." Upon hearing this, Su Yi finally reacted and nodded repeatedly. He half knelt in front of Anran and placed Anran's leg on top of his half-bent leg. Then, he massaged her leg over and over again, and the pain only slowly disappeared after a long time. Anran looked at him and shook her head. Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. However, Suya Cheng didn't get up immediately. Instead, he grabbed her arm and massaged her for a while. It made the muscles at the area where she had a cramp less stiff. Anran was a little embarrassed, because Suya Cheng was currently in a half-kneeling position as he massaged her legs. It was said that there was gold under a man's knees, and they knelt down to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. There was no reason for them to kneel down to their own wife. Anran tried to pull him up, but Suya Cheng insisted on rubbing her for a while longer. When the couple sitting on the side saw this, they smiled at Anran and only said, "Your husband really loves you." Anran nodded at them, a little embarrassed, and her face turned red. "Seeing how big your stomach is, you should be more than 6 months old, right?" someone asked. Anran only shook her head with a dry smile and said, "It'll take about 4 months." Everyone was a little surprised. They looked at Anran's stomach and couldn't believe that she was only 4 months pregnant. Just as Suya Cheng was still giving Anran a massage, the office door behind him opened, and a couple about the same age as them rushed in. The woman wore glasses and looked refined, while the man's hair was neatly combed. He looked like a social elite. The couple seemed to have just finished their prenatal examination. Just as they were about to leave, the bespectacled lady suddenly stopped in her tracks and stared at Suya Cheng, who was slowly getting up after rubbing Anran's feet. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she looked at Suya Cheng for a long time, unable to speak. The woman's husband seemed to have noticed something strange. He turned to ask his wife, "What's wrong? Did you meet someone you know?" Anran also looked at her and then at Suya Cheng in confusion. Suya Cheng furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't seem to have much of an impression of this woman in his memory, so he couldn't remember her at all. The woman reacted and looked at Suya Cheng in a somewhat novel manner as she called out, "Special Assistant Su." Suddenly, he thought of something and shook his head. No, you should be calling me Mayor Su now." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned and couldn't react. This seemingly ordinary and loving couple turned out to be the acting deputy Mayor Su and his wife. Suya Cheng didn't have much of an impression of this woman, so he just looked at her and asked with a slight frown, "And you are?" "I'm a reporter from Jiang City Metropolitan Daily. I interviewed you last year," the woman quickly said with a smile. Suya Cheng thought for a while and finally remembered that he had accepted an interview with a newspaper media last year. He still remembered that the female reporter's surname was Chiyu. He smiled and nodded at her, saying, "I remember now, Reporter Chiyu." After saying that, she politely extended her hand to her and her husband to shake their hands. Susiti's memory is really good," Reporter Chiyu said with a smile. He then turned around and explained something to his husband in a low voice. The nurse in the doctor's office came out and shouted, "Anran, is Jiyu Anran here yet? If not, we'll cancel our appointment." Only then did Anran react. She reached out and patted Suya Cheng, then smiled faintly at the woman and her husband. "He's here," he said to the nurse. The nurse looked at her and said, "Come in." Suya Cheng nodded at the reporter couple, then helped Anran inside. The 4-month pregnancy test consisted mainly of routine blood tests, urine tests, electrocardiographs, B-scans, and a tongue screening. Because she had only seen a few times that the fetus was unstable, Anran had already set up a small card before this, so she naturally didn't need to do a hemorrhaging routine. However, she still checked the fetal heart and did an electrocardiography and B-scan. In addition, she also did a tongue screening. As she lay on the bed, the device moved back and forth on her stomach. Suya Cheng held Anran's hand with one hand and stared at the image on the device. The doctor pointed at the image and explained where the head, hands, and feet were. Then, he suddenly stopped and looked at the image for a long time, as if he was trying to confirm it. He then turned around with a smile and congratulated Suya Cheng. Suya Cheng was stunned and didn't know what was going on at all. He asked in confusion, "Doctor, is there a problem?" The doctor was a middle-aged woman. She smiled and pointed at the image on the computer again. She said, "Look, it's not just one hand here, it's 2. Congratulations, your wife is pregnant with twins, so her stomach will be much bigger than normal people." When Suya Cheng heard this, he was stunned and couldn't react in time. Anran, who was lying in the hospital bed, was the same. She couldn't react for a long time from the joy. The doctor naturally understood the excitement of the young parents at the moment. He only smiled and shook his head. He didn't rush them and let them slowly react. He would tell them what to do next later. In the end, after all the examinations were done, the two of them came out of the doctor's office. Suddenly, Suya Cheng reincarnated and picked Anran up. He spun her around a few times on the spot, and under Anran's surprised cries and everyone's strange gazes, he finally put her down. Then, he happily announced to everyone, "I'm going to be a father." Anran was both angry and amused. She patted him and scolded him with a smile. "Dumbo, didn't I already know?" Everyone laughed along. Even the couple who had been about to go in for a checkup stopped in their tracks and stood at the door, forgetting to enter. "My wife is pregnant with twins," Suya Cheng announced loudly again, announcing his happiness at the moment. Upon hearing this, the couples who had been sitting and waiting with Anran came over to congratulate her. They congratulated her for having two baby angels in this era of family planning, where each family could only have one child. After laughing, Suya Cheng slowly calmed down. Holding Anran's hand, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Then, he smiled and asked him if he wanted to leave. Suya Cheng suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask a very important question, so he turned to Anran and said, "Wait a moment." Anran was stunned. She looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Suya Cheng gave her a strange smile, then turned around and pushed open the office door again. Fortunately, the couple and child inside were asking some questions, so there was no need to avoid this scene. He smiled apologetically at them, then turned to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, I would like to ask, now that the child is 4 months old, is there anything we should pay attention to when we are living as a couple?" The doctor was stunned by his bold question and didn't respond for a long time. He just looked at him. The other couple, who were preparing for the examination, were also stunned. They didn't expect him to come in again to ask this question. The young wife even blushed a little from his direct question, while the young husband held back his laughter until his stomach hurt. A doctor. When he didn't get an answer, he thought of Anran, who was waiting outside the door. Suya Cheng couldn't help but urge her, "Is there anything I should pay attention to?" Cough cough. Only then did the doctor come back to his senses. He looked at him and said seriously, "The fetus will be more stable after 3 months. By right, you can have a normal married life. Of course, you have to pay attention to the intensity and frequency of this. It can't be too frequent. You also have to pay attention to the position between the two of you. Don't press on the pregnant woman's stomach. Also, the last 3 months are also a dangerous period. You must avoid having sex." Suya Cheng nodded seriously. "I understand. Thank you, doctor." Then, he left the office with a calm expression. It wasn't until they reached the hospital's parking lot that Anran couldn't help but ask Suya Cheng curiously, "What did you go in for?" Suya Cheng's expression didn't change, and he said with a normal expression, "Nothing, I just asked the doctor about some things to take note of." Speaking of this, Anran suddenly remembered that she had been so happy that she had forgotten how to pay attention to the twins, such as how they ate and exercised. At the same time, she was also touched by Suya Cheng's thoughtfulness, so she quickly asked, "What did the doctor say? What should I pay attention to?" Suya Cheng glanced at her with a devilish smile on his face and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" "Of course. I'm a pregnant woman. I have to know what to pay attention to and how to treat the fetus. I was too happy just now and forgot to ask," Anran said with a serious and determined face. Suya Cheng cleared his throat and looked at the people who were coming to pick up the car. He opened the door for her and simply said, "Let's get in the car first. I'll tell you after we get in." He could almost foresee Anran's reaction after he finished speaking. Anran nodded and sat in the car obediently. She watched as he walked around the front of the car and got in from the other side before closing the door. She asked, "What did the doctor say? What should I pay attention to?" Mothers-to-be would always be particularly concerned and excited about their babies. Suya Cheng couldn't help but smile a little, but in the end, he forced himself to hold back. Then, he looked at Anran seriously and said, "The doctor said that as long as you pay attention to your strength and position, you won't be affected." Anran froze and frowned slightly. Why was it that she was so confused that she didn't quite understand what he was saying? Suya Cheng held back his laughter and pretended to be serious. "What do you mean? I don't quite understand what you're saying." Anran still didn't quite understand, so she looked at Su Cheng with a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha. Looking at her innocent face, Su Cheng couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? His smile made Anran even more confused. Su Cheng laughed for a long time, then leaned forward and whispered something into her ear. When Anran heard this, her face suddenly turned red, and even her eyes couldn't help but widen. Su Cheng let go of her and was in a good mood as he enjoyed the expected change in her expression. He smiled naughtily. Anran felt like her face didn't belong to her at all, and it was burning hot. She had never expected that he would push the door open again to ask about that. Damn hooligan, she glared at him and scolded. Where was his usual serious and upright image? If this were to spread, he would be a laughingstock if he were to maintain his image as the mayor. Su Cheng laughed out loud and didn't mind her comment at all. He even held her face in his hands like a rascal and planted a heavy kiss on her lips before letting go of her and saying proudly, "Only a man who is a hooligan to his wife is a good man." Anran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, she hadn't followed him in. Otherwise, she would have dug a hole and buried herself in it. She wouldn't have the face to see anyone. The Jiu family and the Chin family found out that Anran was pregnant with twins on the same night. Lin Xiaofen and Qin Yun were the most excited and said that they wanted to rush over to see her that night, but they were rejected by Su Cheng, who said that he would take Anran out that night and wouldn't be at home. The two mothers had no choice but to wait until the next morning. Su Cheng hung up the phone, and Anran asked curiously, "What's going on tonight? Where are we going?" She had heard the contents of the phone call, but they didn't tell her that they were going out at night. Su Cheng smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. That night, Su Cheng specifically asked Auntie John to get off work early and go home. Just as Anran was about to pack up and thought that he was really going to take her out, Su Cheng shook his head and told her that they didn't want to go out. Anran was a little confused, but she was even more puzzled. Su Cheng seemed to be deliberately trying to be mysterious. He only said that he planned to cook for himself that night and prepare a candlelight dinner for her. Anran accepted it with a smile. His cooking skills were as good as those of the chefs outside, so she didn't mind that they didn't have to go out to enjoy the best food at home. It was still as romantic as last time, but this time, Su Cheng paid more attention to the combination of meat and vegetables in the food. Although the small steak and a few refreshing Chinese side dishes looked a little out of place, it made Anran particularly happy as she ate. After dinner, Su Cheng held Anran in his arms as they watched the old classic American film Untouchable Lovers on the sofa. The handsome appearance of Keanu Reeves in the film made Anran a little obsessed with him several times. After calling her name a few times and not getting any response, one of the leaders beside her became a little petty and mean. When the movie was about to get exciting, he suddenly reached out and turned off the TV. Only then did Anran react. She turned her head to look at the pouting man behind her and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you turn it off?" A certain someone was jealous and completely lost his usual rationality. He held her face and made her look at him seriously. He even asked in a particularly childish manner, "Do you think I'm more handsome, or is the golden-haired man with blue eyes better looking?" No matter how slow-witted Anran was, she could tell that a certain someone was jealous, and it was the kind of jealousy that was dry in front of the TV. She laughed and said with certainty, "Of course, my husband is more handsome." His expression was serious. A certain someone looked at her without saying a word. Then, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. It was hot enough to take away everything of hers. In order to comfort him, Anran had no choice but to embrace him and smile as she accepted everything he gave her. She was so ignorant that she didn't know that she was falling into a trap set by a big bad wolf. That night, Leader Su finally hugged Mrs. Su and fell asleep in satisfaction after more than 2 months of self-restraint. After more than 2 months, a certain Mrs. Su finally understood what other people meant by absence makes the heart grow fonder. Anran simply felt that if it weren't for the fact that she was pregnant, a certain someone would probably still pester her and not let her go. The two of them hugged each other on the bed. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang at this time. Anran was so shocked that her whole body trembled, and she almost got up on reflex. "Don't worry, I'm here." Su Cheng gently patted her back and made her lie down again. He then sat up and picked up the phone on the bedside table. His voice was still hoarse from the early morning. "Hello?" It was Secretary Zheng. He said anxiously, "Susiti, have you seen today's newspaper?" Chapter 141, appearing in the newspaper. It was Secretary Zheng. He said anxiously, "Susiti, have you seen today's newspaper?" Suya Cheng frowned and asked in a low voice, "What newspaper?" On the other end of the phone, Secretary Zheng held back his smile and said, "Sushi can read the newspaper later. Sushi and his wife are probably going to be famous in Jiang City." Suya Cheng's brows furrowed even deeper. Does it have anything to do with Anran? He only cared about this. As long as it was about him, it didn't matter what happened, as long as Anran wasn't involved. Susiti should see for themselves. "Oh right," Secretary John's secretary called yesterday afternoon. He said that there will be a meeting at 10 a.m. in conference room 1. Secretary Zheng dutifully reported the work. Before hanging up the phone, he said with a mysterious smile, "Well, Susiti, congratulations." Then, without waiting for Suya Cheng to ask him anything, he hung up the phone. Suya Cheng frowned and stared at the phone in his hand. He picked up the quilt, got up, picked up the clothes that had been thrown on the floor because of their passion last night, and put them on. He was ready to go out and see what was written in today's newspaper. Anran opened her eyes in a daze. Because of last night's madness and entanglement, her eyes were still very sleepy. She half sat up and asked, "What happened?" Although she wasn't fully awake, she had vaguely heard some of his phone conversation just now. Judging from Suya Cheng's expression, it seemed that something had really happened. Suya Cheng looked at her and was stunned for a while. Then, he leaned forward, lowered his head, and gave her a fiery good morning kiss. He then said in a seductive voice by her ear, "If you seduce me again, I promise that something will happen to us." As he said that, he bit her delicate ear. Anran froze and looked down. Only then did she realize that the thin blanket had slid down her shoulder when she sat up, and after the two of them had been too passionate last night, she was now as naked as a newborn baby. Now, the thin blanket had slid down to her protruding stomach, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. It was hard not to imagine such a scene. "Ah!" Anran cried out in shock, then pushed Suya Cheng away from her. She pulled the blanket over and wrapped herself up tightly, covering half of her face, only revealing a pair of big, blinking eyes. "Pervert! You hooligan!" Her entire face was as red as a tomato, boiling hot. Suya Cheng laughed out loud. Under her rejection and screams, he forced himself to kiss her in satisfaction, then let go of her and got up. He picked up the clothes that had been scattered on the ground because of last night's passion and put them away, then left the room with a smile and a good mood. After he closed the door, Anran looked at the tightly shut door and couldn't help but mutter, "Bad guy, big bad guy." Although she was complaining, the smile on her lips revealed her happiness and satisfaction. When Suya Cheng walked out of his room, he happened to run into Mrs. Zhang, who had just come over from her house in the morning. Mrs. Zhang came in with a newspaper, and when she saw Suya Cheng, she smiled and said, "Sir, you're not at work yet. Do you want me to prepare breakfast for you?" Suya Cheng didn't nod or shake his head. He looked at the newspaper in her hand and asked, "Is it this morning's newspaper?" Auntie Zhang nodded and handed the newspaper to him. "It's from this morning. I just got it from downstairs." He had seen it when he passed by the mailbox downstairs, so he had brought it up. Suya Cheng nodded, reached out, took the newspaper, and flipped through it. When he flipped to the entertainment section, he suddenly stopped. He saw that the photo of him and Anran at the hospital entrance yesterday had made the headlines of the entertainment section of Jiangcheng Metropolitan Daily, and the headline at the side was very large: "The young mayor brought his beloved wife for a prenatal examination, and his behavior shows that he is a good man who pampers his wife." After staring at the newspaper for a while, Suya Cheng really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't like to show off and had always kept a low profile. Since he entered politics, he rarely accepted interviews, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he always avoided the media. He didn't expect that when he took Anran to the hospital for a prenatal examination yesterday, it would make the entertainment headlines. Just as Suya Cheng was still holding the newspaper, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the cell phone in his pocket rang at this time. It was a call from Yi Zaiwen. He looked at the phone, then at the newspaper in his hand. He didn't need to answer the call to know what Yu Zaiwen was calling to say. However, he still answered the call. If you want to talk about what's in the newspaper, then there's no need. I've already seen it. On the other end of the phone, Yu Zaiwen was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, "What newspaper?" The voice sounded weak and steady, which was not someone's style. Su Cheng raised his eyebrows and noticed something strange, so he asked, "You, what's wrong?" Yu Zaiwen did not dwell on the matter of the newspaper. He remembered the purpose of his call and asked, "Arjun, have you seen Xiao Jiao recently? I haven't seen her for almost a month." "Yijiao?" Su Cheng's brows furrowed even more, and he asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" It seemed like this was not the first time he had called to ask about Yijiao. On the other end of the phone, Yu Zaiwen smiled bitterly and sighed. "I haven't seen her since that day." That day? Su Cheng didn't know which day he was referring to, nor did he know what happened between him and Yijiao. He said seriously, "Yu Zaiwen, if you dare to bully Yijiao, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend." His heart would still ache for his own sister. Even if they were friends and brothers, he would not bully them. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, she weakly said, "Luo, I seem to have fallen in love with Xiao Jiao." Su Cheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to admit it himself. In fact, the two of them had grown up together, and the onlooker could see clearly how Yu Zaiwen treated Yijiao. Ziwen had always thought of Yijiao as his little sister. Although he didn't agree to Yijiao's confession and pestering, he never rejected her outright either. He was even nervous for a long time when boys appeared around Yijiao. He said that he didn't want her to be deceived, so he investigated each and every one of those men clearly. In the end, none of them could catch his eye. "It seems that you have to tell Yijiao this yourself." "What's the use of telling me?" After a long silence, Su Cheng finally said this lightly. Yu Zaiwen laughed bitterly on the other end of the phone. He didn't say anything and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Cheng stood in the living room for a long time. He only came back to his senses when Aunt Zhang called him from behind. "Sir, do you want me to prepare breakfast for you?" Aunt Zhang stood in the kitchen, put on an apron, and prepared to make breakfast. He looked down at the newspaper in his hand and thought of the smiling woman in the room who had been pestered by him the entire night. The smile on his face became brighter as he said to Mrs. Zhang, "I'll make breakfast." Aunt Zhang also nodded with a smile. She had been helping out here for a while now, and she knew that Su Cheng loved Anran, so she was already used to personally cooking breakfast. She took off her apron and put it aside, then said with a smile, "Then I'll go to the market to buy today's vegetables." Su Cheng nodded. Just as Mrs. Zhang opened the door and was about to go out, he suddenly thought of something and called out to her, "Mrs. Zhang, wait a minute. Go buy some pork trotters to make soup today." Anran had a cramp in her leg when she went to the hospital yesterday. All right." Mrs. Zhang nodded and took his words to heart. Then, she took the basket and went out. When Su Cheng finished preparing breakfast, he wanted to go into the room to wake Anran up, but Anran opened the door and walked out with a pout. When she saw Su Cheng, she pouted even more. Su Cheng looked at her, amused. He touched her head, then glanced at the scarf around her neck. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you very cold?" He reached out to take her hand, but Anran slapped it away in a huff. "It's all because of you," he grumbled in a low voice. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and laughed out loud. However, after receiving her sharp gaze, he held back his laughter and said, "It's okay. We're at home. No one will see us." She pinched the side of his waist and muttered, "Is there still Mrs. Zhang at home? It would be strange if she didn't laugh at you for wearing a scarf like this." Su Cheng smiled and pulled her to the bar counter, sat her down on a high stool, went into the kitchen, and sat down opposite her. He poured her a cup of hot milk and said, "In order to apologize to you and admit my mistake, how about this? I'll give you my poached eggs and ham as compensation." As he spoke, he used a knife and fork to directly transfer the poached egg and ham to her plate. Anran's eyes widened as she looked at the eggs and ham on her plate, which had appeared out of nowhere, and protested, Hey, how can you do this? I can't finish it." He took a sip of milk and said, "It's okay. You need more nutrition right now. There's more than one baby in your stomach. There are 2 babies now. So, be good and eat more." okay. Anran didn't know what to do with him. She pouted, pointed at her stomach, and said, I see that you were very fickle and hungry in your past life, and you attracted two little lovers at once. Suya Cheng laughed out loud, looked at her, and said, you're the only one I've ever offended in my life. Anran laughed at his words and scolded him with a smile, you're so glib. Lin Xiaofen and Qin Yun arrived almost at the same time, and they met at the door when Suya Cheng was about to leave with his bag. Because Suya Cheng still had a meeting to attend, he didn't stay and chat much. He only said a few words before he hurriedly left. Qin Yun and Lin Xiaofen came in and took Anran to the front and back of the room. They stared at Anran's stomach and asked in unison, are you sure you're twins? After asking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Anran also laughed. She touched her belly and nodded happily and contentedly. Yes, the doctor said it's twins. She really felt that she was lucky, and her good luck seemed to have come from the moment she met Suya Cheng. This man had given her all the happiness she wanted, and he had even given her more than what she wanted. That's great. Qin Yun slapped her thigh and cheered. She turned to look at Lin Xiaofen and said, in-law, this way, you can take care of one and I'll take care of the other. This way, we won't have to fight over a grandson. Lin Xiaofen also laughed. She nodded and said, yes, that's great. If there's only one, you'll have to come all the way here if you want to see it, and I'll have to go all the way if I want to see it. Now, it's no trouble for each of us to take one. The two mothers had endless topics to talk about when they talked about their grandchildren. The two of them talked one after another, and they were very happy. And Ran was a little embarrassed. They seemed to have divided up the child. They seemed to have forgotten that she was the child's mother and wanted to have the child by their side. The two mothers were talking about how to take care of their grandchildren in the future. Anran wanted to say something, but she couldn't get a word in. In the end, she could only sit on the sofa in the living room, bored, and pick up the newspaper on the low table in front of her to read. She didn't know or care much about political facts, so she never asked much about Suya Cheng's work. One was to avoid it, and the other was that she had no interest in it at all. First, she flipped through the financial section and roughly understood the situation of the real estate in Jiangcheng. In fact, she only found out a few days ago that the stock price of Jingcheng had dropped a lot recently, and Huan Dexing was directly taken to the procuratorate for questioning because he was suspected of Ling Chuanjiang's case. It seemed that he was even locked up for a week. In the end, his wife's family's power and background helped him get out. However, after he got out, he came out of Jingcheng and transferred all the shares in his hands to a mysterious big boss behind the scenes. In fact, she had heard about this from Chen Cheng. Perhaps because of what happened last time, Chen Cheng had always felt guilty towards Anran, so even though Anran's attitude was cold at the beginning, she would still call Anran whenever she had time. As time passed, some unhappy things slowly faded, and they had been in contact more and more recently, but usually, Chen Cheng would call Anran first. In fact, through Anran's understanding of Chen Cheng, she also knew that Chen Cheng's life was not easy. Her family's conditions were not good, and her father was bedridden. All the burden was on her. Previously, her father passed away after an infection after the operation. The moment he passed away, he called Anran and said that he could not cry. He even felt like he had let her go. Anran did not know how to comfort her, so she just held the phone and listened to her talk a lot. She flipped to the entertainment section. When she reached that section, she was stunned. Looking at the photos that occupied more than half of the page, Anran couldn't describe her feelings. The photo was taken secretly, and although it wasn't very well taken, it was clear that the two people in the photo were clearly recognized. It was taken when she and Suya Cheng were walking out of the hospital yesterday. The wind at the entrance of the hospital was a little strong, and it messed up her hair. Suya Cheng carefully reached out to push away the hair that was blocking her view. His expression and actions now looked very gentle and considerate in the photo. Anran guessed that the newspaper incident might have something to do with the couple she had met before entering the doctor's office, because only that couple recognized Suya Cheng. The other mother-to-be was also a reporter before, so she might have informed her colleagues about it. She reached out and touched the photo on the paper, and the corners of her mouth were a little amused. She looked at the description on the side. The article was full of praise for Su Cheng, saying that he doted on his wife, even half knelt to massage her feet, and that he took time out of his busy schedule to accompany his wife for her prenatal examination. It even wrote that he excitedly announced that his wife was pregnant with twins after the prenatal examination, saying that he was not only a leader in the public, but also an ordinary man with mixed emotions. When Happy was excited, he would laugh a little crazily. He said that he did not look unattainable and that he was also made of flesh and blood. He was just like a normal person who lived a very real life. And NBSB. However, when she read the last paragraph of the description, Anran's face suddenly flushed red. She didn't expect that they would even write about Su Cheng entering the office to ask the doctor about the couple's life. They even wrote humorously, "It seems that Mrs. Su's pregnancy has made our young mayor suffer." Anran really wanted to cry but had no tears. Now they were probably going to be laughed at by the entire Jiangcheng. She'd better not go out in the future. Qin Yun and Lin Xiaofen were chatting on the side, and they happened to notice the newspaper in Anran's hands. She suddenly thought of something and turned to Anran. "Anran, there's something." Seeing the silk scarf around her neck, he suddenly stopped and asked, "What's with the scarf around your neck?" Anran froze and touched her neck in embarrassment. She only shook her head, but couldn't say a word. Her face also turned red. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun naturally understood something. She looked at Anran in disagreement and said, "Anran, you're pregnant now, so you can't be like before. There are some things you have to pay special attention to." As he spoke, he complained to his son, "This Arjun is really, she has never been such an unreasonable person. Why is she so impatient in this matter?" Anran blushed with shame. She couldn't make any other expression except for a dry smile, and her face was even hotter than before. When Lin Xiaofen finally understood, she looked at Anran with a serious expression and said, "Yes, Granny Qin is right. You're pregnant now, and it's twins. You must be careful. Tell Arjun to endure it for a few more months. After all, the child is more important." Qin Yun agreed, That's right. No, I have to call that rascal, Arjun, personally to talk to him." As she spoke, she took out her phone from her pocket and was about to call Su Cheng. At this time, Aunt John came back from grocery shopping. Carrying a basket, she asked Anran, "Madam, in the morning, Sir said that your leg was cramping. Do you think it's better to stew black beans with the pig's feet today or just stew them without putting anything in?" Upon hearing this, the two mothers turned to Anran nervously and asked in unison, "Anran, are you having leg cramps?" Anran laughed dryly and nodded. Seeing this, Qin Yun quickly stood up and walked over to Mrs. Zhang. "You should add more black beans to this pig's feet stew. You don't need to add other medicinal herbs. Soybeans can also supplement protein. It's quite good." As she spoke, she took the basket from Aunt John's hands and continued, "I'll stew it. Leg cramps are caused by calcium deficiency. It's better to eat more things with bones than those calcium supplements." Seeing that Lin Xiaofen had also stood up to help out in the kitchen, Anran finally sighed. If she didn't continue to be questioned, she would really be too ashamed to show her face. Looking at Su Cheng's picture in the newspaper, Anran reached out and patted him, then muttered in a low voice, "It's all your fault." When Su Cheng returned home that night, Anran was still awake. She was sitting on the bed with a newspaper in her hand and looking at Su Cheng with a look of condemnation. Su Cheng casually asked, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he took off his coat and took out a change of clothes from the closet. He didn't pay attention to Anran's answer and went directly into the bathroom, feeling a little tired. When he came out again, Anran was still sitting in the same position as before, and Su Cheng only noticed that there was something wrong with her expression then. However, when he saw the newspaper in her hand, he seemed to understand. With a half smile, he went to the other side of the bed and reached out to pull her into his arms, but he was pushed away by a certain someone who was making a fuss. Su Cheng didn't try to stop her. He reached out to her again, but he was hit back by someone again. He continued to push her into his arms, but this time, he rolled his eyes at him. He didn't push him away, but let him hold him. Then, he turned around and patted his chest angrily, saying in a muffled voice, "It's all your fault. So many people called me today. I don't want to see anyone anymore. I'll just hide at home every day." Otherwise, I'll be a laughing stock if I go out. Although she was slapping him, her hands were soft and didn't hurt at all. Then don't go out. I can't wait to hide you at home forever, Siya Cheng said in a good mood. Anran pushed him away in a bad mood, took the newspaper, and pointed at it. You're a leader, aren't you afraid of damaging your image? Siya Cheng didn't even look at it and said proudly, it doesn't matter. The newspaper said that I look like I'm made of flesh and blood. It's a real life. Those are all compliments. Bah, you look quite proud, Anran said with disdain. It is, Siya Cheng said with a serious expression. Pfft, Anran laughed at his seriousness. She couldn't really get angry with him. It was amazing that she could feel happiness every moment she was with him. Siya Cheng also smiled and hugged her back to the bed. He didn't say anything and just quietly hugged her, smelling the same shower gel on her body as he did. He didn't need to say anything and felt at ease and at ease. Anran leaned against his chest, still holding the newspaper in her hand. She stared at the photo on it and touched it gently. The more she looked at the photo, the more she felt that it looked good. She muttered softly, Yi Cheng, let's go take a few photos sometime. They didn't even have a photo together. They couldn't possibly wait for the children to come out and point at the newspaper and say that this was the only photo of their parents. Siya Cheng nodded affectionately and gently whispered in her ear. All right, he said. Chapter 142, Shopping while holding hands. After not going to work and getting pregnant, Anran had no concept of time at all. It wasn't until Mrs. John told her that her grandchildren were coming back tomorrow and that she had to take a day off that Anran realized that National Day had arrived. Siya Cheng's work didn't have a clear division of holidays at all. He received a phone call, and because the provincial office had issued an urgent document on the 1st, his original plan to take Anran out for a walk had no choice but to be put on hold. He was prepared to return to the office to work overtime. After hanging up the phone, Siya Cheng turned his head and looked at Anran, who had already changed into her maternity dress, and said apologetically, Secretary Jen called to say that there's an urgent document. I have to go to the office. Although she was a little disappointed, she could understand. Anran said considerately, go, work is more important. As she spoke, she adjusted his slightly crooked tie. Siya Cheng felt a little guilty as he stepped forward to hug Anran, then whispered in her ear, I'm sorry, I don't have much time to spend with you. Because of his work, he couldn't have normal rest and work hours like everyone else. Even now that Anran was pregnant, it was so difficult for him to stay by her side for a day. Then you have to work. Otherwise, this is how you're going to raise me and the baby. Anran reached out to hug him back and chuckled. Siya Cheng also laughed and let go of him. He pressed his forehead against hers and asked, Mrs. Zhang isn't home today. Do you want me to send you back to Mom's house? Anran shook her head. Mom and Dad are going to attend an uncle's son's wedding today. They shouldn't be home. Yesterday, when Lin Xiaofeng came over, she remembered that she had said this. Siya Cheng frowned. He was still a little worried about her being alone at home. As if sensing his concerns, Anran pouted, then reached out to hold his face. She tilted her head and asked, Siya Cheng, do you think I'm that useless? I can stay at home alone. As if to prove something, Anran emphasized the word can. Siya Cheng laughed and reached out to pull her hand down. Then, he took the opportunity to put it directly to his mouth and kissed it gently as he said, I'm not worried about you being alone at home, but you're alone at home with 3 people. How can I be at ease? As he said that, he placed his other hand on her stomach and caressed it back and forth. HMPH, so you're not worried about me, but you're 2 little lovers, and Ran pretended to be angry and patted him. Siya Cheng opened his mouth and put her hand in his mouth, then gently bit it without hurting her. He looked at her and said seriously, because of you, I'm worried about the baby in your stomach. You only know how to use your glib tongue to deceive me. Anran looked at him, feeling angry and amused at the same time. She knew that he was best at sweet-talking, but she still found it particularly pleasing to hear. After thinking for a while, Siya Cheng suddenly raised his eyebrows and thought of something. He looked at Anran and said, come with me to the office. Anran sighed and looked at him. I really can be alone at home. Don't treat me like a child. Siya Cheng nodded in agreement with her and only said, yes, I know you can. I don't treat you like a child. Just treat it as you're here to accompany me, okay? You don't need my company. She wasn't smart, but she wasn't stupid either. He was still coaxing her like she was a child. Seriously, I'll be more motivated if you stay with me. I'll be able to finish my work faster. Siyu Cheng didn't even need to make a draft to tell a lie, and he was able to tell it so easily and smoothly. Anran looked at him for a while before sighing softly. She nodded and said, "All right," he said. If he insisted, she couldn't refuse, and she couldn't bear to refuse. When Siyu Cheng appeared in the office with Anran, Secretary Zheng, who was standing at the door, was a little dumbfounded. He stared at Anran in a daze, unable to react. After working for Siyu Cheng for so many years, he had always felt that Siyu Cheng was a man who kept his work and personal life separate, and that he would never mix his personal feelings with work. However, today, he actually brought his wife to work, which was really a bit surprising. Anran smiled at Secretary Zheng calmly. "Hello, Secretary Zheng." Only then did Secretary Zheng react. He closed his mouth, which was a little too wide open because of surprise, and put on a warm smile. "Good day, madam." Anran felt a little strange when he called her madam. She only laughed dryly and said, "Just call me Anran." Secretary Zheng nodded with a smile and said enthusiastically, "This is Anran's first time here, right? Do you want me to show you around later?" Before Anran could speak, the person beside her said in a cold tone, "Secretary Zheng, do you have a lot of free time?" Upon hearing his tone, Secretary Zheng was stunned for a moment, then he quickly reacted and turned to look at Siyu Cheng. "No, I'm very busy. I still have a lot of things to do. I'll go now, right now." As he said that, he turned around and wanted to run away. Before Secretary Zheng could turn around and leave, Siyu Cheng said nonchalantly, "I see that you're very free. Go and make a detailed form for the city construction project and give it to me." Secretary Zheng turned his head and said excitedly, "Sushi, I've already done the form for you." Back then, he had worked for him for 2 days and 2 nights for that complicated form, so busy that he didn't even have time to accompany his girlfriend. He had almost caused his girlfriend to break up with him. "Yes, I know." Siyu Cheng nodded slightly, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. He only calmly said, "But I lost the one you made for me before. Can you get me another one? Sorry for the trouble." Upon hearing this, Secretary Zheng cried out bitterly, "Susiti, you can't play like this." He was just afraid that Anran would find it boring since it was her first time here, so he wanted to take her out for a walk. He was just a little too enthusiastic. Did he have to make fun of him like this? With his understanding of Siyu Cheng, how could he have lost such important information? Siyu Cheng raised his eyebrows, turned to look at him, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Secretary Jin shuddered and did not dare to look at him. He turned around and strode away. "I'll go get the information now." He. Anran couldn't help but laugh at their interaction. After all, she had been with Siyu Cheng for almost half a year. She couldn't say that she knew everything about him, but she more or less understood his personality and the way he handled things. Naturally, she could tell that he was probably trying to take revenge on Secretary Zheng. Seeing her smile, Siyu Cheng turned his head to look at her, reached out to touch her soft long hair, and asked in a seemingly casual way, "What's wrong? What's so funny?" Anran sniffed him and then asked with a sly smile, "I smell something sour." "Do you smell it?" he asked. Siyu Cheng smiled, nodded, and said frankly, "Yeah, I'm the one who's jealous." Anran didn't know how to react to his confession. She looked at him in a daze. She thought he would deny it. Anyone would feel embarrassed when their thoughts were exposed. Siyu Cheng reached out to caress her face, looked at her, and said with a slightly distressed expression, "What do we do? I'm becoming more and more irrational. I'm even starting to mix my private life with my work." Anran looked at him and didn't know what to say, but she felt a little strange and sweet for no reason. Holding her face, Siyu Cheng continued with a faint smile, "I want to hide you so that no one can see you. I want you to smile at me and only look at me." Anran laughed and patted him lightly. "I didn't know you had such a strong desire to possess." Her slender fingers poked his firm chest. "Overbearing." Siyu Cheng smiled, leaned over, and pecked her on the lips. "I'm only overbearing towards you, all right?" Anran smiled sweetly, and her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. She looked at him and nodded heavily. Okay. She liked how overbearing and devoted he was, making others feel that they were the most precious and cherished. The two of them looked at each other and laughed for a while. Then, Suya Cheng took her into his office, found a less boring book from the bookcase behind him, and gave it to Anran. He asked her to sit on the sofa in the rest area and read it, while he went back to his desk to deal with the urgent documents that Secretary Zheng had placed on his desk a long time ago. The book Suya Cheng gave her was really boring. It was filled with words, and they were all very academic words. Anran only felt that her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and then she slowly lost consciousness. When Suya Cheng finished dealing with a document and raised his head, he saw that Anran had already fallen asleep on the sofa's cushion. He stepped forward, took off his coat, and covered her with it. He then gently sat down on the sofa, reached out, and pushed aside the bangs on her forehead with a faint smile on his lips. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. Secretary Zheng pushed the door open and said, "Su City, Secretary Zhang has arrived. He's calling for everyone to gather." Suddenly, there was no more sound, because he saw Suya Cheng gesturing for him to keep quiet. Only then did he see Anran, who was half asleep on the sofa. Suya Cheng got up and walked over to him. He lowered his voice and asked, "What is it?" Secretary Zheng understood and lowered his voice like him. "Secretary Zhang is here. He's gathered everyone in the meeting room for a meeting. I think it's about the urgent document from this morning." Suya Cheng nodded. "I understand." Secretary Zheng nodded, turned around, and left the office. When Anran woke up again, Suya Cheng was no longer in the office. She rubbed her eyes in confusion, and just as she was about to call him, she saw his cell phone on the table. She thought that he might have gone to the toilet, so she picked up the book she had just read and started reading again. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see Suya Cheng return, so he frowned in confusion, not knowing where Suya Cheng had gone. Confused, she got up, opened the door, and went out. Secretary Zheng wasn't outside the office. Confused and curious about the building, she walked to the corridor and saw two people coming up the stairs. When Anran looked at them, the two of them also looked up at Anran. Anran was stunned. She recognized that the person was Xiao Yingtian from Xudong Real Estate. Xiao Yingtian obviously also recognized her. He nodded at Anran with a faint smile and said, "Anran, long time no see." Anran also smiled at him and said, "Long time no see, Chairman Xiao, and NBSB." When Suya Cheng returned from the meeting, he saw Anran and Xiao Yingtian chatting happily in the office. "Why is Uncle Xiao here?" Suya Cheng said with a smile as he put the documents on his desk. Then, he walked over to Anran, sat on the side of the sofa, and naturally placed his hand on Anran's shoulder. Anran turned her head and looked at him with a faint smile. "I'm here to find Zhang. I happened to run into Anran when I passed your floor, so I chatted with Anran," Xiao Yingtian said with a faint smile. Then, he stood up and said, "It seems that your meeting is done. I'm looking for old Zhang now. He should have time to talk to me. I'm leaving." She stood up and walked towards the office door. "Uncle Xiao," Suya Cheng said politely, "won't you sit for a while longer?" As he spoke, he and Anran stood up. No, I won't get in the way of you two being lovey-dovey. I read the newspaper the other day," Xiao Yingtian said with a bit of embarrassment. Anran's face suddenly turned red at the mention of that day's newspaper, and she felt a little embarrassed. She turned her head and gave Suya Cheng a resentful look. Suya Cheng smiled indifferently, without the slightest embarrassment or awkwardness. She walked Xiao Yingtian out of the door. When she reached the door, Xiao Yingtian suddenly turned his head and looked at Anran with a mysterious smile. "Anran, you should think about what I just said. Don't waste your talent." Anran smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll think about it." Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have missed something when he wasn't around just now. After Xiao Yingtian left and the door was closed again, Suya Cheng looked at Anran and asked, "What did Uncle Xiao ask you to consider?" Anran rolled her eyes and asked, "What do you think about me taking on a few cases at home?" He understood what she meant. He frowned and said disapprovingly, "Anran, have you forgotten that you're still pregnant?" He had seen how she looked when she was rushing the design drawings. He could not bear to see her work so hard, not to mention that she was pregnant now. Anran pouted and drew circles on his chest with her fingers. She muttered in a low voice, "I knew you wouldn't agree." Because she knew that he would not agree, she did not rashly agree to Xiao Yingtian's request. Siya Cheng reached out to stroke her soft long hair, looked at her, and said seriously, "Anran, let's put our child first, okay?" Although Anran was a little disappointed, she knew that he was doing this for her own good. She nodded obediently and agreed. "All right," he said. Siya Cheng could naturally see the loneliness on her face. He looked at the documents on the desk and thought to himself, "Fortunately, there's no hurry. Why don't I wait until I get home and drive overnight to deal with them?" After making up his mind, Siya Cheng rubbed her head and said, "Let's go, I'm busy." As he spoke, he looked up at his watch. It was almost lunchtime. "Let's go eat first, then we'll go for a walk." "Yes." Anran nodded with a smile and reached out to let him hold her hand. Because of the November holiday, there were many people on the streets. Couples and friends were walking together. Of course, there were many cars on the road. Almost all the streets were congested. Siya Cheng and Anran were blocked on the street in front of the government building. In the end, they managed to move forward a little, but Siya Cheng decisively stopped the car in front of a restaurant, then got out of the car with Anran. Anran smiled as she walked. She seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Siya Cheng, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He didn't expect that there would be so many people and cars on the National Day, and he even felt that the road was congested. What made him even more depressed was that almost all the restaurants he wanted to find were full. It had been almost an hour since he left the office, and the two were still walking on the street. They couldn't even find a small restaurant. He lowered his head and asked Anran, "Are you hungry?" Anran rolled her eyes and nodded. Recently, she had gotten used to eating a lot and had many meals every day. He had been eating since the morning, and he was indeed a little hungry. Siya Cheng felt a little guilty and reached out to pull her a little closer, so that the pedestrians on the road wouldn't bump into her. "Why don't we go back? I'll make lunch for you," Siya Cheng said. Anran shook her head. "I've been staying at home so long that I'm going to rot." "But you're hungry," Siya Cheng said with a frown. Anran thought for a while. This place wasn't far from the pedestrian street, so she looked at him slyly and said, "Accompany me to go shopping." "Shopping?" Siya Cheng raised his eyebrows. Anran nodded, raised their hands, and said, "I think we've only gone shopping once. Why don't you go shopping with me again? There's a lot of traffic on the road today anyway, so we can't go for a walk. I don't want to stay at home all day either, so let's go shopping." Siya Cheng nodded with a smile. "Shopping is fine," he said, "but we have to find a place to eat first. We can't let you starve." Anran rolled her eyes, took his hand, and walked forward. She said, "I know where to find good food." After Siya Cheng came back to his senses, he let her do whatever she wanted, but he just shook his head and laughed behind her. As long as she was happy, it was fine. Siya Cheng stared at the thing in Anran's hand that was still steaming, frowned a little, and said, "Is this sanitary?" The street was filled with people and dust, but he didn't seem to have anything to hide. Anran glanced at him. With her bulging stomach, she held the freshly bought hot beef stew and noodles and said with a smile, "You can't always be so particular. Sometimes, you have to make do with it. Otherwise, you'll miss a lot of things." As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She hadn't eaten this in a long time. It seemed that ever since she left school and started work, she had been busy every day. The rest time for her design was never fixed. Sometimes, she would be busy for weeks. If she didn't sleep, she wouldn't have to close her eyes for days. When she had time to rest, she would hide at home and sleep. There was never enough time to go shopping, and for convenience's sake, they always went to the shopping mall to buy clothes, buying everything in one go. Anran was a little anxious, so she used the disposable plastic spoon to scoop a mouthful of beef soup and put it in her mouth. Before she could taste it, her tongue was scalded, and she cried out childishly, "It's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot." Siya Cheng sighed and shook his head. He reached out to take the foam from her hand, pulled her to the side of the road, and looked at her with amusement. "Why are you acting like a child?" He took the disposable plastic spoon from her hand and scooped a spoonful. Then, he put it to his mouth and blew on it gently. He brought it to her mouth again and coaxed her gently, "Come, open your mouth." Anran smiled and obediently opened her mouth, letting him taste the food in her mouth. It was neither hot nor cold, and with the taste in her memory, Anran closed her eyes in satisfaction and sighed. It's still as delicious as before. Suya Cheng also smiled, then scooped another spoonful of rice, put it to his mouth, and gently blew on it, then brought it to her mouth for her to eat. Anran was very satisfied. When she had finished more than half of the bowl, Suya Cheng fed her again, and she stopped talking. She looked at him and shook her head. I'm full, you can eat the rest. He naturally understood her intentions, but she insisted, so he had no choice but to finish the remaining half of the bowl. Then, under her expectant gaze, he nodded and said that it was delicious. Hearing this, Anran smiled with satisfaction. She held his hand again and walked into the crowd. Suya Cheng, on the other hand, always had to be on high alert, afraid that people would bump into her, so he always kept her within the scope of his protection. In fact, the two of them didn't buy anything. They just went shopping. Anran liked the feeling of holding hands with the person she loved and walking in a crowd. It was very steady and safe. When she saw the snacks on both sides of the table, Anran would always swallow her saliva. However, some of the food was unhealthy, so even if Anran acted coquettishly, Suya Cheng would firmly disagree. Then, Anran would pout unhappily, but when she saw the next delicious dish, she would forget all her previous unhappiness. She would point at the stall in front of her and pat Suya Cheng's hand, just like she was doing now. Yi Cheng, look, it's sweet corn. Suya Cheng was a little helpless and amused, and he nodded his head affectionately. Okay, there are too many people over there. You stand there and I'll go over to buy you some. Anran nodded like a child waiting for food. She was extremely obedient. Anran stood under a Chinese parasol tree and watched as the man squeezed into a group of people to buy a small corn for her. She thought that he must have never been to these places, and her heart felt warm. It wasn't that she really wanted to eat it, but seeing him squeeze through the crowd for her made her feel an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Anran, just as Anran was happily watching Suya Cheng squeeze through the crowd to buy her a corn, a familiar male voice came from behind her. It sounded like he was trying to test her, but it was filled with uncertainty. Anran turned her head and saw Mo Fir standing behind her, dressed in casual clothes. When he saw her, a hint of joy flashed across his face. Anran was a little surprised to see him here. She only nodded slightly without much expression on her face. Anran turned around and saw Mo Fir's bulging stomach. The joy on her face immediately dimmed, and she laughed dryly. Last time, I saw the newspaper last time. Anran nodded. She really didn't think she had anything to say to Mo Fir. Mo Fir also sensed the awkwardness and tried hard to find a topic to talk about. You're embarrassed. Could it be? A woman's voice interrupted Mo Fir's unfinished words. Hearing this, Anran looked up and saw Xiao, who was behind Mo Fir, walking over with sugar-fried chestnuts in her hands. Chapter 143, Even Fatter. Anran looked up and saw Xiao, who was behind Mo Fir, walking over with sugar-fried chestnuts in her hands. Xiao also saw Anran and was stunned. The smile on her face slowly disappeared, and in the next moment, she smiled again. She stepped forward and naturally reached out to hold Mo Fir's hand. She looked at Anran and said with a smile, Anran, what a coincidence. Long time no see. Anran couldn't help but be surprised by their combination. It was just too unexpected. After the surprise, Anran only shook her head and chuckled. When she raised her head to look at them again, she only smiled and nodded. It's quite a coincidence, she said. Xiao's lips twitched without a smile. She turned around and took out a sweet fried chestnut from the paper bag as if she was presenting a treasure to please him. Didn't you say you wanted to eat chestnuts? I'll peel them for you. I just tasted one. It's very sweet and pink. As he said that, he used his manicure to peel off the chestnut shell, then took out the fruit and intimately brought it to Mo Fir's mouth. Anran looked at everything with a faint smile, as if she was looking at two complete strangers. She felt nothing. Mo Fir, on the other hand, stared at Anran, completely unmoved by the chestnut meat Xiao was offering to his mouth. He didn't say anything. Anran, behind her, Suya Cheng finally squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward Anran with the still hot corn. Anran turned around and saw her smiling blissfully. When she saw the hot corn in his hand, she smiled and said, I bought it. Suya Cheng only had Anran in his eyes. When he got closer, he saw Mo Fear and Xiao Xiao standing opposite Anran. Seeing their intimate actions, he only raised his eyebrows slightly, not seeming to be too surprised. He nodded at them and said, "President Mo, Miss Xiao, what a coincidence." Xiao Xiao withdrew her hand from Mo Fear's mouth, turned her head, and lightly smiled at Su Yicheng. "Maya Su." Mo Fear, on the other hand, looked at him steadily and only nodded stiffly. This was considered a greeting, and Su Yicheng didn't pay them any mind. He opened the plastic bag and brought the sweet corn to Anran's mouth as he said, "It's still very hot. I'll hold it, you can eat slowly." "Yes, yes." Anran nodded happily and took a bite of the corn he was holding. As she ate, she said childishly, "Yes, it's delicious." Su Yicheng only rubbed her head affectionately and said, "Let's go. Where do you want to go?" Anran's mouth was full of corn, and she said, "I want to go to the riverside." She looked at Su Yicheng with sparkling eyes. Su Yicheng nodded, "Okay, we'll go wherever you want to go." She was the boss, and he was in charge of everything. Then, he raised his head and looked at Mo Fear and Xiao Xiao, who were still standing at the side. He smiled and nodded, "President Mo, Miss Xiao, please continue shopping. We'll be leaving first." Mo Fear still didn't show much of an expression. His eyes were fixed on Anran and then at him. His hands were tightly clenched by his sides, as if he was suppressing the surging emotions in his body. Xiao Xiao awkwardly nodded at Su Yicheng and only replied, "All right," he said. Anran also nodded at them, then let Su Yicheng lead her directly to the river. Mo Fear was still staring into the distance when the two of them disappeared into the crowd. He was still in a daze. He brought the chestnut that Xiao Xiao had just peeled to his mouth. Her delicate voice rang in his ears, "Mo Fear, eat the chestnut. Didn't you want to eat it? It's really delicious." Mo Fear finally came back to his senses. He looked at Xiao Xiao coldly and slapped her hand away. He said coldly, "In the future, don't do such boring things. Otherwise, it will only make me hate you more." Then, without even looking at her, he turned around and left. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists tightly and bit her lip. She suddenly felt that it was very funny. The scene just now seemed to be a sharp contrast. She and Jiyu Anran seemed to always be the opposite of each other. She had Su Yicheng squeezing through the crowd to buy sweet corn for her. They were both daughters, but she could only squeeze through the crowd to buy chestnuts for Mo Fear. Jiyu Anran had Su Yicheng's doting care for her, so he fed her the corn because he was afraid that it would be hot, while she was so humble that she peeled chestnuts for that man and he didn't even want them. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was ridiculous. It was really too ridiculous. She knew why he had agreed to be with her. It was because she had stolen the documents behind Huang Dexing's back and destroyed all the evidence of Sincerity and Mo Fear's company's business, feeling that he owed her a favor. Xiao Xiao laughed at herself. Standing in front of the fence on the dam of Qingjiang, Su Yicheng protected Anran in front of him and hugged her from behind. Feeling the night wind blow across her face, listening to the whistle of the night ferry not far away, and hearing the laughter of the people passing by, Anran closed her eyes in satisfaction and sighed softly. "That's good." Su Yicheng chuckled and placed his hand on her shoulder. He smiled and asked her in a gentle voice, "What's good about it?" Anran smiled and said, "So many, so many. It feels great to have you by my side. It feels great to be pregnant with our child. It also feels great to hold hands and go shopping like today. And many, many more. They all feel great." Su Yicheng smiled and didn't say anything, but he hugged her even more tightly. The two of them stood by the river for a while and walked for a while. It wasn't until Anran started to feel sleepy that they decided to go back. She had walked too much today, and Su Yicheng considered that she would be tired, so he went back and called a taxi directly under the dam. As for his car, he could only wait until tomorrow morning to pick it up. After walking around for the whole day, Anran was really a little tired. She got into the taxi, leaned against Su Yicheng, and fell asleep in a daze. Su Yicheng took off his coat and put it on her, then whispered to the driver in front, "Master, drive slowly. There's no rush. Just drive steadily." The driver nodded with a smile. Through the rearview mirror, he chuckled and said, "Young man, you really know how to dote on your wife." Su Yicheng laughed and looked down at Anran in his arms. He gently lifted the bangs on her forehead and said lightly, "A wife is supposed to be loved." The driver nodded with a smile. He looked at the two people in the rearview mirror and felt that they looked familiar, as if he had seen them before, but he couldn't remember where. "Have I seen you somewhere before?" he asked, half puzzled. Suya Cheng only smiled and didn't say anything. He gently held Anran in his arms so that she could sleep more soundly. Anran still hadn't woken up even when the car slowly stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Suya Cheng didn't intend to wake her up, so he paid the taxi fare and directly carried Anran out of the car. The driver quickly got out of the car to open the door for them. Under the streetlight, Suya Cheng carried Anran out of the car, and the driver finally saw Suya Cheng clearly. He suddenly remembered the newspaper he had read a few days ago and exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. You're Maya Su." Suya Cheng glanced at Anran, who was in his arms. Seeing that she hadn't been woken up by the noise, he looked at the driver with a faint smile, nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, "Lower your voice." Only then did the driver come back to his senses. He laughed awkwardly and nodded. Yes, I'm sorry, I was too excited. I read the newspaper that day." Suya Cheng smiled, glanced at him, and simply said, "Then I'll carry my wife in first." The driver quickly nodded. Sure. Just as Suya Cheng was about to enter the lobby with Anran in his arms, the driver behind him quickly called out, "Maya Su, wait a moment." Suya Cheng turned his head and looked at him, a little puzzled. He saw him running over, panting, and then quickly took out his business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. He smiled and said, "Maya Su, this is my business card. If you need a car in the future, you can call me directly. I usually drive until 2 a.m. Of course, I'll give you a 30% discount." As he said that, he even scratched his buzz cut with his hand. Suya Cheng took the car and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll call you the next time I need a car." Hey. The driver nodded. "I won't disturb you then. Goodbye, Maya Su." He ran away as he spoke. Suya Cheng shook his head with a smile, then turned around and walked toward the elevator in the lobby with Anran in his arms. When Suya Cheng put her on the bed, Anran lay down on the bed, and her eyelids twitched before she slowly opened her eyes, perhaps because she suddenly lost Suya Cheng's embrace. She had just woken up, and her eyes were still a little hazy. It seemed that she hadn't seen her surroundings yet. She tightly grabbed Suya Cheng's hand and asked in a dazed and cute manner, "Where are we?" Suya Cheng reached out and touched her face, then said with a faint smile, "We're home." Upon hearing this, Anran seemed to struggle to open her eyes and look around. She recognized that this was indeed their room, and she was indeed lying on their big bed. She frowned and said, "I fell asleep the moment I got in the car." She only remembered that they had stopped a taxi, got in and said that they were going home. Later, she only felt that her eyelids were very heavy, and then slowly her consciousness became blurry, and she could not remember anything. "Yes," Suya Cheng replied softly and coaxed, "Sleep a little longer. You didn't sleep for long just now." It had only been half an hour since they got on the bus. Before Anran could say anything, her stomach reacted. She hadn't eaten much today. Although she had eaten a lot of roadside snacks, they didn't fill her stomach. "Your two little lovers are hungry," Anran pouted. After being with him for a long time, she didn't have to worry too much about certain things, so she became more natural. Of course, if there was a third party present, Anran's face would probably also turn red. However, since she was alone with Suya Cheng, she was more at ease. Suya Cheng laughed and shook his head. He helped her sit up and said, "Go take a shower, I'll make you supper." Yes. Anran nodded and obediently got up to take a change of clothes from the closet before entering the bathroom. Suya Cheng got up and went to the kitchen, then opened the refrigerator to see what he could make. Because the auntie would go to the market to buy fresh ingredients every day, the ingredients each day were basically only enough for the day's amount, and then she would go to buy the next day after eating. Therefore, the auntie didn't go to work today, and there wasn't much in the refrigerator. There were only a few tomatoes and a few eggs. Looking at these items, Suya Cheng suddenly felt that Anran and he seemed to have a special fate with these items. He laughed and took out the tomatoes and eggs, washed them, and then began to prepare. When he opened the cupboard door and was about to take out the hanging noodles, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone and picked it up without looking at the call. "Hello, who is this?" With his other hand, He took out the noodles from the cupboard and prepared to boil the water to cook the noodles. "It's me." It was a woman's voice, soft and resentful. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng frowned, and his hand paused. He took out his phone, looked at the caller ID, and confirmed that his guess was correct. His brows furrowed even more, and his voice suddenly became 12 degrees Celsius as he coldly said, "Is there something?" On the other end of the line, Ling Lan laughed scornfully. Her tone of voice was a little strange as she said, "Can't I call you if I'm fine? No matter what, we were once in a relationship. Even if it's been a long time, you can't deny that we did exist back then, can you?" Suya Cheng didn't even frown, and he didn't even bother to reply. He took the phone away from his ear and hung up. He didn't have the time to listen to her talk about this now. Besides, there was no turning back for the past. It didn't matter whether it really existed in the past or not, especially in a relationship. It was impossible to turn back and start all over again. It was good to say that he had misophobia in his relationship, but he would never forgive the betrayal. She turned on the fire again and waited for the water to boil. Less than 10 seconds later, the phone rang again. It was Ling Lan again. Suya Cheng frowned and reached out to turn it off. This time, he didn't even bother to pick up the call. She seemed to be competing with him in patience. She would call again after she hung up, as if she would only stop when he picked up. After hanging up 3 more times, when Ling Lan called for the 4th time, Suya Cheng directly turned off the gas stove and picked up the phone. Without waiting for Ling Lan to speak, he directly said, "Ling Lan, do you think there's any meaning in doing this?" On the other end of the phone, Ling Lan sneered and accused, "Suya Cheng, it's all your fault that I'm like this. If it wasn't for you." Suya Cheng didn't wait for her to finish and directly interrupted her. "If you insist on calling me to reminisce about the past, then there's no need for that. I don't want to hear it. Also, please be clear that you betrayed me first." He had always thought of himself as a traditional man, and he was even more so when it came to relationships. When he loved someone, he could give it his all. Perhaps he would be too busy and neglect something, but when he loved someone, he would only have her in his heart. He would not give other women any chance. This was his attitude towards relationships, but similarly, if he decided to let go, he would be very decisive and would not hesitate at all. This was what he believed to be the best way to reduce the damage, and it was the same for himself and others. All right, Ling Lan sneered. "Let's not talk about the past. Then, our Ling family and your Su family can be considered friends. If that's what you're talking about, then I only have one thing to say. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them." It wasn't that he hadn't thought of giving Ling Chuanjiang a chance, but he shouldn't have had his eyes on Anran. Since he had done it, he didn't have to care about their feelings, because they were the ones who tore off their faces first. "Must you be so ruthless this time?" She was so determined that her father had no chance of turning things around, and he would even have to spend the rest of his life in prison. "Have I wronged him in any way?" Suya Cheng retorted. He wouldn't be so despicable as to malign someone for no reason. The information he had collected was all based on facts, and the corresponding time and events could be found in each of them. There was no way he would malign him. "But, you..." Ling Lan still wanted to say something, but Suya Cheng was already starting to get impatient. "Look at what you've done to others. Don't blindly think that others owe you something. I won't answer your calls. Don't call me again." After that, he hung up the phone. She reached out and pinched her slightly sore eyebrows, then threw the phone to the side. When Anran came out of the room after taking a shower, Suya Cheng happened to be dousing the noodles with water. Anran saw it and laughed. "Ha, it's my specialty." Suya Cheng pinched her nose and asked her to sit down on the high chair. Then, he handed her the chopsticks and spoon, and sat down opposite her. "It's still a little hot, eat slowly." "Yes." Anran nodded as she scooped up a spoonful of soup. Then, her expression became a little grave. She picked up a piece of noodles with her chopsticks, blew on it, and put it into her mouth. Her expression became even more grave. Suya Cheng looked at her pale face and frowned. He lowered his head and took a bite. It tasted pretty good, so there shouldn't be any problem. He added eggs and tomatoes, and this time, Anran's face immediately became sullen. She looked at Suya Cheng with a wronged and bitter face, as if she was about to cry but couldn't. Suya Cheng was stunned. "What's wrong?" he asked hurriedly. Is it not to your liking? Anran shook her head innocently, pouted, and said, "It's all your fault. Why did you have to make this noodles? Even my specialty noodles aren't as good as yours. What can I make for you in the future?" Siya Cheng was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. He laughed and reached out to rub her head, saying lovingly, "Silly girl, I've decided. From tomorrow onwards, I'm going to learn cooking from Mrs. Zhang," Anran said with a serious face, as if she had made a great decision. Siya Cheng only smiled and didn't express his opinion. After eating and drinking her fill, Siya Cheng took his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Anran lay back down on the bed. Because she had just slept, she wasn't very sleepy now. Lying on the bed, she picked up the magazine she had been reading before and casually flipped through it. However, she didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable no matter where she put her legs. It was as if something was pressing down on her legs, but she felt a little sore and tired. When Siya Cheng came out of the bathroom, he saw Anran sitting in a half-sitting position, massaging her feet with her hands. When she was tired, her hands drooped. He used a dry towel to dry his hair until it was half dry. Then, he put the towel aside and sat down beside her. "What's wrong?" he asked. As he spoke, he lifted her feet and placed them on his thighs. Anran furrowed her brows and said with some distress, "My legs are a little sore." Siya Cheng smiled, pulled her hand away, and began to take over her work with his large palm. He said with a smile, "You've been walking for the whole day, and the day is sore. Besides, you're pregnant. It's only been 4 months. Siya Cheng massaged her feet to ease the soreness and said, "But you're pregnant with twins. The doctor also said that your belly is about the same size as other people's at 6 months. What should I do?" I even asked Lin Li to help me ask about the photo studio. Anran pouted. She still wanted to take Mimi's photo. "It's okay. We'll take the baby to take a photo." Siya Cheng tried to comfort her. Anran suddenly fell silent. She didn't say anything and just stared at him. "What's wrong?" Siya Cheng asked, amused. "And NBSB." Anran pouted and asked him, "Do you think I've become ugly after I got pregnant?" After she got pregnant, she couldn't help but want to do a lot of things. She felt that she was not like herself anymore. Siya Cheng chuckled, let go of her leg, then sat down, pulled her into his arms, and said with a smile, "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? My wife is still as beautiful as before." "Not at all. You're obviously much fatter than before." He only knew how to coax her. She had looked in the mirror when she was taking a shower just now and felt that she had put on a lot of weight. She did not look like she used to. "It's true." Siya Cheng nodded heavily and said, "I think you're even more beautiful than before. I like the feeling of your chubby body." As he said that, his hand began to roam all over her body. "Go away, you pervert." Anran smacked his hand in a bad mood, and he diverted her attention to guard against his unruly big palm. Siya Cheng chuckled and whispered in her ear, "I like the way you are now, because this place has also become bigger." As he said that, he reached out and placed his hand on her chest. Anran blushed and slapped his hand away. "You stinky gangster," she said. Chapter 144, Scene. When she woke up the next day, Anran and Siya Cheng were no longer in bed. She got up in a daze and washed up. When she opened the door and went out, Mrs. Zhang was already there. It seemed like she had already gone to the market before Anran woke up and was now processing some of the ingredients for lunch. When he saw Anran come out, he quickly washed his hands and asked, "Madam, wake up. I'll heat up your breakfast now." Anran sat at the bar counter and took the milk from Mrs. Zhang. As she drank, she asked, "You Cheng made breakfast?" "Yes, when I came here this morning, I happened to see Sir going out. Sir was early enough to leave at 7 o'clock and even made breakfast." As Aunt Zhang spoke, she took out the breakfast Siya Cheng had prepared for Anran from the microwave. Anran's lips curled into a faint smile. It was a satisfied and happy smile. Anran sat in the living room and watched TV. It was a food show, and Lin Li's phone call came in at this time, saying that she wanted to go shopping with her. Hearing this, Anran shook her head and said that she had shopped with Siya Cheng for most of the day yesterday, and her feet were sore and uncomfortable last night. "Then let's have a meal together. It's been a while since we last met. I want to touch my godson," Lin Li said over the phone. "Ha, then come over. I'm at home." Anran laughed. Lin Li and Su Cheng felt like they were the opposite of each other. Lin Li had always been insistent on having a son, while Su Cheng was insistent on having a daughter. In fact, just thinking about it made her feel like it was funny. Whether they had a boy or a girl was not something they could decide on. It all depended on fate. In fact, if she had to say it, what she wanted the most was a boy and a girl. "Why don't you come out? I have something to tell you." Lin Li's tone was a little strange. "I'll go to your house to pick you up later and call you when I arrive." Anran frowned and asked in confusion, "What exactly is it that you have to tell me outside?" "Ah yeah, you'll know when the time comes." Lin Li didn't explain and directly said perfunctorily, "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. That's all for now." Then, without waiting for Anran to speak, he hung up the phone. "You're acting so mysterious." Anran muttered a few words to herself on the phone, then said to Mrs. Zhang, "Mrs. Zhang, don't cook for me this afternoon. I'm going out later." All right." Mrs. Zhang nodded in agreement. When Anran finished changing, Lin Li's call came in. She said that she was already downstairs and asked her to come down directly. Anran was wearing the maternity clothes she had bought last time. She had thought that it would take a long time before she could wear them, but she didn't expect that she was pregnant with twins, and her belly was twice the size of a normal person's. When Anran got out of the car, she saw a red Audi parked at the entrance of the community. She didn't know what series it was, but she recognized the four rings. Lin Li rolled down the window of the driver's seat and smiled at Anran. Anran's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Li smiled at Anran guiltily and said, "We'll talk in the car." Anran got into the car, confused. She stared at her and asked, "Where did you get this car?" Father Lin's illness had cost the Lin family almost all of their savings. Where did Lin Li get the money to buy such a good car? "We'll talk about it later." Lin Li pouted at her, indicating for her to look behind. "What?" Anran turned her head in confusion and saw a child in the back seat staring at her with his round eyes. Anran recognized the child. He was Juhan's child. He looked at the child in disbelief and shouted, "Xiaobin." The child didn't say anything. He looked at her for a while, then lowered his eyes and continued to play with the Transformers toy in his hands. Anran turned her head and looked at Lin Li with a puzzled expression. She didn't quite understand what was going on. "Well, let's go to the restaurant first," Lin Li said as she started the car. In the car, Anran also knew that it wasn't good to say anything with the child around. However, she couldn't figure out how Lin Li and Juhan's child could get so close. She felt that it was really unbelievable, and her eyes stared straight at Lin Li. Lin Li was a little scared from being stared at. She could only laugh dryly. "Hee, I'm going to lose my driving skills if you keep looking at me like this." "HMPH, didn't you say that you would never learn to drive?" Anran snorted. The expression on Lin Li's face froze, and her grip on the steering wheel tightened. She only looked straight ahead and didn't say anything. Anran suddenly understood and scolded herself in her heart for being so clumsy with her words. She clearly knew how much pain she was in, but she still gave her the chance. "I'm sorry," she said. Lin Li's mouth twitched a little stiffly, but she didn't say anything. Her eyes were only looking forward. The atmosphere in the car became strange. Anran didn't say anything more and just turned to look out the window. Lin Li parked the car in front of a KFC, turned her head, and said with a smile, "Xiaobin, we're here." Zhu Jiabin turned to look out the window, his eyes shining. Lin Li turned to look at Anran and said with a faint smile, "He always wanted to come and eat. He doesn't have work today and he doesn't have classes, so I agreed to let him come." Anran nodded and turned to look at the child with a faint smile. In fact, she was quite fated with this child. The three of them got out of the car, and Anran took Xiaobin to find a seat. Today was a holiday, so there were a lot of people and children in KFC. It was very lively and noisy, and everyone was laughing and talking. As Anran held the child's hand and looked for a seat, they happened to run into a table near the window. A customer was about to leave, so Anran asked the waiter to clean up the table and then sat down with Xiaobin to wait. Xiaobin seemed to be more interested in the children's activity area at the side, his eyes staring straight at it. Lin Li had to wait in line for a long time before she could bring the food over. However, the rice set meal that she had specially ordered for Anran wasn't ready yet, so she had to wait for a while. Xiao Bin's eyes lit up when he saw his favorite hamburger and fries, but he was still too well behaved and turned to look at Lin Li, as if he wouldn't move without her permission. Lin Li touched his head, opened the burger, and handed it to him. She chuckled and said, "Come, eat slowly." After getting permission, the little guy took the burger and ate it in big bites. He was not afraid of the heat. His eyes were curved and he ate happily. Anran looked at the child, then turned her gaze to Lin Li. She asked, "Tell me, what happened?" Lin Li turned her head, looked at Anran, and said directly, "I got married to Juhan some time ago." "What?" Anran screamed. Her eyes were even wider than before, and she looked frightened. The little guy in front of her was also shocked. His whole body trembled and he stared at Anran. He stopped eating his burger. "Yeah, Anzi, can't you be a little more careful?" Lin Li glanced at Anran in annoyance, then quickly turned around and patted Xiao Bin's back as she said, "It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Bin, continue eating and drink some Coke. Don't just eat hamburgers." As she spoke, she brought the Coke over. The little guy looked at Anran and seemed a little scared. Anran also knew that she had scared him, so she only forced a smile at him and tried not to make her expression too serious. The little guy was relieved and continued to eat his burger. After calming down the child, Anran asked again, "Why did you do that?" Lin Li turned her head and looked at her. A faint bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she only said, "Actually, it's nothing. It's too hurtful to love someone. I gave all my feelings to Chengsheng and realized that I really can't love him anymore. I don't want to love him anymore, but I can't not get married. Juhan also needs a wife. We can be considered as working together. He's still my boss and I'm still his employee. He pays me and I'm responsible for playing my role well. It's just a deal, nothing much." "Are you crazy?" Anran looked at her in disbelief. "Is marriage a game? How can you do this?" she asked. "Father Lin and Mother Lin want you to start a new relationship. Do they want you to start like this? If they knew, they would be so sad." Hee hee. Lin Li smiled and shook her head. She looked at her and said, "Anran, I'm actually the same as you, aren't I? When you married Suyu Cheng, didn't you do it to forget Mofir?" Anran was stunned and was a little speechless by what she said. She couldn't deny that the reason for their marriage back then was indeed as ridiculous as Lin Li's current reason. It was just that she was lucky to have met Suyu Cheng, which allowed their marriage to have a normal and perfect ending despite its abnormal beginning. But was Juhan the same as Suyu Cheng? Was Lin Li the same as her? "Anran, I don't want to say or explain anything. You must know why I did this and my mood, so there's no need to say any words of persuasion. I know the reason, and I even remember advising you before." Hee hee. Lin Li smiled bitterly. Anran looked at him and shook her head helplessly. She sighed and said, "I don't know what to say to you. Some things could only be understood after experiencing them." She knew that Lin Li was wrong, but she didn't know what to say. She understood Lin Li's current feelings and helplessness. Lin Li chuckled and pretended to be relaxed. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just worried about you back then, but look at you now. It hasn't been long, and you're already going to be a mother. Look at Suyu Chin, isn't he treating you quite well? It's hard to guarantee that I won't meet a second Suyu Chin, right?" Anran glanced at her unhappily and said, "It'd be best. Don't worry, you're the only one who can meet me." Lin Li said it casually because she didn't want Anran to worry about her. Anran glanced at her and didn't say anything. "I'll go check if your food is ready," Lin Li said as she got up and went to the counter. Anran sat down with the little guy and watched him eat until his mouth was covered in oil. She took a tissue from the side and handed it to him to wipe his face. "Come, let Auntie wipe your mouth for you." The little guy obediently stopped and let Anran wipe the oil off his mouth. After he finished wiping his mouth, Anran put the tissue aside, smiled, and touched his head. She said, "It's done." The little guy was staring out of the window and murmuring, "Mom." Anran frowned in confusion and followed his gaze. On the street outside the window, the cars had stopped at a red light. From a distance, she could see a car parked by the side of the road, and Ling Lan was sitting in the front passenger seat. The moment she turned her head, Anran saw that the person in the driver's seat was obviously Suyu Cheng. Chapter 145, Taking Pictures. When Lin Li came back, Anran was still in a daze. Lin Li put down the things in her hands in front of her and waved them in front of her. "What are you looking at?" Ayn Rand finally came back to her senses and looked at Lin Li. I just saw Su Cheng. Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you ask him to come in? As Lin Li spoke, she sat down in front of Ayn Rand. She didn't notice the strange expression on Ayn Rand's face. She just took the chicken roll from the plate, opened the paper bag, and began to gnaw on it. She was also enjoying the Coke on the side. She glanced at Ayn Rand and said in a teasing tone, "What, you can't eat after seeing your own husband?" Ayn Rand rolled her eyes at her and simply said, "I saw him with a woman." She didn't know that Su Cheng was still in contact with Ling Lan. Lin Li took a sip of Coke and burped, not caring about her image at all. She said, "Woman? What woman?" As she spoke, she took a chicken wing for Xiao Bin and whispered to him to eat properly so that he wouldn't choke. Ayn Rand shook her head after a moment of silence, then said, "It's nothing. I'll go back and ask him." Upon hearing this, Lin Li raised her head to look at her and asked, a little worried, "And see, did something happen?" Ayn Rand shook her head and smiled. "What could happen? Don't worry." Lin Li thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's true. Your family's leader Su is considered a perfect man. He's rich and has real power. He's handsome and dotes on you a lot." Then, he looked at Ayn Rand in a daze and said, "Anzi, you're so lucky. You can even meet such a good man." Ayn Rand also smiled, her face full of happiness. She felt that she was lucky enough to have met Su Cheng and married him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at your blissful and satisfied face. Looking at her, Lin Li shook her head in amusement. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Hey, is your leader Su's need in that area really that big?" Ayn Rand didn't know how to react for a moment. She looked at Lin Li's confused face and asked, "What?" Lin Li looked at her and smiled ambiguously, then said, "I've read the newspaper from that day." "Is it true?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. Ayn Rand suddenly realized what she meant by that kind of request. Her face suddenly burned up and she rolled her eyes at her. Boring. He didn't dare to look at her again after he finished speaking. He lowered his head and only focused on eating the risotto on his plate. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Lin Li already knew the answer from her blushing face. She laughed without caring about her image, making many people look over curiously. Xiao Bin, who was eating chicken wings happily, also stopped and looked at her in a daze. He didn't know what she was laughing about. Considering that Ayn Rand had already left for a day yesterday, and that she was pregnant with twins, the three of them didn't go anywhere. They sat in KFC for the whole afternoon, and Xiao Bin excitedly went to the children's area to play with the friends he didn't know. Lin Li looked at Xiao Bin and would shout from time to time, "Xiao Bin, slow down. Don't fall." At this time, Xiao Bin showed the liveliness and joy of a child. "Is this really a good idea?" Ayn Rand looked at her and asked softly. Lin Li didn't turn her head, her eyes still looking at Xiao Bin in the activity area. After a while, she faintly replied, "Yeah, it's pretty good." Ayn Rand didn't say anything else. Sometimes, making a choice might not be a bad thing. In the evening, Lin Li drove Ayn Rand back home. The little guy in the back seat was so tired that he fell asleep with a faint smile on his face. Lin Li drove very slowly, not only because there was a pregnant woman in the car, but also because there was a child who had fallen asleep from playing. When they arrived at Ayn Rand's house, Ayn Rand didn't rush to get out of the car. Instead, she sat in the car for a while, then reached out to hold Lin Li's hand tightly. She looked at her and said, "Lin Li, you must be happy." Lin Li looked at her and only smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Ayn Rand nodded, then sighed silently. She let go of her hand and said, "Let's go." She opened the door and got out of the car. Without turning her head, she strode straight towards the building. However, she felt an inexplicable sourness at the tip of her nose. She did not even know why. After Ayn Rand got out of the car, Lin Li parked the car on the side of the road for a long time before driving away. When she got home, Mrs. Zhang was preparing dinner. She greeted Ayn Rand, but Ayn Rand only responded faintly and looked a little down. He wanted to say something more, but he heard Ayn Rand say that she was a little tired and wanted to go into the room to lie down for a while. Su Cheng returned home earlier today, before 6 o'clock. When Aunt Zhang saw him return, she worriedly mentioned Ayn Rand's abnormal behavior after she went out and came back. Su Cheng only raised his eyebrows. He didn't even put the briefcase in his hand into the study before he carried it into the room and saw Anran lying on her side on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed, but her brows were slightly furrowed. He reached out to smooth her furrowed brows. Anran didn't seem to be in a deep sleep, so he woke her up with a touch. Seeing him in front of her, she was slightly stunned for a while before she smiled gently and said, "You're back." Suya Cheng also smiled at her, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I'm back." As he spoke, he took off his coat, lifted the blanket, and went straight to the bed. He put an arm around her shoulders and let her lean into his arms. Anran rubbed her head against him and found a comfortable position. Then, she rested her head on him and gently hugged his waist. Suya Cheng's hand gently stroked her back from time to time, and he slowly stroked her hair. Then, he gently whispered in her ear, "Mrs. Zhang said that you went into the room as soon as you came back. What's wrong? Did you encounter something unhappy when you went out with Lin Li?" Anran hugged him for a while before she said softly, "Yu Cheng, do you think pregnant people like to be sentimental and overthink things?" Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng only raised his eyebrows and asked with a chuckle, "What are you feeling good about? Can you tell me?" Lin Li and Juhan are married. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. "Is that so?" he said indifferently. Anran leaned into his arms and slowly said, "I don't know if this is a good thing. I'm very happy for Lin Li that she can get married and start a new relationship, but I feel bad for her to use this method to give up her marriage." Suya Cheng didn't say anything, but his hand was still gently patting her back in an irregular manner. "She's only getting married because she wants to give her parents an explanation," Anran murmured softly. She understood this kind of helplessness too well, because she had done the same thing in the past. She said softly, looking at her, "I feel like I'm looking at the past." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng chuckled and asked with a smile, "Even if you decided to get married back then just to give your family an explanation, we're doing well now, aren't we?" Anran withdrew from his arms, looked up at him, and said, "But are Lin Li and Juhan the same as us?" Juhan wasn't Suya Cheng, and Lin Li had been hurt too deeply by Chengsheng. "Silly girl." Suya Cheng pinched her nose and said, "Matters of the heart depend on fate." He held her in his arms again and interlocked his fingers with hers, placing them on her bulging belly. They were pressed tightly together so that the family could have the closest contact. He said, "Sometimes fate is so wonderful. When you want it to come, it may not necessarily come. When you don't want it to come, you turn your head suddenly, and it has already come without you knowing. In fact, we are all the same. We always treat every relationship with a serious attitude. We all want to have a good relationship, but sometimes, experience is for the sake of cherishing it in the future. Experience is for the sake of meeting the right person. Perhaps Lin Li's fate was Juhan. Who could say for sure? What we can do is not to sigh for her and not feel aggrieved for her. All we can do is to wish her well and wish her a better life. We can only pray and pray that they are each other's destined one." Anran didn't say anything. She just leaned against his chest and listened to him quietly. "Anran, did you know? Before I met you, I didn't dare to accept my feelings, because I can't forget the feeling of being betrayed. I thought I would never dare to touch that thing called love in my life, but I met you." As he spoke, Suya Cheng lowered his head and gently kissed the center of her hair. Anran didn't say anything, but she tightened her grip on his hand. In fact, it was the same. Before she met her, she had thought that she would never love again. The purest and simplest love in school had changed in the end, not to mention that she had married someone she had only known for half a day. It was just that she didn't expect that there would be an unexpected result at the beginning. Now, she was most grateful for her impulsiveness back then. "In the beginning, we were all the same. Just like you said, we had an unshakable responsibility to our parents and family. However, after getting to know each other, I realized that we were actually the same. We both paid the price on that path, and we both knew how painful the pain was, so we knew how to cherish it even more. We knew how difficult it was to meet someone who would walk the same path as us for the next few decades. Sometimes, I wonder if the pain I suffered back then was because I was waiting for you to appear so that I would know how to cherish you." Suya Cheng chuckled and whispered in her ear, "Do you think that's the case? Did you suffer the pain back then because you wanted to meet me later?" Anran laughed at his words. Why was it that he could always make her laugh when it came to such a heavy topic? He could always make her feel as if a warm current had been injected into her heart, making her feel extremely warm. She withdrew from his arms and looked at him, asking, "Leader Su, did you all specially learn how to say such words when you participated in the party school cadre training?" Su Cheng smiled, as if he could still seriously think about it. He shook his head and said, "I don't think so." Ayn Rand poked his chest with her hand. "Then tell me, where did you learn all these words from?" The most hateful thing was that she always enjoyed his sweet words. This couldn't do. She couldn't even be angry with him even if she wanted to. He always laughed out loud after only 3 sentences. Wasn't this too spineless? Su Cheng laughed, bent over, and pecked her on the lips. "I learned it without a teacher. I seem to have learned it since I met you. You're so glib." And Ran wrinkled her nose at him childishly. Su Cheng patted her head affectionately and asked, "Do you still feel good?" Hearing this, and Ran smiled and shook her head. She only said, "Maybe." Just as Lin Li said, "I can meet you, and she will also meet her prince." Su Cheng nodded and let her lean on his chest again, then said, "Yes, I will." He gently placed his hand on her bulging belly and asked softly, "Baby, did you move a lot today?" Ayn Rand laughed and laughed at him. "Oh, Maesu, you don't have any common sense. She's only 4 months pregnant. How can she move so frequently? Didn't the doctor say last time that the fetal movement is usually weak at 4 months? Is that so?" Su Cheng frowned and muttered to himself, "No wonder I only felt that one fetal movement. It was weak to begin with." Ayn Rand laughed and suddenly remembered something. She grabbed his hand, which was caressing her stomach, and asked, "Tell me, what have you been doing today?" Su Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "To work." And NBSB, she grabbed his hand and wrapped it around his. Ayn Rand turned to look at him and said, "Then tell me, who did you meet today?" She didn't want to guess. She didn't want to keep guessing. Although she didn't know much and didn't have much experience in getting along with a husband and wife, she felt that when 2 people were together, whether they were friends, lovers, or husband and wife, they should at least be honest. This was the most basic respect for the other party. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "I met Secretary Zheng, Secretary Zhang, people from the bidding office, team leaders of some projects, and Ling Lan." When she heard Ling Lan's name, Ayn Rand let out a sigh of relief. At least she knew that she didn't hide it on purpose. At least she knew that he respected her. "I went out with Lin Li today. When I was having lunch, I happened to see you and Ling Lan driving past." Ayn Rand said, "Actually, I don't have any other meaning in asking you. I'm just afraid that I'll let my thoughts run wild and make wild guesses." Now that she knew that he had no intention of hiding it, she was relieved and would not think too much about it. He was willing to be honest and respectful to her. Similarly, she would learn to trust him and believe in him. "Ling Lan came to me. She wants me to help her father." Su Cheng opened his mouth to explain, "Actually, she called me last night regarding this matter, but I rejected her. I'm afraid." Ayn Rand covered his mouth with her hand and looked at him seriously. "I believe you, so I don't need to explain." Su Cheng looked at her steadily, smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything else. In fact, Ling Lan had come over not long after he had arrived at his office in the morning. She had insisted that he bring her to see Ling Chuanjiang. He had refused, but she had refused to leave no matter what. She didn't want to blow up the matter. In the end, after Ling Lan had agreed to only do it once, he had pulled some strings and found someone to arrange for the father and daughter to meet in the afternoon. And Ran also smiled and snuggled up against his chest, her small hand playing with his big palm. It was the holidays, so Su Cheng's work wasn't really that busy. Although he went to work every day, he came back quite early at night. Sometimes, the 2 of them would go out for a walk together, but considering that Ayn Rand was pregnant, they only took half an hour each time, because Ayn Rand's feet would always ache at night. After she got pregnant, Ayn Rand suddenly fell in love with watching movies. In some of the old movies from the last century, she liked to sit on the sofa with Su Cheng, then lean into his arms and watch the TV screen. However, every time, Ayn Rand wouldn't persist until the end. She would always fall asleep in Su Cheng's arms after reading half of it. That night, Ayn Rand dragged Su Cheng to watch a movie with her again, and then, at this moment, in Su Cheng's arms, her eyelids began to fight. Her eyelids were so heavy that they kept sinking, but suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her whole body quivered, and then she opened her eyes abruptly, muttering, "Don't sleep, you have to watch carefully this time." Suya Cheng chuckled, shook his head, and touched her head. However, in the end, Anran couldn't resist Ju Gong's summoning. After a few struggles, although she was still mumbling to herself that she was going to fall asleep, she still couldn't open her eyes. Her eyelids were heavily closed. Suya Cheng only lowered his head to kiss her hair in amusement, and then he could only maintain his previous position and hug her for a while. When the movie was about to end, he carried her to the bedroom. He gently put her down, only to see that he was suddenly away from her. Anran mumbled a little uncomfortably, but she didn't wake up. Suya Cheng had just tucked her in when Anran's phone, which was placed on the bedside table, suddenly rang. The sleeping Anran seemed to be startled by the sudden ringing, and her whole body trembled unsteadily. Suya Cheng immediately took the phone and muted it, then reached out to gently pat Anran's back to comfort her. After she calmed down, he took the phone and went out. It was a call from Lin Li, so he picked it up immediately. Before Suya Cheng could say anything, Lin Li had already said, "Anzi, the photography studio that helped you contact said that a couple will be free tomorrow afternoon. Can you ask your family's leader Su if he's free? If he is, I'll help you schedule the shoot until tomorrow. You know, you're pregnant with twins now. The longer you delay, the bigger your stomach will get. Your own physical strength won't be able to keep up. If it's possible, let's just film it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng went through the next day's work in his mind. There wasn't anything particularly important, so it probably wouldn't be a big problem to arrange for him to take half a day off. After not hearing Anran's reply for a while, Lin Li couldn't help but ask, "Anzi, are you listening?" Suya Cheng came back to his senses and said, "Then let's arrange it for tomorrow afternoon. I'm free, we can shoot it." In fact, a few days ago, he had accidentally seen a paper photo in the drawer of the bedside table. It was the photo they had reported last time, but Anran had cut it out separately. "Ah, Leader Su." On the other end of the phone, Lin Li was stunned. She was obviously surprised that the person who picked up the phone was Suya Cheng instead of Anan. Suya Cheng chuckled and explained, "Anran is asleep. And NBSB, oh." On the other side of the phone, Lin Li understood and then said, "If Leader Su is free tomorrow, I'll talk to the studio about the arrangements." "Alright, sorry for the trouble," Suya Cheng said politely. "TSK, Anzi is my best friend. There's no need to talk about trouble over such a small matter." Lin Li didn't care. After she finished speaking, she directly said, "Alright, I'll contact the studio first. You can go there directly tomorrow." "Alright, thank you." Suya Cheng thanked her and hung up the phone. Then, he picked up his phone again and called Secretary Zheng, preparing to arrange his work for the next day. The next day, when Anran woke up, washed up, and went out of her room, she was surprised to see a certain someone in her home clothes in the living room and kitchen. Her hair was still a little wet as she made breakfast in front of the gas stove, while Mrs. Zhang was wiping the coffee table in the living room. "You're awake, madam," he said with a smile when he saw Anran. Anran nodded at her in a daze. When she turned around, she saw that the man who had his back to her just now had turned his head around. He was holding a spatula and smiling at her. Anran walked up, sat down at the bar, and asked, "You're not at work?" Why was he still at home at this time? Suya Cheng nodded. "Yes," he said, "I don't have anything to do today, so I don't plan on going." "Is that so?" Anran furrowed her brows and muttered in a low voice, "Why did I hear you say yesterday that you had a meeting in the morning?" Suya Cheng chuckled and didn't explain much, only saying, "Sit down, breakfast will be ready soon." Anran didn't think too much about it. It was good that he didn't go to work. That way, he could spend more time with her. She nodded and sat down on the high chair as she said, "Yu Cheng, since you didn't go to work today, why don't we go to Mom's house? I kind of miss them." Suya Cheng placed their breakfast on the table, then nodded and said, "We'll go tonight." As he spoke, he poured her a glass of milk. Anran felt a little strange when she heard this. "Then what are we doing during the day?" she asked. Suya Cheng chuckled and said, "It's a secret, you'll know later." Anran muttered in amusement, "You're so mysterious." However, she did not ask further. she was also looking forward to his surprise. It was really a surprise and joy. After lunch, when Suyu Cheng drove her to the entrance of the photography building, Anran looked at him in disbelief. "Why did you bring me here? Didn't Lin Li say that the soonest she'd be here would be the end of October?" Suyu Cheng considerately leaned over to unbuckle her seat belt, then explained everything that Lin Li had said on the phone after she fell asleep last night. Hearing this, Anran couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, why didn't you tell me? I wasn't even ready." As she spoke, she took out a small makeup mirror from her bag and looked at herself. "How is it? Is it okay for me to do this? Don't you look dispirited?" Every woman loved to look pretty, especially when they were taking photos. They were very strict with themselves because everyone wanted to look good in the photos. Suyu Cheng took her hand, which was sweating a little because of her nervousness, and said, "Great, everything is great. My wife is the most beautiful person in the world." He patted her hand to comfort her and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Anran still looked at him nervously. In the end, she nodded and held his hand tightly. Anran's nervousness continued until the start of the shoot, mainly because she frequently wanted to go to the bathroom while she was putting on makeup. Suyu Cheng was worried every time, so he always accompanied her there. Anran felt that if it weren't for Suyu Cheng's identity, they would have probably gotten angry a long time ago. She simply put on a simple nude makeup, but it took her more than half an hour to finish it. Finally, when it was time for the actual shooting, the tension suddenly disappeared, and the whole shooting process went smoothly. The only small interlude was not the calm leader Su, who had been on many big scenes and was calm in the face of changes. Because she was pregnant with twins, Anran's belly was no longer small. At the photographer's suggestion, Anran prepared to take a set of pregnancy photos. The photographer originally wanted to ask the makeup artist to draw a cute smiling expression on Anran's belly, just like those funny belly photos on the internet. Then, he asked Suyu Cheng to cooperate with the other babies' fathers and do some funny actions. The effect of the photos should be very good, but considering Suyu Cheng's image, he asked, although Anran was very tempted, she still refused. She only agreed to wear a set of clothes that revealed her belly, and then let Suyu Cheng hug her from behind and take a few simple photos of her. In the end, before they were done, Suyu Cheng half-squatted in front of Anran at the photographer's request, lowered his head, and gently kissed Anran's stomach. This kind of action should have been very easy for Suyu Cheng, so he naturally raised his head to look at Anran, and Anran affectionately planted a kiss on Anran's big belly. Anran naturally reached out and placed her hand on Suyu Cheng's head, gently caressing it. Everything was very natural. However, just as the photographer said very good and keep your posture and take a few more photos, Suyu Cheng suddenly raised his head and stared at Anran as if he had been greatly shocked. Anran smiled and didn't say anything, but her eyes and eyebrows were smiling very beautifully. The photographer and lighting technician didn't know what had happened. They couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Suyu Cheng mumbled something, but no one knew what he was saying. Then, he put his ear directly on Anran's big belly, and his hand was still on her belly, as if he was feeling something. He kept saying, "Baby, I'm Daddy. I'm here to say hello to Daddy." It was only then that the people present realized that Anran's stomach had started to move at that moment, and Suyu Cheng's reaction was precisely because he was excited after feeling the fetal movement. Anran, on the other hand, was just like before, stroking Suyu Cheng's head with a satisfied and happy smile on her face. The photographer suddenly realized that this scene was more heartwarming and natural than any of the previous scenes. He took out his camera and took a few photos in succession. Chapter 146, Waiting for the Night. Chin Yoon hadn't been able to find time to visit Anran for the past few days because of 11's activities with the group. However, she still called every day to ask about Anran's basic situation. Lin Xiaofen had already officially retired, so she would cook some soup and bring some small cakes to Anran when she had nothing to do. Ever since Anran's background was completely revealed, Lin Xiaofen looked more relaxed, and the smile on her face increased. She didn't ask Suyu Cheng about Tong Wengai's matter, and Suyu Cheng didn't mention it to her either. However, she did read in the newspaper that he had received a major punishment and had stopped all his work. As for whether such a punishment was reasonable or if he had found someone else to pull some strings with, she didn't know the details, nor did she have the intention to know. Sitting in the study, Anran flipped through the architectural magazine she had bought before. She hadn't been in contact with these things for a few months, and she felt a little rusty. The last time Xiao Yingtian asked her to help with a project, it wasn't that she wasn't interested, but she was thinking about the child. In addition, she didn't want Su Cheng to worry about her while he was busy with work, so when Xiao Yingtian called her just now to ask about the result of her consideration, she directly refused. However, she did recommend Chen Cheng to Xiao Yingtian. She had always thought that Chen Cheng was very talented and had a special feeling about design. She was just too young and inexperienced. As long as she was given time and space to practice, she would definitely bring unexpected surprises to everyone. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the study. Aunt Zhang came in with hot milk. "Madam, it's time to drink milk." "Thank you, Mrs. Zhang." Anran thanked him, closed the magazine in her hand, and reached out to take the milk. Sometimes, when she was bored, she would think that it was a good thing that she didn't reject the taste of milk. Otherwise, she would be depressed for a few months if she drank a few glasses a day. Only when she was pregnant did she truly understand the greatness of being a mother. However, no matter how hard it was, when her hand was on her stomach, when the baby moved, everything became so beautiful. At that moment, she felt that no matter how hard it was worth it. Aunt Zhang took Anran's empty glass of milk. She looked at the time and asked, "Madam, aren't you taking an afternoon nap today?" Anran had slept for a short while in the morning, so she wasn't sleepy at all. "Wait, I don't feel like sleeping yet," he said. "Yes." Mrs. Zhang gently nodded and pushed the wheelchair out of the study. Anran put the magazine back on the shelf behind her. Then, she tried to pick up another book to read, but she couldn't find anything that she wanted to read. Su Cheng had a lot of books in his collection, but they were all too boring. They were all long paragraphs of descriptions, and Anran didn't have the desire to continue reading. She turned around again and opened the drawer of the desk. From the way the desk was tidied up, Su Cheng was a rigorous person. The documents were sorted out and placed in a neat and orderly manner. Even the drawers were neatly packed. When he was bored, he found the marriage agreement that she had printed in the drawer. Looking at the husband and wife agreement in her hand, which had been added by a certain someone slyly, Anran couldn't help but shake her hair and laugh. She laughed and cursed softly, "Liar, treacherous official." Her hand fondled the paper back and forth with some nostalgia. She looked at the agreement in her hand, then looked at her bulging belly. It was amazing just thinking about it. It had only been a short time, and it was really like what Su Cheng had said. Fate was really an incredible thing. Suddenly, she had the urge to take out their marriage certificate to take a look. She still remembered the shock she felt when she saw his name on the marriage certificate. She never thought that she would have mistaken him for someone else. However, it was also thanks to the misunderstanding back then that she felt so happy now. She took out the 2 red marriage certificates from the innermost drawer and flipped them open to look at the distant photo of the 2 of them. Anran couldn't help but laugh. He. When he looked at the time of the signing, he suddenly realized that time had passed really quickly. It turned out that half a year had passed without him realizing it. "So, we've been married for half a year." Anran touched their photo on the marriage certificate and murmured in a low voice. Looking at the photos, she missed them even more. After National Day, Su Cheng seemed to have become busier, and leaving early and returning late every day seemed to have become the norm in his life. The 2 of them lived in the same room every day, but Anran had the illusion that she hadn't seen him for a long time. Every morning when she woke up, Su Cheng was already gone, and every night when she went to bed, he was still not back. As a result, she always missed his time. If it weren't for the fact that Su Cheng made breakfast for her every morning before going out, she would have missed him. And Ran really didn't know if he had returned the night before. She took out her phone and found his number. She was about to call him, but she was afraid that she would disturb his work, so she sent a text message instead. Su Cheng's call came in less than a minute after she sent the text message. Looking at the flashing caller ID, Anran couldn't help but smile. He reached out and picked up the call. "Hello." Her voice was so sweet that she didn't even realize that her tone was full of coquettishness. "Did you miss me?" Su Cheng's gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. There was a slight smile in his voice, and it sounded very comfortable and pleasant to the ear. I'm not. Anran refused to admit it, but her slender fingers caressed the small photo on the marriage certificate back and forth, and there was a beautiful smile on the corners of her mouth. On the other end of the phone, Siyu Cheng didn't get angry. He just sighed softly and said, "But I miss you." His voice was low and magnetic. It was especially bewitching when she heard him say such sweet words. Anran's heart throbbed, and she said unconsciously, "I missed you too." He. Upon hearing this, Siyu Cheng chuckled on the other end of the phone, and his mood seemed to have improved a lot. Anran didn't mind. She really did miss him a little. She held her phone and murmured softly, "Yi Cheng, what should I do? Why do I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time?" "I'm sorry, I've been a little busy recently." Every time he went back, she was already asleep. When he woke up, she was still asleep. He didn't dare to wake her up, but the two of them didn't say a word for a few days. "I just looked at our marriage certificate. It turns out that today is our half-year wedding anniversary," Anran muttered. "I'll go back earlier tonight." Siyu Cheng could hear the loneliness and longing in her tone, so he said this over the phone. "Really?" Anran didn't quite believe it. She knew how busy he had been at work recently, because Ling Chuanjiang's incident had happened too suddenly. He didn't have a candidate for the mayor at all, and now, he had to let Siyu Cheng handle some of the mayor's affairs on his behalf. He already had a lot of things to do, and now that he had a new position, he naturally had even more things to do. "Don't delay your work because of me, I'm just saying." Siyu Cheng chuckled, and because of her understanding, he only said, "We're almost done for today. There's a dinner party tonight, and Secretary Zheng can go on my behalf. I'll go back to accompany you in the morning. It really won't affect your work." Anran was still a little worried, because she knew that Siyu Cheng knew that in order to make her happy, even if he had a lot of unfinished work, he would accompany her first, and then she would stay up late to work overtime. As his wife, she couldn't share his work burden, but at least she couldn't cause him any more burden. "It's fine," Siyu said in a low voice. "Anran, I also want to have a good meal with you." Hearing this, Anran didn't say anything more and only agreed softly. After hanging up the phone, Anran went out to look for Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang was watching TV in the living room after she finished cleaning. "Mrs. Zhang, teach me how to cook," Anran said with anticipation. In the evening, she was going to personally cook dinner. In fact, Anran herself felt embarrassed when it came to learning how to cook. She hadn't worked for 2 months, and she was ashamed to say that she hadn't learned how to cook a single dish in such a long time. Although it wasn't as if her cooking skills had made no progress at all, she was still able to keep the dishes from burning, but the taste was still not flattering. Siyu Cheng was the only one who was willing to eat all the terrible dishes she made. There probably wouldn't be anyone else in this world who would be willing to eat them. "Why are you thinking about cooking again? Didn't Sir tell you not to cook last time?" Aunt Zhang laughed. The last time Anran accidentally cut her hand when she was cutting vegetables with a knife, although the wound wasn't big or deep, Siyu Cheng's heart still ached for her when he found out, and he told her not to learn. "It's fine, it was an accident last time. I didn't pay attention to it." Anran said nonchalantly, "Today is our half-year wedding anniversary. I just called Yi Cheng. He promised to come back earlier to have dinner with me. I want to cook it myself. Mrs. Zhang, can you teach me from the side? I don't know how much seasoning I should put in it, so it's either too salty or too bland every time I cook it." Mrs. Zhang had been helping out for 2 months now, and she was already used to seeing the sweet love between the couple. She also envied their relationship from the bottom of her heart. Compared to her son and daughter-in-law, who had to quarrel all day long over a small matter, she really liked the way Anran and Siyu Cheng got along. She took the remote control from the table, turned off the TV, stood up, and looked at Anran with a smile. "All right, I'll teach you." "Yes." Anran smiled and nodded. "Mrs. Zhang, you just have to stand by and teach me how to do it. Watch me and don't make me make any mistakes in the steps or put the wrong seasoning." Mrs. Zhang nodded. "Okay, I'll only say that I won't use my hands." Because Anran's movements were slow and her hands were unfamiliar, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to make it in time. So even though there were still a few hours before night fell, Anran started to prepare early. Mrs. Jang was in charge of running errands and going to the supermarket to buy all the ingredients for dinner. Mrs. Jang understood that she was pregnant and was afraid that she would be sleepy if she didn't sleep at noon, so she suggested that she prepare the materials so that she could start cooking when she woke up. However, Anran stubbornly refused. She really wanted to make dinner herself, so she did everything herself, from washing the vegetables to processing the ingredients. Under Mrs. Jang's instructions, she prepared all the ingredients, and then made each dish according to the steps Mrs. Jang had taught her. When they were all ready, Anran took a bite. The taste wasn't very good, but it wasn't too bad, and it definitely wasn't too hard to swallow. It was much better than the ones she had made before. By the time all these dishes were done, it was already past 5 o'clock. According to her estimation, Su Cheng would be home around 6 o'clock, so the dishes would still be warm at that time, just in time to go with rice. It could be considered a candlelight dinner for the two of them. Anran specifically asked Jang Sound to get off work early. Jang Sound saw through her thoughts and winked at her suggestively. Then, she laughed and went home with her old-fashioned bag. After Aunt Jang left, Anran took out the candles and candlesticks that Su Cheng had prepared for her and placed them on the bar counter. She then used the remote control to adjust the lights in the room to a very romantic and sentimental light. She even went into her room and changed into a beautiful maternity dress. It was light yellow in color and was a straight knee-length skirt. There was a waist-tight design in the middle and a bow tie on the back. It was a simple and generous style that was quite pleasing to the eye. It was especially comfortable to wear. After changing her clothes, she went into the bathroom and wiped some lip gloss on herself to make herself look more energetic. Looking at herself in the mirror, Anran suddenly stopped what she was doing, then laughed out loud. It was funny just thinking about it. She placed her hand on her chest, and she could clearly feel her heart beating faster and faster. She was actually a little nervous. It felt like they were holding hands for the first time, hugging each other for the first time, and kissing each other for the first time. Her heart was beating faster and faster. She was nervous, but also a little excited. This feeling, she had experienced it when she first started dating Mo Fear. At that time, she was still nervous and frightened by this kind of heartbeat and throbbing. She pulled Lin Li in a panic and asked her if she was sick. Lin Li even laughed at her rudely, saying that she wasn't sick. It was just that she had caused lovesickness. She even went back to the dormitory and announced it with a loudspeaker. A few days later, the whole class and even the whole school knew that she and Mo Fear were in a relationship. However, things had already changed when she looked back. He placed his other hand on his bulging stomach and muttered in a low voice, "Baby, don't you think Mommy is so useless? Daddy only promised to come back earlier tonight to have dinner with us and Mommy is as happy as a child. She's so useless, isn't she?" She didn't know if it was really a response, but the two little guys in her belly actually responded to Anran's exclamation. Anran was a little touched, and her hand followed the direction of the movement to stroke her stomach. She said with a smile, "You guys think so too? I haven't seen Dad for a few days, and I really miss him. You guys miss him too, don't you?" It was as if he really understood Anran's words. After Anran finished speaking, he kicked her in the stomach twice more. The force was much stronger than the previous times, and it was very obvious to everyone. Anran chuckled, her face full of happiness and satisfaction. This fetal movement might have been a coincidence, but this coincidence made Anran particularly happy. She hummed a little tune as she sat on the sofa in the living room and waited for Su Cheng to come back. When she was bored, she would touch her belly with her hand and talk to her babies. Time passed by little, and the sky outside quickly darkened. Su Cheng still hadn't returned by 6 o'clock. Anran thought that he probably wasn't done with his work yet, so she didn't call him. He was still sitting in the living room, waiting, flipping through magazines, or watching TV. More than an hour passed, and Su Cheng still hadn't returned by 7 o'clock. Anran's stomach was a little hungry at this time, and it grumbled in protest. She pouted her mouth and frowned slightly. She reached out and gently patted her big belly and said softly, "Can we wait a little longer? Daddy will be back soon. Let's wait for him to come back and have a meal together. We haven't had a meal with him in a long time." Just like that, another hour passed. When it was 8 o'clock, the door still hadn't been opened from the outside. The smile on Anran's face slowly faded away, and it was slowly replaced by worry and uneasiness. She picked up her phone and called Siyu Cheng, but no one picked up after the phone rang for a long time. Anran didn't know what had happened to Siyu Cheng, so she just comforted herself by saying that he was probably still busy or in a meeting, and that he didn't have time to call her to inform her of the situation. This way, Anran's worry was reduced by half. She had been busy preparing dinner with Mrs. Zhang in the afternoon, so she didn't even eat any snacks. Right now, her stomach was really hungry, and because she was pregnant, Anran didn't dare to be too careless. She got up and went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of milk and warm it up to fill her stomach. Then, she sat back in the living room and waited for Siyu Cheng to come back. As he waited, his eyelids became heavier and heavier. He couldn't keep them open bit by bit. Slowly, they closed, and his consciousness began to become hazy. He was really sleepy. He had spent almost the entire afternoon in the kitchen, so he naturally didn't have time to take a nap. Just like that, she hugged the pillow and fell asleep on the sofa in a daze. Anran didn't know how long she had slept, but when she woke up, the lights in the room were still on. The dinner on the bar counter was already as cold as water, and even the red candle was half burned. She took her phone and looked at the time. It was already 10:30, but Siyu Cheng still hadn't returned. She called him again, but still, no one picked up. Anran was worried, but she couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, she blamed herself for not asking for his office number and Secretary Zheng's number. Otherwise, if she couldn't find him, she could have asked Secretary Zheng about it. In fact, it was mainly because he had done too well in the past. No matter how busy he was, he had never made her unable to find him. He made several calls in a row, but no one answered. She got up helplessly and took the preservation film to keep the food on the bar table fresh. Perhaps he would be back soon, or perhaps he had not eaten when he came back, so she could heat it up and eat it. At this moment, Anran no longer felt hungry except for worry. She sat on the sofa in the living room, holding her promise and waiting. Her eyes were staring straight at the door, as if the door would be opened in the next moment, and Siyu Cheng would come in from outside with a smile. She waited and waited, and after an unknown period of time, her eyelids began to feel heavier and heavier. Finally, she couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep on the sofa in a daze. In her sleep, Anran only felt a wave of dizziness, then her eyelids moved slightly, and she slowly woke up. In her daze, she only saw Siyu Cheng's handsome face in front of her, and at this moment, he was holding her in his arms. "Yichin?" Anran murmured and reached out to touch his face gently to make sure it wasn't a dream. The person holding her at the moment was Siyu Cheng. Siyu Cheng turned his head and gently smiled at her, but he said apologetically, "I'm sorry I'm late." He carried her into the room and gently placed her on the bed. Anran looked at him and said, a little aggrieved, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I called you but no one picked up. I didn't even know if anything happened to you. I was so worried." Upon hearing this, Siyu Cheng lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then murmured, "I'm sorry. Something happened at the last minute and I left my phone in the office. That's why I didn't get your nod. I'm sorry to make you so worried." Anran shook her head, a faint smile on her lips, and only asked, "Have you settled the matter? Are you okay now?" She was just worried that he didn't know what had happened to him. Now that he was back and knew that he was fine, she was relieved. Siyu Cheng nodded lightly at her and said, "Yes, it's all settled. It's fine now." Anran smiled slightly. Suddenly, she thought of something and tried to sit up. She asked, "Did you eat tonight? Did you forget?" Siyu Cheng smiled and pressed her down to prevent her from getting up, saying, "Don't get up. Don't worry about me. I'll make something to eat." Anran shook her head, touched her belly, and stuck out her tongue playfully. "I haven't eaten yet either. I'm also hungry." Hearing this, Siyu Cheng frowned and said in disagreement, "It's already so late and you haven't eaten. Don't you know you're pregnant? You're so good at starving." Anran pouted. "I wanted to wait for you to come back," she said. "I didn't know you wouldn't come back." With a soft sigh, Siyu Cheng touched her face and said, "You're different. Don't wait for me in the future. At the very least, don't wait for me on an empty stomach, okay?" Anran nodded and then said with a smile, "I made all the dishes tonight. They are in the refrigerator. Take them out and heat them up." They'll be ready to eat. They taste good. His tone was filled with pride. Suya Cheng also laughed, pinched her nose, and said, I'll go heat up the food. Don't get up, I'll bring it over for you later. Anran nodded and smiled with satisfaction. When she woke up the next morning, Suya Cheng had already gone to work. While Anran was brushing her teeth, Lin Li's phone call came in, and she sounded very anxious. "NZ, did you see the video on the internet today?" Chapter 147, The Video. "NZ, did you see the video on the internet today?" "What video?" Anran was a little confused. Even if she had been awake for a long time, she hadn't turned on her computer recently because of her pregnancy. She had no idea what was going on. On the other side of the phone, Lin Li seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She was silent for a while, and finally, she asked with a heavy tone, "Xian, did Suya Cheng come home last night?" Lin Li's tone was a little serious, which was not in line with her usual carefree personality. Her tone made Anran a little worried, so she asked with uncertainty, "Lin Li, did something happen?" Lin Li didn't directly answer her question, but said with some certainty, "Suya Cheng didn't go back last night, did he?" "Yi Cheng came back last night. It's just a little late," Anran said. She still remembered that when Suya Cheng had carried her back to her room last night, she had woken up at 12:23. He. Lin Li sneered on the other end of the phone. Anran frowned. "Lin Li, what happened? Is it related to Yi Cheng?" Her question about whether Suya Cheng had returned last night was probably related to Yi Cheng. Did something really happen last night? The video Lin Li was talking about was about Yi Cheng. Lin Li was silent for a long time before she spoke in a low voice. "NZ, if it's possible, I don't want to tell you. But now, the whole of Jiang City knows about this. Even if I don't tell you, someone will report it to you." "What is it?" Anran didn't know what Lin Li was going to say to her, but she felt a faint sense of uneasiness in her heart. She was a little afraid of what Lin Li was going to say to her later. "Anzi, promise me not to be too agitated. Think about the child in your stomach," Lin Li said, a little worried. "Lin Li," Anran reproached her angrily. The more she acted like this, the more scared she became. Lin Li stopped talking and fell into silence again. Anran didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a few seconds or a few minutes, but when Lin Li spoke again, Anran's palm, which was holding her phone, was already sweating. "I can't say it out loud. Go and take a look on the internet. The posts and videos are all on the Jiang City forum." On the other end of the phone, Lin Li's voice was very low, and Anran could hear the heaviness in it. "Anzi, let's not hang up the phone. If you feel uncomfortable watching it, let me know." Anran didn't say anything. She put down the mug in her hand, walked out of the bathroom, and headed directly to the study. Aunt Zhang, who was in the kitchen, saw her come out and was about to ask if she wanted to prepare breakfast for her, but she saw Anran go straight into the study without looking back. When Anran turned on the computer and saw the video and screenshot that had been going viral on the forum, she was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the image on the computer screen. The video was a little messy and the lights were a little too dim, but even so, he could still clearly distinguish the man and woman in the video. The people in the video were none other than Suya Cheng and Ling Lan. His chest tightened, and he felt an indescribable pain and frustration. His hand that was holding the mouse pressed the mouse button tightly, and he seemed to be trying hard to suppress his inner emotions. This post was posted by an anonymous netizen. Not only was there a 5-minute-long video, but there were also many photos taken with a mobile phone. The quality of the photos wasn't very good, and in the photos, Suya Cheng could be seen carrying a slightly unconscious Ling Lan into a hotel. The post was really popular. It was posted on the computer at 3 a.m. in the morning. In just a few hours, it had been forwarded by tens of thousands of people. The comments below the post had long been boiling with excitement. Some were watching the show, some were condemning, some were jeering, and some were cursing. In this society, officials are either corrupt or prostituting. It's good to get used to it. "Ha ha, Leader Su, are you trying to learn from Teacher Chen?" From the video, Mayor Su is indeed very fierce. "I guess his wife's big belly can't satisfy his needs. It's really hurt to hold it in for a long time. Ha ha ha. B*****. I thought he was a good man when I read the newspaper last time. I didn't expect this to happen so soon. His wife is pregnant. He actually did such a thing behind his wife's back. Strongly condemned. Immoral. Worse than a beast. Human flesh. Human flesh. I strongly request for human flesh. Who is that woman? There were more than 10 pages of similar comments. NZ? Lin Lee didn't hang up the phone. After waiting for Anran's reply for a long time, Lin Lee couldn't help but feel a little worried. Anran looked at the photo and video, and she felt as if there was something stuck in her chest. She didn't believe that Su Yicheng would do such a thing. Even if they had only known each other for half a year, she couldn't believe that he would do such a thing based on how well he had treated and taken care of her in the past 6 months. His attitude towards Ling Lan had always been very clear, and his rejection had always been very clean and straightforward. However, she didn't know how to convince herself that the person in the photo was not him. She recognized the clothes he was wearing when he carried Ling Lan into the room. It was indeed the same set of clothes he was wearing yesterday. He was wearing the same set of clothes when he came back last night. After not getting a response from Anran for a long time, Lin Lee became a little anxious. She anxiously said into the phone, "Anzi, say something, don't scare me." Only then did Anran snap out of her daze and stare straight at the computer screen. Her grip on the mouse was so strong that she felt like she could crush the entire mouse. When he heard Lin Lee's voice on the other end of the phone, which sounded like she was about to cry, he slowly said, "I'm fine," she said. Her voice was weak and soft to the point that it made one's heart ache. NZ, Lin Lee didn't know what to say. She suddenly regretted telling her, but this matter had blown up so much that even if she didn't say anything, someone else would tell her. She didn't want her to be like a fool and be the last one to know what had happened. "I'm fine," she said. As she mumbled, Anran stared at the photo on the screen and bit the corner of her mouth. "NZ, I'll go over and accompany you." In the end, he was still a little worried. She was in such a state that it really made him worried. Furthermore, she was pregnant. Anran shook her head. "No, you can go to work." Lin Lee pretended to be relaxed and said, it's fine. I'm just an idle person. I don't have to do it. Anyway, I can't buy a house. I'll go and find you now. Wait for me, Lin Lee." Anran called out. "What? I believe in him." Anran slowly opened her mouth and looked at the dark image on the screen. "I believe that he wouldn't do that. I want to ask him personally. If he explains to me that the person above isn't him and that he didn't do such a thing, then I'll believe him. What if he lied to you?" Lin Lee didn't have the heart to expose her, but such a guess wasn't impossible. The video was dark, and she didn't know if it was real or fake. She had asked a friend who knew computers to verify the photo, and there was definitely no trace of Photoshop. "I'll believe it even if you lie to me." Anran's tone was firm. "As long as he says it, I will believe it." On the other side of the phone, Lin Lee didn't say anything else. In the past, he had also clearly known that the man's heart didn't love her, but he still fell deep into it without caring about anything. He had also told her more than once to comfort herself that as long as he was by her side, it was only a matter of time before he fell in love with her. For this sentence, she persevered for 10 years. In the end, she persevered until there was no reason to continue, and then she let go and left. The two of them were silent for a while. In the end, Lin Lee spoke first. "Anzi, if you feel uncomfortable, come find me." "Yes." Anran nodded. After hanging up Lin Lee's call, Anran didn't leave the study immediately. She just maintained her posture and sat in front of the computer in a daze. She looked at the photo on the screen, and her eyes were a little empty. From outside, Aunt Jang would occasionally glance toward the study, but Anran still hadn't come out. In the end, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She knocked on the kitchen door, pushed it open, and asked, "Madam, shall I prepare breakfast for you?" Anran didn't respond. Her eyes were still staring at the computer screen without moving. Aunt Jang saw that something was wrong and walked over to Anran while calling out, "Madam." When she was right in front of her, Anran finally came back to her senses and looked at her in a daze. "I'll make you breakfast, okay. What does Madam want to eat in the morning?" Mrs. Jang asked again. Anran only shook her head and said, "I don't have an appetite." Mrs. Jang could tell that something was wrong with her and asked worriedly, "Madam, are you all right?" Anran turned her head to look at the computer and shook her head in a daze. She really had no appetite at all. "Let's eat something. We're still pregnant. We can't let the child go hungry." Aunt Jan didn't know what had happened. When she came over in the morning, Suya Cheng had already left, and she didn't see the breakfast that had been served for the past few days. She thought that the couple must have quarreled, so she could only try to persuade them. Upon hearing this, Anran reached out and touched her stomach. At this moment, the two babies inside were waving their little fists, as if they were protesting that she had starved them. Yes, she didn't want to eat, but the baby in her stomach needed nutrition too. "Get me a glass of milk in the morning," he said to Mrs. Zhang. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhang nodded her head and turned around to get her some milk. When Suya Cheng rushed home, Aunt Jan happened to be warming Anran's milk in the kitchen. When she didn't find Anran in the living room, she was so flustered that she didn't even have time to change her shoes before she went straight into the master bedroom. But she didn't find Anran in the room. "Where's Anran?" she asked Aunt Jan when she came out. Mrs. Jan didn't understand the situation, so she only pointed at Comfort and said, "Madam is in the study." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng's heart sank. It seemed that she already knew. He pinched his eyebrows and asked Aunt Jan, "How's Anran?" After seeing the video and the photo, did she believe it? Madam went straight into the study room this morning and didn't even eat breakfast. She said she didn't have an appetite. She's finally willing to eat, but she only wants to drink milk, Aunt Jan said as she held the freshly heated milk. She then looked at Suya Cheng and tried to persuade him, "Sir, I don't know what happened between you two, but pregnant women always have a bad temper. Please don't take her seriously." Suya Cheng nodded at her, took the milk from her hand, and said, "I'll bring it in." Auntie Jan nodded and didn't say anything else. She just handed him the milk in her hand. He pushed the door open and saw Anran sitting in front of the computer, still staring at the screen. Suya Cheng gently closed the door and walked to her side with the milk. Anran didn't turn her head, thinking that it was still Mrs. Zhang who had come in. She simply said, "Mrs. Zhang, leave it. I'll drink it later." Suya Cheng sighed softly, put the milk in his hand aside, half squatted next to her, and gently called out, "Anran." Anran was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned her head around and looked at Suya Cheng in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, then just looked at him without saying a word. Suya Cheng reached out and pulled her hand, which was placed on his lap and tightly clenched, and gently kissed it. He murmured, "I was afraid that you would misunderstand me, so I rushed back to explain before you saw it. I didn't expect you to see it." Anran bit her lip tightly and let him kiss her hand. She felt his warm breath on the back of her hand, which was itchy and warm. Suya Cheng raised his head and looked at her, biting her lips so hard that she almost bit herself to the point of bleeding. He frowned and slowly reached out his other hand to gently caress her lips, murmuring, "Don't bite yourself." Only then did Anran relax. She stared at him for a long time before saying, "Do you want to explain to me? Tell her that the person up there wasn't him and that he wasn't with Ling Lan last night." Suya Cheng looked at her, and his eyes met hers as he asked, "Do you believe me?" Anran nodded and said without hesitation, "As long as you say it, I'll believe it." As long as he said it, she would believe it. Even if he was lying to her, she was willing to let him lie. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng faintly smiled, then looked at her and said with certainty, "It's not true. The person in the video isn't me. I didn't do anything to Ling Lan." He looked into her eyes and promised, "Anran, I won't betray you." After hearing his explanation, Anran smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "All right, I believe you." What she wanted was very simple, just a promise and confirmation from him. Suya Cheng also laughed and touched her head, saying, "Have something to eat first. I'll explain everything to you later, okay?" Anran nodded. She had said that she had to trust him. In addition to being honest, trust was even more important between husband and wife. After being together for half a year, she remembered every bit of his kindness and consideration for her. If he were to betray her and their family like this, she would never believe it. Because of her complete trust in him, as long as he said it, she would believe it without any conditions. "I want to eat your cooking." Looking at him, Anran smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng looked at her seriously for a while, then suddenly reached out and hugged her tightly in his arms. On the way back, he was so afraid that she would point to the photo on the computer and question him. He didn't even know how he would answer. Fortunately, she trusted him and didn't suspect him at all. Knowing this, all the uneasiness and worry in his heart were put down, because he knew that he could deal with everything that came next without any consideration. This included finding out the person who had posted the photos and videos. He would not let Ling Lan off the hook either. Aunt Zhang saw the couple holding hands and walking out of the study with a smile. She knew that they were fine, so she went to clean up the house with peace of mind. After Anran sat down in front of the bar, Su Yicheng took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and went straight into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Anran. Anran, on the other hand, held a glass of milk and sat in front of the bar, watching his back as he busied himself for her with a faint smile. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Mrs. Zhang went to open the door. It was Lin Li. She was still worried, so she asked for leave from the company and rushed over. She was afraid that Anran would get into trouble because of the videos and photos on the internet. However, things seemed to be a little different from what she had expected. Su Yicheng was actually at home and was even cooking breakfast for Anran, while Anran was looking at him with a blissful smile on her face, as if the incident on the internet didn't exist at all or had nothing to do with them. When Anran saw Lin Li come over, she said with some disapproval, "Didn't I tell you not to come over? Why are you here again?" Lin Li glanced at her and muttered in a low voice, "I'm just worried about you." Then, she looked at Su Yicheng, who was in the kitchen, and asked Anran in a low voice, "He explained everything to you?" Anran nodded. "He said that the man in the video wasn't him," she said. "I believe him." "What about the photos?" She had gotten someone to verify the photos, and there were no traces of Photoshop. "Even if that photo is real and he really carried Ling Lan into the hotel, I believe that he has his own reasons. He didn't do anything else." She turned her head to look at the man who was still frying eggs for her in the kitchen, then turned back to Lin Li and said, "Lin Li, I believe in him. I believe that he won't betray me and this family." His tone was extremely certain, so firm that no one could shake it. Hearing her say that, Lin Li naturally had nothing to say. She naturally wanted Anran to be well and hoped that everything on the internet was fake. "Anran, have breakfast first." Su Yicheng came over with breakfast and placed it on the low table in front of Anran. He looked at Lin Li and nodded with a faint smile. "Miss Lin." Lin Li glanced at him and only nodded coldly. Then, she looked at Anran, who was eating the breakfast he made with a happy and satisfied expression on her face. There was nothing strange about her at all, and she was relieved. She got up and said, "Since you're fine, I'll go back first." Anran smiled. "I was fine to begin with. You were the one who worried for nothing." Lin Li rolled her eyes at her, then turned her head to look at Su Yicheng and said in a slightly threatening tone, "You'd better explain yourself clearly. If I find out that you lied to our Anzi and dared to bully her, I don't care if you're the mayor or the secretary, I won't let you off." Su Yicheng only smiled and nodded. "Okay, hurry up and leave. You're taking leave every day to slack off even though your performance is bad. Be careful not to get fired." And Ran teased her. "You heartless little thing." Lin Li rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Let's go. I don't want to watch the lovey-dovey show between you two." Anran didn't care. She only shouted at her back to tell her to be careful on the road, and then directly focused on eating her breakfast. She didn't have an appetite just now, but now, because of Su Yicheng's promise, her appetite was actually whetted. Su Yicheng politely sent Lin Li to the door. As Lin Li turned to leave, she turned to look at him and said seriously, "I've asked someone to verify the photos. They're not computer synthesized, so they should be real. You did carry that woman into the hotel yesterday, right?" Su Yicheng looked at her calmly and nodded. "The photo is real, but the person in the video isn't me. I don't want to ask you the reason. Anran believes in you, and I hope you won't let her down," Lin Li warned. Su Yicheng nodded. "I promise." He understood why Anran had cared so much about Lin Li's matters in the past. The few times that she had been in a bad mood, it had all been because of Lin Li. Now, looking at Lin Li, he somewhat understood why. It was because Lin Li treated her the same way she treated Lin Li. The two of them treated each other's matters as their own matters seriously. Lin Li didn't say anything more. She just nodded and turned to leave. Su Yicheng closed the door and entered the room. Anran was still sitting on the sofa, eating her breakfast. He went forward and sat down opposite her. He wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth and touched her head affectionately. Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his pocket rang. It was a call from Secretary Zheng. He said that he had already released a statement that the government would investigate this matter to the end. All the videos and photos on the internet had also been blocked and deleted. When he hung up the phone and sat down in front of Anran again, Anran had already finished her breakfast. Siya Cheng looked at her and said, "That video is fake. I'm not the one in it." Anran nodded. Yes, she believed what he said. Not only did she believe in him, but she also believed in herself. "But that photo is real. I did carry Ling Lan into that hotel last night." Siya Cheng looked into Anran's eyes and said calmly. Chapter 148, The Reason. "That photo is real. I did carry Ling Lan into that hotel last night." Siya Cheng looked into Anran's eyes and said calmly. Anran looked at him and didn't say anything. She just quietly listened to her continue. Siya Cheng stood up, walked to her side, and held her hand tightly. He slowly told Anran everything that had happened last night. It turned out that he had been called to Secretary Zhang's office when he was about to get off work yesterday. When Siya Cheng came out of Secretary Zhang's office and returned to his own office, Ling Lan was already there. She was looking at him with a faint smile. Siya Cheng instinctively frowned and looked at her with a slightly displeased expression. He directly placed the document in his hand on his desk. While packing his things, he said, "I think next time, I should officially inform Secretary Zheng that the next time you come to see me, Ling Lan, you can directly block me at the door." Ling Lan smiled coyly and didn't get angry. She swept her big, charming waves and smiled as she walked over to him. She placed her hand on the desk, and the V-neck shirt faintly revealed her chest in front of Siya Cheng. Siya Cheng looked away in disgust and didn't want to look at the somewhat erotic scene. He only said coldly, "Please mind your manners." Ling Lan didn't mind. She looked at him with a charming smile and said, "Ah Luo, you're still thinking about me, right?" Siya Cheng only glanced at her indifferently and said, "I don't remember giving you such a hint." Ling Lan smiled and sat down in front of his desk. She crossed her legs and said, "That day when you were willing to bring me to see Yang Li, didn't that already explain everything? I remember that I told you that this is the only time. There won't be a next time." Siya Cheng said coldly, then took his briefcase and got up to leave. Seeing that he was about to leave, Ling Lan walked up and held his hand. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her hand was ruthlessly brushed away by him. He said coldly, "Miss Ling, please leave. I'm getting ready to get off work." Ling Lan wasn't angry or annoyed at his rejection. She just shrugged her shoulders and followed him out of the office. When Siya Cheng came out of his office, Secretary Zheng was still working and was tidying up the documents and information that would be used tomorrow. Ling Lan and Siya Cheng came out one after the other, and when Siya Cheng passed by Secretary Zheng's desk, he said to him, "Secretary Zheng, if Miss Ling comes looking for me again in the future, please help me reject her. I have nothing to say to her." Secretary Zheng was taken aback. He obviously didn't expect Siya Cheng to say something like that in front of Ling Lan. Ling Lan also stopped in her tracks, and her face turned slightly green. Anyone who heard such words would be unhappy. Siya Cheng didn't pay attention to their reactions and directly walked out of the office with his bag. When he came out again, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Because he had an appointment with Anran that night, Siya Cheng walked in a hurry, taking large strides from the city government building to the parking lot. Behind him, Ling Lan, who was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, ran after him with some difficulty. She pulled Siya Cheng's hand and said, "Siya Cheng, what did you mean by that? Am I really that bad to you?" Siya Cheng frowned slightly and coldly removed her hand. He looked at her expressionless face and said in a cold tone, "What do you think? Wasn't my words clear enough?" Ling Lan's expression was hurt. She kept shaking her head and said, "Why must you do this to me? We used to be so good." Siya Cheng didn't pity her at all because of the aggrieved look on her face. He just coldly said, "You know that was in the past. Since it's in the past, there's no point in continuing to pester me." He had never been a person who would live in the past. Ling Lan shook her head and stepped forward, wanting to grab his hand, but he dodged her hand. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls, and as she looked at Siya Cheng, it was as if they couldn't help but roll down her face. "Why won't you give me a chance? Just because I made a mistake once, you must sentence me to death." Siya Cheng, you're so cruel. You didn't even give me the chance to appeal. Aren't you being too cruel to me? Siya Cheng turned around and left. He really didn't want to talk to her about such a meaningless topic. This topic should have ended 7 years ago, and he didn't have the time to bring it up again. Siya Cheng, don't go. Behind him, Ling Lan caught up to him. She wanted to hold his hand, but he rudely shook it off. Because her heels were too high, she almost fell to the ground. Siya Cheng, on the other hand, headed straight for his parked car without even looking back. Siya Cheng put his briefcase on the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat. Out of habit, he loosened his tie, which he had been wearing the whole day, then started the car and was about to leave. As he slowly walked out of the gate, the guard at the gate opened the iron gate immediately. He picked up the phone that he had just taken from the desk and put in his pocket. He wanted to call Anran and tell her that he would be there soon, but then he saw the caller ID on the screen. It turned out that Anran had called him a while ago. He thought to himself that she must have been anxious to have pressed the call back button, but the moment he raised his head and the call hadn't gone through, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the front. He jerked his head up and saw Ling Lan falling in front of his car. Damn it! In the car, Siya Cheng cursed in a low voice and threw the phone in his hand to the side. He quickly stopped the car, opened the door, and got out. Ling Lan fell to the ground, a wound on her forehead and blood flowing out. The security guard of the reception room behind him also heard the noise and ran over. He looked at Siya Cheng and asked, Susiti, what's going on? He couldn't figure out how they had bumped into each other in such a short time. He had just seen that woman walk out. Siya Cheng didn't have the time to speak. He helped Ling Lan up from the ground and patted her face while calling out, Ling Lan, wake up. Can you hear me? In his arms, Ling Lan only closed her eyes and didn't respond to him. The wound on his forehead wasn't big, but blood kept flowing out. Siya Cheng had been on the phone just now, so he had no idea when Ling Lan had run to his car and how she had been hit. He also didn't know if he had used too much force, but seeing that she was still unconscious, the impact must have been quite strong. He picked Ling Lan up by her waist and said to the guard at the side, help me open the car door. The guard reacted and nodded repeatedly, saying, all right. As she spoke, she opened the door of Siya Cheng's back seat. Siya Cheng carried Ling Lan and let her lie down in the back, then directly went around the front of the car and directly got into the car. He turned to look at Ling Lan behind him, then started the car and drove directly to the city hospital. When Siya Cheng's car was about to reach the hospital, Ling Lan, who was sitting in the back seat, slowly woke up. She slowly sat up, pressed her hand to her forehead, and said in pain, It hurts. Siya Cheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and said, bear with it for a while, we'll be at the hospital soon. Only then did Ling Lan seem to come back to her senses. She looked at Siya Cheng, who was driving in front of her, and said, Cheng, I'm so dizzy. Siya Cheng glanced at her, turned the steering wheel, and then stopped in front of the outpatient building. He got out of the car and sat in the back seat. He looked at her and asked, can we go? Ling Lan looked at him and shook her head. My leg hurts. Upon hearing this, Siya Cheng had no choice but to pick her up by the waist again and walk toward the outpatient building. In his embrace, Ling Lan wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned against his chest in satisfaction. She said softly, Luo, how long has it been since you've hugged me like this? Siya Cheng didn't say anything and only looked ahead with a cold and serious expression. Luo, I miss you so much. Ling Lan said softly, her entire body snuggling into his embrace. Ling Lan was directly carried to the emergency room. Because it was nighttime, there weren't many people in the emergency room. The doctor on duty heard the commotion and came over to carefully examine Ling Lan. In reality, there was no big problem. The mountain pass on her forehead wasn't big and wasn't deep. There was no need for any stitches. She just needed to apply some iodine on it and it wouldn't be much of a problem. As for the injury on his foot, it was slightly red and swollen. The initial conclusion was that it might be due to a sprain. When applying iodine, the wound had to be cleaned. When the nurse, Xiao 11, used the alcohol to clean Ling Lan's wound, she heard Ling Lan's exaggerated cries. Her hand kept reaching out to Siya Cheng, and her face was filled with grievance. Siya Cheng stood there indifferently and didn't walk over to her. He only asked the doctor who was standing next to him about the situation. After the wound on her forehead was treated and medicine was applied, Ling Lan still felt that her head was hurting badly. In the end, under the doctor's suggestion, she still went for an X-ray. She also went for an X-ray for the sprain on her foot. Although it was a small wound, under the doctor's suggestion, they still arranged for Ling Lan to get a tetanus shot. When she was on the drip, Su Cheng suggested that she call her family and ask Madam Ling or Ling Lin to come and take care of her. However, Ling Lan rejected him. She insisted that her mother and sister were running around because of her father's matter and were currently in the province to see if there were any friends who could help them. They weren't in Jiang City. Su Cheng raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already past 11 o'clock. He wanted to call Anran, but when he dug into his pocket, his phone rang. He seemed to have left it in the car earlier, and it was not with him now. He got up and wanted to go out to find his phone to call Anran, but just as he got up and was about to leave, Ling Lan, who was sitting in the infusion hall, called out loudly. She asked him nervously if he wanted to leave her behind. Su Cheng explained that he was only going out to make a phone call. However, Ling Lan didn't listen. She was a little agitated, shouting and criticizing. Su Cheng, do you want to leave me here like this? Don't forget, it was your car that hit me. Don't tell me you don't want to take responsibility. Although it was midnight, there were still a few people sitting around in the hall. When everyone was about to fall asleep during the infusion, Ling Lan's shout immediately woke up all their sleeping ghosts. Everyone looked over, and one of them was a middle-aged woman who looked at Su Cheng and said in a reproachful tone, "Young man, you're too much. It's already good that she didn't hold you responsible for the accident, but you still don't want to treat her. You have to have morals. You're too immoral." The other people also agreed. Some of them even came to watch Su Cheng, saying that they were here to help Ling Lan keep an eye on the perpetrator and not let him escape. Su Cheng really found it hard to explain himself, so he could only helplessly sit to the side and accompany Ling Lan to finish the 2-4 drips. The X-ray showed that Ling Lan's forehead was only a light scratch, and there was no sign of a concussion or anything of the sort. In addition, her leg injury was only a sprain, and it did not reach her muscles and bones. However, Ling Lan continued to press down on her head and say that she was in great pain. The doctor could only smile helplessly at this. Machines would not lie. Su Cheng glanced at Ling Lan, then turned to the doctor on duty and said, "Doctor, please arrange for her to be admitted." He really didn't have time to waste with Ling Lan. If her head really hurt, she should just stay in the hospital. The doctors and nurses were there anyway. The doctor on duty glanced at him and then at Ling Lan. He tried to persuade her, based on her condition, there's no need for her to stay in the hospital at all. Besides, the number of beds in the hospital is already limited. Some patients don't even have a mountain of beds and are living in the corridor. If you insist that it's more comfortable to stay in the hospital, I can arrange for you to have a bed in the corridor. Hearing this, Su Cheng didn't say anything. He only turned his head to look at Ling Lan. He saw the corners of Ling Lan's mouth twitching as she said, "No need. Maybe it won't hurt anymore tomorrow morning. I'd better go home." Su Cheng didn't express any opinion. He only took the list from the doctor and went to get her medicine. When she returned, Ling Lan still said that her foot was in great pain and she really couldn't walk over. Su Cheng frowned, but in the end, he still picked her up by the waist and left the hospital. Sitting in the car, Su Cheng was just about to turn the car around to send Ling Lan back when he suddenly heard Ling Lan say that she no longer lived there and had moved out. Su Cheng glanced at her and didn't ask much. He only asked for her current address. Ling Lan casually gave him an address. When Su Cheng drove the car to that place, he realized that the place she was referring to was a small hotel. He frowned and turned to look at her. Ling Lan's eyes flickered, and she said, "Don't look at me like that. My dad bought me the place I used to live in secret. Now that he's stepped down, can I still go back? It has long been seized, and now the three of us can only squeeze into this small hotel." Su Cheng kept feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think about it. What he wanted to do most right now was to go back and find Anran. He didn't say anything else and just got out of the car, opened the door, and carried Ling Lan in his arms towards the hotel. When they were going up the stairs, Ling Lan had deliberately blown into his ear, telling him that she would be scared if she was alone at night. The meaning behind her words couldn't have been more obvious. That hand also started to move back and forth in front of his chest. Suyu Cheng directly stopped in the corridor, gave her a cold look, and said in a cold tone, "Ling Lan, do you think I won't just leave you here?" Hearing this, Ling Lan pouted and didn't dare to move anymore. He sent her directly to the door of the hotel room, but Suyu Cheng didn't go in. He didn't even look back and directly ran down the stairs. He didn't care about Ling Lan's calls at all. When he got into the car again and found the phone he had thrown aside, he was about to call Anran, but when he saw that it was too late, he gave up in the end. He didn't waste any more time, started the car, and drove home. This time, Mayasu, who always followed the traffic rules, drove a little faster than usual. Suyu Cheng told Anran everything that had happened last night, then quietly hugged her and didn't speak for a long time. Anran leaned into his arms in the same position as before. After a while, she said calmly, "I believe in you." Upon hearing this, Suyu Cheng, who was hugging her, smiled faintly, and his grip on her was obviously a lot stronger than before. After hugging him for a while more, Anran pulled herself out of his arms and asked him worriedly, "This time, the matter has blown up so much. Will it affect you?" Suyu Cheng looked at her and reached out to touch her face, saying, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Anran sighed and shook her head. "Do you think Ling Lan posted the video and photos?" From what he said, it was as if everything had been part of Ling Lan's plan. When they went to the hotel at that time, they had coincidentally been seen and taken photos. Moreover, every angle of the photos had been captured so accurately. It was as if they had known in advance that they would come from that angle. "I can't think of anyone else other than her. Perhaps she had already planned everything when she went to him to help her father. Last night, she deliberately looked for him because Secretary Zheng was not on guard against her at all, so he let her into his office directly, and then deliberately told him those things. She even rushed out on purpose to get hit by his car. It was only a light scratch, but she pretended to be unconscious, creating all the conditions for him to carry her to the hotel like this. Then, he had already arranged for people to secretly take photos from different angles. But it won't be good for her if the video is leaked. After all, she was a woman. If she released such a video, how would she be able to face others in the future? She really couldn't understand how Ling Lan could do something like this. She didn't even care about her reputation just for revenge. So what if her revenge succeeded? Didn't she know that she had lost more than she had before? Suyu Cheng reached out and ruffled her hair, then said with a smile, "All right, let's not think about it anymore. I'll take care of this. Just don't go out for the time being. I'm guessing the reporters and media will be chasing after you." Anran nodded. "Okay, I got it." As she said that, she leaned against his chest again, and the two of them sat quietly in each other's arms. Suyu Cheng didn't go to the office again that day. Instead, he contacted Secretary Zheng directly on the phone. Secretary Zheng said that he had received hundreds of calls today, all about the video and photos on the internet. Although the post had been blocked and deleted in time in the morning, it had already been forwarded and downloaded by tens of thousands of people before the block. Now, almost the entire Jiangcheng was discussing the Jiangcheng mayor's photo scandal. It was no longer only discussed on the forum, but it was directly forwarded by some netizens to Weibo. This way, the matter spread rapidly to the whole country. Some people had managed to find out that the woman in the video was Ling Lan. Not only had they thoroughly investigated Ling Lan's identity and background, but they had also thoroughly dug out the past between Suyu Cheng and Ling Lan from a few years ago. However, the development of this matter was so fast that it caught people off guard. When such an incident was exposed, it caused an uproar in the whole of Jiang City, and even the whole of China. The photo was shared like crazy on the internet. Some netizens were even cursing excitedly, while others were just watching the show. There were even some who condemned it from God's perspective. It could be said that there were all kinds of people. The government immediately issued a statement saying that the person in the video was definitely not Suyu Cheng. In addition, they specifically stated that the incident had been transferred to the Public Security Bureau, and the city government must investigate it thoroughly. In addition, Secretary Zhang also called Suyu Cheng immediately. First, he reprimanded him for not paying attention to his lifestyle, and then informed him to stop all his work before this matter was investigated clearly. Su Cheng didn't have any objections, but he emphasized that the person on the screen wasn't him. Ayn Rand stood at the window, frowning as she looked downstairs. She could clearly see the news van listening at the entrance of the neighborhood. The media reporters had been waiting downstairs, waiting for them to leave and then swarming up so that they could express their opinions on this matter. She sighed softly, but before she could turn around, she fell into that familiar embrace. His warm breath landed on her ear and he asked, "What are you looking at?" She relaxed and leaned into his arms, chuckling as she said, "Look at those people who are waiting for us downstairs for work. In a few days, the heat of this matter will die down, and they will also leave." Su Cheng said lightly. Ayn Rand nodded and only said, "It's just not convenient, Mrs. Zhang. She has to go back and forth every day. She's always being asked all sorts of questions." "Yes." Su Cheng nodded and responded, "Aunt Zhang, please." Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He let go of Ayn Rand and took out the phone. The caller ID showed home. It was a call from the courtyard. It should be Mom. After glancing at Ayn Rand, Su Cheng directly picked up the phone. "Hello," he said. "AI." On the other end of the phone, Chin Yun let out a heavy sigh and said, "Luo, come back immediately. Your grandfather and father have something to ask you." "All right," he said. Su Cheng replied immediately. In fact, when he saw the caller ID, he already knew what this call was about to say. Chapter 149, The Family Law. Su Cheng and Ayn Rand had to change cars to avoid the reporters' eyes and ears before they could leave the neighborhood. When Ayn Rand and Su Cheng drove to the military compound, it was already getting dark outside. They hadn't been to the compound for almost 2 months, and the staff member had changed. It wasn't the original Xiao Zhang, but a big boy who was a little stronger than Xiao Zhang. He was probably around Xiao Zhang's age, and when he saw them, he didn't smile brightly and call them brother or sister-in-law like Xiao Zhang had before. Instead, he saluted them in a standard manner, and then smiled shyly. Su Cheng and Ayn Rand both gave him a very gentle smile and then went straight into the courtyard. Holding Su Cheng's hand, Ayn Rand glanced at him and felt a little scared. She asked worriedly, "Arjun, did Mom and Dad call us back because of the video and photo?" Su Cheng nodded back at her with a faint smile and replied softly, "Yes." Ayn Rand didn't think much of it and simply followed Su Cheng in. In the main hall, the atmosphere was a little off. Grandpa Su was sitting on the armchair, Father Su was sitting on the side, and Chin Yun was standing on the side. When she saw them enter, her expression was a little off. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, we're back." Su Cheng held Ayn Rand's hand and greeted everyone. Ayn Rand also echoed and called out to them, "Grandpa, Dad, Mom." Grandpa Su and Grandpa Su didn't say anything and just stared straight at Su Cheng. Chin Yun, who was standing next to them, saw that they were winking at them with their backs to Grandpa Su and Father Su, as if they were hinting at something. Her hand was constantly waving at them. Ayn Rand didn't understand. She looked at Chin Yun in confusion, then turned to look at Su Cheng. She didn't understand what Chin Yun was hinting at. Before Ayn Rand could figure it out, Father Su said, "Chin Yun, go and bring the things over." His voice was still calm, but it was less gentle than before. Chin Yun laughed dryly and turned her head with some difficulty. She looked at Su Wenqing and said with a smile, Don't. You'll scare Ayn Rand." Su Wenqing's face darkened, and he said in a stern tone, "Go and get it." Helpless, Chin Yun could only turn around and enter the house. Ayn Rand was stunned. She was a little frightened by Su Wenqing's stern tone, and she subconsciously held Su Cheng's hand tightly. Su Cheng turned his head to look at her and only smiled faintly. He reached out to pat her and said comfortingly, "I'm fine." He let go of her hand, turned around to look at Su Wenqing and Su Hanian, and knelt down on both knees. Ayn Rand didn't quite understand. She looked at him, then raised her head to look at Su Hanian and Su Wenqing, and asked in confusion, "Grandpa, Dad, what's this?" Su Wenqing glanced at Ayn Rand and said, "Ayn Rand, go and stand aside." "Dad, I'm sorry." Ayn Rand wanted to say something, but Su Cheng interrupted her. "Ayn Rand, be good." Ayn Rand was helpless. She could only nod and stand aside. Chin Yun came out of the house with the whip in her hand and looked at Su Cheng with a troubled expression. Anran looked at the whip in Chin Yoon's hand in a daze and couldn't react for a moment. Chin Yoon clutched the whip tightly and refused to hand it over. She still wanted to redeem something. She looked at Su Wenqing and said, "Old Su, look at Anran. She's still pregnant." Su Wenqing glanced at Anran and coldly said to Chin Yoon, "Take Anran in first." Then, he stretched out his hand and took the whip from Chin Yoon's hand. Chin Yoon had no choice but to go up and take Anran's hand. "Anran, let's go in first and let them have a chat." As he spoke, he pulled Anran into the inner room. Anran was still worried, so she turned to Su Yi and said, "Mom, what's going on?" Chin Yoon also turned around and glanced at Su Yicheng. She couldn't bear to see him like this, so she turned her head away and said, "No, nothing." Although Anran was confused, she had no choice but to follow Chin Yoon into the house. There was only a loud slap, followed by Su Yicheng's muffled groan, followed by Father Su's stern scolding. "Su Yicheng, did I teach you this when you were young?" Someone actually posted that picture and video on the internet, and everyone came to ask me if the person on the computer was you. How do you expect me to answer that? In the living room, Su Yu's father grabbed the whip and asked. Su Yicheng didn't say anything. He only gritted his teeth and endured the burning pain on his back without making a sound. Su Wenqing raised her hand, raised the whip, and swung it down on Su Yicheng's body. Every strike was full of force, and she was a trained soldier after all. When such a whip landed on Su Yicheng's back, it quickly caused his white shirt to be covered in red spots. Su Yicheng accepted it all without saying a word. He bit his lip with his teeth and clenched his hands tightly on his legs. The veins on his hands were bulging like blood vessels, as if they would explode if he were not careful. Anran ran back and ran. When she entered the hall, she saw Su Yicheng kneeling on the ground, and Su Wenqing was whipping him again and again. "Stop fighting!" she screamed, ignoring the merciless whip, and directly stood in front of Su Yicheng. Su Yicheng was shocked and hurriedly protected Anran. He suffered the whip on his back again, and he groaned in pain. Su Wenqing, who was standing at the side, also hurriedly put away the whip in his hand. Su Hanian and Chin Yoon also stood up nervously. Seeing that Anran was fine, he was relieved and patted his chest. In Su Yicheng's arms, Anran looked straight at Su Wenqing and said, "Dad, stop hitting him. What did Yicheng do wrong for you to do this?" "Anran, get down. I'm fine," Su Yicheng said sternly as he held Anran in his arms. When his mother called them to come back, he already knew that he wouldn't be able to escape being whipped. "I don't want to." Anran firmly refused. She turned to Su Wenqing and said, "Dad, no matter what Yicheng did, you have to give us a chance to explain. You beat us without distinguishing between right and wrong, and we don't even know what happened. He was taken such a video and photo behind your back. What else do you need to explain?" Su Wenqing said. Hearing this, Anran quickly explained, "It's not his fault. Yicheng explained to me that someone framed him in the video. There was a reason for the photo. It doesn't matter if the video is a setup or a false accusation, or if the photos are real or not. He has married you, so he has to take responsibility for the family. Now that you have a child, you should be responsible for your actions and be a role model for your child in the future," Su Wenqing said in a serious tone. His voice wasn't loud, but his tone was firm. He looked at Anran and continued, "I hit him because he shouldn't have given others the chance to create such a misunderstanding. He shouldn't have given others the chance to frame you. He shouldn't have been so indecisive about certain things that he hurt his family." He naturally understood his own son very well. He didn't need to look at the videos and photos to be certain that Su Yicheng wouldn't do such a thing. However, he shouldn't have given others such a chance and shouldn't continue to be involved with Ling Lan like this. After all, he was no longer alone. He still had a wife and would have a child in a few months. If he continued to be entangled with Ling Lan like this, even if they were innocent, it wouldn't be Anran's place. Anran stared at him in a daze, unable to say a word for a moment. She thought that Father Su had misunderstood the video and the photo, but she didn't expect that he had hit her because Su Yicheng had caused this incident to happen and hadn't handled it well. "Su Yicheng, are you convinced by what I've said?" Su Wenqing looked at Su Yicheng and asked. Su Yicheng nodded and admitted his mistake. "I didn't handle this matter well." Now that he thought about it, he could have avoided it completely. It was just that he was caught off guard and did not think of it at all. which was why he fell into the trap. Okay, the fight is over, and Arjun knows her mistake. Let's leave it at that. Let Arjun handle this matter. Chin Yun interjected at the right time and took the whip from Su Wenqing's hand. Su Wenqing rolled his eyes at her. He knew that it was Anran's idea to come back and rush up to him. Chin Yun pretended that she didn't see his reproachful gaze and turned her head away. Ah Luo was her son. As the saying goes, when the son is beaten, the mother's heart will ache. Seeing her son being whipped like this, how could she not be heartbroken? You may rise. Su Hanian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He glanced at Su Yicheng, then turned to look at Chin Yun, and said, "Go and get my safflower oil and apply it on him." After that, he didn't say anything more and turned around to enter the inner room. Su Wenqing glanced at Su Yicheng and only said, "Settle this matter as soon as possible. Before that, Anran must stay in the courtyard." Then, he turned around and walked towards the study. After Su Wenqing turned around and left, Chin Yun muttered a few words in a low voice. She then looked at Su Yicheng and said with a little heartache, "This old Su didn't even hit his own soldiers so hard, let alone you, his own son." As she spoke, she looked at his back that was red from all the beating. Her eyes were a little red. In the end, she only said, "I'll go get Grandpa's safflower oil." Anran supported Su Yicheng, and naturally saw the bright red stain on his white shirt behind him. The tears in her eyes couldn't help but gather, and they filled her eyes in an instant. Then, they rolled down like pearls from a broken string. She looked at Su Yicheng with a little heartache, and she reached out to wipe the tears on her face. "Silly, why are you crying?" "What?" Anran pursed her lips and asked, "Was that a family law?" She had never seen such a scene before. In the past, no matter how angry her parents were at home, they had never hit her at all. They would always reason with her and analyze the reasons. This was the first time she had seen such a thing as family discipline. "Yes, it's the Su family's family law." Su Yicheng nodded, enduring the pain in his back. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Anran touched her back gently, and his whole body trembled subconsciously. He was obviously in great pain. Seeing her worry, Su Yicheng reluctantly smiled at her and said, "I'm fine, really." Anran saw the cold sweat on his forehead and knew that the pain in her back was hard to bear. She only said, "Let's go back to the room. I'll help you apply the ointment when Mom brings it over." Su Yicheng nodded and followed her to his old room. Chapter 150 Yijiao's boyfriend. Taking off the shirt he was wearing, his back was already covered in red marks, some of which were even oozing blood. Anran looked at him and couldn't help but cry. She gently reached out her hand, and as soon as she touched him, she heard Su Yicheng, who had his back to her, take a deep breath. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Anran asked. Her voice was so low that it sounded like she was crying, so it must have hurt. She watched as Father Su raised his hand and then whipped him. Every whip was full of strength, and he didn't show any mercy at all. "It doesn't hurt." Su Yicheng gritted his teeth and shook his head, because he didn't want her to worry. Knock, knock, knock. Chin Yun knocked on the door and entered. When she saw the wound on her son's back, she frowned in heartache. He looked at Anran, who looked like she was about to cry, and suddenly chuckled in amusement. He handed the safflower oil to Anran and said, "Come, in the past, when Arjun was beaten up by his father like this, I was the one who applied the medicinal wine for him. Now, this job is handed over to you." Anran took it and said to Chin Yun, "Thank you, Mom." Chin Yun shook her head and turned to look at Su Yicheng. She only said, "Ah Cheng, why can't you and Ling Lan be clear about this?" She had always thought that this son of hers didn't need her to worry about him. He was steady and knew his limits. He didn't need his parents to worry about him at all. However, she didn't expect that someone would still be able to find a loophole and make an issue out of Ling Lan's matter after so long. "I'll handle it," Su Yicheng promised. Chin Yun glanced at him and didn't say anything else. She only nodded and turned to leave the room. Anran poured some safflower oil on her hands, rubbed them until they were hot, and then covered them on Su Yicheng's back, massaging him hard. Su Yicheng gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tightly on his lap. After who knew how long, the little hand behind him slowly lost its strength. When he turned his head again, Anran was already crying. Su Yicheng shook his head in amusement, then reached out to pull her into his arms and let her rest her head on his chest. He gently stroked her head and said, Silly girl, why are you crying? Anran reached out and hugged him tightly. She didn't say anything and only shook her head in his arms. However, the tears on her face couldn't be controlled and kept flowing. Her heart ached for him, very much. As he held her, Suyu Cheng gently whispered in her ear, Anran, as long as you believe me, this pain is nothing to me. Hearing this, Anran hurriedly raised her head and said, I believe you. I believe you. He was her husband, the man she loved the most. If she didn't believe him, who else could she believe? Even though we haven't known each other for a long time, I can feel how well you treat me. I can feel your heart and love. I've never doubted you. As long as you tell me, as long as you explain to me, I'll believe you. Suyu Cheng chuckled and reached out to pull her into his arms again. He only whispered in her ear, with a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Anran slowly reached out and hugged him back. Anran, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Suyu Cheng promised in her ear that as a husband and a father, he should take up the necessary responsibility for this family and protect his family from outside disturbances. I believe you. Anran replied without any doubt in her tone. The two of them hugged for a while before they were disturbed by the noise outside the door. They seemed to have heard Suyu Jiao's voice. Anran opened the door and was about to go out when she bumped into Suyu Jiao, who was about to knock on the door and enter. Fortunately, Suyu Cheng, who was behind her, was quick-witted and pulled Anran over, so she didn't bump into her. Suyu Jiao looked at Suyu Cheng, then went up to him and asked, Brother, what's with your video and photos? She was shocked when she saw the news in the morning, so she quickly bought a plane ticket and came back. It's nothing. The video was edited by someone. Suyu Cheng only said this lightly. It's Ling Lan's doing, right? HMPH, I knew she wasn't someone to be trifled with, Suyu Jiao said with some resentment. She had never liked Ling Lan. Ever since she was young, that woman had always acted differently in front of her and in front of her brother, Juhan, and the others. She hated such hypocritical people the most. If she guessed correctly, the video and the photo this time were probably all Ling Lan's doing. Brother, if it's not convenient for you, I can help you talk to that woman, he asked. No need, I'll handle this. Suyu Cheng refused. He hadn't been punished by the family law for nothing. He was the one who gave others the opportunity to frame him, so he naturally wanted that person to understand that there would be no second time for this matter. He wouldn't let her off again and again. When she looked up and saw the man behind Suyu Jiao, she frowned slightly, looked at Suyu Jiao, and asked, Yu Jiao, who is this? Only then did Suyu Cheng notice that the man who had come with his sister was a handsome blonde man. He didn't look too old, and he seemed to be about Yu Jiao's age at most. Suyu Jiao finally came back to her senses. When she saw the man behind her, she smiled and said, Oh right, I was so anxious that I forgot to introduce you too. She took the man's hand and said, Let me introduce you. Johnson, these two handsome guys and beautiful girls are my brother and sister-in-law. Brother, sister-in-law, this is my boyfriend, Johnson. Suyu Jiao briefly introduced them to each other. Then, she leaned against the handsome blonde Johnson like a little bird and smiled sweetly. The handsome blonde man called Johnson looked at Suyu Cheng and Anran with a big smile on his face. He followed Yu Jiao and affectionately said, Brother, sister-in-law. His Chinese with an American accent sounded weird. Suyu Cheng and Anran exchanged a look, then turned their heads and greeted the blonde man with a smile. Hello. Big brother is the male lead in the video, right? I saw the video this morning. Wow, Big brother's figure is so good, and his movements are so fierce. The handsome blonde man looked at Suyu Cheng excitedly. Everyone's faces darkened, and the atmosphere became indescribably strange. Brother, teach me a few moves. I feel like it's before she could finish. She saw the handsome blonde man holding his feet with both hands and howling. He looked at Suyu Jiao with a wronged and confused expression and protested, Little Jiao Jiao, why did you step on my foot? Suyu Jiao only glared at him fiercely, then turned her head to look at Suyu Cheng and Anran with a dry smile. He's an American. You know how Americans think. They are more open-minded when they are tense. They say everything and don't know how to avoid it. He, don't mind them. As he spoke, he pulled Johnson away, signaling for him to leave. This Johnson had only learned Chinese for a year, and he could only communicate with simple words. He couldn't understand deeper words at all, and he spoke in a weird way. More than 80% of the people didn't understand what Su Yijiao was talking about. They only saw her constantly pulling at them, and they couldn't understand what she was hinting at. They only asked in confusion, "Little Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with the corner of your eye? Is it a fly?" Su Yijiao was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She lifted her foot and stomped on his foot with the thin heel of her high heel. Then, she turned around angrily and left, ignoring him. "Ow, ow!" Johnson screamed in pain as he was stepped on. He was so innocent that he didn't even know what he said wrong and why he was stepped on. Anran and Su Yicheng looked at each other and frowned. In the evening, because Su Yicheng and the others had returned safely, the courtyard was unusually lively. After Su Yicheng was punished by the family law, Qin Yun and the auntie rushed to the market to buy a lot of ingredients and prepare a sumptuous dinner. The Su family was a family that was clear about rewards and punishments. If one made a mistake, they should be punished. However, after the punishment, they would still do what they had to do. This was because the person who had let go of the wrong person would be considered to have paid for his or her mistake after being punished. Of course, if there was punishment, there would be reward. If one did something wrong, there would be punishment. If one did something right, there would naturally be praise and reward. Qin Yun was very satisfied that Su Yijiao had brought her boyfriend back. Although she was a little bothered by the identity of her future son-in-law at first, his broken English completely made her laugh out loud. Naturally, the little bit of concern she had disappeared, and she even thought that his words were particularly interesting and funny. At the dining table, Qin Yun kept putting food into the blonde man's bowl. Then, she talked to him in a weird way that neither of them could understand. However, the two of them were having a great time. Su Yijiao's father and Grandpa Su didn't have any opinions about the blonde boyfriend she brought back. They only said that it was fine as long as Yijiao liked him, because it would be the two of them living together in the future, and it didn't matter whether other people liked him or not. Anran looked at Su Yijiao and felt that something was wrong. She didn't think that the person who had cried helplessly to her a while ago would change her mind so quickly and then transfer her feelings to another person in such a short time. After dinner, Anran and Su Yicheng held hands and took a walk around the courtyard. The October night was a little cold, and the wind blew with a slight chill. Anran felt a little cold and couldn't help but reach out to hug her arms. Naturally, Su Yicheng noticed this, so he took off his coat and put it on her. Anran turned her head and simply smiled at him. She didn't politely say thank you or anything, but as if they had a tacit understanding, Su Yicheng opened his arms, and she leaned directly into his arms. There was no need for any unnecessary words between the two of them. "Yicheng, do you think Yijiao did it on purpose?" Anran asked softly. Su Yicheng put his arm around her shoulder and simply said, "She's no longer a child. She should be responsible for her own actions." Anran didn't say anything more and only nodded slightly. Chapter 151, A Phone Call from the Police Station. Because of the huge impact of Su Yicheng's scandal, and considering the strong attitude of the media toward this matter, the Su family unanimously decided to let Anran stay in the military compound for the time being. After this matter was dealt with, Anran would be picked up by Su Yicheng after the storm passed. In addition, Su Yicheng's father had specifically ordered that Su Yicheng was not to return to the courtyard until he had a reasonable and satisfactory solution to this matter. He would only return when the matter was resolved. Although Su Yicheng didn't want to be separated from Anran like this, he was already used to sleeping with his hand on Anran's stomach every night. He was used to her soft moans and soft moans in his arms. However, he also knew that staying in the courtyard was the best thing for Anran right now, and this was her father's order. He drove straight to the government building and saw the media's interview vehicles blocking the gate. It seemed like they were really going to wait for him to appear. He took out his phone and called Secretary Zheng. After making an appointment, he drove over and waited for him. Su Yicheng had made an appointment at the club that he and Yi Zaiwen often visited. The environment there was good, and the quality of service was also high. They never asked about the guests' matters and would never reveal them. Su Yicheng went straight to the coffee shop and waited for Secretary Zheng to come over. Then, he took out his phone and searched for the news of the past 2 days. There was still an endless stream of news about his nude photo scandal on various websites. Although the photos and videos had been ordered to be deleted, the discussion about this matter on the internet did not end just because of the deletion of the photos and videos. Many people began to question the quality of the current domestic officials because of this incident, and some people even directly exposed Su Yicheng's family background. Then, some people began to wonder how he had managed to get to his current position at such a young age. In addition, Ling Lan had also accepted an interview with the media yesterday. She said that the video on the internet wasn't real, but when the reporters asked her about her relationship with Su Yicheng, her attitude became a little ambiguous, only saying that the two of them were very good friends. With her words, the past relationship between him and Ling Lan became a hot topic. Some people started to suspect that the reason why he had been promoted so many times in the past few years, other than his family background, was also because of the support from the previous mayor, Ling Chuanjiang. To put it simply, the public opinion in the whole of Jiangcheng and even the whole of China had pushed Su Yicheng to the forefront of the storm. "Can we sit down and have a chat?" Su Yicheng retracted his gaze from the screen of his mobile phone and looked up to see Juhan, who was dressed in a neat suit and holding a briefcase in his hand. It was obvious that he had just come out of a meeting with someone. Su Yicheng only nodded and didn't refuse. Juhan sat down in front of him and placed the briefcase in his hand on the seat beside him. The waiter here was indeed very well-mannered. As soon as Juhan sat down, someone came over with a glass of water and a menu. Juhan didn't take the menu and only ordered a cup of coffee from the waiter. After the waiter pushed the door open, Juhan fixed his eyes on Su Yicheng, and Su Yicheng was also looking at him at the moment. "I saw the news about you. Do you need my help?" Juhan asked. Su Yicheng only shook his head. "There's no need for that. Thank you." Juhan nodded. He didn't doubt that he would be able to solve this problem. He picked up the tea that the waiter had just served and took a sip. After a long while, he slowly said, "I didn't expect us to end up like this." There was no lack of emotion in his tone. Su Yicheng didn't say anything and only picked up his coffee and took a sip. Juhan said slowly, "Actually, I've always been jealous of you. I also hated you. I was jealous that you could have her full love. I hated that you could make her eyes only lock on you. I was clearly the one who knew her first, but ever since you appeared, I was no longer in her eyes." Although he didn't name her, Su Yicheng knew that the she he was talking about was Ling Lan. "You might not know this, but before the two of you started dating, I once confessed to her, but she rejected me. She was very direct and didn't care about my feelings. She said that the person she liked was you and that she would like you for the rest of her life." As he said that, Juhan laughed softly. "Actually, I was very angry the moment she rejected me. I was angry that she couldn't see the good in me even though I was no worse than you in any way. At that time, I was so childish that I even wanted to fight with you. However, when I walked to your door, I stopped because I didn't want to lose you as a friend. I didn't want to lose you as a brother." As Juhan said this, his eyes were staring straight at Su Yicheng, who was sitting opposite him. Su Yicheng also looked back at him, not avoiding his gaze. The coffee arrived at this time. "Sir, your coffee." The waitress placed the coffee in front of Juhan with a smile and then left with a smile. Juhan retracted his gaze. There was a faint smile on his lips, but it looked a little bitter. He took a small spoon and gently mixed the black liquid. Without adding sugar or milk, he picked up the coffee and took a light sip. The bitter liquid flowed down his throat and directly into his stomach. His face remained unchanged, not showing any twisted or ferocious expression because of the bitterness of the coffee. "After you two got together, although I was jealous and unwilling, I still gave you my blessings. Although I couldn't have her, I knew that you were someone who would keep your promise for life once you gave her a role. I knew that you would never let her suffer again when you held her hand." As he spoke, Juhan lowered his tone. He was silent for a while before he said, "I thought you two would be happy and go far together, but I didn't expect her to come to me crying on a rainy night." Su Yicheng didn't say a word, and his eyes were only fixed on the cup of coffee. "We've all done wrong. From the start, we've made a few mistakes, but we've made more and more mistakes. I don't want to, but I can't control myself. In the end, I even betrayed my best friend and brother because of that ridiculous love. At that time, I thought I wouldn't regret it, but in the end." Juhan shook his head with a bitter smile. Standing up, he looked at him and said, "I've known Ling Lan for 30 years. From the moment she was born until now, I've always thought that I knew her very well. However, it was only after I divorced her that I realized that I didn't know her at all. In fact, I've never even seen her clearly. I'll say one last thing, her methods shouldn't be limited to this, you'd better be on your guard. After he finished speaking, he took the briefcase on the side and turned to leave. Suya Cheng's eyes were fixed on his back, and just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Juhan, when are you free to have a drink?" Juhan was stunned and turned to look at him. After a while, he came back to his senses and nodded. "All right, I'll wait until you're done with this." Suya Cheng nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Juhan also laughed, but he didn't walk over. He waved his hand and walked out of the coffee shop. When Secretary Zheng came over, he happened to pass by Juhan, who was leaving. The two of them recognized each other and didn't talk much. They just nodded slightly. When Secretary Zheng came in again, Suya Cheng had already returned to his seat. When he saw him coming over, he raised his hand to signal him. Secretary Zheng walked over to him and handed him the information in his hand. He explained, "The Public Security Bureau has already gotten an expert to verify that the video is fake. The police are still investigating the person who posted the video, but according to the latest news, the person who posted the video is obviously an experienced person. The police found out that the ID of the person who posted the video was from an unlicensed internet cafe in the suburbs. There was no registration and no surveillance, so it's hard to find out if the person who posted the video is a man or a woman." Suya Cheng flipped through the information while listening to Secretary Zheng. When he was almost done reading the information, he looked up at him and said, "Go to the hotel and check the surveillance video of the gate between 11:30 and 12 that night. Maybe you can find something." Secretary Zheng nodded and looked at him. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. "City, that." The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. Suya Cheng raised his eyebrows. "If you have something to say, just say it," he said. "Don't beat around the bush. I heard from the Municipal Party Committee that no matter if it's true or not, you will be punished." After Secretary Zheng finished speaking, he carefully observed his reaction. Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng nodded, and the expression on his face didn't change. He didn't seem to be too surprised, and he only said, "I know." "City, aren't you worried?" Secretary Zheng asked curiously. Suya Cheng glanced at him and simply said, "Is there any use in worrying?" Since he knew it was going to happen, there was no use in worrying. It's better to let nature take its course than this. In fact, he was starting to get tired of being busy during this period of time. He went out early and came back late every day. It was fine when he was alone in the past, but now that he had Anran, and Anran was pregnant, he actually wanted to spend more time with her. Secretary Zheng nodded and looked at him. City is very open-minded. Suya Cheng smiled faintly and was about to say something when he heard the phone on the table ring at this time. It was a call from the city. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello, who is this? Are you Deputy Mayor Suya Cheng?" It was a strange man's voice on the other end of the phone, and his tone was not kind. Suya Cheng frowned and only asked, "Yes, may I know who you are?" "I'm Wu Chengbin, captain of the criminal investigation team of Jiangcheng City's Public Security Bureau. I'm calling today to ask Mayor Su to cooperate with a rape case that happened on Park Road in the early hours of the morning last night. The victim insisted that the suspect was you, Deputy Mayor Su, so I'm asking you to cooperate with the investigation. May I ask where Deputy Mayor Su is now?" Suya Cheng's brows furrowed even deeper, and he only asked, "Who's the victim?" Ling Lan. Chapter 152. Ling Lan was raped. When Suya Cheng and Secretary Zheng arrived at the City Public Security Bureau, there were already a lot of reporters at the door. When they saw Suya Cheng coming over, they quickly surrounded him, and the camera lights flickered non-stop. There were so many microphones in front of him that it was difficult to tell who was who. "Mayor Su, did you come to the police station today to prove that you are related to the rape case that happened on Park Road this morning?" "Mayor Su, I heard that the woman who was raped this morning was Mayor Ling's daughter, Ling Lan. Is that true?" "Mayor Su, I heard that the victim of the rape case this morning was very sure that you were the suspect yesterday. May I know where you were at the time of the crime last night?" "Mayor Su, please explain." Seeing this, Secretary Zheng went forward to chase away the reporters. Please make way, please. However, Secretary Zheng was alone, so he naturally couldn't fight against so many of them. Someone bypassed Secretary Zheng and rushed directly to Su Yucheng, asking, Mayor Su, please answer. I have nothing to say, because I don't know what happened in the early hours of the morning. I was in the suburbs at that time, more than an hour's drive from the city and an hour and 20 minutes drive from Park Road. I'm here to cooperate with the investigation, but I think you're asking the wrong person. Su Yucheng explained calmly. Then, Mayor Su, what's the explanation for the photos and videos circulating on the internet? The man asked in a daze, with no intention of letting him go. Su Yucheng glanced at him and simply said, regarding the videos and photos circulating on the internet, the Municipal Party Committee's Publicity Department has already released a public announcement to explain this matter to everyone. The videos that were released last night were not true. We have also handed this matter over to the Public Security Bureau to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. We will definitely punish those who spread the rumors with malicious intent. Mayor Su, some people said that you were just putting on a show when you pulled your wife out to show off your love for her husband. They said that you were just trying to get more votes for the next mayor election. Is that true? The man questioned him, holding the microphone and demanding that he explain clearly. Su Yucheng frowned and only said, I love my wife very much. His tone was certain and unquestionable. Mayor Su, please. The man still wanted to ask more, but he was interrupted by Su Yucheng. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. I can't say anything else. As he said that, he walked past them and entered the police station. The reporters still wanted to chase after them, but they were blocked by the guards at the door. When Su Yucheng entered the office building, the captain of the criminal investigation team was already waiting for him in the office. When he saw Su Yucheng coming over, he only nodded slightly and motioned for him to sit down. Regarding the rape case on Park Road last night, the victim insisted that you were the suspect, so I would like to ask you a few questions. I hope that you can cooperate with us and answer my questions truthfully. Su Yucheng nodded. Sure, no problem. Taking the pen and paper, Captain Wu asked, May I ask where Mayor Su was at 11:30 last night and around 1:30 in the morning? I'm at my parents' house, in the military compound outside the city. Su Yucheng said truthfully. Looking into his eyes, Captain Wu asked again, who can prove it? My wife, my parents, my sister and her boyfriend, and the staff at the door can also prove that I went back yesterday. Su Yucheng spoke very calmly, and there was no change in his expression. Captain Wu was silent for a while. After a while, he asked, May I ask if you know the victim, Ling Lan? Yes, I do. Su Yucheng nodded. What's your relationship? It doesn't matter, Su Yucheng replied. But that's not what Miss Ling said. She said that you two were very close and that you took good care of her. You two even had a relationship before. She said that you asked her to meet you at Park Road last night, but she didn't expect you to rape her. Captain Wu said. Captain Wu, do you really believe such a one-sided story? Su Yucheng asked in return. I will investigate whether it's just a one-sided story. However, we can confirm that Ling Lan was raped. Our colleagues brought her to the hospital for a checkup. The wounds on her body were indeed caused by rape. There were also signs of forced entry on her lower body. Also, the person who reported the incident at the scene confirmed that she was lying in a flower bed naked. When the witness heard the sound, he went over and saw a man running away in panic. Su Yucheng frowned and only said, I don't have the time to commit a crime. Captain Wu looked at him for a while, then handed him the document in his hand and said, If you have no problems with it, sign here. Su Yucheng took the document, which contained some of the statements he had just taken. After confirming that there were no problems, he signed his name directly at the bottom. Captain Wu took it and glanced at it, then closed the document and said, I'll send people to investigate the authenticity of the above. Also, I would like to ask Mayor Su to cooperate with us to go to the hospital to do a DNA test. We found traces of the suspect on Ling Lan's body. I think it's more accurate than a statement. Su Yucheng nodded. Okay, if the case requires it, I can cooperate. Captain Wu nodded, tidied up the documents on the table, and said, Let's go over now. Su Yucheng took Captain Wu's car directly to the hospital. On the way, Xia Cheng asked him about the nude photo scandal case on the internet, and Captain Wu only said, someone outside verified that the video on the internet was indeed edited and synthesized, but the photo is real. From the angle of the photo, we can be sure that the photo was taken outside the hotel, but we went to the hotel to look for his surveillance video, but we were too late. It was taken away by someone. This person should be a repeat offender. He knows our every move very well. He's very smart and didn't leave any clues. Xia Cheng only nodded and said, perhaps you can start from the hospital. That night, when Ling Lan and I left the hospital, it was almost 12 o'clock. I only drove her to the hotel on the way and then went straight home. There should be surveillance cameras in the area where my apartment is. Captain Wu nodded, turned the steering wheel, and stopped the car in front of the hospital. Before he got out of the car, he looked at Xia Cheng and said, it seems like someone is trying to kill you this time. Xia Cheng smiled, maybe. Captain Wu didn't say anything. He just shrugged and got out of the car. When Xia Cheng saw Ling Lan again in the hospital, he saw her half lying on the bed, her head turned and her eyes looking out of the window. She seemed to be looking at something seriously, but no one knew. Xia Cheng knocked on the door, and Ling Lan, who was in the room, finally reacted. She slowly turned her face around, and when she saw him, she was first stunned, but then the corners of her mouth widened into a smile. It's rare that you've come to see me, he said. Xia Cheng went in and stood at the head of her bed. Only then did he see the bruises at the corner of her eyes and the scars at the corner of her mouth. Even her face was half swollen. All of this proved that she had indeed been violently treated. I also think that was the last time I saw you, Xia Cheng said lightly. He. Ling Lan chuckled, but her eyes suddenly turned sharp as she said, I told you, I won't let you off so easily. So, that day, you ran out on purpose to let my car hit you, then pretended to be unconscious so that I could take you to the hospital, and then deliberately let me carry you back to the hotel. In fact, you had already arranged 4 people to wait there. They just wanted to see me carrying you, then take a photo, and get someone to find a hidden hacker to upload the photo and the prepared video to the internet, right? Xia Cheng asked, his tone so calm that no emotion could be detected. Ling Lan smiled. She looked at him and said, I don't even know what you're talking about. If my sister remembers wrongly, when that so-called nude photo society came out, I specifically looked for the media to clarify things. Is that so? Xia Cheng stared straight at her and said, what about last night? You insisted that I raped you. Was it really me? Hearing this, Ling Lan's entire body started to tremble. She bit her lips tightly and became agitated. She looked at him and said through gritted teeth, I became like this, and it's all because of you. You're the one who caused me to be like this. That's right, I looked for you on purpose and let you hit me on purpose. I got someone to take photos and upload the video online because I want to destroy you. I want to destroy you with my own hands. As she spoke, she grabbed the pillow behind her and threw it at Xia Cheng. Ah! Xia Cheng dodged to the side and coldly watched as she screamed like crazy, without much expression on his face. What's going on? The nurse outside the door heard the noise and ran in. What happened? Before she could react, a teacup was thrown at her. Fortunately, Xia Cheng, who was standing next to her, was quick to react and directly reached out to knock the teacup that flew over to the ground. Bang! 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 The glass shards shattered all over the ground. The cup was broken at her feet, and the nurse was so shocked that she stood there in a daze for a while. She didn't even know what had happened. Get out! Who let you in? Ling Lan screamed at the nurse like she had gone mad. The nurse only reacted after a while and quickly turned around to leave. After the nurse left, Ling Lan's emotions had calmed down. She looked at Xia Cheng and sneered, Xia Cheng, I'm telling you, if I'm not having a good time, then you can forget about having a good time. Anyway, I'm going to go all out. Even if I die, I'm going to drag you down with me. Do you think you can just frame me with these fake things? Xia Cheng only found it ridiculous. When did she start to look down on him? So what if you've found out everything? You still can't escape punishment from the municipal party committee. Don't even think of stepping on my father's head to get to the top. It's not that easy. Even if she couldn't destroy him, she would destroy his career. Xia Cheng looked at her and shook his head. You're crazy. With that, he turned around and left the ward without looking at her again. Xia Cheng, come back. Get back here. In the ward behind her, Ling Lan was screaming madly. Su Cheng didn't turn around to look at her again. Ling Lan sat on the bed, her entire body smacking the pillow around her. The needle on her hand that was receiving an foredrip had fallen out due to her violent movements, and the blood was flowing out from the small wound. Then, looking at the bright red blood stain on the snow-white duvet, Ling Lan's entire body slowly calmed down. She couldn't help but giggle foolishly, and muttered to herself, "I'm crazy, I've been crazy for a long time, it's all because of you." She suddenly remembered the night before, when she had just left the bar and was walking to the park. Someone had suddenly hugged her from behind. She didn't know what had happened and wanted to shout, but someone had covered her mouth tightly with his hand. She couldn't make a sound at all. Then, she heard someone behind her say in an obscene voice, "I've seen the videos of you on the internet. Your breasts are really white and big, and they're really flirtatious. You're the type that brother likes. Come, let brother satisfy you today." As the man spoke, he dragged Ling Lan towards a bush of flowers at the side. He covered her mouth with one hand and dragged her away by her neck with the other. Vroom! Ling Lan wanted to make a sound, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Her neck was being pulled until it was burning with pain. Her feet could only follow him and move back. Her hands were constantly slapping him, but she couldn't break free at all. There were very few houses and people on that road. It was also midnight, so there were very few cars on the road. Ling Lan felt a sharp pain in her body, and by the time she reacted, she had already been thrown to the ground. The stones on her back only hurt. However, she couldn't care about the pain coming from her back. She only saw a man with a very wretched smile staring at her. His eyes seemed to be shining in the dark night. Ling Lan was very scared and kept shaking her head. She saw his eyes filled with tears and his pitiful expression. He kept mumbling, "Don't come over, don't come over. I beg you, don't come over." She couldn't care less about the mud, branches, and stones on the ground. She used both her hands and feet to retreat. Hee, little b asterisk tch, weren't you very flirtatious in that video? Come, let Big Brother satisfy your lecherous heart. Let Big Brother have a good time with you. The perverted man rubbed his hands together, a terrifying smile on his face. No. Ling Lan shook her head. She kept retreating and cried, "That video is fake. I got someone to edit it. The person in it isn't me. It really isn't me. I beg you to let me go. Let me go, please. I'll give you money. I'll give you however much money you want. Don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." Ling Lan pleaded, hoping that he would be kind enough to let her go. The perverted man wiped the drool that was almost dripping from the corner of his mouth. The way he looked at Ling Lan became more and more evil. His eyes were shining as he shook his head and said, "It's okay. Your breasts look even bigger than in the video. Big Brother likes them." As he spoke, he pounced towards Ling Lan and said, Come and let Big Brother have some fun." Ling Lan screamed and turned to run away, but the man grabbed her hair and pulled on it tightly. He pressed his entire body on top of her, forcing her to turn around and look at him. "Little b asterisk tch, go to the track before you let your brother have his fun." As he said that, he slapped Ling Lan's face ruthlessly. He didn't show any mercy at all. Ling Lan's face became red and swollen immediately. "Ah!" Ling Lan cried out in shock, "It hurts, it hurts." Without waiting for her to finish, another slap landed on her face. Then, without giving her a chance to speak, Ling Lan's hand clamped down on her chin, pinching her mouth, and she gritted her teeth as she whispered into her ear, "Don't scream. If you want to die, call your people over and let us kill you." As he spoke, he slapped her again. The burning pain on Ling Lan's face made her cry, but she didn't dare to cry out loud, afraid that he would hit her again if she cried out loud. Ever since she was young, she had always been a pampered girl who was loved by everyone. Even though her father had broken up with her on the surface, he had secretly transferred money to her card when she was alone abroad. She had never been hit by anyone since she was young, not even a finger. The perverted man saw that she had quieted down and was about to cry, but he forced himself to cover his mouth so that he wouldn't let it out. He was satisfied. He turned around and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he began to take off his pants. He unbuckled his belt and directly took off his pants and underwear. Ling Lan watched and couldn't help but shake her head. In the end, she struggled and wanted to use all her strength to push away the person who was pressing on her. However, before she could get up and run away, he said, her head was grabbed by the pervert and slammed heavily into the mud. Ling Lan closed her eyes and screamed no. However, the man behind her didn't let go of her at all. Instead, he grabbed her hair even harder and hit her hard. He cursed angrily, "You little b*tch, who told you to run? Who told you to be disobedient? Who told you to be disobedient? You asked for it." Ling Lan was in so much pain that she could only beg for mercy. It hurts, I won't dare to do it again." Hearing this, the wretched man let go of her head and snorted coldly, "HMPH, wouldn't it have been better if you had been so obedient earlier?" As he said this, he turned Ling Lan around and made her lie on the ground. He then reached out and pulled away the clothes that she was wearing. He grabbed her chest and squeezed and pulled it. He didn't show any mercy at all. He ravaged her with all his might. He smiled lecherously and said, "F*ck, your breasts are really big and wet. If they were much better than the whores I've slept with before, I would like it." As he said that, he leaned down and bit her. His teeth pulled hard, not caring if he hurt her at all. Ling Lan could only cry, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She was afraid that if she did, he would pull her hair and beat her up again. As the man bit her chest, he reached out and roughly pulled off her short skirt. Then, without foreplay, he directly sank his body down and hit her hard, ignoring her dryness and pain. He whispered in her ear with obscene words, "F*ck, this feels good. It really feels good." Ling Lan only felt nauseated. She covered her mouth and let herself cry out loud, but her tears kept flowing. "Little b*tch, did your brother make you happy?" The perverted man asked Ling Lan with a lecherous smile as he continued to hit her. Ling Lan covered her mouth. She couldn't even finish her sentence. Her tears kept flowing. When he didn't get a response, the pervert started to feel a little annoyed. He pulled off her hand and raised it to slap Ling Lan's face. He grabbed Ling Lan's hair and asked, "B*tch, I'm asking you a question. Do you feel good?" Ling Lan could only cry. She wanted to laugh so badly that someone would appear and find them, then pull her out. However, there was no such thing. The surroundings were so quiet that there wasn't even a single sound. There was only the sound of this perverted man hitting her hard. It was so disgusting that it made her want to vomit, but she couldn't do anything. "Speak. I'm asking you if I'm making you happy. If you're happy, then scream. Don't be like a dead fish." Not getting any response from Ling Lan, the vulgar man was very unhappy. The force of his impact increased, as if he had to make her speak. Ling Lan was in so much pain from being hit by him that she couldn't take it anymore. She could only grit her teeth and nod, her tears falling even more violently. She thought that she would never be humiliated like this in her life. "F*ck, don't nod. Scream it out. If it's good, scream it out. Can't you, you slut, slutty slut? Scream it out." As the man spoke, he hit her even harder, and the hand holding her chest tightened. Ling Lan had no other choice but to grit her teeth and say, "Cool. This feels so good. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, the perverted man laughed out loud. Her screams encouraged him even more, making him even more excited. Then, his entire body became more and more excited, and the frequency of him hitting her became faster and faster, and the force became stronger and stronger. Lan. Ling Lan couldn't help but scream. "Ha ha, you slutty, perverted woman." Obscene words kept coming out of his mouth. "Who's there?" Suddenly, she heard a loud shout from outside the flower bush. Ling Lan felt her body become lighter. Then, she heard the man curse in a low voice, "F*ck, you ruined my plan." As she spoke, she quickly put on her pants, but she couldn't buckle them no matter how she tried. Damn it. In his panic, he couldn't care about anything else and immediately pulled up his pants and fled. He left Ling Lan lying there naked. A couple who had returned home late noticed something strange. Their house happened to be nearby, and they had to pass by this road every day. Today, the two had a late date with a group of friends. When they passed by, they heard something strange and called out. They saw a man running out of the flowers with his pants up. When the two walked in and pushed aside the flowers, they saw a woman lying there naked. Her face was red and swollen. She had obviously been raped and couldn't care less. The man took off his clothes and had his girlfriend wrap Ling Lan up. Then, he took out his phone and called the police. As she thought about this, Ling Lan shrieked loudly. Then, she grabbed everything in the ward and smashed them on the ground. Even the half-empty four-drip was pushed aside and smashed on the ground. The transparent liquid inside flowed all over the ground, and the glass shards shattered all over the ground. A few nurses pushed the door open and entered the room. Seeing this, they rushed forward to stop Ling Lan. However, Ling Lan seemed to have gone crazy. She kept hitting her hands and feet and shouted, "Get lost, get lost, get lost. All of you get lost. Don't come here, don't come here." She hit the nurses madly and shouted, "Get out, get out, get out, don't come here. Get lost, get lost." In the midst of the chaos, everyone really had no choice. A few people worked together to hold Ling Lan down, and then someone directly injected a tranquilizer into Ling Lan. After that, although Ling Lan's entire body was still screaming madly, her voice became softer and softer. In the end, she could only mutter helplessly and intermittently, "Get lost. Don't come over. All of you, don't come over." As she spoke, her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. After Ling Lan had calmed down and fallen asleep, the nurses at the side finally heaved a sigh of relief. Someone was helping Ling Lan clean her still bleeding wound. A young nurse at the side asked in a low voice, "Head nurse, do you think she's suffering from some mental problems from the shock?" The head nurse beside her glanced at her, then turned to look at Ling Lan and said, "Contact a psychiatrist to come over and take a look." After all, she had been raped. When she was sent here yesterday, she knew that she had been beaten up badly. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for her to be traumatized. Even if she was not, she needed to find a psychiatrist to counsel her. The nurse nodded and left to make a call to the psychiatry department. At the entrance of the hospital, Su Cheng handed over the phone recording he had just made in Ling Lan's ward to Captain Wu of the criminal investigation team. In the recording, he could clearly hear Ling Lan saying that she was the one who had done everything. She had deliberately let Su Cheng's car hit her, and had deliberately let Su Cheng send her to the hospital. She had arranged for a good person to wait at the entrance of the hotel for a photo to be taken, and then posted it online along with the edited video. Holding the phone, Captain Wu shook his head and laughed. He looked at Su Cheng and said, "Mayor Su's move isn't that open and above board." Su Cheng also laughed. "I'll give you a taste of your own medicine," he said. "What's wrong with that?" Captain Wu shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "No, I didn't then." She looked at Su Cheng and said seriously, "I'll get my colleagues to talk to Ling Lan. We'll let you know if there's any new progress. Also, the results of the DNA test should be out by tomorrow. If there's no problem, we'll call you." Su Cheng nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Can you please wait for the DNA test results before you decide if you want to ask me about my confession this morning?" "Why?" Captain Wu raised his eyebrows and asked. Su Cheng said frankly and calmly, "My wife is pregnant. I don't want her to worry too much about me." Captain Wu looked at him for a while and nodded. "Okay, no problem." Su Cheng nodded and sincerely said, "Thank you." Chapter 153, Coquettish Act. After dinner, Anran heard her stomach growling in the courtyard. Chin Yun and the housekeeper were still cleaning up in the kitchen. She wanted to help out with something, but Chin Yun chased her out. Father Su and Grandfather Su said that they hadn't played chess in a long time. The two of them were playing chess in the study, and they were in a deadlock over the game. Yijiao and Johnson seemed to have a really good relationship. After dinner, they held hands and went out for a walk. Anran felt that there was something wrong between the two of them, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She just felt that something was off. They strolled out of the yard along the garden. It was October, and the sun was setting earlier and earlier. It was only 6 o'clock, and the sky was already dark. If it weren't for the street lamps, they probably wouldn't be able to see their hands. A gust of night wind blew, ruffling the tall parasol trees outside the door. The leaves rustled, and Anran suddenly felt cold. She reached out and touched her arm. No one would take off their outerwear and put it on her today. Father Su had ordered that no one was allowed to return until the matter was resolved. When she thought of Father Su's family rules yesterday, where he had lashed her again and again with his whip, she felt pain just by looking at it. In the morning, when she was chatting with Chin Yoon, she found out that the Su family had always been like this. If one made a mistake, they would be punished severely, but if one did well, they would be rewarded. Although there was some Spartan education, it was undeniable that such an iron-fisted education could raise such an outstanding Su Yicheng. The success of the Su family's upbringing did not lie in the family rules, but in the direction and attitude of the problem. After talking to Chin Yoon in the morning, he found out that Su Yicheng's father and grandpa Su weren't angry yesterday because they misunderstood that there was something between Su Yicheng and Ling Lan. They were angry that Su Yicheng had been taken advantage of when he could have avoided the matter. They were angry that he had let his family suffer the misunderstanding and the strange looks of others for no reason. They were angry that he hadn't done his best to protect his family. In fact, she should really feel lucky. Not only did she have a very outstanding and loving husband, but she also had a pair of very open-minded and not biased in-laws. The little darling inside suddenly kicked her stomach, and Anran snapped out of her daze. She looked down at her bulging stomach, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile. She reached out and gently touched her stomach, but she suddenly thought of something. Her hand that was holding her stomach suddenly stopped, and she frowned. She reached into her pocket and took out her phone. Just as she was about to call a certain someone, the person seemed to have telepathy, and the phone rang at this moment. Anran looked at the name on the caller ID, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. He reached out to answer the call and said with a smile, "I was just about to call you and you called." On the other end of the phone, Su Yicheng also laughed and only said, "So, it's telepathy, you're so smug, I don't have telepathy with you." Anran smiled sweetly, but she didn't admit it. She kicked little Shia beside her. Hee hee. Su Yicheng chuckled softly on the other end of the phone and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I've eaten." Anran nodded and asked, "How about you?" "No, I didn't." Su Yicheng didn't know if he did it on purpose, but his tone sounded a little lonely. Anran frowned and said unhappily, "Su Yicheng, are you a child? It's mealtime and you still don't know to go eat. Are you stupid?" This man was really, every time he wasn't by her side, he didn't know how to eat normally. No wonder his stomach was so tired that it was like a bee's nest with hundreds of holes despite his superb cooking skills. "Don't be a scoundrel, hurry up and go eat," he said sternly. Completely ignoring her words, Su Yicheng said pitifully, "Anran, I miss you. What should I do?" Anran was both angry and amused. "Su Yicheng, are you acting coquettishly with me?" "Yes," Su Yicheng replied naturally, not feeling embarrassed at all. He only said, "Will you let me see you if I'm acting coquettishly with you?" Anran walked forward, amused. She followed the mud wall and looked at the flowers on the side of the road. The flowers on the road were particularly beautiful under the orange street lights. She said, amused, "Su Yicheng, I think we've only met for about 10 hours, right?" "It's 11 hours and 25 minutes. Su Yicheng reported the number accurately, as if he had been counting the time. Hee hee. Anran laughed in a low voice. She was really defeated by him. She stopped and looked at the street lamp in the distance, then said, "Then I'll go find you." In fact, she missed him too. She thought about it carefully. Su Yicheng refused. "No," he said, "I'm worried about you being alone. You're pregnant with our baby. Then what should we do?" Anran asked with a chuckle. She liked it when the two of them chatted like this. There were small ambiguous emotions, and there was an indescribable sweetness and romance. As she thought about it, a cold wind suddenly blew. Achoo! She shuddered and sneezed delicately. She reached out and pinched her nose. It was really cold, and there was actually some mucus. "You caught a cold?" She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Anran suddenly felt that Su Yicheng's voice was a little close, as if it was right in front of her, not thousands of miles away from the invisible electric waves. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he rubbed his nose and said, "No, it's just that the wind outside is a little cold." In the past, he was always by her side, and when she felt cold, he would always give her a piece of clothing or give her a warm hug. Sometimes, the more minor things were, the easier it was for her to get used to it. It was because she was used to having him by her side to take care of her. Now that he was not by her side, she forgot how to take care of herself. Suddenly, a warm suit jacket was draped over her shoulders, and she fell into a warm embrace. A familiar voice sounded by her ear, "Silly, Why didn't you bring more clothes when you came out? Anran turned around in shock. When she saw the handsome face in front of her, she couldn't react for a moment. Siyu Cheng chuckled, then lowered his head to kiss her half-opened mouth and said, "Are you stupid? You can't even recognize your own husband." Anran came back to her senses and reached out to touch his face. After making sure that the temperature on his face was real, she asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Siyu Cheng smiled and hugged her even tighter, saying, "I said, I miss you." He had to face the four walls alone. He only knew that it was a kind of torture when she was not by his side. It was unbearable, so even though his father had ordered that he was not allowed to return to the courtyard before he had settled the matter, he still could not help but come back. After thinking about it, he would at most get another beating. It was no big deal. As a man, he could just grit his teeth and endure it. After all, he had been beaten before. Anran looked at him. She really wanted to say something to him, but she didn't know what to say. She saw that his hair was a little messy from the wind, so she sighed softly and reached out to tidy his hair. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the lips. She looked at him and smiled. Siyu Cheng also looked at her with a burning gaze and said with a serious expression, "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll think that you're inviting me to kiss you." Hearing this, Anran blushed again and rolled her eyes at him. She said in a low voice, "Hooligan." Then, he turned his back to her in a fit of pique. Siyu Cheng laughed out loud, rested his chin on his shoulder, and tightly wrapped his arms around her big belly. His palms slowly and gently stroked her big belly back and forth, as if he was comforting the two little babies in her belly. "Didn't Dad tell you not to come over? Why did you come back?" Leaning on his chest, Anran asked with a chuckle. "My wife and children are here. How can I stay anywhere else? Of course, I have to come here. At most, I'll be whipped again. Anyway, a man's skin is rough and thick. After that, you'll apply some medicinal wine for me." "That's good," Siyu Cheng said indifferently. Hearing this, Anran turned around and glared at him. "I don't want to apply that stinky thing on you again." She didn't want to see him being whipped by Father Su again. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Last night, when she applied medicine for him, she felt especially painful herself. She didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Siyu Cheng smiled and walked forward with her in his arms. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go and ask Dad to stop fighting today. After all, he's still his son." Anran was amused by his words. She didn't believe that he was someone who would put down his pride and beg others, nor did she believe that Father Su was someone who would casually agree to someone's plea. Speaking of the family law, she suddenly remembered what she had wanted to call him to ask. She stopped in her tracks, turned to look at him, and asked, "Let me ask you, if our children make mistakes in the future, will you punish them with the family law like Dad?" If he did, she would definitely hide his family law. Although it was said that filial children were born under the stick, she couldn't bear to see him use that kind of whip to beat her babies. Wouldn't her heart ache to death then? "I won't." Siyu Cheng almost didn't want to deny it, so he said, "I won't use the family law, even if they made a mistake." His tone was certain and unquestionable. Anran was a little surprised and asked, "Why?" Siyu Cheng glanced at her and said with a serious expression, "Girls are treasures to be pampered. How can you hit them? Girls are spoiled. You can't hit them." Anran was stunned for a moment before she realized that he had always been certain that she was pregnant with a girl. She shook her head with a chuckle and insisted on going against him, saying, "What if it's a boy?" Upon hearing this, Siyu Cheng frowned and seemed to be a little displeased. He looked at her with a serious expression and said, "It must be a girl." Anran really didn't know what to do with his stubbornness. She said, "I said if. What if it's a boy? Do you want to fight?" He didn't even think about it and directly said, "Fight." Then he added, "It must be a girl, there's no if." Anran rolled her eyes in amusement and wrinkled her nose. She poked his chest with her hand and said, "Paranoid." Siyu Cheng laughed and continued to walk forward with her in his arms, as if he were accompanying her for an after-meal walk. Chapter 154, Yi Ziwen's Anger. When Siyu Cheng took Anran shopping back home, they happened to run into Yi Ziwen, who was rushing over. That kid was driving and didn't seem to notice the two people on the road. The car whizzed past them like the wind, and the dust on the ground that was raised up choked her. Anran, who was somewhat useless, choked a few times on the dust. Su Yucheng gently patted her back, frowned, and whispered, "Does that brat Yi Ziwen think that he won't be fined for speeding here?" Anran only stopped coughing after a while. She looked up at the car that had disappeared into the night, then turned to look at Su Yucheng and asked, "Do you think he's going to look for Yu Jiao?" That direction was clearly the Su family's courtyard. Upon hearing this, Su Yucheng's lips curved into a strange smile, and then he took Anran's hand again and said, "Let's go," he said. Anran nodded meekly and extended her hand for him to hold. When Su Yucheng and Anran returned to the Su family's courtyard, they saw Yu Ziwen's car parked in front of the gate. However, before the two of them even entered the house, they could already hear the sound of fighting from inside. "Ah, what are you guys doing? Ziwen, you stop, quickly stop." It was Qin Yun's voice, calling out anxiously, "Yu Ziwen, are you crazy? Stop! Johnson, you stop too, stop fighting." It was Su Yijiao's voice. She sounded like she was about to cry, and her voice was full of sobs. "Everyone, stop!" A vigorous and powerful voice called out, and then everything stopped. It was as if the entire world had become quiet in an instant, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Outside the door, Su Yucheng and Anran looked at each other, then pushed the door open and entered. The yard was a little messy from the beating. Even the pots of the flowers and plants that Qin Yun liked were broken. The soil was scattered all over the ground, and the roots were exposed. The small table and stool at the side were also overturned. Yu Ziwen's suit that was worth tens of thousands was casually thrown on the ground. He rolled up his sleeves and glared at Johnson with a fierce expression as if he was going to eat him up. That Johnson was seriously injured by Yu Ziwen. The corners of his eyes were swollen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He reached out to touch the corner of his mouth and hissed in pain. He looked at Su Wenqing innocently and said with his non-standard Mandarin, "Dad, I don't know this person at all. He's too barbaric. He came in and threw a punch at me." Before Su Wenqing could even open his mouth, Yu Ziwen, who was on the other side, was already furious. He shouted at him, "Who are you calling daddy? Who's your daddy? Don't call me that." As he said that, he grabbed Johnson's collar with a furious expression. If his eyes were to be used as a weapon, Johnson would have been riddled with holes. "You barbarian, I don't even know you," Johnson said angrily. He reached out to grab Yu Ziwen's hand, but he couldn't. Yu Ziwen was also trained and had grown up in the military compound since he was young. Similar to the Su family, the Yi family also had a Spartan education, and they had more than the Su family. Su Wenqing was half an intellectual, but the Yi family's father was a true soldier. He was a rough man with a loud voice and a bad temper. When Yu Ziwen was young, he was disobedient, and Father Yi chased him all over the compound with canes. Fortunately, Mother Yi was a gentle and skilled woman. Father Yi was also famous for doting on his wife. That was how Mother Yi saved her son from his whip time and time again. However, she never missed the time when he was punished to go to the field. Yu Ziwen's outstretched arm had been trained since he was young. If they were to fight, even a professionally trained soldier might not be able to beat him. Su Yijiao stepped forward, her eyes still filled with fatigue, and she shouted at him, "Yu Ziwen, what exactly do you want to do? You just came up and hit me. What do you mean by this?" She grabbed his hand and said angrily, "Let go. What right do you have to grab Johnson like this?" "Jiao Jiao," Yu Ziwen looked at her and let go of her hand. He stared straight at Su Yijiao and said, "Jiao Jiao." Su Yijiao didn't look at him and helped Johnson to the side. She touched the wound on his face with her hand and said with a worried face, "Does it hurt?" Johnson enjoyed Yijiao's concern for him, so he pretended to be pitiful and said, "It hurts." As he said that, he pointed at the corner of his mouth and eyes. "This hurts too. This hurts too. My hand hurts too." When Yu Ziwen saw this, the anger in his heart grew even more. The hands hanging by his thighs were tightly clenched. The expression on his face became more and more gloomy, as if it would explode at the slightest touch. Anran turned her head and glanced at Su Yucheng, only to see that he was looking at Yu Ziwen with a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was watching a show, and he was quite happy. "Mom, where's Grandpa's safflower oil? Bring it over for Johnson to apply." Su Yijiao turned to Wen Chainian. The door was not locked, and it was obvious that she was really worried. Oh, I'll go get it, I'll go get it." Chin Yun quickly nodded and turned around to go into the house to get the medicinal oil for her. Yu Zaiwen clenched his hands so tightly that the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. His eyes were fixed on Su Yijiao. In the end, as if he couldn't bear to see Su Yijiao's concerned look towards that American named Johnson, he strode forward and grabbed Yijiao's hand, trying to drag her out of the house. Su Yijiao didn't react in time. By the time she did, she was already almost at the door. She then shouted, "Yu Zaiwen, what are you doing?" She reached out to shake him off, but he was holding her too tightly and too hard. She couldn't shake him off no matter what. Yu Zaiwen didn't say anything and just dragged her out of the door. Su Yijiao turned around and shouted, "Dad, brother, save me." Su Yicheng just looked at them and didn't move. Su Wenqing also just glanced at them and didn't say anything. He turned around and walked into the inner room. However, Johnson was a little nervous. He couldn't care less about the pain on his face and ran towards Yu Zaiwen. As he ran, he shouted, "Hey, stop, don't go. Let go of Jiao Jiao, Wei ha ha." However, when she passed by Su Yicheng blocked her. Johnson didn't understand, so he looked at Su Yicheng and asked, "Why?" He took Jiao Jiao away. "I'm going to save her." Su Yicheng shook his head and only said, "No need. They have something to discuss. Zaiwen won't hurt Yu Jiao." "No, that man is a barbarian." As he spoke, he pointed at the wound on his face. Su Yicheng shook his head with a smile and said, "When Mom comes out later, I'll ask her to apply the medicated wine on you. Grandpa's medicated wine is very good, and it will take effect very quickly." "Why? She's your sister. Your sister has been taken away by a barbarian. Aren't you worried?" Johnson shouted in confusion. Then, he heard the sound of a car starting up at the door. He couldn't be bothered to push Su Yicheng away anymore, so he quickly ran out. By the time Yu Zaiwen's car disappeared into the night, only the tail lights were left. When Chin Yun took out the medicinal wine, she saw Johnson standing at the door, calling out something in English. Other than Su Yicheng and Anran, Yijiao was also gone. "Arjun, where's Yijiao?" he asked his son. Su Yicheng held Anran's hand and walked in. He only smiled and said, "Yijiao was taken away by Ziwen." Chin Yun furrowed her brows and asked Su Yicheng, "What's going on? Why did this Ziwen come up to me and hit me today?" He had watched these children grow up with his own eyes, so he knew their characters and temper very well. They would never hit someone for no reason. Su Yicheng and Anran looked at each other and smiled, then said mysteriously, "Someone has forced a certain someone into a corner." Chin Yun didn't understand what he was saying. She frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Yicheng only smiled without saying anything. Chin Yun ignored him and turned to Anran, saying, "Anran, tell me, what happened?" Anran smiled, but she didn't know what to say. She only said, "Mom, you should wait for Yijiao to come back and ask her yourself. I don't know what's going on." Chin Yun gave the couple a strange look. She felt that they were hiding something from her. Then, when she turned around and was about to pass the ointment to Johnson, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Su Yicheng with a smile. "Hey, what are you doing back here? Didn't your dad tell you to settle everything before you come back?" As he spoke, he looked at Anran, who was standing next to him, and winked at her. Anran looked a little uncomfortable, as if she had been caught doing something bad. Su Yicheng's face also looked a little unnatural. He reached out and touched his nose, then said, "This is my home. Where else can I go if I don't come back? Come on, if Anran wasn't here, you wouldn't remember that this is your home." Chin Yun didn't stand on ceremony and mocked him. Then, she went to the door to call Johnson, whose face was covered in injuries from Yu Zaiwen. Su Yicheng and Anran looked at each other and smiled, then they held hands and walked toward their room. The results of the DNA comparison came out at noon the next day. When Captain Wu called, Su Yicheng was in the middle of a rare break, accompanying Anran in bed and taking an afternoon nap, his large palm caressing her big belly. The cell phone on the bedside table was ringing. Su Yicheng, who was in a light sleep, picked up the phone immediately. He lowered his voice so that he wouldn't wake up Anran, then gently said to the phone, "Hello." Captain Wu's voice came from the other end of the phone, saying, "Is this Mayor Su? I'm the captain of the criminal investigation team of the City Public Security Bureau. Yesterday, the DNA comparison between you and the suspect has been completed. It's confirmed that they are not the same person, so we can be sure that Maya Su has nothing to do with the rape case on Park Road yesterday morning. Well, it's good that you've investigated clearly, Suya Cheng said softly, turning his head from time to look at Anran in his arms, afraid that he would wake her up if he spoke too loudly. Also, there's a new development regarding the nude photo incident this morning. A security guard at the hotel said that he saw a man sneakily standing at the door when he was on duty that night. He roughly recognized the man and can provide us with a portrait. If you're free in Sioux City this afternoon, you can come to the police station and see if you have any impression of the suspect, Captain Wu said. In Suya Cheng's arms, Anran slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them. She happened to meet Suya Cheng's eyes and saw that he was still holding his phone in his hand. He seemed to be on the phone with someone. Suya Cheng saw that she had woken up, smiled at her, and asked softly, "I woke you up?" "No," Anran shook her head and said. She returned him a warm smile. While the couple was having a sweet interaction, Captain Wu was a little confused. He asked, "What?" Only then did Suya Cheng react, and he said to Captain Wu, "It's nothing. I'll go over and recognize the portrait later, but it'll probably take 2 hours because I'm still in the suburbs." "Okay, no problem. I'll get back to work in Sioux City." Then, Captain Wu hung up the phone. After he hung up the phone, he saw Anran trying to sit up. Seeing this, Suya Cheng quickly reached out from behind and supported her waist to help her sit up. He looked at the time on his watch and whispered in her ear, "It's only 2 o'clock. It's still early. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Anran shook her head. In fact, she liked to be sleepy, but she didn't sleep much each time. If he was by her side, she could sleep a little longer, but if he wasn't by her side, she would wake up in about half an hour or an hour. Then, she would open her eyes and look at the ceiling, but she couldn't fall asleep. "Who's calling? Are you busy?" she asked. "It's a call from the police station. They said that there's a new lead regarding the video and photos that were posted online last time. They want me to go over and confirm it," Suya Cheng said truthfully, and as he spoke, he reached out to tidy up his hair, which was slightly messy from sleeping. Anran nodded and didn't ask much about the progress, but she was still a little worried about his work. Seeing that he was frowning slightly, she asked, "Will you have any trouble at work because of this?" She had heard him mention that the municipal party committee had asked him to slow down his work. It was obvious that the municipal party committee still had some opinions on this matter. "It's okay. I'm a little tired of being like this recently. Besides, your stomach is getting bigger and bigger. I want to spend more time with you," Suya Cheng said in a relaxed manner, not caring at all. "But you didn't do anything." Anran felt sorry for him. Suya Cheng shook his head with a smile, then reached out to touch her face and said seriously, "Anran, do you care about my identity?" Anran was stunned by his question and subconsciously shook her head. She didn't care. Even at the beginning of their marriage, she thought that he was just an ordinary employee in a foreign company. She had no idea that he was the youngest powerful man in Jiangchen. "Then what does it matter if my position changes in the future?" Suya Cheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Anran looked at him and chuckled. She understood what he meant and nodded. "Okay, I got it." Whether he was the mayor or the mayor's assistant, it was his job that had changed. He was still the man she loved and the husband who loved her. Chapter 155, A Visit. Regarding the Rivertown mayor's nude photo incident that was circulating on the internet, the police specially accepted interviews from major news media on the third day after the incident and officially clarified that it was purely false. The video was edited by a computer and had poor Photoshop. It was deliberately framed by someone. Moreover, the police had also specifically asked the hotel staff that day about Suya Cheng carrying Ling Lan back to the hotel. There was indeed such a matter, but it was only because Ling Lan had been injured that day, and the wound on her forehead was still bandaged. In addition, someone had also confirmed that Suya Cheng had come back down in less than a minute, and then directly drove away. Regarding this, there was a surveillance camera in the community where Suya Cheng lived, and the time on the camera matched the time that the hotel staff had said. Therefore, the results of the series of investigations showed that Suya Cheng had simply sent the injured Ling Lan back to the hotel as a friend that day. As for the nude photo scandal incident that was posted online, it was completely caused by someone's malicious slander. As for this person who had maliciously spread the rumors and slandered Ling Lan, the police had also given a clear attitude that they would not tolerate this and would investigate this matter to the end. In addition, regarding the rape case that happened on Park Road in the early morning of the 13th, which the media had been pursuing, after investigation, it was confirmed that Siyu Cheng had nothing to do with it. In addition, the police had also done their best to investigate the real suspect, and he believed that an explanation would be given to everyone soon. Ayn Rand put down the newspaper in her hand, then turned her head and asked Siyu Cheng, who was so bored that he was flipping through a famous book, "What rape case is this in the newspaper?" Siyu Cheng didn't look up and only replied indifferently, "It's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding." He didn't say anything, and Ayn Rand didn't ask. She stood up and walked toward him. When he saw her coming over, Siyu Cheng put down the book in his hand and opened his arms with a faint smile. Ayn Rand didn't stand on ceremony. She stepped forward and sat on his lap very naturally. She wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. "Are you sleepy?" Siyu Cheng whispered in her ear. He had been woken up by the wake-up call in the morning, and for the past few days in the courtyard, he had been woken up by it almost every day. Ayn Rand was the kind of person who found it difficult to fall back asleep after being woken up, so she woke up with the wake-up call every day. He had no problem with it. When he lived in the courtyard, he would wake up with the wake-up call and follow his father and grandfather to exercise. After moving out, he had developed a habit of doing so. His biological clock would wake him up automatically at that time every day, and he would go out for a morning run before coming back. After they got married, there were a few times when he was afraid of waking and ran up, so he would lie down with her for a while. However, Ayn Rand was pregnant now, and pregnant women always needed more sleep. Now that she had to get up early every day because of this wake-up call, she was seriously lacking sleep. Speaking of sleepiness, she was indeed a little sleepy. Ayn Rand yawned elegantly and suddenly remembered that he had gone to the police station to recognize the photo yesterday, so she casually asked, "What do you think of the photo from yesterday?" In fact, it was not much different from what he had expected. He did not recognize the suspect's profile picture at all, nor did he have any impression of it. However, sometimes there really were such coincidences, and it also verified the old saying that heaven's justice is long and loose did have some truth to it. He didn't recognize the suspect, but a colleague of his who had gone out to work on a case had just returned and poured himself a glass of water. He wanted to calm down before going out to do his work. It was just a coincidence that when he passed by the computer, he accidentally glanced at it and really recognized the picture on the computer. After thinking for a long time, he confirmed that it was similar to the suspect of a case he had worked on before. He also found the information on the case, and the photos on it were 80% similar to the puzzle on the computer. After checking the file, it turned out that this person was a computer informant. He had opened a computer repair shop at home and had stolen and downloaded other people's privacy while repairing computers. He had even used that privacy to blackmail the victim. In the end, someone was unwilling to be blackmailed for a long time and directly called the police. For this, the person paid the price of 2 years in prison and was only released half a year ago after completing his sentence. With this important lead, although the person didn't return home after completing his sentence, the overall direction of the investigation had been confirmed, and the things that happened together were slowly beginning to become clear. In addition, the police had also approached Ling Lan's side to ask about her. Her words were a little vague, and there were many times when she had to refute her own statements. It was obvious that there was something wrong with her statement, but because they didn't have any concrete evidence yet, the police side still waited and didn't make any rash moves. Siyu Cheng briefly explained the situation to Ayn Rand. After he finished, he realized that the person in his arms had fallen asleep while he was talking. She was lying on his shoulder with her eyes closed and her small mouth slightly open, letting out a faint snoring sound. She looked especially cute. Siyu Cheng shook his head with a chuckle and carefully carried her back to the bed. It was as if his body temperature had suddenly disappeared, and Ayn Rand was still a little uncomfortable. She rubbed her head against the pillow and muttered a few words in her sleep before finally falling asleep. Siyu Cheng covered her with the blanket, then placed the book on the desk onto the bookshelf. Just as he was about to open the door, he saw Chin Yoon raising her hand to knock on the door. "Mom, what's up?" he asked, slightly stunned. Chin Yoon nodded. "Secretary Jang is here. He's in the living room. He said he wants to talk to you." Upon hearing this, Suya Cheng nodded. Now that the matter had come to an end, and the Municipal Party Committee's decision was about to be made, he wasn't too surprised that Secretary Jang would come to find him. Chin Yoon looked into the room and asked, "Anran fell asleep?" Suya Cheng nodded, reached out, and gently closed the door. As he followed his mother to the living room, he said, "Mom, I'm going to take Anran home tonight. She didn't get a good night's sleep because of the morning call." Chin Yoon thought about it for a moment. Actually, she knew that Anran didn't sleep well. She had lived in the courtyard for decades and was used to the sound of the whistle. Sometimes, she even treated it as a lullaby. It sounded its way, and she slept with it. However, Anran had only been here for a few days, so naturally, she wasn't used to it. Furthermore, she was pregnant, and she loved to feel sleepy. If she didn't sleep well every day, it wouldn't be good for her in the long run. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to come back once a week to let us know that Anran is fine." Although she knew that it would be more convenient for her to take care of Anran if she stayed, for the sake of her two fat grandsons in her stomach, perhaps it would be better for her to follow Arjun back to the city. Moreover, Anran's maiden home in the city was close, so Lin Xiaofen could also drop in from time to take care of her. In addition, she saw that the Aunt Jang that Ah Cheng had hired was also a good person who knew how to take care of people. Suya Cheng smiled and nodded. "No problem." When she arrived at the living room, Secretary Jang was sitting on the sofa, thinking about something. He was holding a cup of tea in his hand, and he didn't even notice Suya Cheng coming over. Suya Cheng sat down in front of him and called out, "Secretary Jang." Only then did Secretary Jang come back to his senses. He looked at him and smiled. "Ye Cheng." Suya Cheng nodded with a faint smile and only said, "Secretary Jang, are you looking for me to talk about my punishment in the city?" Secretary Jang looked at him. He had always known that he was smart and would see through everything. As expected, he had already guessed his purpose the moment he came. Looking at him, she couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. "Ye Cheng, when did we become so formal? This is the Municipal Party Committee, so don't call me Secretary. Just call me Uncle Jang like before." Suya Cheng only nodded with a faint smile. Secretary Jang joked, "Ye Cheng, you can't be complaining that I asked you to temporarily put down the things you were doing, right?" Suya Cheng shook his head. "No, I just thought that Uncle Jang came to see me today to talk about work, so I thought it would be more appropriate to call you Secretary." "What do you mean by suitable or not suitable? Do you think I'll separate my private life from my family's if you call me Uncle Jang?" Secretary Jang said unhappily. Suya Cheng smiled, nodded, and greeted him. Secretary Jang nodded in satisfaction, then took a sip of tea. He looked at Suya Cheng and said, "I still prefer your the Hong Pao. It's fragrant and strong. I didn't even check what I bought. Why do I feel like it's so different from your Su families?" Suya Cheng chuckled and said, "Uncle Jang, you've asked the wrong person. All the tea in this house was brought back by Yu Jiao. Her shop has long-term cooperation with those tea suppliers. Perhaps because of this, these tea leaves are more authentic and better than the ones on the market." Secretary Jang nodded and muttered, "I really have to curry favor with Yu Jiao and ask her to bring me a few bags of these tea leaves." Suya Cheng smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't express much opinion on this. Secretary Jang took another sip of tea, and when he looked at Suya Cheng again, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He wanted to change the topic, but in the end, he still had to bring it up because the purpose of his visit today was to discuss the decision made by the Municipal Party Committee regarding this matter. He had watched Suya Cheng grow up, and since he didn't have a child, he really treated him as his own son. In fact, he personally felt that the decision to deal with this matter was quite heavy, but there was nothing he could do. It was a sensitive period. The Commission for Discipline Inspection was looking for this, but he just happened to run into it. In fact, he had only come today to give him a vaccination shot. It was best to let him know in his heart, so that when he really made a decision, there would not be too many accidents. However, he really couldn't bring himself to say it. Suya Cheng could roughly guess what he wanted to say. In fact, He also knew that it was time to strictly enforce party discipline. The last time, the matter about Ling Chuanjiang, Tong Wen'ai, and the others had attracted the attention of the provincial party committee, so it could be said that this was a very unusual period. Seeing that he was in a difficult position, Su Yicheng didn't care too much and simply said in a relaxed manner, "Uncle Zhang, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a good person." Secretary Zhang was a little amused by his words. He shook his head and said, "Luo, the higher-ups have already decided on the outcome of your case. In 2 days, you will be publicly punished." Su Yicheng didn't say anything and continued to look at him with a smile, listening to him continue what he had unfinished. Secretary Zhang looked at him and sighed. "The Municipal Party Committee has decided to record a demerit and may also remove you from your current position as deputy mayor. Of course, the Technology City case you're currently in charge of may also be transferred to someone else." The specific appointment had not been officially announced yet, but the situation was not optimistic. "I'm telling you this so that you can be mentally prepared. This is the only situation, so you just need to be prepared." Su Yicheng nodded, as if he wasn't too surprised by Secretary Zhang's response. He still had a smile on his face as he looked at Secretary Zhang and said, "Uncle Zhang, thank you for coming all the way here to inform me. I understand." Secretary Zhang shook his head and said, "Don't blame yourself for this. You've really fallen for the Ling girl's trap this time. Regardless of whether the video and photos on the internet are real or fake, your image has been completely destroyed by her. You know how powerful public opinion is now. We have to take into account the opinions of the public, but don't take it to heart. You're still young, and you still have a long career in the future. Moreover, you're also very capable, so you're not afraid that you won't be able to do well in other areas." Su Yicheng nodded and simply said, "Yes, I know. I've thought about this outcome, but it's good. I've been so busy with the Technology City case recently that I've been spending my days and nights. It's difficult for me to even find time to spend more time with Anran at home. But now, it's time. Less work means more time. Anran is pregnant now, and her stomach is getting bigger by the day. If I have some free time, I can spend more time with her." Secretary Zhang nodded and was relieved. He had a good heart. Some people might not be able to recover from such a situation. He smiled and said, "This time, you've learned your lesson. In the future, be more careful and don't let others take advantage of you. Although the price is a bit high, you're still young. You can afford this little tuition fee, right?" Su Yicheng also laughed and nodded, saying, "Yes, you're right, Uncle Zhang." Qin Yun came out of the house and smiled at Secretary Zhang. "Zhang, stay for lunch. I made your favorite steamed base. When Su comes back at noon, you two can have a few more drinks. Su told me a few days ago that he hasn't seen you in a long time." Secretary Zhang also laughed. He raised his hand to look at the time and realized that it was already noon. He smiled and said to Qin Yun, "I really can't do it in the afternoon. Old Fan told me yesterday that her head only hurts a little. I have to accompany her to the hospital for a good examination when I go back in the afternoon. Sigh, she's really useless when she's old. Her illness has worsened all of a sudden. She's usually in good health, but now, she can get sick from just a little bit of air. Is that a big deal?" Qin Yun asked with some concern as she walked towards him. "Let's go for a checkup at noon. Who knows if we don't get a checkup?" Secretary Zhang stood up and took the briefcase. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't be eating base today. I'll come to play chess with your old Su next time. I haven't even finished the last game." Qin Yun nodded her head repeatedly. "Ask your old Fan to come visit me when he's free. It's so boring to be alone at home. I'm going to get sick from boredom." "All right, I'll go back and tell her." Secretary Zhang agreed with a smile. Su Yicheng walked him out of the door, and when he returned to the living room, Anran had already come out of the room in a daze, wiping her eyes. He looked at the time and realized that he hadn't even slept for half an hour. He went forward and touched her face pitifully. She looked a little thin, probably because she had not slept well in the past few days. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" he asked with a slight frown. Anran smiled at him coyly, shook her head, and said, "You're awake." He looked at the time and realized that they still had to wait for lunch. He held her hand and walked out. "Let's go out for a walk." Anran nodded and allowed him to hold her hand as they walked out. However, when they reached the door, they happened to run into Suyu Jiao, who had returned with an angry face. She didn't know who had made him so hot, but when she saw Suyu Cheng and Anran, she only called out to them in an unpleasant tone and then ran back to her room with a gloomy face. What happened? Anran looked at Suyu Cheng, a little puzzled. In fact, not long after Yi Zaiwen took Yu Jiao away yesterday, Johnson received a phone call and left. He didn't say anything, but because they knew that Yu Jiao was taken away by Yi Zaiwen, the Su family didn't feel worried and didn't call to ask anything. They assumed that she probably lived in the city since she didn't come back. Suyu Cheng shrugged and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. However, before the two of them could turn around, Yizi suddenly ran in from outside like a gentle breeze. When she saw Suyu Cheng, a big smile appeared on her face. She grabbed him and asked, "Arjun, is Mother Su here? I'm here to ask for her hand in marriage." Upon hearing this, Anran and Suyu Cheng's eyes widened. This development was too fast, and looking at Yu Jiao's expression just now, they didn't feel the joy of being engaged at all. Instead, they felt anger. Without waiting for Suyu Cheng's answer, Yi Zaiwen ignored him and only said, "I'll go in and find Mrs. Su myself." She ran into the house as she spoke. Anran and Suyu Cheng looked at each other and then laughed at the same time. As the two of them looked at each other and smiled, Anran's phone rang. It was Jiyu Hengwen. She picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Dad." On the other end of the phone, Jiyu Hengwen said anxiously, "Anran, your mother is in the hospital." Chapter 156, The Illness. When Anran received a call from Jiyu Hengwen saying that Lin Xiaofen had been admitted to the hospital again, Anran panicked and lost her mind. She was completely at a loss. Fortunately, Suyu Cheng was by her side. Only when he took the phone from her hand did he know that Lin Xiaofen's old illness had relapsed. The doctor had initially determined that the tumor in her brain had spread, but the doctor had yet to make a clear conclusion on whether it had deteriorated into a malignant tumor. After Suyu Cheng heard this, he only told Jiyu Hengwen that they would be there soon, then hung up the phone. He didn't care about how Yi Zaiwen was going to propose marriage, and he didn't even bother to eat lunch. He only said a few words to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun heard about it, she told him to give her a call when they arrived and asked about the situation. Suyu Cheng nodded, then he directly took Anran into the car and drove toward the city. On the way, Anran was still a little nervous. She muttered something in a low voice, and she didn't know where to put her hands because of her worry and nervousness. Suyu Cheng glanced at her, then freed his hand to hold her hand and hold it tightly in his palm. Anran looked at him, her eyes red and misty. She held Suyu Cheng's hand tightly, so hard that it turned red, but she didn't feel it at all. She was worried, scared, and nervous. She didn't even know what words to use to describe her feelings at the moment. Didn't the doctor say last time that it wouldn't affect my normal life in the future? How did it suddenly worsen? How did it become like this? Anran muttered helplessly. She was too scared right now. The person lying in the hospital was her mother, the person who had brought her into this world, the person who had cared for her since she was young. Don't worry, Suyu Cheng didn't know what he could say at this moment, so he could only comfort her like this. But the tumor is in the brain. It's in the brain. Anran grabbed his hand, and her emotions became a little agitated because of her worry. Suyu Cheng turned to look at her, sighed softly, and stopped the car by the side of the road. "Why did you stop the car?" Anran didn't understand and said anxiously, "Hurry up and drive. I want to go and accompany Mom." Suyu Cheng pulled her hand over and gently placed it on his lips, not saying anything for a long time. Because she was worried about Lin Xiaofen's condition, Anran was a little anxious and struggled to take back her words. Her tone became a little stern as she complained, "Suyu Cheng, hurry up and drive." As she said that, she could not control the tears in her eyes, and they fell down in big drops. Suyu Cheng pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back to comfort her. Anran patted Suyu Cheng with her hand, crying as she said, "Don't hug me. Drive. I want to see my mother." Suyu Cheng allowed her to hit him as she wished, but he hugged her even more tightly than before, and he only repeated, "Don't be afraid, it's okay, it's okay. I haven't had the time to show my filial piety to her, and the baby isn't born yet. I don't know how to be a good mother, I don't know how to take care of the child, I don't know anything, and I have to wait for her to teach me a lot. Yu Cheng, what do you think I should do if Mom's tummy really worsens? I'm so scared, really so scared. Leaning on his shoulder, Anran sobbed. So Yu Cheng patted her and comforted her gently. Silly girl, don't let your thoughts run wild. Mom will be fine, so don't scare yourself. Anran pushed him away and stared into his eyes. Her eyes were red, and she pouted. But why did she faint again? The doctor clearly said that she was fine last time and that it wouldn't affect her life in the future. So Yu Cheng sighed softly and reached out to wipe the tears on her face as he said, Anran, the doctors haven't come to a conclusion yet, have they? Don't scare yourself like this. If Mom sees you like this, she'll be worried. Do you want her to be worried about you? Anran shook her head uncomfortably. She grabbed his hand and held it tightly, saying, I'm so scared, I'm so worried. Silly girl, why do you always think of the worst? Maybe Mom is fine. You're not crying for nothing. So Yu Cheng tried his best to make his voice sound more relaxed, hoping to ease her somewhat nervous mood. He reached out his other hand to wipe the tears from her face and asked helplessly, Anran, do you want Mom to be busy? Of course not. How could she think that something would happen to her mother? She was just afraid. She was worried that something would happen to her mother. Upon hearing this, So Yu Cheng laughed and pinched her delicate nose with his hand, saying, Then why are you crying like this? It's as if Mommy really has something. Anran was at a loss for words. She lowered her head and said, I'm just so worried, I'm scared. All right, it's fine, don't worry. So Yu Cheng reached out and touched her head, then sighed and said, Don't cry anymore. My heart aches when I see you cry. Anran pursed her lips and hit him with a little complaint. Then don't keep saying things that will make me cry. He didn't know that when he was deeply in love, it was so easy for people to be moved to the point of tears. Silly girl. So Yu Cheng smiled, grabbed a tissue from the car, and wiped away the tears on her face. Then, he turned around and started the car again. On the way, although Anran was still a little nervous and scared, she wasn't as nervous as she had been just now. However, when the car arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Anran hesitated for a moment and nervously held So Yu Cheng's hand. So Yu Cheng turned to look at her and held her hand tightly in return. He looked at her and firmly said, Don't worry, it'll be fine. Perhaps it was because of his encouragement that Anran was truly relieved. She looked at him and nodded, then let him lead her into the hospital. When they arrived at the ward, Lin Xiaofen had already woken up. Ji Hengwen sat by her bed and looked at her with a worried expression. He kept asking her if she was feeling unwell anywhere. Lin Xiaofen looked a little tired, and her head felt a little heavy. However, she didn't want her husband to worry, so she forced a smile, shook her head, and said that she was fine. Anran and So Yu Cheng came in. As soon as they came in, Anran ran to the bed worriedly, took her mother's hand, and asked. The concern on her face didn't need to be expressed. Lin Xiaofen looked at her husband with some resentment. She blamed him for not telling Anran. Considering Anran's stomach, the hospital was full of germs, and it was not appropriate for pregnant women to come here too often. However, he knew that his daughter was just worried about him. He just smiled and shook his head, telling her not to worry. The inside was left for Anran and Lin Xiaofen to talk to, while So Yu Cheng and Ji Hengwen walked out of the ward. Seeing his father-in-law's worried expression, So Yu Cheng asked, Dad, what did the doctor say? Ji Hengwen glanced at him and said with a lonely look on his face, The doctor said that although the tumor has not worsened and become cancerous, the position of the tumor has shifted compared to before. Now, it's directly pressing on the optic nerve. If we don't do the surgery, we may lose our sight. So Yu Cheng's heart sank. This was not the worst news, but it was definitely not good news either. If it was a surgery, it would definitely be an open skull surgery. The risk of using a knife on the head was several times higher than other things. Even if one had 100% confidence, there was no guarantee of 100% success. The two of them were silent, not saying a word, because they didn't know what to say or what to say. The door opened, and Anran came out. Seeing that the two people outside didn't look good, she panicked and asked softly, What did the doctor say? Their hands were clasped together nervously. From their expressions, she seemed to be able to tell what they were writing, and she was a little worried. So Yu Cheng looked at her and smiled gently. He reached out and pulled her hand over to stop her from abusing her own hand. He gently shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Don't worry." Anran looked at him and then turned to look at Jiyu Hengwen. "Dad, what did the doctor say?" Jiyu Hengwen sighed softly and repeated what he had just said to Su Yicheng to her. After hearing this, Anran was stunned. She didn't know what to do and couldn't speak. Su Yicheng stepped forward and held her in his arms, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Although it's not a good result, there's no cancer, right?" Before the results were out, they were most worried that the tumor would become cancerous. Although it wasn't perfect, at least it wasn't cancer. Anran was still a little dazed, but Jiyu Hengwen had come back to his senses. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at them and said, "Yes, Yicheng is right. Even if it's not cancer, it's still a blessing in the midst of misfortune. We have to believe that with the advancement of medicine, the success rate of craniotomy is also getting higher and higher. There's nothing to worry about, nothing to worry about." Anran looked at her husband and father. Although she knew that this wasn't the worst result, she still felt a little sad, and she couldn't control her emotions. She wasn't strong or brave to begin with, but after she got pregnant, she seemed to cry even more than before, and her tears were always uncontrollable. Su Yicheng knew that she was upset, so he turned her around and buried her head in his arms. Jiyu Hengwen looked at her and felt upset as well. His eyes turned slightly red, and he turned his back to her. The three of them stood outside for a while. After they had calmed down, they pushed the door open and went in. Lin Xiaofen looked at them and didn't ask where they had just gone. She just smiled at them indifferently. Jiyu Hengwen looked at the time and went forward to ask her in a gentle voice, "Are you hungry? I'll go buy you some food." "I'm really a little hungry," Lin Xiaofen nodded and said with a smile. Jiyu Hengwen nodded and turned around to go out to buy food. Su Yicheng pulled him back and said with a faint smile, "Dad, I'll go." And Ran hadn't eaten yet, so he went over to take a look. He also wanted to see if there were any dishes and Ran liked to eat and bring some up. Jiyu Hengwen didn't insist and only nodded. The food around the hospital wasn't delicious, but the family had a good time eating together, even though there was a faint sadness behind the happiness. After eating, Anran sat in the ward and chatted with Lin Xiaofen. As Jiyu Hengwen was taking senior high school students with him, his homework had been tight recently. He still had class in the afternoon, so he went back to school first. Also, let's see if tomorrow's class can be adjusted to other teachers. Su Yicheng went directly to Lin Xiaofen's attending doctor's office. The doctor recognized him and appeared a little respectful and reserved. However, after understanding his purpose for coming, he still analyzed Lin Xiaofen's condition from his professional point of view. It was similar to what Jiyu Hengwen had heard. Although her life was not in danger, because the tumor had shifted and pressed on the optic nerve, if it was not removed, she would definitely lose her sight in the future. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Su Yicheng directly asked about the risks of the operation, and the doctor didn't try to boast. After all, this was a craniotomy, and the risks were obvious. It was impossible to say that there were no risks at all, but he couldn't give a specific number. In the end, he only said that there was an expert in the United States who was the best at this kind of operation, and if he wanted to do it in the United States, he could help contact the hospital and doctor there. After he understood the situation, he returned to the ward. He pushed the door open and saw Anran and Lin Xiaofen sleeping on the bed. Anran was snuggling in her mother's arms like a child with a faint smile on her face. Lin Xiaofen didn't sleep deeply. When Su Yicheng opened the door and came in, her colleague also opened her eyes. "Mom, did I wake you up?" Su Yicheng whispered apologetically. Lin Xiaofen shook her head, then gently let go of Anran. She slowly sat up, trying her best not to wake Anran up from her deep sleep. Then, she slowly lifted the blanket and revealed the 4 drip in her hand. Upon seeing this, Su Yicheng quickly went up to the rack and hung the drip on it, then asked in a low voice, "Mom, do you need to go to the toilet?" Lin Xiaofen shook her head and glanced at Anran, who was still in bed. After making sure that she hadn't woken her up, she said to Su Yicheng, "Let's go out. I have something to talk to you about." Although Su Yicheng didn't know what she was going to say, he still nodded. He supported her with one hand and carried the rack with the 4 drip out with the other. The two of them sat down on a long wooden bench outside the ward. Lin Xiaofen's eyes stared straight at the snow-white wall in front of her. After a while, she said, Zheng, although you got married to Anran not long after you met her, and although your relationship with her isn't strong, I can see from your actions that you really love Anran. I can see that you are sincere to Anran. I am really at ease to leave my daughter in your care. As she spoke, she turned to look at Su Yicheng again and said with a smile, I have to say that Anran has good taste. Su Yicheng looked at her and could roughly guess what she wanted to say to him. In fact, ever since the nude photo scandal was exposed on the internet, the Jiyu family had not questioned him at all. He knew that it was not that they had not seen the news on the internet, but that they, like Anran, believed in his character and had never suspected anything about him, so they had not asked him anything. Su Yicheng looked at her and said seriously, Mom, it's my fortune to have Anran as my wife. It's also my fortune to have you and Dad as my two open-minded in-laws. Lin Xiaofen smiled and said, we believe you. We've seen everything you've done for us and Anran. We don't doubt your sincerity. Anran's father and I have never thought about what kind of person Anran must marry in the future. It doesn't need to be rich or capable. As long as he treats Anran well and gives Anran happiness, that's our greatest hope. Su Yicheng didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. Sometimes, when I think about it, Anran and I are really similar. Both mother and daughter seem to have the same experience. They loved each other deeply, but they were also hurt. At first, I was always afraid that Anran wasn't as lucky as me, that she wouldn't be able to meet a man as good as her father. However, reality proved that God still treated us well. I was lucky to meet Jiyu Hengwen, but Anran was lucky to meet you. Lin Xiaofen turned her head, pulled Su Yicheng's hand, and gently patted it, saying, Yicheng, perhaps Anran has a lot of shortcomings. Perhaps she's not beautiful, nor is she virtuous and gentle, but she has a very kind heart. If you treat her well, she will only treat you better. She knows how to be grateful, and she's very content. You just have to give her a little hug and a gentle smile, and she will be very satisfied. The happiness she wants has always been very simple. It doesn't need to be grand, just plain. As long as you treat her sincerely, that's enough. You don't have to say how much money you have. There's no need to say how rich they must be. The greatest happiness is when two people are happy together. Su Yicheng held her hand back and looked at Lin Xiaofen with a serious and firm expression in his eyes. It was as if he was making a promise to her, making the most serious and solemn oath. He said, Mom, I will make Anran happy. Lin Xiaofen nodded with a smile in her eyes. She stretched out her other hand and gently patted his hand. It's good that you understand what I mean. Su Yicheng nodded and said firmly, I understand. And NBSB. After receiving his affirmative reply, Lin Xiaofen finally seemed to be able to put down the worry in her heart. She let out a long sigh and turned her head to look at the person in front of her with a faint smile. I'm at ease now. Her words made Su Yicheng frown slightly. He looked at her and called out worriedly, Mom, did she find out about something, or did they overreact and cause her to misunderstand? Lin Xiaofen turned her head and simply said, it's nothing. Knowing that Anran has you by her side, I have nothing to worry about. This way, I can perform the surgery in peace. I don't have to worry about anything. Mom, you know? Su Yicheng asked. Lin Xiaofen nodded. This morning, when the doctor and Jiyu Hengwen were talking at the door, she had heard it. In fact, she was more or less aware of her own situation. Recently, she had been feeling that her vision had deteriorated, and many things were a little blurry. At first, she thought that she was getting old, but now she knew that it was because the position of the tumor in her head had changed. Mom, the operation will be a success. Lin Xiaofen nodded and smiled. Yes, I know. I'm still waiting for your child to be born. I'll help you take care of your child. Su Yicheng also smiled and firmly nodded. Okay. Chapter 157, A Coincidental Encounter. Lin Xiaofen decided to have surgery because she still had to wait until her vision recovered to take care of Anran's child. Because he knew that Anran was worried about the risks of the operation, Su Yicheng promised her that he would use his connections to contact experts in the United States to ensure that the risks of the operation were minimized. Jiyu Hengwen had adjusted his class, but because he was teaching the third-year students, he was directly facing the problem of the college entrance examination. After the adjustment, he had several classes in a day without rest. In addition, he had been taking care of Lin Xiaofen in the hospital for the past few days. Under such a heavy load, Jiu Hengwen's body couldn't take it. When he stood on the podium in class, his entire body was dizzy and he almost fell on the podium. The students were worried and directly sent him to the hospital. The doctor said it was fatigue. In addition, he also reminded him that at his age, his physique was not as good as it was in the past, so he should pay more attention to rest. After Lin Xiaofen found out, she refused to let him transfer classes to increase her burden. In addition, she didn't allow him to come to the hospital after lunch. Jiu Hengwen protested, but his objection was overruled. In the end, under Lin Xiaofen's insistence, Jiu Hengwen came to the hospital every night after work to accompany Lin Xiaofen. Anran, on the other hand, had to come over every day, but since she was pregnant, there were many things that were inconvenient for her. Su Yicheng had directly transferred Auntie Zhang over to take care of her. In addition, Qin Yun had also come over a few times, bringing her tonics and the soup that she had personally made. She comforted her to relax and not think too much. In the future, she would still need to help take care of one of the two grandchildren. Although Lin Xiaofen and Qin Yun hadn't really met each other a few times, they felt like old friends at first sight. There were always endless things to say when they met. Lin Xiaofen seemed to be in a particularly good mood when the two of them talked and laughed. When she was in a good mood, her complexion looked good, and her face didn't look sickly anymore. She didn't look like a patient at all. Anran still had to come to the hospital every day, but because she was pregnant, Lin Xiaofen strictly controlled her time and didn't allow her to stay in the hospital for too long. Although Anran wanted to spend more time with her mother, because of the child in her stomach, she could only follow the arrangement. She came in the afternoon every day, then stayed in the hospital for 1 or 2 hours to talk to her mother. Then, in the evening, Su Yicheng would come to pick her up and take her home. Su Yicheng's punishment hadn't been officially announced yet, but due to the urgency of the Technology City case, in addition to the recent big shock in the Municipal Party Committee, many things still had to be temporarily taken care of by Su Yicheng. However, in view of the scandal with the nude photo sect, as well as the matter with Ling Chuanjiang and Tong Wengai, the Provincial Party Committee had assigned someone else to handle the construction of Technology City in order to prevent some people from monopolizing the power. This way, Su Yicheng had taken over half of the work in his hands. In the eyes of outsiders, he had been stripped of his power, but Su Yicheng himself was quite satisfied. This way, his workload was reduced by more than half, so he could take out more time and energy every day to accompany Anran and the child. After dealing with the work at hand, Su Yicheng directly left his office and drove to the hospital. He didn't go to Lin Xiaofen's ward first, but went directly to Lin Xiaofen's attending doctor's office. When he arrived, Dr. Zhang still had a patient, so he didn't disturb him. He nodded at Dr. Zhang, then backed out and stood at the door to wait. A few minutes later, when the patient's family member came out of the office, Su Yicheng pushed the door open and went in. Dr. Zhang nodded at him and asked him to sit down on the chair in front of his desk. Recently, he had gotten used to Su Yicheng coming to the hospital to ask him about Lin Xiaofen's condition. At first, he felt a little uncomfortable and uneasy. After all, his identity did indeed make people feel a little pressured, but as he came more and more, he got used to it. It's really stressful for Mayasu to come here so often, Dr. Zhang said jokingly. Director Zhang, just treat me as a normal family member of a patient. Su Yicheng simply said indifferently, I'm just here to ask about my mother-in-law's condition. Dr. Zhang smiled and nodded. As he took out Lin Xiaofen's medical records from the document column, he casually said, yes, those who don't know better would think that the patient is Mayasu's mother. She is my mother, Su Yicheng said with a serious expression. Dr. Zhang was taken aback. He immediately felt that he had misspoken, so he could only force a smile and say, yes, 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 look at me, I'm getting old and I don't know how to speak anymore. She suddenly recalled the mayor's nude photo incident that had been widely circulated on the internet and newspapers. Many netizens had expressed their doubts about the police's conclusion, saying that they were just using official statements in order to protect Su Yicheng's image, and that the specific details had yet to be investigated. However, at this moment, he felt that the so-called official statement might be the whole story. How could a man who treated his mother-in-law as his biological parents and loved his wife so much that he couldn't bear to see his wife cry really do something behind his wife's back that would let his wife and family down? After flipping through Lin Xiaofen's medical records, Dr. Zhang spoke from his professional point of view. When I did the power test on her this morning, I found that her vision had obviously deteriorated. This means that the tumor in her brain has already pressed on her optic nerve. The operation should be imminent. Su Cheng furrowed his brows and asked, "Have you contacted the hospital in America?" Dr. Zhang nodded and said, "Yes, I received an email last night. I've already asked the people over there to arrange the hospital beds and consultation hours for the specialists. As expected, if everything is ready on your side, you can leave at any time this week. I can also send the medical records over here." "All right, I'll have to trouble Director Zhang to make the arrangements. I'll let my mother-in-law know today." Su Cheng stood up and said politely, "I should." Director Zhang nodded and stood up to see him out. When he arrived at Su Cheng and Lin Xiaofen's ward, Anran was sitting in front of the bed and happily talking and laughing with Lin Xiaofen. She didn't even notice him when he pushed the door open and entered. "Anran, turn on the lights." Suddenly, Lin Xiaofen, who was lying on the hospital bed, smiled and said to Anran. Anran froze and turned to look out the window. It wasn't dark yet, and the sun hadn't set yet, so it was still bright outside. She looked at her mother in a daze and asked, "Mom, are you all right?" Lin Xiaofen was taken aback by the question. She subconsciously reached out to touch her face and said, "What do you mean what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" No, you said to turn on the lights." The panic in her heart was a little exaggerated, and Anran's big eyes stared at her mother. "When it's dark, you'll have to turn on the lights." Lin Xiaofen didn't mind. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, is Arjun very busy today? Why hasn't she come over yet?" "Mom," Anran wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Su Cheng, who came in at that moment. Anran. Su Cheng spoke and gave her a look, indicating that she should not speak. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Xiaofen on the bed and said, "Yeah, I was a little busy in the office today, so I came late." "Mom, how do you feel today? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" she asked. No, I'm fine. I can even be discharged now. You're just too nervous." She followed the sound and looked in Su Cheng's direction, but she could only roughly see Su Cheng's position, and it was very blurry. She sighed in her heart and knew that her vision was getting worse and worse. When she did the vision test in the morning, she almost couldn't see anything that Dr. Zhang had pointed out to her, and she had to rely on her own wild guesses. Anran looked at her mother with wide eyes, then turned her head to look at Su Cheng, who was standing next to her. Su Cheng knew the panic in her heart, so he only reached out to pat her hand. Perhaps she was afraid that they would see through her, so Lin Xiaofen smiled and chased them away. She said, "You guys should go back quickly. Anran is pregnant, so don't stay in the hospital all the time. There are many germs here." Anran tried her best to make her voice sound normal. She smiled and said, "I just want to spend more time with you. I'm not a child, I don't need you to accompany me." Lin Xiaofen said unhappily, "Anran, you're going to be a mother in the future. You have to think more about your child. From tomorrow onwards, don't come to the hospital." "Mom." Anran dragged out the last syllable to protest. "There's no room for discussion," Lin Xiaofen said with a firm attitude. Anran still wanted to say something, but Su Cheng raised his hand and interrupted her. Su Cheng walked up to Lin Xiaofen and said, "Mom, I went to Director Zhang's place when I just came. He said that he has contacted the hospitals and experts in the United States. We can go there directly after he has made the arrangements." Without waiting for Lin Xiaofen to answer, Anran looked at Su Cheng in surprise and asked, "Really?" Su Cheng smiled at her and nodded with certainty. "That's great. I'll go over with Mom." Anran only wanted to remove the tumor in her mother's head as soon as possible so that her mother could be healthy again. In the future, she could accompany her child when she was born and grow up with her child. She could also talk to her when she was troubled and confused. After a long while, Lin Xiaofen, who was lying on the bed, said, "Then, are you going abroad?" "Yes." Su Cheng nodded. The specialists and hospitals are the best in the United States, he explained. They're also the best in the world. Even open-head surgeries were risky, and he could only try his best to minimize the risk. Why don't we just do it in China? Why did you come all the way here? Lin Xiaofen said. Under the blanket that Siyu Cheng and Anran couldn't see, her two hands clenched tightly. Mom, go abroad. The Americans are very experienced in this kind of surgery. Anran stepped forward and put her hand on her blanket. Lin Xiaofen looked at Anran and tried very hard, but she couldn't see Anran's face clearly. Let me think about it, he said. It was because she knew that this kind of surgery was risky that she didn't want to go abroad. If something really happened abroad, she would never be able to return to her roots. Anran still wanted to persuade him, but Siyu Cheng shook his head and didn't say anything in the end. Yes, Mom, you should think about it. There's no rush. Siyu Cheng only said this. Lin Xiaofen nodded. Then, she raised her head and forced a smile as she looked at them and said, all right. You guys can go back now. If you don't go back now, it'll really be too late. Siyu Cheng nodded. Okay. He held Anran's hand and walked out of the ward. When they reached the elevator, Anran turned to look at him and asked, has Mom's condition worsened? It was clearly daytime, but she said she wanted to turn on the lights. It could be imagined how bad her mother's vision was. Siyu Cheng didn't hide it from her, because he knew that this matter couldn't be hidden at all. He simply nodded and said, Director Zhang said that Mom's condition can't be delayed any longer. If it's delayed any longer, she'll really lose all her sight. Hearing this, Anran's expression dimmed, and her face was full of worry. Siyu Cheng knew how worried and scared she was, so he opened his arms and pulled her into his arms, then lowered his head to kiss the center of her hair and said, all right, don't worry, it'll be fine. Anran glanced at him, pursed her lips, and nodded, yes. As the two of them passed by the garden downstairs, Siyu Cheng's cell phone suddenly rang at this time. It was a call from the police's criminal investigation captain, Captain Wu. Siyu Cheng immediately answered the call. Hello, Captain Wu. Anran stopped in her tracks and waited for him to finish his call. Then, she turned her head to look at the flowers in the flower bed in the distance. Because of Lin Xiaofen's matter, she looked a little depressed at the moment. What? She didn't know what Captain Wu said on the other end of the phone, but Siyu Cheng's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. Anran was a little frightened by him and turned to look at him worriedly. Siyu Cheng only smiled at her, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. He said into the phone, I'm in the hospital. Then, the person on the other end of the phone said something and hung up. After he hung up, Anran asked worriedly, what happened? Not wanting Anran to worry, Siyu Cheng shook his head and only said, it's fine, Anran. Why don't you go back to see Mom? I still have something to do here. I'll pick you up after I'm done. Anran looked at him worriedly. Are you really okay? He didn't look like he was fine. Siyu Cheng ruffled her hair. I'm fine. Anran didn't ask any more questions. She knew that he didn't want her to worry, and she believed that he was really fine. He sent her back to Lin Xiaofen's ward, but while waiting for the elevator, Siyu Cheng seemed to have seen something and nervously said to Anran, Anran, you go ahead first. I'll come and pick you up later. With that, she ran to the side of the corridor. Anran stared blankly in the direction he ran off in, and her brows furrowed slightly. Although she believed that she could handle it, she still felt a little worried and scared for no reason. The elevator arrived with a ding, and the two closed iron doors slowly opened. When she saw the person standing inside, Anran was a little stunned, and the person inside was also a little surprised to see Anran outside. Anran didn't expect to run into Dong Xiaoxiao here. They hadn't seen each other since the time she came to the ward to make a scene. It was a surprise to see her here today. Tong Xiaoji, who was sitting opposite him, was also a little surprised. She was stunned for a while before stepping out of the elevator. Anran looked away and was about to walk past her to enter the elevator, but she was stopped by her when she passed her. Wait a moment. Tong Xiaoji called out to her. Can we have a talk? Chapter 158, Release. Wait a moment. Tong Xiaoji called out to her. Can we have a talk? Anran stopped in her tracks and didn't turn around. She only frowned slightly and said, I don't think we have anything to talk about. She didn't want to deal with any of the Tong family's people. He walked past her and stepped into the elevator, ready to leave. Tong Xiaoji turned her head and looked at Anran's back. I've divorced Mo Fear. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. She still didn't turn her head and walked straight into the elevator. Whether it was Mo Fear or the Tong family, she didn't want to know a single thing about them. Then, he turned around and reached out to press the elevator button without looking at her. However, it seemed like Tong Xiaoji really wanted to clear things up with her. She reached out and blocked the elevator door. Her eyes were fixed on her as she said, even if you don't want to talk to me about Mo Fear, I think we should at least talk about your relationship with the Tong family. Only then did Anran raise her eyes to look at her. She stared straight at her for a long time before she coldly said, I have nothing to do with your Tong family. Let's talk, I have something to tell you. Tong Xiaoji insisted. Her hand was still on the elevator's metal door. Anran looked at her for a long time before she finally stepped out of the elevator. The sky was not dark yet, but the sun was slowly setting in the west, leaving a charming red in the sky. It was very beautiful. Anran and Tong Xiaoji sat down on the stone chairs by the flower bed in the hospital. Anran's gaze fell on the children playing on the lawn in front of her. She held her bag and placed it on her knees, but she didn't say anything. Tong Xiaoji looked at Anran, or to be exact, stared at her bulging stomach. It took a while for her to regain her senses. She turned her face slightly and looked in the same direction as Anran, but her eyes were not focused, and her eyes were slightly red. A gentle breeze blew past, causing their hair to dance in the air. After a long moment of silence, Tong Xiaoji slowly said, I also thought that I would have a child and that I would be a happy mother. His voice was a little low, and he sounded a little depressed. Anran was stunned. She remembered the time when she had come to her ward to blame her with a pale face when she had been hospitalized. She had said that her child was gone, and that it was all her fault. She was already very pale, and at that time, she was even paler. If she was a fairy who was above the common populace and had a divine aura around her, then she was a fairy with broken wings and looked sick. You insisted on talking to me, Anran said a little harshly, just to blame me for causing you to lose your child again. If that was the case, then she would be too bored. Could it be that they only found the reason for their mistakes on others and never considered whether the fault was on themselves? Why did things end up like this? Could it be that they didn't reflect on themselves? Tong Xiaoji, who was beside her, smiled bitterly and slowly retracted her gaze. She turned to look at her and said with a self-deprecating tone, Can the child come back just because I criticized you? Her answer surprised Anran. She turned her head in surprise and met her eyes. She could see the sadness in her eyes. You, Anran didn't know what to say as she looked at her. Tong Xiaoji retracted her gaze and turned back to look at the child on the lawn in front of her. However, her eyes were still unfocused and not focused. After a long while, Anran didn't know if it was a few seconds or a few minutes. When she finally came to her senses, Tong Xiaoji, who was next to her, slowly opened her mouth and said, I've divorced Mo Fear. His tone was no longer as impetuous as when he had first met her at the elevator door. Anran looked at her and simply said, You just said it. Yeah, I told you, Tong Xiaoji repeated. Then, she turned to look at her and said, I'm just surprised. I said that I've divorced Mo Fear, but I didn't see any surprise or joy on your face. She had always thought that she would clap her hands and cheer, then mock her for not being able to last the love she had snatched away, and then mock all the provocative words she had said to her in the past. She had imagined all kinds of expressions and reactions, but she did not expect her reaction to be so calm and without any fluctuations. That's your marriage and your relationship. What's there to be surprised about? Anran calmly said, I told you a long time ago that I've never interfered in your relationship. Ever since Mo Fear broke up with me 6 years ago, I've already ended our relationship. Even if we meet again 6 years later, because I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble, I only treat you as acquaintances. We can't even be considered friends. I hate it when other people interfere in my relationship, so I will never interfere in other people's relationships. Looking at her, Anran's words had a hidden meaning. He. Tong Xiaoji chuckled, and her smile was somewhat self-deprecating. She was also a smart person, so she naturally understood the meaning behind Anran's words. She knew that Anran was talking about herself, so she could only say in a self-deprecating manner, "Yes, I was the one who intervened in your relationship. I was the real third party." As he spoke, he nodded his head. "So he was never my..." Anran didn't say anything, but she calmly turned her gaze away. It wasn't that she didn't hate their relationship back then, but if she really had to hate someone, she hated Mo Fear for a very long time. It was undeniable that the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. At that time, she really thought that Mo Fear would be the man who would accompany her for the rest of her life, but she didn't expect such an unexpected ending. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to be weak and force a man who had betrayed her to stay. For a long time, she couldn't get over the pain that relationship had brought to her. She didn't dare to fall in love easily again. She didn't dare to try to be in love. For her, love and marriage were like questions that she had to do. She couldn't skip them, and she couldn't leave them blank. To her, it was a task and a responsibility that she had to complete. She used to think that her immature love would make her lose the courage to believe in love and love someone with all her heart. She was even prepared to treat marriage as a job, but life was always full of surprises and surprises. She had never believed in fate, nor did she believe in luck. In the end, she was lucky enough to meet Su Cheng. She never doubted it, and even believed that meeting Su Cheng was the luckiest and happiest thing in her life. She started to believe that the heavens really did care for her. Sometimes, she wondered if this was what she called true fate. Just as Su Cheng had told her before, they had both been hurt and had both experienced such a long wait. Perhaps those hurt and waiting were for the future, for the sake of their meeting and then getting together. It was an opportunity and test that God had given them, and because of such tests and hardships, they had kept each other. As she thought about it, Anran's lips curved into a smile. It was a satisfied and happy smile. "Do you know, I used to stubbornly think that as long as I could give birth to his child, he would be able to stay by my side for the rest of his life." Tong Xiaoji slowly opened her mouth and sneered, "But he would rather not have a child than stay by my side." Anran didn't say anything. She just looked at her and didn't say anything. She didn't express her opinion on this matter. "He really doesn't love me. Even though I tried my best to love him, I'm not in his heart at all." As Tong Xiaoji spoke, the smile on her face widened. Then, she laughed out loud, "Ha ha." In Anran's eyes, that smile was 1,000 times uglier than crying. He turned to look at Anran and asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm stupid and stupid? I actually worked hard for a man for 6 years. I spent 6 years to truly get to know him and accept that this man will not love me. No matter how much I do, no matter how well I do, I will never have a place in his heart." And Ran still didn't say anything, because she didn't know what she could say. In fact, from this perspective, Tong Xiaoji was also a pitiful person. Could it be that her marriage with her was just to use her family background to help her succeed in her career? But she had never really given her any real feelings. Their marriage was just the product of a certain purpose. In the end, it was not too surprising that they had such an ending. "I know he's with me because of my family background. I know he never loved me. I know how much pain he felt when he made the choice between you and me. I also know that he never forgot you even after leaving you. I know all of this. I know everything." As Tong Xiaoji spoke, she turned her head and looked into the distance. The breeze blew her hair into a mess and it stuck to her face. A small tuft of hair even flew to her mouth. She didn't push it away and continued, "I don't mind that she doesn't love me. I don't mind that he's with me for money and power. I don't even mind that he can't forget you in his heart. Even if he calls your name in a daze when he hugs me, I can pretend that I didn't hear anything. I can also try my best to tell myself that I will live in her heart one day. I thought time could change everything. I thought that as time passed, he would be able to erase you from his memory. I thought that as time passed, he would be able to see all the hard work I've done, see my love for him, and how well I treated him, but..." Tong Xiaoji paused. After a long while, she slowly said, "But I was wrong, ridiculously wrong. No love. No matter how much effort I put in, he still couldn't see my good side, couldn't see my love. And I spent 6 years to understand this simple truth." As he said this, he slowly placed his hand on his flat stomach. After a while, his hand suddenly tightened into a fist. His expression was pained as he said, The price is actually my child's life. The tears in her eyes fell without warning. There was no sound, but it made people feel pity for her. Anran was stunned, and there was an indescribable shock in her heart. She was a mother-to-be, and she was still pregnant. She knew what it felt like to have a child in the womb. Even though the baby couldn't even move at first, as if it had never happened, the feeling after knowing it was very wonderful. She couldn't describe it, but she could feel it. Anran didn't know what to say, but looking at her, she couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? After calming down, she wiped the tears on her face and shook her head. She forced a smile and said, It's fine. Although the price is heavy, it's not meaningless. At least I've seen clearly that this man is no longer worthy of my love. I've been stupid for 6 years. It's time to stop being stupid. Anran didn't know what to say, so she just looked at her and nodded. It was strange, but at this moment, she actually began to feel pity for her. Do you know who he's with right now? Tong Xiaoji asked, pretending to be relaxed. Anran didn't say anything. She just shook her head and looked at her. Xiaoxiao. Tong Xiaoji said, You should be familiar with this name, right? She's your former colleague. She's a very charming woman. Anran only nodded. That's right, she also remembered. The last time 11 and Su Yicheng went shopping hand in hand and met on the pedestrian street, Xiao was very close to him. Because she really only treated him as a stranger, she didn't deliberately remember his matters because she didn't care. Her reaction was so calm that Tong Xiaoji was surprised. She looked at him and asked, You're not surprised at all? Even if she really had no feelings for Mofir, this combination was still very strange, wasn't it? I've met them on the streets before, Anran said honestly. Oh, I see. Tong Xiaoji nodded in understanding and then smiled. Do you know that I used to hate you? I really hated you. I always thought that it was because of you that Mofir couldn't accept me and couldn't love me. If it wasn't for you, if Mofir had met me earlier, perhaps our ending wouldn't have been like this. From the moment Mofir broke up with me and walked towards you 6 years ago, it's impossible between us. Anran clarified once again that perhaps before she met Su Yicheng, she had never truly let go of Mofir, or rather, she had never come out of her previous relationship. However, there was one thing she was very clear about. Even if Mofir turned back, it would still be impossible for them to be together. I didn't believe it before. There's an old saying that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. All of his flaws are good in my eyes. Back then, he was the best in my eyes, even perfect. Because I had a strong sense of insecurity in my feelings for him, I always thought you were lying to me. I even thought that such a good man was coveted by everyone outside. Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. He's not good, nor is he perfect. He's a man who can't even be loyal to his feelings. How can he be called a good man? Anran didn't say anything and only nodded in agreement. Yes, no matter how good and capable he was, if he couldn't be devoted to his feelings and loyal, how could he be considered a good man? Sighing, Tong Xiaoji continued, When he brought that woman to me and handed me the divorce agreement, I finally understood that the person this man loved the most was himself. At that time, I finally understood how wrong I was. I always thought it was because of you, but that day, I realized that even without you, there would still be Lin Anran, Zhang Anran, and Li Anran. All of these were just excuses, a reason that he wouldn't fall in love with me. The real reason wasn't that he couldn't let go of anyone or forget anyone, but that he loved himself the most. It had always been only him. If he really loved you, he wouldn't have left you because of my family background. He values himself more than anything else and has always thought of himself the most. Tong Xiaoji said sarcastically, This kind of man doesn't have a heart at all, so no matter how much time you spend, it's all in vain. He won't fall in love with anyone, he will only love himself. The children playing on the lawn had been taken away by their mothers. The originally lively lawn suddenly quieted down, leaving only the evening wind blowing past their ears. The sunset in the sky slowly sank, replaced by the dark night. Anran looked at the empty grass patch and nodded. She smiled and said, Maybe it's just like what you said. Tong Xiaoji also turned her head and looked at the lawn, saying, Actually, I insisted on talking to you today because I wanted to make things clear to you. Also, I know I owe you an apology. Hearing this, Anran turned her head to look at her. She looked at him, and there was an unspeakable surprise on her face. "I'm sorry," she said. Tong Xiaoji didn't turn her head. Her eyes were still looking straight ahead as she calmly said, "I was the one who intervened in your relationship back then. I owe you an apology for that." After saying that, he turned to look at her, and their eyes met. Anran was stunned by her apology. She even began to wonder if the Tong Xiaoji today was the same person as the Tong Xiaoji she had met before. Tong Xiaoji seemed to have seen through her doubts and said with a smile, "Are you going to ask me if I'm still the Tong Xiaoji from before?" Anran finally came back to her senses, but she still couldn't hide the shock and surprise on her face. "I hated you because I thought that you were the one who got in the way of me and Mo Fear. It was because of your existence that Mo Fear didn't try to love me and discover the good in me. But now, I finally understand that the problem between Mo Fear and I has always been that I love him and he doesn't love me. If that's the case, what reason do I have to hate you?" Tong Xiaoji said in a self-mocking tone. Anran was stunned. She just looked at her and didn't respond for a long time. She didn't nod or say anything. Tong Xiaoji didn't look at her. She turned around and stood up. She looked at the sunset in the distance and said, "Apologizing is my business, and whether you accept it or not is your business. I'm just apologizing. I don't care if you're willing to accept it or not, because I don't want to be friends with you. The next time we meet, I'll pretend that you don't know me, because I'm going to start a new life." As she spoke, the corners of Tong Xiaoji's mouth curved into a faint smile. He turned around and was about to leave, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly wanted to get up. He looked at Anran with a serious expression and said, "By the way, apart from clarifying the matter with Mo Fear, please don't disturb our family. Just like you said, you have nothing to do with our Tong family." Anran came back to her senses and understood what she meant. She thought to herself that it seemed like the Tong family already knew about it, but it didn't matter whether they knew or not. Whether it was Tong Wengai or the Tong family, they were all meaningless to her. She looked at Tong Xiaoji and said firmly, "I have nothing to do with your Tong family. My father has always been Jiyu Hengwen. He was in the past, he is now, and he will still be in the future." Tong Xiaoji didn't say anything more and just nodded. She turned around and prepared to step on the small path made of soft stone and walk directly to the small path outside the garden. Anran retracted her gaze and didn't look at her. She turned her head to look at the sunset, which was slowly dimming, and then raised her hand to look at the watch on her wrist. It was getting late. Su Cheng had told her to wait for him in the ward, so she got up and prepared to return to Lin Xiaofen's ward. Although she didn't know if he was done with his work, she decided to go back first, in case he got anxious when he returned to the ward after he was done with his work and didn't see her. But then she remembered that the two little babies in her belly suddenly moved. She didn't know if it was their little fists or feet that were kicking her belly. It hurt a little, but it made her feel inexplicably touched. She smiled and touched her slightly bulging belly. The corner of her mouth was half raised. She lowered her head and said to the baby in her belly, "Baby, do you guys want to see your daddy too?" She didn't know if it was a coincidence or if it was really that magical. After she finished asking, the two little babies in her belly punched and kicked each other again, making Anran laugh. "Ha ha, okay, let's go find daddy together." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and prepared to head towards the hospital building. However, just as Anran stood up and turned around, before she was ready to leave, she saw that Ling Lan had come to her side without her knowing. At this moment, she was looking at Anran's half-smile with a dark expression. Her expression was a little sinister and a little scary. Chapter 159, The Crazy Ling Lan. She didn't know when, but Ling Lan had already arrived by her side. At this moment, she was looking at the faint smile on her face with a dark expression. That expression looked a little sinister and a little scary. Anran was stunned. She didn't know how to react. She didn't expect to meet Ling Lan here. From her perspective, Ling Lan didn't seem to be doing well. There were scars on the corners of her mouth and eyes. Even the bruises hadn't disappeared. Just like that, Ling Lan walked towards her with a rather terrifying smile, saying, "What a coincidence, to be able to meet here." Anran didn't say anything. She was a little scared by the way she was looking at her. She subconsciously took a few steps back and put one hand on her stomach. Ling Lan sneered and continued to speak in a sinister tone. "You don't seem happy to see me. Why are you retreating step by step? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you? What do you want to do? To be honest, looking at Ling Lan like this, Anran was really a little scared. She didn't know what Ling Lan wanted to do, but with her expression and the way she was getting closer and closer, she kept having the feeling that Ling Lan didn't come with good intentions. What do I want to do? Ling Lan laughed coldly and said, "Ha ha, I'm not trying to do anything. I just happened to pass by and saw Mrs. Su sitting here alone, so I wanted to come up and say hello." As she spoke, she emphasized the words Mrs. Su, almost to the point of gnashing her teeth. Anran was still retreating, her hands tightly protecting her stomach. She looked at her and said, "We don't have anything to say. Is that so?" Ling Lan didn't think much of it. She looked at her and said, "I don't think so. I think I have a lot of things to talk about with Mrs. Su. We can slowly and in-depth communicate about them." As he said that, he took a step closer to her. Anran's heart was beating fast, not because she was nervous, but because she was scared. Ling Lan looked too scary today, and she felt an unspeakable fear. He was always worried that something would happen. "I have nothing to say to you." After saying this, Anran turned around and wanted to run away. Since she didn't want to make way, then she would change her path and not care about it. Ling Lan really didn't come with good intentions. Seeing that Anran was about to run, she strode forward and grabbed Anran's arm. She used a lot of force, almost as if she was going to squeeze her arm in. Anran couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, it hurts." Anran looked at her, and her smiling face was scrunched up because of the pain in her arm. She said in pain, "Let me go." What do you want to do?" Ling Lan laughed coldly as she watched her grip tighten. She gritted her teeth and said, "What do I want? HMPH, what do you think I want?" How would I know?" Anran struggled, but the weak-looking Ling Lan somehow had the strength to hold onto Anran's hand tightly. No matter how much Anran struggled, she couldn't break free. He. Ling Lan smiled, but her expression didn't look right. She moved closer to Anran's ear and said, "Then I'll tell you, okay?" "No, I don't want to know." Anran was still struggling. Being grabbed by her like this, she was really flustered and scared. "Let go of me. Let go of me. HMPH, you're not allowed to shout." Ling Lan reprimanded her loudly. Seeing that her expression was starting to twist, she said, "Whether you want to know or not, I have the final say. You don't have the right to refuse or not." Anran's heart skipped a beat when she heard her shout, and she was extremely afraid. She subconsciously put her other hand on her stomach to protect it. She watched as she tried to calm herself down, then looked at her and said, "I'll listen to you, but can you let go of me first?" "No." Ling Lan refused immediately. She didn't leave any room for negotiation. She tightened her grip on Anran's wrist. "Hiss!" Anran cried out in pain, but she couldn't break free. Moving closer to Anran's ear, Ling Lan's tone was a little gloomy as she said, "Do you know how the wound on my face came about?" Anran shook her head. She couldn't care less about the pain in her hand. She clutched her stomach tightly with one hand. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her if anything happened to her child. What's wrong? Didn't you read the newspaper?" Ling Lan laughed coldly. Her tone became even gloomier. "Didn't you want to know what I was trying to do? Then I'll tell you. You better listen up. I want to kill you." Hearing this, Anran was stunned. She looked at her in disbelief and said, Are you crazy?" Ling Lan pushed her away from her ear, her hand still tightly holding onto hers. She smiled and said, I'm crazy. I've been crazy for a long time." He did look a little out of his mind, and he suddenly glared at Anran and said, "It's all your fault that I'm like this today. You and Su Cheng, you're the ones who drove me crazy. You're the ones who caused me to be in this state, neither human nor ghost. It's you, it's all you." Towards the end, Ling Lan almost screamed out in shock. As he spoke, he pulled Anran's hair with his other hand, and his entire expression was extremely twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to kill you. Doesn't Su Cheng love you very much? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. You're crazy, you're really crazy." Anran's scalp was burning in pain. She endured the pain and said, "So what if you can really kill me? Can you escape? Su Cheng won't let you go, and you'll definitely be arrested and put in jail." Do I still care about going to jail?" Ling Lan sneered and let go of her hair. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to be famous anymore. But if I can't live, don't even think about living well. If I die, I'll drag you down with me." As he spoke, he took out a fruit knife from his pocket. He even sheathed the knife and slapped Anran's face. Anran was really frightened by her. Seeing the knife in her hand, she also believed that she wasn't just saying that she would kill her. She was really crazy, and it was possible that she would really do that. The scene in the garden was seen by a nurse who was passing by on the small road. Seeing Ling Lan holding onto the pregnant Anran, she couldn't help but shout, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of that pregnant woman." As he spoke, he ran over. Ling Lan turned around and glared at the nurse. She placed the knife on Anran's neck and shouted at her, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll stab her to death." Hearing this, the nurse was scared. She really didn't dare to go any closer. Looking at Ling Lan's expression and Anran's pained expression, she knew that this was not a joke. Ling Lan's shout attracted the attention of many passers-by. More and more people gathered around to watch. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel cold sweat for Anran. They wanted to go forward, but they were afraid of the knife in Ling Lan's hand, so they didn't dare to make any moves. "All of you are not allowed to come over. If you come any closer, I'll stab her to death," Ling Lan said ruthlessly. She had already unsheathed the knife in her hand. The white stainless steel knife was like a king in the air. If she was not careful, she would cut Anran. Don't wave the knife. We won't go over, we won't go over," someone in the crowd said anxiously, afraid that the knife in her hand would accidentally cut Anran. That was no joke. With such a big belly, 2 lives and 3 lives could be lost. It was too scary. Hee, you're asking me to stop shaking. What's going on?" Ling Lan asked nervously. She held onto Anran tightly with one hand. In order to prevent Anran from escaping, she wrapped her arm around Anran's neck and strangled her tightly. Right, don't shake anymore. It's too dangerous. Don't shake. Someone chimed in. The onlookers also shouted worriedly in unison, Yes. Put down the knife first and stop shaking. Hee. Ling Lan laughed as if their cries of protest would make her more excited and excited. After laughing, her gaze suddenly turned cold, and she shouted at them sharply, "You guys told me not to shake, but I just wanted to shake. As he spoke, he deliberately waved the knife in front of Anran again. There were a few times when it almost hit Anran's face. The scene was simply frightening. "Ah!" Someone in the crowd couldn't help but cry out. However, that voice seemed to make Ling Lan even more excited. As she laughed out loud, her hands started shaking even more wildly. When he looked at Anran again, he could only close her eyes and lean back continuously. Her hands were tightly protecting her stomach. She didn't scream not because she wasn't afraid, but because she was so scared that she didn't know how to scream. Suya Chen was still searching for Ling Lan in the hospital. He had received a call from Captain Wu earlier, and he had originally planned to come to the hospital today to bring Ling Lan back. This was because he had finally arrested the suspect who had previously posted videos, photos, and other information online at an unlicensed internet cafe this afternoon. After an afternoon of interrogation, he finally found out that the mastermind was someone else, and he was only responsible for taking photos, editing videos, and uploading them online. He didn't know anything else about it, and he didn't have any personal grudges with Suya Cheng at all. He didn't even know Suya Cheng's identity before he was released. He only found out Suya Cheng's identity after Ling Lan asked him to post it online. He didn't want to do it because he didn't dare to, so he more or less knew the stakes involved. However, if he didn't do it, he wouldn't get a single cent. He didn't have any skills, and after he was released from prison, his parents didn't recognize him because he had been in prison before, so they directly chased him out of the house. When he went out to look for a job, he was rejected by many companies and factories because of his criminal record. So after weighing the pros and cons, even though he knew that the risk was too high, he still took the job for the money and for his own survival. According to what he said, he was just doing things for someone else's money, and they didn't owe each other anything. However, when Captain Wu confirmed that the mastermind behind the scenes was Ling Lan, he immediately brought people to arrest Ling Lan. However, just as he entered the hospital room, he found a note left by Ling Lan on the bedside table beside the bed. On it said that she was going out to kill Anran, saying that she was going to tear Anran into pieces. Seeing the note, everyone was shocked. They quickly went out to ask the nurse when Ling Lan had left the room. The nurse at the counter said that Ling Lan had just left a few minutes ago, so she guessed that she had gone to the toilet. Captain Wu asked her to go to the toilet to take a look and sent people to search the hospital. He even had people guard every exit of the hospital to prevent Ling Lan from leaving the hospital. The nurse went to the toilet but didn't find Ling Lan. Captain Wu's heart sank. Worried, she called Su Cheng and told him about the situation so that he would be on his guard. After talking to Captain Wu on the phone, Su Cheng was worried and decided to leave Anran in Lin Xiaofen's ward first. First of all, Ling Lan didn't know that Anran was in the hospital. If Ling Lan left the hospital, Anran would be safe. If she stayed in the hospital with Mrs. Zhang and Lin Xiaofen by her side, he would be able to rest assured. Also, Captain Wu said that Ling Lan had just left the ward not long ago, and right now, all the exits of the hospital were being guarded by Captain Wu's men, so she should still be in the hospital. For Anran's safety, he planned to meet up with Captain Wu and then look for Ling Lan together with him. However, he didn't expect that when he was about to send Anran up to Lin Xiaofen's ward and was waiting for the elevator with Anran, he would coincidentally see a person who looked like Ling Lan walk past them from the other end of the corridor. He didn't even care to send Anran up and directly told Anran to go up by herself. Then, he ran after that figure. That figure was indeed Ling Lan. Su Cheng tried to call out to him, but when he turned around and saw that it was Su Cheng behind him, Ling Lan immediately started to crawl. Su Cheng chased after her, but in the end, she turned and disappeared into the corridor. Then, after circling the corridor for a long time, he still couldn't find her. In the end, she met Captain Wu at the entrance of the hospital building. Both of them shook their heads and said that they had not found Ling Lan. Just as Ling Lan was frowning, a colleague of Captain Wu suddenly ran over to them, saying that he had found Ling Lan in the flower beds of the hospital. However, the situation was a little special, so they didn't dare to make any rash moves. Su Cheng and Captain Wu didn't ask any more questions and ran straight to the garden. However, when Su Cheng pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way in, he suddenly froze and stared at Anran, who was being strangled by Ling Lan. He had never felt so afraid before. He was so scared that he even forgot to breathe. He even felt that his heart had stopped beating. He saw the knife in Ling Lan's hand waving in front of Anran. He looked as if he could easily cut Anran if he wasn't careful. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Captain Wu looked at him from the side. He couldn't care about anything else and was just about to step forward to persuade Ling Lan when he was about to take a step forward, but Su Cheng grabbed his hand. Then, he took a step forward and shouted at Ling Lan, who was standing beside the stone bench, "Ling Lan,